sleeping immortal, high on the stone root, forgetting the year. As the three lights descend, nature finds its own way. Breath returns to the mysterious orifice. Inhalation and exhalation follow nature's rhythm. Do not scatter, must remain calm. Nurture the mercury essence until it rounds, waiting for the lead flower to appear. Do not stray or be idle. The true essence lies in rigorous practice. Walking 7 times back is not difficult. Refining 9 returns. What is there to lament? Silently observe the battlefield of dragons and tigers, inversing the yin and yang. People say, I am a vague man, yet I slumber, truly, without sleep. Having learned it, I truly rest in meditation. Having cultivated it, the true origin is born. When the sleeping dragon awakens, it will ascend to the heavens. This dormant method, who passed it down? It is the disheveled Taoist, Zhang Fengxian. This is a poem titled The Hibernating Dragon's Chant, authored by Zhang Sanfeng. It describes how humans, through cultivation, can reach the state of unity with heaven and humanity through sleep. Now, in the year 2250, humanity has long entered the era of the Starry River. Ancient practices of cultivation have not declined, rather, they have thrived. Deep sleep. You must enter deep sleep to enhance your life force. The piercing scream echoed in the 3,000-square-meter gymnasium. The voice belonged to a female teacher. She had almond-shaped eyes and a delicate, soft figure, embodying beauty. Regrettably, her demeanor was exceedingly sharp, with a presence that resembled a curved blade. Anyone who met her gaze felt a suffocating pressure, as though their throat were being cut. Jiang Li, the knife sister, is furious, murmured his best friend, Guoming. Shoo. Jiang Li motioned with his fingers. Keep it down. Deep sleep isn't so easily attainable. Out of 800,000 students in the entire school, how many do you think reach it? Knife sister was the nickname of this female teacher, rumored to have been a soldier before becoming an educator. Jiang Li was a senior high school student attending a mental training class. Mental training was the paramount course for students today, surpassing even physical training. Through sitting meditation, contemplation, and guided practice, this training sought to strengthen the inner self, sharpen focus, and better regulate bodily functions such as breathing, heartbeat, and pulse. When mental training reaches an advanced level, deep sleep occurs. Research has already shown that 1 hour of deep sleep surpasses 7 or 8 hours of light sleep in benefits. Imagine how much time could be saved for study and work by sleeping 7 hours less each day. 1 hour of deep sleep can invigorate a person for the entire day and enhance memory. Over time, this strengthens the body and prolongs life. Don't think mental training isn't important. Let me give you an example. In the past, there were 2 terminally ill patients. One was unaware of his condition, living joyfully and positively. As a result, his immune cells increased, destroying the malignant cells, and he regained his health. The other, aware of his fatal illness, fell into despair and soon passed away, despite having a chance at recovery. Knife sister continued her lesson, her sharp voice resonating in the room. This is the power of the mind. Zhang Yu. Knife sister called out to a tall, handsome student, approximately 1.9 meters in height. You are the only one among the thousands in this class who has entered deep sleep. Show everyone. Teacher, I don't think it is necessary to demonstrate. Zhang Yu, the class monitor, replied coldly with a disdainful smile. Mental cultivation relies on talent. To comprehend it is genius, while those who cannot comprehend it are useless for a lifetime. This guy is so arrogant. Guoming huffed in frustration. He relies purely on resources, Jiang Li remarked dismissively. His family is wealthy, and he uses precious herbs for calming the mind and employs a hypnotist each night. Without those resources, how could he enter deep sleep? If he had to demonstrate it on the spot, he would certainly be exposed. Exactly. Only if one can enter deep sleep at any time without any aids is true genius. Guoming nodded. But his life force score is getting stronger. It has already reached 0.9. What's there to be arrogant about? His score is just in the top 100 of the school, another student scoffed. The top 3 aren't even guaranteed admission to Starry Sky University. Indeed, being accepted to Starry Sky University is a true achievement. Keep your voices down. If Zhang Yu hears us, we'll be in trouble. A life force of 0.9 can easily deal with 10 of us. I wish I could afford a hypnotist. If I could be hypnotized into deep sleep every night, both my physical and mental capabilities would improve. Come on, the cost to hire a hypnotist for even 1 session is at least several thousand star dollars. Some students murmured among themselves. Starry Sky University is the finest institution of higher learning for humanity, the dream of countless students. Life force corresponds to the students' overall scores, encompassing physical and academic performance. Physical capability holds primary importance, while academics are secondary, quite different from education over 200 years ago. In the era of the Starry River, the endless stream of exams has long been obsolete. 200 years ago, high school students focused solely on academic performance. As a result, during a 1,000-meter race, some would faint, while others would suffer fatal heart attacks. Such events have become a laughable memory today. Zhang Li's life force scores 0.7, standing just at the passable mark, but he can still achieve a 10-second sprint in the 100-meter dash, nearly equivalent to the world champion of that era. All right, Zhang Yu, you can sit down. Knife's sister nodded, showing no sign of reproach toward Zhang Yu, as he was indeed the top student in the class. But don't become complacent. Deep sleep has 3 stages. You are currently at the first stage, hence your life force is only 0.9. You are quite far from being accepted into Starry Sky University. To reach the 3rd stage, one must be able to sleep while in motion, similar to the ancient drunken boxing, where mental stimulation triggers adrenal hormones, performing like steroids, with mighty strength. Only then can one soar into greatness. Don't worry, teacher. By the end of this semester, I will achieve a life force of 1. Zhang Yu exclaimed confidently. Next semester, I will be even stronger. Students who attain a life force of 1 are considered extraordinary. Their speed surpasses that of cheetahs. Their strength can tear apart tigers and wolves, and their academic prowess excels across all subjects, making them versatile talents. Now begin training with me. Knife's sister clapped her hands and settled cross-legged on the mat. First, you must calm your minds. I will guide you through crystal meditation. Imagine your body as a crystal filled with impurities. Inhale. Envision the air as water cleansing within you. Exhale, letting the water carry away the filth. Over time, your body will become ever more radiant and pure. Crystal meditation is a core course in mental training. It facilitates a focused mind by envisioning a crystal. Though it is a beginner's meditation, achieving mastery in it is quite challenging. It is derived from countless explorations by many spiritual masters, deemed one of the safest and most effective methods. Other techniques, such as the Buddhist practices of impurity observation, can easily lead to nerve disorders or hallucinations. On the large screen in the practice hall, a 3-dimensional projection of a crystal appears vividly, resembling a humanoid figure. This crystalline figure breathes, initially filled with impurities, but gradually becomes transparent, ultimately free of blemishes. With the mind akin to a bright mirror's platform. This is the essence of meditation. Zhang Li follows along, striving to meditate and breathe, but struggles to find his focus, his mind wandering. This is a common affliction among many. How can one concentrate? How can I enter the state of crystal meditation? Zhang Li grows increasingly anxious. Yet, the more he urges himself, the more elusive focus becomes. After a complete set of crystal meditation exercises, Knife's sister scanned the room of thousands of students with a piercing gaze, noting that over 90% were merely putting on an act, their breathing short, heartbeats racing, minds agitated. With a sudden shout, she commanded, "Stop!" All the students opened their eyes. Knife's sister initially prepared to reprimand, but reconsidered her approach and spoke slowly. What is inner strength? To subdue the restless heart is to cultivate inner strength. You may have read a story over 200 years ago by Jin Yong titled Tian Long Babu, which contains a segment on the inner strength secrets of the Shaolin Temple's Prajna Diamond Palm. If a long night brings unrest and scattered thoughts, how to conquer it? In actuality, this saying derives from the Zen classic 5 Lamps meeting records. The novelist adapted it as inner strength secrets, which is correct. True inner strength lies herein. It is not about swinging the palm and unleashing true energy as if it were so easy. All right, back to the main point. While meditating, restless minds, nights of unrest, and scattered thoughts are completely natural. Even seasoned Zen practitioners find it hard to overcome this flaw. The heart of the mind is like the restless monkey. How can it be subdued so easily? Mental cultivation begins with deep sleep. Then enter a tranquil state. Progressing further leads to prenatal breathing. Each level is more challenging than the last. Knife's sister waved her hand. You may not understand, but I will not elaborate. Class dismissed for today. Upon hearing the announcement of the end of class, all the students relaxed, waiting for Knife's sister to exit the gymnasium, after which they began to disperse in small groups. Zhang Li prepared to return home for dinner. Zhang Li. Suddenly, he was called out by a tall figure looming before him. It was Zhang Yu. What's the matter? Zhang Li stepped back a bit, feeling slightly breathless, facing Zhang Yu, who stood at 1.9 meters tall. This was the pressure stemming from life force. With a life force of 0.9, Zhang Yu was unduly strong if it came to a fight. 10 Zhang Li's would prove no match.
Chapter 2. The genius younger brother students with a vitality of 0.8 can easily conquer 4 or 5 Zhangli. A mere difference of 0.1 in vitality signifies a substantial disparity in physical prowess. I heard you go to the park every day to feed stray cats. Zhang Yu, with a disdainful expression, clasped his hands behind his back, looking down from a height. Does Luo Han sometimes accompany you in your feeding endeavors? I caution you, it would be wise to abandon such foolish behavior. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Zhang Li felt a surge of anger within. Quite simply, by virtue of my strength and my family's standing. Zhang Yu replied, cracking his knuckles ominously, a sound that instilled fear in others. Remember, do not attempt to argue with me, or I shall tear your mouth apart. Luo Han is not someone you can approach. A toad will never get to eat swan meat. Class monitor, class monitor. His close friend Guoming, witnessing Zhang Li's impending misfortune, hurriedly approached with a forced smile. Luo Han is one of the 4 school goddesses. We ordinary students would never entertain such thoughts. By the way, Zhang Li's younger brother, Zhang Tao, is also getting off school soon. We'll be having dinner together later. Zhang Tao. Upon hearing this name, class monitor Zhang Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of caution. Yet he maintained his cold smirk. Consider this a verbal warning. If I hear of you feeding stray cats with Luo Han again, you know the consequences. With that, he turned and departed. That was close. Guoming remarked, breaking into a cold sweat. If Zhang Yu decided to beat us up, we wouldn't stand a chance to fight back. Let us go. Inside the school, he wouldn't dare to brawl. Zhang Li's face darkened, and he refrained from uttering any threats. He understood the vast difference between himself and Zhang Yu. There was no point in making empty threats, though it did not mean he would concede. Be careful. Zhang Yu is strong, and his family is wealthy. If he sets his sights on you, it could spell trouble. Guoming expressed his concerns. I think it would be wise for you to avoid Luo Han for now. She is a prominent figure in school with a vitality of 1, and her family is also quite affluent. Associating with her could lead to a host of complications. I understand. I won't act recklessly. Zhang Li's gaze flickered momentarily. Deep within, he yearned for strength. In the evening, upon returning home from school, Zhang Li was greeted by the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. He twitched his nose. Swallowing hard. Mom, what kind of meat is this? It smells divine. His mother peeked out from the kitchen. This is freshly purchased sago beast meat. Come and have a bowl of soup. It's reserved for your younger brother. In the living room, his father, Zhang Zhendong, cleared his throat. This meat costs 300 star dollars per pound. Star dollars is the currency of humanity in the era of interstellar travel, and it holds its value firmly. 1 star dollar is equivalent to 1 gram of gold. Mom and Dad earn just over 100 star dollars a month, enough for the family to enjoy a modest lifestyle, but affording various luxurious supplements would stretch their budget. The sago beast is a rare creature of the cosmos, difficult to capture, yet its bones and meat are highly nourishing. Consuming its broth can enhance one's constitution, significantly increasing strength and muscle density, far superior to the effects of earthly herbs like cordyceps or ginseng. Although Zhang Li's family is relatively well off, they are fortunate to enjoy such delicacies once a year. Father, I know. My younger brother is at the perfect age to replenish his vitality. Zhang Li shrugged, displaying a sense of maturity. His brother's grades are the best, so naturally, such extravagant meat should be reserved for him. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed as the doors swung open, revealing his younger brother. Zhang Tao, he was tall and robust, standing approximately 1.9 meters, and despite being only 16, he towered over Zhang Li by a head. His body seemed to exude explosive energy, and his sharp, eagle-like gaze radiated an imposing presence. Making him a notable figure at school, Zhang Li, at 17, stood merely 1.75 meters tall. Father, mother, brother, I'm back. How did the exams go? Did your vitality break through? Zhang Zhendong eagerly inquired, with Zhang Li's mother bustling in from the kitchen. My vitality assessment reached 0.95. I made a breakthrough and received a scholarship of 30 star dollars. Zhang Tao proudly presented a red envelope. Excellent. Excellent. Zhang Zhendong's face beamed with joy. Keep up the good work. You must get into the Starry Sky University. The hopes of our entire family rest upon you. Your mother has prepared sago beast meat for you. Hurry and eat, brother. You should eat some too. Zhang Tao suggested, looking at Zhang Li. Your vitality score has been stuck at 0.7. It's due to inadequate nutrition. If you consume more sago beast meat, your constitution will surely improve. No need. Zhongli waved his hand dismissively. My talent pales in comparison to yours. It would be a waste. Besides, finish the meat first, or else our sister will come home and demand her share, putting mom and dad in a difficult position. This household consists of 5 members: father, mother, Zhongli, younger brother Zhang Tao, and their 13-year-old sister, Zhang Xian. Wow, brother, your vitality has actually reached 0.95. A delicate girl entered the room. It was Zhang Xian. I heard there are over 200,000 students in your sophomore class. You must be ranking in the top 10, right? Ha! The little sister has returned. Zhang Tao pulled out a chair. While 0.95 is impressive at school, it still falls short of the scores needed for Starry Sky University. I will surely cultivate to 1 eventually. Brother, don't overexert yourself. Zhongli expressed concern. In our school of over 800,000 students, fewer than 10 have a vitality of 1. Most of them are wealthy offspring, consuming super supplements daily. Our family cannot afford such luxuries, and attempting to cultivate with insufficient nutrition can easily backfire. It's fine. Zhang Tao dismissed Zhongli's worries. Brother, I've already entered the 3rd stage of deep sleep. I've begun my meditation training these days. I want to show them that resources will never surpass talent. What? Meditation training? Zhongli was taken aback. Brother, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Really? Zhang Zhendong? Their mother and sister Zhang Xian all looked on in astonishment, unable to believe it. Zhang Tao was a prodigy, having showcased his talent early on. Since middle school, he had been able to enter deep sleep each night through his practice. From that time on, he only required an hour of sleep daily while maintaining abundant energy throughout the day, whereas Zhongli needed a full 8 hours just to barely function. How could they compare? Yet now, Zhang Tao had become even more formidable, having commenced meditation training. The Buddhist scripture Great Wisdom Treatise states, "Those in meditation cannot be harmed by water or fire, nor shall they meet their end." This illustrates the miraculous nature of such a state. Moreover, modern scientific studies indicate that during meditation, one's potential is significantly enhanced, leading to changes in endocrine functions and a progressively stronger physique. The endocrine system is remarkably fascinating. Some individuals suffering from gigantism or dwarfism are affected by changes in their endocrine levels. That arrogant Zhang Yu from their class pales in comparison to Zhang Tao. Zhongli felt a sense of relief. Zhang Yu relied on resources and spices, barely achieving deep sleep at night, whereas Zhang Tao could enter this state even while exercising, akin to the ancient drunken boxing, where one appears intoxicated yet remains acutely aware. A drunken person exudes immense strength, yet drunken boxing is not merely about being inebriated. It is about achieving a state of mental intoxication. Modern science recognizes this as the mind entering deep sleep through movement. In deep sleep while exercising, the body feels no fatigue, strength is boundless, and adrenaline is regulated. However, true meditation is 100 times more challenging than this 3rd stage of deep sleep. It requires immense mental willpower and spiritual strength to dispel inner demons, achieving a clear mind free of distractions. The mind is like a monkey, ever-changing and agile. To tame it into meditation demands tremendous perseverance. In a school of over 800,000 students, perhaps only 1 or 2 may achieve this state. Or perhaps none at all. Zhang Tao's lack of resources is the only reason he has not yet reached a vitality of 1. Of course, beyond meditation lies the more advanced practice of fetal breathing, attainable only by spiritual masters and elite humans. Fetal breathing involves ceasing all respiratory functions through the mouth and nose, entering a state akin to suspended animation, where the body's internal cells breathe automatically, continuously reinforcing themselves. Over time, the physical body becomes extraordinarily powerful. As for levels beyond fetal breathing, they delve into deeper realms of spiritual mastery, topics reserved for elite human scholars, far beyond the reach of current students. Naturally, one can attain strength without spiritual cultivation, as supplements can compensate for deficiencies. Many super supplements can enhance physical constitution, and some affluent students in school boast impressive vitality. Among humanity's powerful figures, there are 2 categories, those of resource lineage, the wealthy offspring, and those of talent lineage, like Zhang Tao. Of course, if one possesses both resources and talent, they become invincible. At this moment, the virtual projection television was broadcasting the news of the day. A beautiful female news anchor began cheerfully. According to the latest survey, The average lifespan in the ordinary zone has reached 100 years, while in the elite zone, it is 180 years. Wow! Jiang Xin exclaimed. 180 years. That's an eternity. When will we be able to migrate to the elite zone? Don't worry, sister. I will ensure our entire family migrates to the elite zone, Jiang Tao declared, clenching his fist. His body cracking with energy and fighting spirit, exuding ironclad confidence. The elite zone. Both Jiang Zhendong and their mother could not help but express their hopes. Human habitation has been divided into ordinary and elite zones, with the elite zone housing the Sea Army de la Sea Army of humanity, high-ranking officials, super-rich tycoons, and unparalleled warriors. The environment, education, healthcare, and technology there are decades ahead of those in the ordinary zone. Brother, I heard that some people in the elite zone can survive in a vacuum and tear apart fierce beasts in the starry sky with their bare hands, and some even have vitality that exceeds 3 digits. Is that true? Sister Jiang Xin excitedly exclaimed. Isn't that Superman? Brother Jiang Tao affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, replying, Indeed, the elite district is home to our human heroes and champions. Over 2 centuries ago, humanity had not yet ventured beyond Earth, plagued by scarce resources. Now, we can traverse wormholes and acquire numerous and valuable medicines, leading to a significant enhancement in human vitality. Yes, Zhang Li added, imparting knowledge to his sister, more than 200 years ago. When humanity was still divided into numerous nations, the average vitality was merely 0.5. Now, you are stronger than they were, to be frank. We Earthlings are a divinely favored race, IN 2050. A foreign warship unexpectedly crashed. And although nations waged 3 world wars over it, humanity ultimately united to study that alien vessel, which led us to the technology of wormhole traversal. Otherwise, in just 2 centuries, humanity would not have evolved to this point. Jiang Tao mused, reflecting on history. Only by gaining admission to Starry Sky University can one hope to migrate to the elite district, as Starry Sky University is the cradle of the elite. Their father, Jiang Zhendong, interjected, Let's eat. This is cordyceps stewed with black bone chicken, and this is snow frog, ginseng. Although all are synthetic, their effects are comparable to the wild varieties of yore. The table was laden with a bountiful spread of supplements, ginseng, deer antler, snow frog, and cordyceps, all artificially synthesized, yet still potent, of course. This was considered a commoner's meal. True affluent individuals abstain from such fare. The average lifespan in the ordinary district has now reached a century, which can be attributed to dietary advancements, as many traditional tonics can now be synthesized. However, authentic supplements are those sourced from extraterrestrial realms, such as the flesh of the Sororos, which grace the tables of the wealthy. After the meal, Brother Jiang Tao pushed his bowl aside, saying, Mom and Dad, I have to head to school for meditation training tonight. I must leave now, be careful, came the reply. Got it in a flash, Brother Jiang Tao darted out the door, moving with the agility of a monkey, swift as a bird, vanishing in the blink of an eye, akin to a martial arts master from 2 centuries past. Zhang Li could barely catch a glimpse of his movements, let alone replicate them. Jiang Tao, off you go. I'm heading to school for training. Aunt Wang, Uncle Li. What a speed! The Jiang family has raised an exceptional SON.my son, despite consuming countless supplements, still has a vitality of only 0.7. It drives me to despair. Jiang Tao is a prodigy, capable of entering deep slumber at an early age, while my child cannot even manage that. Outside, the chatter of neighbors reached Jiang Li's ears, prompting smiles from his parents. Mom and Dad, I'm stepping out too. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes with his sister, Jiang Li grabbed a bucket of prepared cat food and headed out. Off to the park to feed stray cats again. Jiang Zhendong furrowed his brow but soon relaxed. Go ahead and return early. Zhendong, do you think Jiang Li is feeling a bit despondent? Mother interjected, but don't blame him. Jiang Tao's talent surpasses his, so all family resources have been devoted to Jiang Tao. This child Jiang Li mainly lacks talent. If he could also enter deep sleep, things wouldn't be this way. My primary concern is that Jiang Tao may feel overwhelmed, bearing all our hopes. After all, I, Jiang Zhendong, am incapable and rely on my son to reclaim what belongs to us. But Jiang Li sigh. Jiang Zhendong sighed deeply. Chapter 3. The breath of a cat meow. As night descended, a secluded corner of the park buzzed with activity, a throng of fluffy, rosy kittens gathering around Jiang Li, eagerly vying for the cat food in his hands. Among them was a particularly large and imposing tabby cat, strutting arrogantly and bullying several smaller kittens for their share of the food. Smack! Zhongli delivered a sharp slap to the tabby, issuing a stern warning, "Tabby, if you continue to bully the little ones, you won't get anything to eat." The tabby, cowed, retreated with a soft meow. Several bullied kittens scampered over, rubbing against Zhongli's legs, rolling playfully and frolicking with exuberance. Zhongli knelt to stroke their little heads, checking for any signs of injury from scratches. The mother of these kittens had been killed by a stray dog the previous month, making survival difficult for the orphan kittens, compelling Zhongli to tenderly care for them. At-17. Zhongli had been nurturing these strays for 2 years, growing from just a few kittens to over 30, with the army of strays expanding ever larger. Only in their company did he find solace, far removed from the tense atmosphere of school. High school is ideally a time brimming with youthful fervor and aspirations, yet for those devoid of hope, distance is preferable to avoid despair. Little ones, hurry and eat, or that big black cat will come over, Zhongli urged. Recently, a peculiar, hefty black cat had appeared among the strays, moving with a swiftness akin to a whirlwind. It usually arrived last, devouring the cat food in a flash, sometimes even snatching it from Zhongli's hands without a hint of fear. Zhongli had followed it a few times, curious about its origins. But each time, the black cat would slip into a drain, disappearing from sight. While feeding the cats, Zhongli surveyed the surrounding bushes, eager to catch a glimpse of the elusive black cat. "Zhongli? Feeding cats again?" A clear voice rang out as a girl approached from the shaded path, dressed in white, exuding an ethereal elegance, her long hair dancing in the night breeze, radiating youthfulness. "Luo Han, with such a demanding study schedule. How do you find time to stroll in the park?" Zhongli nodded in acknowledgement. The girl, named Zhou Luo Han, visited the park every evening for a walk. She served as the student council president, a prominent figure with a distinguished lineage, captivating countless boys who sought her attention, yet she remained indifferent to them. Though she and Zhongli were in different classes, they were both seniors. Class President Zhang Yu had made numerous attempts to woo Luo Han, all in vain, thus forbidding Zhongli from approaching her, lest they clash. "Walking is a form of relaxation for the soul," Luo Han said, gracefully joining Zhongli in feeding the cats, tenderly stroking the little ones. The two remained silent as they fed the cats, sharing an unspoken understanding. Zhongli had been feeding the strays in the park daily, and Luo Han had noticed 6 months prior. She too adored these little creatures and had come to assist him. Consequently, their evening routine of feeding cats became a charming sight in the depths of the park. "Zhongli, what are your plans after high school?" Luo Han suddenly inquired. "I have no plans. My vitality is merely 0.7, and I have no hope of entering Starry Sky University," Zhongli replied, not lifting his gaze from a kitten he was petting. "Do you have any difficulties? Perhaps I can help." Luo Han regarded Zhongli, a glimmer of hope flickering in her beautiful eyes. "You would help me?" Zhongli replied, somewhat taken aback, before shaking his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to live my own life." Rejecting Luo Han's offer, an awkward silence ensued between them. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Han stood. "Starting tomorrow, I will be undergoing special training, and I won't have time to feed the cats. I hope you can take good care of them, no problem. These little ones have become part of my life," Zhongli responded, feeling at ease as he stroked a kitten. Luo Han sighed softly and turned to leave. This was a fleeting encounter, light as a cloud, leaving no trace. "How well I know you wish to assist me. However, our bond is merely one of feeding stray cats together. Your esteemed background is beyond my reach." Watching Luo Han depart, Zhongli felt a bittersweet smile emerge within, akin to a toad and a swan destined never to unite. Roar. Another feline roar and commotion shattered Zhongli's thoughts. A large black cat leapt from the park's shrubbery, its glossy fur gleaming like a miniature black tiger, bursting forth in a whirlwind. Bang, bang, banged, the robust tabby was sent flying amidst the strays. The black cat surged to the forefront, swiftly devouring the cat food, before seizing a small kitten and darting away. "The black cat is here." Zhongli followed closely, determined to discover the origins of this audacious creature that dared to steal both food and kittens. Swish, swish, swish. The black cat dashed swiftly, a whirlwind escaping the park. Zhongli pursued diligently. Despite his vitality being only 0.7, he was not slowed in the school. There were individuals with formidable vitality who could sprint 100 meters in 5 seconds. Now that was speed. Should he encounter such beings, he would be swiftly defeated. His brother Jiang Tao could manage the 100-meter dash in 6 seconds. The black cat was remarkably fast, leading Zhongli beyond the park to the riverbank. Yet he could not catch up. This was a truly extraordinary feline, its stamina far exceeding that of ordinary cats. As Zhongli ran, the black cat suddenly darted into the city sewer. Refusing to let this opportunity slip, Zhongli followed suit. The sewer was remarkably spacious, resembling an independent underground palace and kingdom. Gone were the days when torrential rains could inundate the city. Now, no matter how heavy the downpour, urban flooding was a thing of the past. Inside was dark and damp, vast and expansive, a maze of passages, devoid of foul odors and stagnant gas, a testament to the inevitable outcomes of advanced human civilization. The sewer could even serve as a bomb shelter in emergencies, shielding inhabitants from aerial bombardments. The large black cat darted incessantly through the labyrinth of sewers, desperately attempting to evade its pursuer. Zhongli, relentless in his pursuit, would typically never venture into the filthy underbelly of the city. However, today he held his breath, determined to uncover the cat's enigmatic nature and ensure the safety of the small kitten. The chase deepened into the desolate recesses of the sewer, where human presence was scarce. At last, the black cat paused in a shadowy corner, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The small kitten was released, crying out, which brought a moment of relief to Zhongli with a click. Zhongli produced his chip-enabled phone, emitting a brilliant white light that illuminated this section of the sewer. What lay before him? A corpse. As the light rose, revealing the scene, he was taken aback. Behind the black cat sat an imposing skeleton. This skeletal figure was tall and majestic, exuding no sense of terror, instead imparting an air of grandeur, akin to a towering peak that stands alone in the world, perceiving the vicissitudes of life as mere dreams. The corpse held a milky white stone in its hands, adorned with intricate patterns, yet devoid of any supernatural quality. Who was this individual? Zhongli tread carefully, hesitant to act impulsively. The elements before him, the sewer, the black cat, the corpse, and the milky stone, formed a surreal tableau, as if he were ensnared in a dream. The black cat, its eyes glimmering with green light, locked gazes with Zhongli for a moment. Sensing no immediate danger, before it turned and leapt towards the milky stone atop the towering skeleton. Then, the bizarre occurred. With a swift motion, the cat's paw never reached the stone. Instead, it seemed paralyzed by an unseen force. Collapsing to the ground, purring softly, the black cat was not in peril but fast asleep. The milky stone appeared to possess a mysterious power, inducing a hypnotic state before contact was even made. Zhongli pondered. What could this phenomenon be? The black cat, surprisingly lulled into slumber, seemed harmless. He observed closely, noting that the cat's life signs were remarkably subdued, barely perceptible, until it ultimately ceased to breathe. Though its fur subtly twitched, as if its cells were still alive. This was embryonic breathing. How could a mere cat attain such a state? He was astounded beyond measure. Indeed, this was the realm of embryonic breathing, a state of apparent death where cellular respiration occurs. An innate form of breathing it was extraordinarily profound, enhancing cellular vitality and unlocking potential. This legendary state had been achieved by a cat. The black cat was robust, its speed and agility astonishing, evidently a result of entering the realm of embryonic breathing, with its endocrine system transformed and its cells immensely fortified, an absolute consequence of the milky stone's influence. Heavenly realms! This milky stone could propel a cat into the state of embryonic breathing. Zhongli's heart raced with excitement. The implications were staggering. Step by step, he approached the milky stone held in the corpse's grasp, curious to see if he too would fall under its spell. Indeed, before he could draw near, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloping him, blurring his vision. Exhaustion washed over him, akin to a weary traveler who, after days without sleep, encounters a bed and yearns to succumb to its embrace, indifferent to the collapse of the heavens. No, he must not succumb to sleep. He needed to acquire the milky stone first. Zhongli bit his tongue, seeking to rouse himself from the stupor, pushing forward until his fingers grazed the milky stone. Suddenly, A thunderous wave of sleepiness engulfed him the instant his palm made contact with the stone. And he collapsed into the deepest, most oblivious slumber, detached from the world. Never before had he experienced such a sweet repose. In his dreams, he seemed to traverse a peculiar realm, filled with falling blossoms and blooming flowers, where a tall figure in white sat beneath a tree, bearing a countenance reminiscent of the corpse, both sorrowful and joyful. A thought resonated within the depths of Zhang Li's consciousness. Evil entities from beyond the heavens invade our world. We rise in defiance, yet ultimately succumb. Carrying the precious Great Dream Sutra, we fled from calamity to this place. But now we are exhausted, nearing our end, and thus sit in meditation, awaiting a worthy successor. This Great Dream Sutra is the supreme method of cultivation in our world. It must never fall into the hands of those malevolent beings from beyond. Go inherit my Great Dream Sutra. One must eradicate these evil entities and save our world. The dreamscape shifted, unveiling a vast continent unlike any Zhang Li had seen, with expansive mountains and endless terrain. Inhabitants practiced martial arts, yet technological advancement was absent. Reminiscent of ancient times. Many possessed vitality beyond belief, capable of upheaving the very earth and soaring through the skies. Suddenly, the heavens seemed to rend asunder, and the continent was besieged. Massive warships descended from the sky, and armored figures landed, wreaking havoc upon the land. Naturally, this world's supreme warriors fought valiantly in resistance. Battles raged on, with some champions falling while others struck down the warships. These armored figures appeared to be the very demons from beyond that the white-clad man spoke of. Could it be? Zhang Li recognized some of these celestial invaders, particularly the insignia on their colossal ships, a cerulean planet, the emblem of Earth's human vessels. Enlightenment dawned upon him. We are indeed the otherworldly demons. Earth attacked your homeland, and you escaped, only to find yourself on Earth. Zhang Li's mind felt somewhat dazed. 2 centuries prior, in 2050, a colossal alien vessel crashed on Earth. Nations waged 3 world wars, vying for control of the ship. The battles were horrendous, ultimately leading to human unification, as the global elite allied to form a new human government. Humanity united, entering a new era. In the first century of this new epoch, humanity advanced remarkably by studying the fallen alien spacecraft, enhancing each individual's vitality immensely. In the second century, wormhole travel technology emerged, enabling exploration of other planets and the discovery of abundant resources, even establishing bases in outer space. Humans of Earth entered the stellar age, mastering wormhole travel, and began conquering numerous planets, plundering resources, and invading this continent. The white-clad man, in a bid to protect the precious Great Dream Sutra from being seized, used a unique ability to leap away, only to arrive here, exhausted, ultimately meditating until his passing. Now, as a member of the otherworldly demons, Zhang Li had obtained his legacy. It seemed this man had not been here long. Otherwise, he would likely have been discovered. This was a closely guarded secret. If unveiled, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Engaged in battles against other celestial entities was a privileged elite's military operation, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The duty of obliterating the otherworldly demons now fell upon you, the fated bearer of the Great Dream Sutra, which encompasses profound mysteries. Upon cultivation, you will gain the ability to confront these fiends. Remember, inheritor of the Great Dream Sutra, you must eradicate these demons. Otherwise, misfortune will befall you, and you shall never find rebirth. With a resounding boom, the white-clad man's final thought exploded forth. Zhang Li jolted awake, realizing he still lay upon the damp sewer floor, his clothes soiled, yet his spirit felt invigorated, having reaped immense benefits from his slumber. Indeed, he had entered the realm of embryonic breathing. Zhang Li threw a few punches, feeling capable of vanquishing even a dozen ferocious tigers with ease. Suddenly, the corpse erupted into flames, engulfed in a fierce blaze, and then transformed into a rainbow before vanishing into the depths of the sewer. Rainbow transformation? Witnessing the corpse metamorphose into a rainbow astounded Zhang Li. He had not anticipated witnessing such a phenomenon. Legend spoke of ancient monks whose spiritual cultivation reached extraordinary heights, their bodies igniting to become rainbows, disappearing without a trace, a phenomenon termed rainbow transformation. Scholars in the Stellar Age had extensively studied this occurrence, attributing it to a purity of spirit achieving an unprecedented level, where one's frequency harmonizes with cosmic energies, resulting in combustion and transformation into a rainbow, entering a new form of life. Fortuitously, the corpse's transformation spared him considerable trouble. Otherwise, he would have had to contemplate how to bury it, for discovery would subject his entire family to rigorous scrutiny. Zhongli observed the corpse dissipate into a rainbow, breathing a sigh of relief. The black cat and the small kitten remained asleep, and Zhongli chose not to rouse them, for the benefits of embryonic breathing were substantial over time. The small kitten would grow as robust as the black cat. The Great Dream Sutra, he mused, what could it truly be? Having experienced such a fortuitous encounter, Zhongli remained in the sewer, using the light from his phone to examine the milky stone. Regrettably, the stone revealed no extraordinary qualities. With no other option, he decided to keep it close and discover its potential later. After hours of contemplation, he could not decipher its mysteries and ultimately decided to keep it close to his person. He needed to hurry home for a bath. That night, as he lay in bed, he was filled with exhilaration, tossing and turning as he examined the milky stone, convinced it must be the Great Dream Sutra spoken of by the white-clad man in his dreams. He recalled the details, roughly aware that the planet of the man in white had been breached by Earth's warships, and that he had fled here with the milky white stone treasure, the Great Dream Sutra. Beyond this, he was entirely in the dark. As for the method of cultivation involving this milky white stone, he was utterly perplexed. Blood binding to the stone, he sliced his fingertip with a small knife, letting blood drip onto it, but to no avail. The stone did not absorb the blood, remaining just an ordinary stone with no supernatural occurrences. After hours of fruitless research, he yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. Should he consume it? After thoroughly cleansing the milky white stone, he resumed his exploration and suddenly had an idea. He placed it in his mouth to taste and chew, assessing its hardness. To his surprise, the moment he held the stone in his mouth, it unleashed its hypnotic power once more, plunging him into a deep slumber, leading him back into the state of embryonic breathing. His breathing became effortless, akin to a bellows, ultimately descending into utter silence, as if he had entered a state of suspended animation. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the vibrant movement of cells within his body, harmonizing various endocrine functions, a manifestation of the secret of embryonic breathing. In this state, the endocrine system perfectly sculpted his physique, rendering it impeccable, with resilient bones, firm muscles, and fortified organs. Simultaneously, his cells inhaled deeply, extracting nutrients from the air, each one undergoing fortification. At last, Zhongli awoke from his slumber, feeling remarkably invigorated. It was already the next morning. He expelled the milky white stone and examined it again, still finding nothing noteworthy. Yet, upon calming his mind, he observed the transformations within his body. His focus had sharpened significantly, allowing him to perceive his own breathing, heartbeat, and pulse. Moreover, he could vaguely introspect, glimpsing the condition of his internal organs, albeit not very clearly. Thump, thump, thump. His heart and pulse beat vigorously and steadily, an embodiment of potent vitality. He leapt from the bed and delivered a punch with all his might, channeling energy, thrusting his waist, pivoting, and executing the ancient martial arts move. The fierce tiger turns back with a whoosh, his punch sliced through the air, creating a sound that seemed capable of tearing apart the atmosphere. After a couple of breaths, he was astounded. How had his martial prowess become so formidable? Was he truly capable of producing an explosive force with a single punch? Had his vitality reached 0.8? A vitality of 0.8 could indeed yield such overwhelming might. The transition from 0.7 to 0.8, though slight, signified a substantial enhancement in one's physical constitution. Achieving this stage required arduous training, nutritional supplementation, and a gradual accumulation of innate talent. Within his high school, with over 800,000 students, no more than 10,000 possessed a vitality of 0.8, either due to innate talent or affluent backgrounds. His brother Jiang Tao, boasting a vitality of 0.9, numbered no more than 100. Those with a vitality of 1 were a mere handful within the school. Countless students yearned for such accomplishments. Yet Zhongli had attained it merely through a night's rest. He himself found it hard to believe, as if ensnared in a dream. Subsequently, he commenced meditation, employing the crystal meditation technique. with just a touch of focus. Tranquility enveloped him, and he entered a state of profound sleep, feeling his body transform into a flawless crystal, shimmering with brilliance. Astonishingly, he could slip into deep slumber at will. This was a monumental leap. He had reached the second stage of deep sleep. Among his peers, Zhang Yu, the foremost expert, had only attained the first stage, requiring hours of nightly meditation aided by calming fragrances. Yet now, Zhang had effortlessly surpassed that stage. A mere hint of crystal meditation allowed him to delve into deep sleep, a significant breakthrough in spiritual cultivation. An unprecedented phenomenon. Undoubtedly, the milky white stone was responsible for this. If it could enable him to enter the state of embryonic breathing, might it also benefit his parents, sister, and brother? If it worked for the big black cat? It should be feasible. In haste, Zhang rushed to the park, bringing the big black cat back home, hoping to have it hold the milky white stone again. Unfortunately, this time the stone had lost its efficacy. Only serving him alone, it had recognized its master. It was highly likely that the mummified man had bestowed memories upon him, leading the stone to acknowledge him as for why the big black cat could not recognize its master. It was perhaps due to its being an animal. The mummified man could not possibly bestow his legacy upon a mere cat. This treasure was to be kept secret, for revealing it could invite disaster. From that moment on, Zhang became increasingly cautious. In the days that followed, he began rigorous training. During the day, he attended classes as usual, but every night, he would hold the milky white stone while sleeping, successfully entering the state of embryonic breathing each time. His internal energy flowed seamlessly, and his endocrine system sculpted his physique, strengthening his cells and unlocking his latent potential. With the restoration of energy through embryonic breathing, he would awaken naturally, brimming with vigor, and stealthily venture out to practice martial arts in secluded spots within the park. After 10 consecutive days, Zhang felt a transformative change in his body. His pores had refined, his muscles tightened, the connective tissues within him had become as resilient as leather, and his bones appeared pale and delicate. Previously unattainable advanced physical maneuvers were now effortlessly executed, particularly in terms of strength and speed. He secretly sprinted 100 meters, achieving a remarkable time of 7 seconds. Such monumental changes had occurred within just 10 days of embryonic breathing, all without the aid of extravagant nutritional supplements. Were he to consume the flesh of the saurian beast daily, his potential would expand even further, perhaps even rivaling his brother Jiang Tao. Chapter 5. Boneless soft techniques. In the evening, Zhang continued to feed the cats in the park, focusing his mind to the extent that he could perceive the movements of insects deep within the grass. The faint rustle of mosquitoes flapping their wings, beetles extracting sap from tender grass, and the lice crawling through the fur of stray cats. All these sensations registered distinctly in his awareness. Even the squeaking of mice in the subterranean waterways was vividly reflected in his mind. He could observe not with his eyes, but with his heart, sketching the surrounding environment within his consciousness. Such clarity was achievable only through a tranquil mind devoid of distractions. His own spiritual cultivation had reached the second stage of deep sleep, setting him apart within the entire school. Yet, he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the third stage. Deep sleep required complete stillness. Any slight movement would rouse him from slumber. He believed that entering deep sleep while moving would be nearly impossible. It seemed a while longer was needed before his vitality could possibly reach 0.9. Zhang felt his progress was accelerating, yet he wished to hasten it further. With over a semester remaining before the final graduation examinations, he aspired to astonish everyone by gaining admission to Starry Sky University, leaving them utterly astounded. Progress in cultivation must be gradual. Even though the milky white stone allowed him to enter the state of embryonic breathing, it was a process of gradually enhancing his physique and refining his spirit. This was not the fabled genetic modification that could instantaneously transform a feeble individual into a powerhouse of strength, as mighty as 10 elephants, or as nimble as a bird. Moreover, genetic modification techniques and gene serums remained among humanity's most closely guarded secrets, circulating only within elite circles. The mysteries of human genetics were the pinnacle of scientific inquiry. Of course, such methods also carried significant risks, with a high mortality rate associated with genetic modification. Some individuals had even transformed into half-human monstrosities, succumbing to madness and indiscriminately killing at present. Zhang Li's vitality stood at 0.8. However, through prolonged immersion in the state of embryonic breathing, his resilience had significantly increased, enabling him to undertake advanced martial training. Ha, ha, ha! In the depths of night, while countless individuals lay in slumber, Zhang Li practiced martial arts in a hidden corner of the park, executing the ancient combat techniques he had learned at school. Fluidly transitioning through movements, as he completed one set of punches, fatigue set in, and he was drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, he sat down to meditate, the milky white stone held in his mouth. Before long, he successfully entered the state of embryonic breathing once again, sensing the cells throughout his body writhing, greedily inhaling the oxygen in the air. After an hour, he awakened, surveying his body, which had borne the bruises and contusions of training. Now entirely healed, his spirit and physical capabilities had reached their peak, causing a broad smile to spread across his face. Excellent! I have mastered all the physical techniques I am currently learning. I now stand out among my peers. Next, I shall embark on self-study of more advanced techniques. From his backpack, he retrieved an electronic book, pressing a button to conjure a virtual figure. This figure demonstrated a variety of complex maneuvers, at times entwining its limbs, at others launching explosive attacks, actions far beyond the capabilities of a mere human. Today's students learned through electronic books, virtual figures, and three-dimensional projections, as vivid as a teacher's live demonstration. This was the sea-level body technique. Boneless soft techniques. This set of martial arts featured numerous peculiar movements, such as contorting the body like entwined serpents or twisting the neck beyond 180 degrees. Highly challenging techniques for physical education classes within the school. These techniques were a synthesis of ancient yoga, martial arts, and boxing, conceived by adept practitioners from the military long ago. Presently, the martial arts Zhang Li was learning fell within the D-level category. Martial arts techniques were categorized by rank, D, C, B, A, S, and SS. D-level body techniques were foundational, practical, and characterized by fierce attacks in the stillness of the night. When countless souls are enshrouded in slumber, in a secluded corner of the park, Zhang Li diligently practices his martial arts. He executes the ancient combat techniques he has acquired at school, each movement flowing seamlessly like water. After completing a series of punches, fatigue begins to set in, and beads of sweat cascade down his brow. He wipes his perspiration away and assumes a meditative posture, a milky stone nestled in his mouth. Before long, he effortlessly enters the state of embryonic breathing, and faintly, he can sense the cells throughout his body writhing. As if greedily inhaling the oxygen in the an hour passes, and he awakens on his own, noticing that all the bruises and contusions from his training have vanished. His physical and mental vitality has returned to its zenith. A smile illuminating his face. Excellent, he muses, I have mastered all the physical training I am currently studying, excelling beyond my peers. Now, I shall embark on the self-study of more advanced techniques. From his backpack, he retrieves an ebook and presses a button, instantly conjuring a virtual figure that performs an array of complex movements. At times, its bones appear to intertwine. At others, it launches into ferocious attacks, the difficulty of its maneuvers far beyond that of an ordinary human. In this modern age, students engage with ebooks, virtual avatars, and three-dimensional projections, as vivid as a live lecture. This is the sea-level technique of bone-free. The sequence of movements includes many peculiar actions, such as contorted bodies resembling snakes entwined, necks twisting beyond 180 degrees. These are the advanced techniques taught in physical education class. These methods were crafted long ago by masters in the military, who fused ancient yoga, martial arts, and boxing with guiding principles. The martial arts Zhang Li is currently learning fall under D-level techniques. The classification of martial arts spans various tiers, D, C, B, A, S, and SS. D-level techniques represent foundational skills, characterized by their practicality and ferocity in combat. In contrast, C-level martial arts delve deeper into the intricacies of human anatomy, exploring the secrets of bones, tendons, and internal organs. B-level martial arts merge the mental with the physical, with each movement intertwined with meditation. These are classified as high-level military secrets. The bone-free is not part of his current curriculum. It is akin to a primary school student attempting to master calculus after just learning basic arithmetic. For someone who has barely grasped addition, Subtraction, multiplication, and division to suddenly self-study calculus is an act of sheer genius. However, Zhang Li's pursuit of bone-free without guidance is fraught with peril. Executing those treacherous and advanced movements without proper instruction could easily result in muscle tears, fractures, or even paralysis. He could opt for more challenging D-level techniques, such as the military's enemy subjugation techniques or explosive strikes, which, despite their demanding physicality, are fundamentally different from bone-free. His intent to leap forward is crystal clear: to exhaust his physical limits and swiftly re-enter the state of embryonic breathing for recovery. He has discovered that the more he pushes himself to the brink of exhaustion, the greater the benefits he reaps upon entering this state. Once I master bone-free, I shall undoubtedly shine brightly. The first move, twisting bone rotational kill. The virtual figure emitted from the ebook demonstrates the motion in slow motion, contorting its body, its skeletal muscles twisting and intertwining like a rope, spinning and executing various maneuvers reminiscent of a weeble wobble. The difficulty of such movements is extraordinarily high. Truly bone-free. One might say the flesh and bones resemble elastic steel wires, coiled together, storing immense energy to be released in an instant, as swift as an arrow released from its bow or a bullet fired from a chamber. Crack, crack. Zhang Li barely emulated the initial movement before feeling stars burst before his eyes, as if every bone were on the verge of shattering and his muscles tearing apart. Before he could complete the motion, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath like a fish out of water, utterly immobilized. With sheer willpower, he managed to rise, sitting upright to rest, the milky stone still in his mouth. Indeed, he soon re-entered the state of embryonic breathing. This time, the duration was lengthy, 2 full hours. Upon awakening once more, he was astonished to find himself fully restored, with his vigor seemingly enhanced. Once, he fell, exhausted, with damaged bones and strained muscles. He entered the state of embryonic breathing to recuperate. Twice, thrice, 4 times. After 5 full days, Zhang Li finally mastered the first move of bone-free, twisting bone rotational kill. His skeletal muscles and tendons grew tighter and more robust, and his frequency of entering the embryonic breathing state increased significantly. It appeared that exhausting his physical energy was beneficial in activating the stone's latent powers. In truth, Zhang Li was fervently curious about what the milky stone contained within the Great Dream Sutra. It could not merely facilitate entry into the embryonic breathing state so simply. Given its name, Great Dream Sutra, it surely harbored extraordinary capabilities, yet he remained at a loss on how to unlock them. Despite his relentless research over the days, he had achieved nothing. Fortunately, the increased frequency of entering the embryonic breathing state was greatly advantageous for his body. Next, he began to learn another technique of bone-free, bone separation arrow strike. This was an incredibly formidable offensive maneuver, wherein the bones of the practitioner would extend like arrows, propelling their body to strike at the vulnerable areas of an opponent. This technique allowed one's bones to seemingly detach at will. For instance, when reaching out with a claw, the length of the arm could increase by several inches, a demonstration of the power of bone separation. It took him 3 days to master this technique. Following that was shattering bone cloud collapse, a move even more ferocious, where bones appeared to explode on impact, each attack striking with the ferocity of a cannonball and demanding even greater flexibility from the skeletal structure. As for the subsequent technique, shattering bone, giant stone, breaking bone dragon snake dance, it could only be practiced by those whose vitality had reached the threshold of 1. Zhang Li estimated that his vitality currently ranged between 0.85 and 0.9. On a moonlit night a month later, he trained in the park, repeating his exercises again and again. 10 times in total. Zhang Li was drenched in sweat, his bones aching unbearably, as if they might fracture at any moment. If others were to witness him, they would surely be astonished, for even students whose vitality had reached 0.9 would struggle to endure such relentless training without rest. They might manage 3 to 5 repetitions, but their bones would be unable to withstand the strain, necessitating 3 days of recovery before they could resume training. Breathing. Zhang Li bore the pain, sitting down, and after 10 minutes, he successfully entered the state of embryonic breathing. Feigning death. This time, it was a full 5 hours before he stood up, invigorated, with no lingering soreness, feeling as fierce as a dragon and a tiger, his mind clear and all energy restored, at the pinnacle of his potential. He then commenced his studies, delving into various subjects: mathematics, chemistry, physics, biology, history, geography. He perused through a backpack full of books, his eyes scanning rapidly, with a remarkable clarity of memory taking root in his mind. This academic pursuit also contributed to his vitality, as knowledge was indeed a form of life force. After his recovery in the embryonic breathing state, he immersed himself in study, his thoughts sharp and incisive. Many complex problems appeared to unravel effortlessly before him. As he could recall and comprehend information with remarkable ease, as the night waned, and the first light of dawn began to break, Zhongli ceased his reading and once again entered a meditative state to rest. Within 10 minutes, he was revitalized, appearing as if he had not spent the night awake. Resting in the embryonic breathing state, even a few minutes equated to several days of deep sleep for another. He retrieved cat food from his backpack, continuing to care for the stray cats. The black cat had grown quite fond of him, often following him around. Alas, he had to study. Otherwise, having them by his side would be quite delightful. Big Black, flower-faced tyrant, big cute, second cute, third cute, fourth cute, fifth cute. You must behave. If you encounter stray dogs, Big Black will confront them first, and you must not charge in, understood? He gently patted each cat's head. This group of strays often found themselves in skirmishes with stray dogs, suffering the consequences. However, Big Black was unafraid, robust enough to protect the entire group. The names of the little kittens, Big Cute, Second Cute, were given by Zhongli, who found it difficult to leave as they nibbled at his pants and rolled around on the ground. Big Cute even climbed onto Zhongli's shoulder, licking him affectionately. The black cat strode over confidently, letting out a few calls, prompting the mischievous little kittens to obediently return to their park nest for a nap. Zhongli had constructed a cozy nook for them amidst the dense shrubbery, far from human interference. Unfortunately, they did not grasp human intentions. If only I could impart the crystal meditation to you. Zhongli mused, stroking Big Black. According to his training theory, animals possess a purity of spirit far surpassing that of humans, making them highly suitable for various meditative practices. Yet, awakening their awareness is a formidable task. As they remain oblivious to the concept of cultivation in ancient times, some enlightened monks were reputed to open the minds of animals, bestowing them with human-like wisdom, foxes, cats, and monkeys among them. Once these creatures attained enlightenment and engaged in meditation, their progress was astonishingly rapid. Legends tell of foxes hypnotizing humans, leading to numerous supernatural occurrences. Modern research into these ancient phenomena suggests that animal enlightenment, coupled with rapid spiritual cultivation, allowed them to hypnotize humans, inducing illusions in elite circles. This research has birthed the Monster Project, aimed at enabling animals to cultivate. Zhongli earnestly wished that these stray cats could learn to cultivate, granting them wisdom to enhance their survival. After feeding the cats, he prepared to head to school. Goodbye, Big Black, Zhongli waved. Big Black responded in kind, raising a paw in a gesture reminiscent of a human farewell. The remuneration for tutoring is rather meager. Thus, I must explore opportunities that offer more lucrative compensation. A year ago, my younger brother assisted the police in solving a case, apprehending a dangerous individual, and was rewarded with several hundred star coins. Zhongli pondered this. Hello, Zhongli, arriving for class so early. This is quite uncharacteristic of you. Zhongli stepped onto the expansive school playground. A tall student, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, came sprinting toward him, a mocking grin plastered on his face. Suddenly, as if playing a prank, he accelerated, employing a move reminiscent of an old bear colliding with a tree, unleashing a whirlwind of explosive force as he charged. This was his classmate, Maliahu, whose vitality had reached a mere 0.8 and who relished in mischief. Recently, Zhongli had found himself toppled several times by Maliahu, who laughed heartily, ridiculing Zhongli's lack of physical prowess. Maliahu was notoriously disliked in their class, particularly by ordinary students like Zhongli, who often bore the brunt of his bullying. A person with a vitality of 0.8 could easily overpower 3 to 5, or even 6 or 7, individuals with a vitality of 0.7 in a brawl, such as the fundamental disparity. Humph! Zhongli scoffed softly, bending his body like a willow swaying in the breeze, gracefully evading the impending collision. In the end, his entire spine twisted, muscles coiling like a spring, transforming him into a resilient, flexible force. The technique known as the bone-free soft art coupled with the twisting bone spiral kill propelled him forward, crashing into Malyahu with tremendous impact. Bang! Malyahu flew through the air as if struck by an automobile, landing heavily on the track. Dazed and bruised, it took him a considerable amount of time to regain his senses. The bone-free soft art? The twisting bone spiral kill? No. How can a waste with a vitality of 0.7 execute such complex maneuvers? He was utterly astonished. The bone-free soft art is a C-level martial skill, categorized as an elective course at their school. Although accessible to all, its difficulty is exceedingly high, particularly regarding the flexibility of bones, the elasticity of muscles, and the strength of tendons. Attempting to learn it forcefully could result in fractured bones and paralysis. The twisting bone spiral kill, in particular, required one to intertwine their bones tightly before suddenly releasing the tension with rapid speed and immense power, striking at an unpredictable angle that left opponents defenseless. Mastering such a technique is already a formidable challenge. Executing it in real combat is even more daunting. Eliyahu, refrain from your pranks in my presence from now on. Remember, if we meet, I shall strike, Zhongli declared, feeling exhilarated as he made his point without elaborating further. He had no intention of explaining how he had mastered the bone-free soft art to someone like Malyahu, who thrived on bullying the weak. After delivering this statement, he turned on his heel, leaving no opportunity for Malyahu to inquire further. Damn it! Malyahu exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the track, struggling to catch his breath while glaring at Zhang Li's retreating figure. Just wait. Zhang Li was unconcerned about any potential retaliation from Malyahu. Scuffles were commonplace in school, and despite Malyahu's affluent background, he lacked substantial influence. At worst, he might gather a group of cronies to create some trouble. But with his current abilities, Zhang Li felt confident he could handle a few of them with ease. Dude, you truly are impressive. You knocked Malyahu down. Upon entering the classroom, his close friend Guoming approached, clapping Zhang Li on the shoulder. This guy relies on his superior vitality to bully us, but this time he met his match. How have you improved so much? Have you been in deep sleep? Guoming, consider this a chance for me to avenge you, Zhang Li replied, recognizing Guoming as a kindred spirit. They had once been bested by Malyahu during a training session in the fitness room, where Malyahu had taken advantage of their situation and thoroughly defeated them. I've had some breakthroughs recently, Zhang Li said, unable to divulge the details of his extraordinary training, which would surely astonish anyone. You really can achieve deep sleep? Guoming asked, enviously sighing. Unfortunately, I still can't manage it. Sigh. You're now on your way to success. With a vitality of 0.8, you can secure a good job or gain admission to a prestigious university. Guoming lamented, but your brother is even more formidable. Just 10 days ago, he clashed with Zhang Wanbing and managed to defeat him. Him? Zhang Li inquired, intrigued. What happened between them? Over the past month, he had been heavily focused on his training, almost completely isolating himself from the outside world, neglecting even some trivial classes, and dedicating day and night to his practice, oblivious to the happenings at home. Zhang Wanbing was a prominent figure at school, boasting a vitality of 0.9 and hailing from a wealthy family with assets exceeding 10 million star coins. In contrast, Zhang Li's family savings barely amounted to 10,000. My heavens, you're unaware? This is one of the biggest news stories at school. They fought over a girl named Lu Yaoyao, Guoming exclaimed, tapping his forehead. Lu Yaoyao? Zhang Li recalled the names. Lu Yaoyao, Luohan, Xueling, and Yun Shangshang, collectively known as the four goddesses of the school, pursued by countless admirers. It seemed his brother Jiang Tao had developed feelings for Lu Yaoyao, willing to feud with a wealthy heir like Zhang Wanbing. Zhang Wanbing is also a skilled fighter. How could my brother defeat him? Zhang Li pondered. Zhang Wanbing's prowess is built on resources. I heard he consumes water lotus fruit and moon cakes for breakfast, spending over 100 star coins on a single meal. His daily diet is regulated to 500 star coins. Meanwhile, our meals cost just a few coins for a satisfying meal, Guoming remarked. His tone filled with admiration. It appears Lu Yaoyao went on a date with your brother to watch a movie. Guoming mused. If your brother manages to win over a goddess, countless admirers will be envious. Zhang Li imagined himself being able to pursue a goddess as well, but the conflict with Zhang Wanbing posed a risk of retaliation. He resolved to find a suitable moment to inquire with his brother about the situation. After conversing with his friend for a while, the bell rang, signaling the beginning of physical education class. Let us go, Guoming exclaimed, grinning. Today is physical education, and we're in our senior year. a new ancient martial arts instructor will be teaching us. I wonder what kind of techniques we'll learn today? Zhangli mused, feeling an immense sense of confidence. The large sports hall, spanning an impressive 5,000 square meters, was equipped with various athletic apparatus. Running tests, punching strength testers, silicone dummies, and a vast open space. At that moment, the 4,000 students from Jiang Li's class gathered to commence their physical training. The physical education instructor appeared, not the renowned Dao Jia who taught mental training, but a middle-aged man, standing at 1.87 meters, who was not particularly muscular. Dressed in an oversized white outfit, he exuded a relaxed demeanor as he leaned against his arms, reminiscent of someone lounging in a bathhouse. Yet, every so often, his eyes would flash with a sudden intensity, leaving an impression akin to lightning piercing through a dark sky. Silence, silence, some students murmured. The lazy dragon has arrived. Their physical education teacher, nicknamed Lazy Dragon by the students, appeared lethargic, yet in reality, he was a formidable force, with sharp claws concealed beneath his seemingly relaxed exterior. Though not provoke the lazy dragon, he also held the dual title of military instructor, hired at a high salary to teach them. 2 salaries, no less. I wonder what ancient martial arts he will impart to us today. I've heard Lazy Dragon is well versed in numerous ancient fighting techniques. Given that we are seniors, he should be teaching us some formidable martial arts. Nowadays, there are powerful martial arts available for self-study, with holographic teaching that mirrors the instructor's methods. Will we be able to grasp them? For instance, level body techniques? The middle-aged teacher, Lazy Dragon, approached the students, scanning the crowd, which immediately fell silent. His gaze swept over the more than 4,000 students. In this class, is there only one individual who has achieved deep sleep through mental training? Step forward. Teacher, it's me. I am the class leader, Zhang Yu, a proud student with a vitality score of 0.9. Step forward. Please, guide me. Excellent. Without warning, Lazy Dragon launched a powerful punch. His arm bulged, joints cracking as they rubbed against each other, and his entire arm grew significantly thicker. Zhang Yu was taken aback, swiftly attempting to evade, but Lazy Dragon's punch transformed continuously, enveloping him without respite, akin to a parasite clinging to its host, leaving him no chance to breathe. Ha! Zhang Yu gathered his strength, releasing a burst of energy, transforming his fists into palms, slicing through the air in intricate arcs, colliding with Lazy Dragon's arm. The D-level martial technique, Arc Hand Blade. With a series of rapid steps back, Zhang Yu found himself retreating while Lazy Dragon remained unyielding. This demonstrated the stark disparity in their abilities, leaving Zhang Li in awe. Good. Lazy Dragon halted his assault, nodding in approval. Zhang Yu, your combat awareness is commendable. Your mental focus is tight, your senses are agile, and your reactions are swift. Today, I will teach you all the Dragon Claw Great Capture, a C-level body technique. This martial art was created over 200 years ago by the Super Grandmaster Wang Chao, the Emperor of Martial Arts during the era of the nation. He developed it for the military. From what I observe, you are the only one in this class capable of practicing it. Others will not manage. Chapter 7, Dragon Claw Great Capture. The martial art created by the Emperor of Martial Arts, the King of Physical Prowess, Super Grandmaster Wang Chao. This is undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful martial discipline. However, I am skeptical about the legends surrounding Wang Chao. 200 years ago, during the era of nations, resources were pitifully scarce, and even ailments like cancer and AIDS remained untreatable. Such an astonishing feat could emerge from a primitive society? Yet, according to official data, Wang Chao's peak vitality was recorded at 9 in 2050, a figure he reached during a test at the age of 70. By current calculations, how could that be possible? Is it not utterly absurd? Surely, he must be some form of humanoid mech. At T70, one is hardly at the pinnacle of physical prowess. By that age, most would be nearing the end of their lives. It seems to me that the official history is merely boasting, as is often the case, extolling the capabilities of ancient individuals while the modern populace far surpasses them. Back then, the average vitality was merely between 0.4 and 0.5, whereas now it stands at 0.7, indicating that contemporary humans are significantly stronger. However, those who achieve a vitality of 9 are exclusively the elite among humanity. If my vitality were at 9, I would not be pursuing a place at Starry Sky University. I would ascend to the elite zone and become a high-ranking official, far beyond the status of a city mayor. Enough of this. If your vitality reaches 0.9, you are already considered exceptional. Let us turn our attention to the martial arts at hand. C-grade body techniques. What justifies that only Zhang Yu can master them? Does the lazy teacher intend to give Zhang Yu special treatment? There is no other explanation. After all, he possesses a vitality of 0.9 in our class of over 4,000 students. He is indeed the sole individual of such caliber. Across the entire senior year, with over 50 classes and more than 200,000 students, he ranks among the top, as the school only values those who can gain admission to Starry Sky University. We, on the other hand, are merely discarded pawns. Some students murmured amongst themselves, their dissatisfaction palpable. Yet they felt powerless. Such prodigies exist as they do. Teacher Lan Long paid no heed to their remarks. If you wish to learn my Dragon Claw Great Capture technique, I have no objection. You may observe at any time. However, this martial art requires an extraordinary degree of flexibility in bones and muscles. Attempting to learn it forcibly will undoubtedly result in injuries or fractures. This is military-grade martial arts. Fierce and ruthless, thus not part of the regular curriculum. Teacher, no need to concern yourself with them. I am committed to learning, Zhang Yu declared, his head held high. The others in the class were not worthy of his consideration. Behold, Teacher Lan Long suddenly extended his hand, fingers grasping at the air, his arm transforming before the astonished eyes of all present. This was no ordinary human arm. It was thick and powerful, veins coursing like green serpents, with muscles resembling steel affixed to it. The entire limb appeared more mechanical than flesh and blood. Chi-empowered arm, with the spine as the axis and the muscles of the body as scales. Energy coursing through the skin. First move, Azure Dragon emerges from the water. He trembled as he moved, his claws swift as the wind, feet barely touching the ground, riding the clouds and riding the wind. Second move, Black Dragon turns back. Third move, White Dragon spits pearl. Fourth move, Fire Dragon scorches the plains. Fifth move, Cloud Dragon probes with claw. The continuous demonstration was executed with lightning speed, his hands seizing and attacking relentlessly. Each move deadly. Some students felt a chill within, knowing that encountering such martial arts would likely result in their own dismemberment. Indeed, the demands on bones, tendons, and muscles were exceedingly high. Zhang Li observed in silence. Having covertly studied the boneless soft technique, his understanding of martial arts surpassing many, he quickly discerned that the Dragon Claw Great Capture was a brutal combat technique, its assaults more ferocious than the boneless soft technique, which, while focusing on coordination, lacked the same level of aggression. Nevertheless, it served as a foundational skill. Mastering it would ease the learning of any C-grade body technique. Under teacher Lan Long's guidance, Zhang Li subtly absorbed many of the energy manipulation methods of the Dragon Claw Great Capture. With the foundation of the boneless soft technique, he swiftly grasped the skills and offensive techniques, though he chose to keep his newfound knowledge to himself. An hour passed swiftly. Teacher Lan Long personally instructed Zhang Yu, who gradually learned this formidable C-grade body technique over several hours, though his movements remained unrefined, not yet applicable in practice. Zhang Yu, your comprehension and physique are commendable. However, the practical application of the Dragon Claw Great Capture is exceptionally strong. I recommend you self-study the boneless soft technique, as it forms the basis for all C-grade techniques and is essential for strengthening your bones and muscles. Once mastered, you will find that all C-grade techniques can be learned without a teacher. Additionally, your skeletal structure and musculature require enhancement. Consume more super supplements, preferably the star strengthening pill supplied exclusively to the military, as it would greatly benefit your training. The star strengthening pill costs 2,000 star coins each. Upon hearing its name, Zhang Yu shivered momentarily, but then laughed. I will ensure I master the C-grade techniques to perfection. Very well, that concludes my teachings for today. Feel free to practice at your leisure. Teacher Lan Long announced. Now, let us commence one-on-one practice and assess your progress. The Dragon Claw Great Capture can be performed in pairs, one seizing while the other counters, creating a series of interconnected moves. Zhang Li, how has your learning been? Pairing with his close friend Guoming, Zhang Li engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, dismantling the Dragon Claw Great Capture. Guoming had grasped a few basic movements but lacked any real power, whereas Zhang Li exhibited a certain ease and fluidity. Of course, with over 4,000 students practicing in the venue, no one noticed that Zhang Li had already mastered the essence of the technique. Zhang Li.at that moment, Zhang Yu strode over confidently, big class leader. What brings you here? Zhongli replied, his demeanor relaxed, showing no signs of retreat. Just over a month ago, he had felt the explosive power within Zhongyu, which had left him anxious, but now, with his own physical prowess having strengthened, the pressure had considerably lessened. I heard that after I warned you that day, you still went to meet Luo Han in the park? How bold of you! Zhongyu narrowed his eyes. Do you dare to disregard my words? And who are you? Zhongli retorted. Why should I heed your commands? This is utterly absurd. You, Zhongyu nearly choked on his words. His gaze flashing with cold fury. You've become quite ambitious, haven't you? If that's the case, let us spar. As class leader, I shall impart some combat skills to you, enhancing your capabilities. Class leader, let us discuss this calmly. Guoming interjected, sensing the escalating tension, attempting to diffuse the situation with a smile. Get lost. Zhongyu retaliated, delivering a powerful kick with D-grade technique, the heart-piercing kick. Quick as a storm, it struck Guoming in the abdomen, sending him flying 2 meters before crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Why apologies? Zhongyu remarked without a hint of remorse, brushing dust from his pants as if Guoming had sullied them. Guoming, I am merely attempting to teach you combat skills. Why are you not applying yourself? Guoming, are you all right? Zhongli rushed over to help Guoming up, his anger boiling within. I'm fine. Guoming winced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhongli, come here. I have yet to teach you combat skills. Zhongyu approached menacingly, suddenly launching another kick. This one was even faster, tearing through the air with a sound that echoed ominously. D-grade technique, blade leg. Ah! Some students nearby closed their eyes, while a few girls gasped in horror. This kick was fierce. Being struck would surely result in serious injury. Yet, none dared intervene, for Zhongyu had long established his dominance in class. Thud! An arm cut through the air in an elliptical arc, the hand slicing down with precision, intercepting the kick with a sharp sound. The collision resonated like thunder. Zhongyu recoiled, disbelief etched on his face. Zhongli slowly rose. Zhongyu, do you truly believe you can reign supreme in this class? You actually managed to intercept my blade leg. Zhongyu seemed to perceive a change in Zhongli. Yet he dismissed it. I see. Perhaps you have improved over the past month, which is why you have grown so arrogant before me. I have indeed made progress, Zhongli replied, locking eyes with Zhongyu. Did you not wish to teach me combat skills? Then come at me. Very well. I shall bring you down. Zhongyu felt his authority challenged and could no longer contain himself. Whoosh! He lunged forward, a punch aimed like a military dagger, striking towards Zhongli's heart. D-grade martial art, military body-piercing fist. Each punch was directed at the opponent's vital points, his footwork relentless, capable of shattering even a wooden dummy. Zhongyu, with a vitality of 0.9, would have been considered a martial arts master 200 years ago during the era of nation-states. Zhongli's focus sharpened, as if time itself had slowed. He lifted his arm, suddenly extending it, claws drawn sharp as a dragon's tail. He executed the dragon claw great capture in real time. The black dragon turns back move, leaving deep gashes as he countered Zhongyu's punch. Bang 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 die in mere seconds. The two exchanged over 10 punches. When they finally paused, Zhongli's arms bore numerous bruises from the impacts, while Zhang Yu's fist had inflicted severe damage to Zhang Li's muscles. Yet Zhang Yu was not unscathed either. Stepping back, his arm was marked with deep lacerations, blood flowing freely. These were the results of Zhang Li's claw techniques, which specialized in targeting tendons and veins, capable of penetrating skin and severing arteries, leaving opponents to bleed to death. Both combatants emerged from the clash equally hurt, each sustaining injuries. I still lack combat experience, while physical stamina may benefit from the assistance of. Without adequate nourishment, it is akin to water without roots. The cells, devoid of nutritional replenishment, cannot achieve true strength. Zhang Li had initially believed he could conquer Zhang Yu, yet when the battle commenced, he felt acutely aware of his lack of combat experience. Missing several opportunities, had it not been for the heightened sensitivity derived from prolonged, he might have suffered greatly today. This encounter elucidated for him that, although the realm of is wondrous, it must be fortified with substantial nourishment to empower the cells. Relying solely on from the milky stone, without nutritional support, rendered him less effective than a mere tenth of his potential. Compared to those masters who can genuinely harness, he fell profoundly short. His was not the authentic essence of much like an individual who, through a hypnotist, enters deep sleep without having truly cultivated their own spiritual depth. Henceforth, he vowed to double his efforts in earning to supplement his nutrition. Zhongli mused, "The milky stone merely provided me with auxiliary support. True success must stem from my own endeavors." Although Zhongli did not emerge victorious, his classmates were astounded. Could Zhongli truly contend with Zhang Yu? With a vitality of 0.9, a formidable master, how was he evenly matched with Zhongli? In their class, only a handful of students boasted a vitality of 0.8, and they were no match for Zhang Yu, who could dispatch 4 or 5 of them in an instant. Could it be that Zhang Li's vitality had reached 0.9? Impressive. It seems our class is about to produce another standout. Would they continue to spar? Amidst this, over 4,000 classmates ceased their training, captivated by the standoff between the foremost fighter Zhang Yu and the dark horse Zhang Li. Just then, Lazy Dragon, the instructor, strode over, his eyes sparkling. "You are Zhang Li, correct? Concealing your capabilities? The Dragon Claw technique I just taught you is executed remarkably well. Have you studied the art of boundless on your own?" "Indeed," Zhang Li bowed. "I have self-studied the first 3 techniques of boundless: bone-twisting spiral kill, bone displacement dart, and bone-shattering cloud burst." "Excellent, excellent. You are worthy of focused cultivation." Lazy Dragon was unconcerned with the brawls. As a military instructor, he was accustomed to skirmishes, as long as there were promising students to nurture. It was a positive development. Moreover, this was a combat training course. Where could one find an injury-free experience? "Have you reached the depth of mind training that allows you to enter deep sleep?" "Yes," Zhang Li affirmed. "Moreover, I can enter deep sleep at any time and in any place at the second stage." This admission immediately sparked a commotion. "Wow, that's incredible. A true genius, to be able to enter deep sleep at will." Zhang Yu seems to require extended guidance each time. His spiritual realm surpassed Zhang Yu's. No wonder he caught up so swiftly. "I cannot believe it." Zhang Yu, aware of Lazy Dragon's growing favor towards Zhang Li, remained skeptical. He utterly refused to accept that Zhang Li could achieve deep sleep at any moment. Chapter 8. Overextending life. Zhang Li was indeed capable of entering deep sleep whenever he wished. Over the past month of practice, he had immersed himself in daily, significantly enhancing his physical stamina and spiritual cultivation. Without relying on the milky stone for crystal meditation, he could effortlessly feel his entire being become crystalline and transparent, free of distractions, and swiftly drift into slumber. The contrast between deep sleep and was vast. Now, when Zhang Li entered deep sleep, it felt akin to a college student tackling elementary school questions. However, advancing to the 3rd stage of deep sleep proved challenging. It represented the phase of drunken boxing, where each move is immensely powerful. Few students in the school could attain this level, certainly not more than a handful. "You both sustained injuries during your fight. Go to the school infirmary for treatment," Lazy Dragon remarked, observing Zhang Yu, whose bloodied appearance was alarming yet merely superficial. With the advanced medical technology of humanity, capable of cellular and skeletal regeneration, a simple application of medication could see him restored within hours. Very well. Though Zhang Yu's arm was torn and excruciatingly painful, he did not flinch, displaying formidable mental fortitude. "Zhang Li, it seems you will be my rival in the class moving forward." "Rival? Zhang Yu, you lack the qualifications to compete with me. In the coming month, I will leave you far behind." Zhang Li felt the piercing pain in his arm, which had begun to swell, with fractures evident in the bone. Though the battle had been evenly matched, he recognized his deficiency in practical experience. Nonetheless, being able to stand toe-to-toe with Zhang Yu was enough to earn him the respect of the over 4,000 classmates, solidifying his status, a goal he had long aspired to achieve. "Arrogance. You are far too arrogant." Zhang Yu noted the significant swelling in Zhang Li's arm, his gaze turning malicious. "Your arm has suffered fractures. To heal completely without residual effects will require advanced bone cell growth technology, costing at least 100 star credits. Forgive me, but I doubt your parents' monthly salary covers that." This was a clear attempt to bully Zhang Li for his financial situation. 100 star credits was indeed a substantial sum for a student. "I will recover," Zhang Li responded, bowing to Lazy Dragon. "Teacher, I will go for treatment first. Go ahead." Lazy Dragon observed the unfolding drama with indifference. "Just you wait." Zhang Yu's icy glare concealed his inner disdain. "I will ensure you don't have it easy." That night, at home, Zhang Li chose not to seek treatment at the infirmary. The cost was prohibitive. Yet, He did not require medical assistance. Entering the realm served as the optimal remedy. It appeared that he still lacked practical experience and his physical condition fell short compared to the privileged offspring. Lacking sufficient supplements as he contemplated while lying on his bed, he held the milky stone in his mouth, gradually succumbing to drowsiness and entering, upon awakening. 4 to 5 hours had elapsed. This time, his lasted significantly longer. When he came to, the swelling in his arm had vanished, many of the fracture marks healed, leaving only a faint discomfort. These were trivial matters. He believed he would fully recover within a few days, emerging even stronger than before. This battle had profoundly impacted him. He had assumed he would gain the upper hand. Yet it had been a contest of equals. It was evident that the availability of resources played a crucial role. Before humanity ventured into the cosmos, resources were scarce. Those with a vitality of 1 were martial arts masters, a rarity among billions. Yet now, with the emergence of powerful supplements, individuals with triple-digit vitality existed. Such a notion would have been unfathomable in ancient times. This is the power of resources. How to earn money? Zhongli pondered, planning to explore temporary job opportunities at school the following day. The next morning, he arrived at school early. However, upon entering, his student chip emitted a sound, indicating a new emailed IT was a message from Sister Dao. Zhongli quickly opened it. Zhongli, please come to my office. Such a brief note. Had Sister Dao learned of his progression into the second stage of deep sleep? Indeed, this was a sensational development. She could not possibly remain indifferent. If he possessed the potential to gain admission to Starry Sky University, she would undoubtedly make every effort to cultivate his talents. Zhongli made his way to Sister Dao's office. If one of her students were to gain admission to Starry Sky University, she would receive substantial rewards from the school, the education system, and the government, an impressive bounty, along with social contributions and accolades. This educational system, akin to that of 2 centuries past, mirrored the practice where a class teacher would receive a handsome bonus if a student were accepted into a prestigious university. The school was vast, with interconnected buildings and even maglev shuttles traversing the corridors. The entire campus resembled a city, spanning dozens of square kilometers. This was the modern human school, centralized, technological, advanced, able to accommodate over 800,000 students. This high school was merely a microcosm of the many high schools for humanity. Before long, Zhongli arrived at a tall building. This was the location of Sister Dao's office, where her esteemed status allowed her to teach senior students. Upon reaching the door, just as he was about to knock, a voice called from within. Come in, the door is unlocked. Yes, Zhongli respectfully entered, greeted by a fragrant aroma. The office was approximately 500 square meters, furnished entirely in wood, with the scent emanating from the fine timber. This was fragrant wood, an expensive material only the affluent could afford. Residing within such fragrant surroundings would surely elevate one's spirits, greatly benefiting meditation and contemplation. The furnishings within were likely worth over 1 million star credits. Was Sister Dao truly this wealthy? He inhaled deeply, wishing to savor the scent further. Sister Dao sat on a central wooden mat, clad in a loose, flowing robe, seemingly engaged in meditation. Please, have a seat on that mat, she remarked, opening her eyes and gesturing to a mat in front of her. Certainly, teacher. Zhongli complied and sat down. I heard you have entered the second stage of deep sleep. Show me a meditation session. Without preamble, Sister Dao delved directly into the matter and of course. Zhongli assumed a cross-legged position, preparing for meditation. With a slight focus, his thoughts crystallized, his breathing calmed, and he seamlessly transitioned into deep sleep. After approximately 10 minutes, he suddenly heard a voice. Wake up! He opened his eyes to find Sister Dao speaking. As expected, the gaze of Daojia flickered with surprise. Entering the second stage of deep sleep, capable of achieving tranquility at any moment, signifies that after your training, you can utilize this state for rest, allowing for remarkably swift recovery. Within the entire school, those who have reached this stage number no more than 10, the teacher praised. Yet I am acutely aware of my numerous shortcomings, Zhongli candidly admitted. Indeed, you have much to improve upon. Yesterday, I heard about your duel with Zhang Yu, and upon reviewing the footage, I found your physical capacity severely lacking, with your cells in a state of starvation, desperately in need of substantial nourishment. Daojia surveyed the scene. Here, I have a vial of nutritional elixir. You should consume it. Whoosh. With a swift motion, Daojia tossed an object towards Zhongli, who hurriedly caught it. Discovering it to be a vial of green divine nutritional potion, valued at thousands of Xing'e. Teacher, this Zhongli hesitated, realizing its immense value. Drink it as instructed. Spare me your unnecessary chatter, Daojia commanded. Understood. Zhongli promptly consumed it, and as it reached his stomach, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body, with the nutritional potion permeating every part of him. Indeed, he felt his cellular structure stirring, each cell akin to a malevolent spirit released from its dungeon. Ravenous for sustenance, insatiable. After swallowing, Zhongli felt a deep hunger surging from within. I cannot fathom what has transpired within you, but your cells are brimming with vitality, seemingly activated. Regrettably, you lack adequate nourishment. Thus, while your cells are expanding, they remain in a state of hunger. Your vitality has been accelerating rapidly, but in truth, your cells are devouring your potential. Without sufficient nutritional supplementation, this path will lead to your swift demise. You are exhausting your life potential, Daojia stated coldly. What? Exhausting my life potential? Zhongli gasped in astonishment. He had assumed that entering the state of fetal breathing would allow him to heal any injuries and enhance his physical capabilities. Yet he was blindsided by the realization that it came at the cost of depleting his own potential. It seems I cannot persist in this state. Otherwise, I will age prematurely or perish. Not living beyond 20 years, however, as long as you ensure adequate nourishment, you will be fine, Daojia replied. Nevertheless, I will not provide you with sustenance for your future training. You must earn it yourself. I am your teacher and will only guide you through the intricacies of cultivation. From now on, feel free to approach me with any cultivation-related difficulties, and I shall be available to assist you. Understood. Zhongli was acutely aware of the extreme rarity of high-grade nutritional potions. Daojia producing one for herself was already a significant reward, and continuous provision could lead to financial ruin. Teacher, could you elucidate what exactly fetal breathing entails? Zhongli's mood was somewhat dismal. He had initially believed that relying on fetal breathing would bring him smooth sailing in his cultivation, only to discover it was depleting his life potential. The term fetus does not refer to the placenta, but rather to the sacred fetus. Daojia closed her eyes. What is the sacred fetus? It is the human spirit, also referred to as thought, consciousness, or cognition. Fetal breathing signifies breathing through the spirit, inhaling with the soul. Common interpretations suggest that human breathing mimics that of an infant, using the navel. That is utterly absurd. The scripture on fetal breathing states that the fetus nurtures the spirit. The spirit represents one's essence, consciousness, and soul. Breathing through the spirit resembles the process of photosynthesis in plants. If a person truly enters the state of fetal breathing, they can absorb external energies through their soul, sustaining their physical body. This is known as fasting. For instance, in ancient times, some practitioners could sleep for a month without food or water. What would happen if modern technology enabled ordinary people to enter fetal breathing directly? Zhongli inquired once more. Quite simply, in the elite sector, such experiments have been conducted. Spiritual masters have hypnotized ordinary individuals into fetal breathing, resulting in cellular activation. However, these individuals could not absorb external energy, leading their cells to consume their own life potential, causing a dramatic increase in strength, yet ultimately resulting in sudden death. Daojia spoke with an emotionless tone. Even those ancient practitioners who believed they could survive without food or water in the fetal breathing state were mistaken. The minuscule amount of energy absorbed could hardly sustain their physical demands. Even with daily consumption of bird's nest or ginseng, how much nourishment could that provide? It pales in comparison to today's nutritional potions. Consequently, many revered monks have perished, becoming mummified remains, starved to death. The higher the spiritual realm, the greater the nutritional needs of the body. In ancient times, such resources were scarce, resulting in few attaining true mastery. The theory of the three realms has long since substantiated this notion. The theory of the three realms? Zhongli had never encountered such a concept. Chapter 9. The Theory of the Three Realms. The theory of the three realms was developed by countless spiritual masters and psychologists, now serving as a cornerstone for human cultivation. Initially proposed by the couple Wang Chao, it was later refined and gradually established as a truth akin to Newton's laws. Although this topic is not typically covered in teaching, I will share it with you as a special favor. Daojia gestured towards a cup of water in front of them. To lift this cup of water? What is the first step? Zhongli hesitated. I need to stand up and simply lift the cup. No, Daojia shook her head. A seemingly simple action of lifting water embodies the theory of the three realms. First, to lift this cup, your brain must generate a thought, an intention. However, this thought alone cannot lift the cup. What then? You must control your body, stand, extend your hand, and lift the cup to achieve the desired outcome. Do you now understand the concept of the three realms? I do not comprehend, Zhongli replied, shaking his head. Foolish, Daojia scolded. The mental intention to lift the cup represents the netherworld, the illusory realm, and the divine realm. The cup itself embodies the realms of reality. The physical body serves as the bridge between the spiritual and the material. The theory of the three realms elucidates the relationship amongst the spirit, matter, and the body. I ask you, if you were to disregard the body and merely think about lifting this cup, would it rise? No, Zhongli answered succinctly. Correct, if that were possible, it would be a case of the spirit interfering with matter. Daojia continued. Now, if the cup were a swimming pool, could you lift it? No, exactly. The stronger the spirit, the more it must enhance the body to influence matter. Otherwise, it becomes a case of intention without power. The heart may aspire to great heights, yet life is fragile. Daojia remarked that, of course, if the spiritual practice reaches a certain level, it can indeed influence matter. This state is known as manifesting the sacred or spiritual manifestation. For example, when folk tales speak of the Buddha or deities manifesting, it is essentially the spirit interfering with matter. What are deities? They are the illusory spiritual realm, a celestial domain that does not exist in reality but resides within human imagination. It is the essence of humanity's spirit. Remember, where there is intention, there is divinity. The esteemed Wang Yangming once stated, "Without my heart, there are no realms, beings, or spirits." The theory of the three realms can be described as heaven, earth, and humanity, where heaven represents the spirit and imagination, earth symbolizes reality, and humanity embodies the physical body that I see. Upon hearing this, Zhongli suddenly felt he had gained a deeper understanding of cultivation. The realm of spiritual manifestation transcends that of fetal breathing. Allow me to elucidate the specific levels of human spiritual practice thus far. First, deep sleep. Then, entering tranquility. Next, fetal breathing, following which is the state of sitting and forgetting. The term sitting and forgetting first appeared in Zhuangzi's Great Master. It states, abandon the physical body, relinquish cleverness, detach from form and knowledge, merging with the great connectivity. This is called sitting and forgetting. It signifies the act of forgetting one's physical form, discarding one's cleverness, liberating oneself from the constraints of body and intellect, and becoming one with the Tao. Sitting and forgetting, Zhongli pondered over this term. In the ancient Tang dynasty of Huagua, a Taoist named Sima Qingjun also wrote extensively on this subject, producing an article titled On Sitting and Forgetting. However, you need not read it now, as this realm pertains to the mastery of spiritual practitioners and is of no benefit to your current studies. You must focus on gradually cultivating and entering deep sleep as the proper path. Daojia cautioned, I am aware of this. Zhongli nodded. So, the realm of spiritual manifestation is indeed above that of sitting and forgetting. Indeed, the current levels of human spiritual cultivation are deep sleep, tranquility, fetal breathing, sitting and forgetting, and spiritual manifestation. In the future, as humanity's understanding evolves, new realms may emerge. Realms are akin to world records, continuously being surpassed. However, even in the elite sector, only a few can break the barrier between spirit and matter to directly manifest. Daojia remarked, if you wish to elevate your spiritual realm, I suggest you study hypnosis, as it directly influences the spirit. Of course, the most crucial factor is to replenish your body's nourishment. You may consider seeking employment in our school's work-study department. There should be a suitable position available from the police department. Understood. Zhongli stood, bowed, and exited, shutting the door behind him. He then felt a wave of hunger wash over him. He hurried to the school cafeteria for a hearty meal. His stomach feeling uncomfortably full, yet the sensation of hunger persisted. There was no remedy. Regular food lacked sufficient nutrients, and his hunger stemmed from the vial of nutritional elixir. Previously, he had been oblivious to it, which was indeed perilous. It resembled the state of a person starving, yearning for food, ultimately reaching a point where they can no longer eat. This occurs because of excessive hunger without adequate nourishment, causing the body to break down its stored fat and sugars, a form of life potential depletion. Jiang Li had previously existed in this state, entirely unaware of his hunger, believing himself to be in excellent condition, while in reality, it was perilous. Fortunately, after consuming the vial of nutritional elixir, he found himself once again in a state of hunger. He arrived in front of another building at the school and stepped inside. "Junior, could you assist me in investigating any high-paying work-study opportunities?" In front of the building's holographic terminal, a girl with delicate features and long hair was operating the system. Jiang Li spoke directly. "What do you mean, Junior? I am a senior in high school," the refined girl replied, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Li. "Produce your student chip." Jiang Li took out a chip the size of a fingernail, and upon seeing the girl swipe it on the holographic terminal, his various information immediately appeared. A vitality score of 0.7? The girl smirked slightly. "In that case, you can only manage some basic jobs like tutoring or cleaning." Noticing the girl's scornful expression, Jiang Li remained silent. Suddenly, his wrist twisted, and with a crack, his bones contorted. He flicked his arm lightly, carving a spiraling arc through the air. Crack! His arm trembled as if it were made of steel. Vibrating ominously, fingers coiling like enraged serpents, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. It was no longer merely an arm but a steel python. What? No bone soft technique? C-class physical art? Bone-strangling spiral kill? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Is your vitality truly only 0.7? She recognized the rarity of such talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold a position at the school. I prefer to keep a low profile and concealed my abilities during assessments, waiting for the moment to shine when applying to Starry Sky University. Jiang Li understood that this display had impressed the girl, for those capable of self-learning the no-bone soft technique were indeed the elite within the school. Since that's the case, I'll assist you in checking for high-paying jobs. How about helping the police solve cases? The refined girl suggested. That one pays the most, but it comes with risks. All right, let us choose the task of assisting the police in solving cases. What's the highest-paying task available? Jiang Li's eyes gleamed. The highest-paying task offers a reward of 5,000 star credits. The girl replied, "It involves aiding the police in capturing a dangerous criminal. Recently, a perpetrator has infiltrated the city, committing multiple crimes, and he possesses the ability to hypnotize. 5,000 star credits." Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. This was a substantial sum. However, the fact that the criminal could hypnotize made him wary, as even his brother might struggle against such a foe. Fortunately, he would only be assisting the police and not taking the lead. "All right, I will accept this task. Are you sure?" "I am certain." "Very well, I will print the assignment." Soon, a list was printed and handed to Jiang Li. "You need to report to the police department with the documents issued by the school. There will be someone to include you in this task. However, your vitality score is somewhat low, so you must demonstrate your capabilities at the police department. Otherwise, no one will allow you to participate." Understood. Jiang Li turned and left. How intriguing to encounter such a character from our school. A vitality score of 0.7, practicing the no-bone soft technique with such ease. I shall remember you. Jiang Li, the refined girl thought. A smile gracing her lips as she watched his retreating figure. The police department, a significant establishment within the city, was surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling hover cars, which were quite expensive. Jiang Li's family could not afford one. Nowadays, vehicles were powered by nuclear energy blocks, with a piece the size of a fingernail capable of propelling a car for tens of thousands of kilometers without causing pollution. Such advancements had rendered ordinary families incapable of purchasing vehicles. And the government did not develop lower-tier cars due to environmental concerns. Those who owned cars were invariably affluent individuals of status. "I'm here to apply for temporary work," he announced as he entered a hall filled with police officers busy at their desks. Approaching one desk, he presented the documents from the school. A police officer in his late 20s took the papers, his face immediately reflecting disdain. "What's this? A vitality score of 0.7, and you think you can assist us in capturing criminals?" "Ridiculous." As he spoke, he was about to toss the documents back at Jiang Li. "Wait." Jiang Li's arm jolted, gently pressing down on the officer's hand. "Him?" The officer attempted a countergrab, employing an ancient martial arts technique known as the silk wrapping hand. A slight twist could break a person's arm, but unfortunately for him, Jiang Li's arm contorted with even greater flexibility. In a swift motion, he thrust his arm forward, jabbing into the officer's shoulder. Ouch! The officer felt a sharp, piercing pain, momentarily incapacitated. as if struck by an electric shock. Bone-strangling spiral kill? No bone-piercing thrust. He exclaimed in shock. Your body's flexibility has reached such an extent? Oh, is that so? This student has begun practicing the no-bone soft technique? That's a C-class physical art. The realization dawned on him. Can the no-bone soft technique be applied in combat? It's been ages since such a formidable student has appeared. Several officers gathered around, all possessing vitality scores of 0.8 and skilled in combat techniques. To become a police officer, one must have a vitality score of at least 0.8. Since you can perform C-class physical art, you're more than qualified. A middle-aged officer approached and took Zhang Li's documents. It seems you've concealed much of your strength. You are permitted to assist our police department in the capture operation, but you must follow orders and avoid acting recklessly. Do you understand? Yes, follow me. Zhang Li was taken to an internal office belonging to a major crime unit, where more than 10 officers, each an expert, were responsible for this case. Among them were several older students, all over 20, attending universities. Naturally, they were not students of Starry Sky University, as no institution could rival it. Every person at Starry Sky University was nearly invincible. The college students were taken aback upon seeing Zhang Li, a high school student, entering to work. This is Zhang Li, a senior who has practiced C-class physical art and can apply the no-bone soft technique effectively in combat. The middle-aged officer began the introduction. C-class physical art, impressive indeed. Instantly, everyone regarded him with newfound respect. I know nothing, and I hope you all can guide me, Zhang Li humbly stated. Guide you? You have practiced C-class physical art. After graduation, you could join the police academy, potentially securing a position above ours, one officer remarked. However, this case is quite challenging. We are short-staffed and need capable assistance. Your timing is perfect. This is a summary of the case. Please take a look. Understood. Zhang Li stood tall, saluting with the poise of a soldier, embodying the qualities expected of a student. Nowadays, students undergo extensive military training, elementary, middle, and high school, each requiring a year of training, mandated by the government to enhance student character. Chapter 10. Discovering the criminal. Zhang Li seated himself and began reviewing the case files to grasp the overall situation. This was merely a brief outline. As a student, he was there to assist the police with errands and would not delve into the deeper intricacies of the case. The files revealed a criminal possessing hypnotic abilities, having come from another city, known for being extremely ruthless and cunning. Police forces across various regions had issued bounties for him, yet capturing him proved elusive. He had evaded capture for 3 consecutive months, committing multiple crimes in the city. Following humanity's unification, cities had grown vast. Zhang Li's city, named Xinghua City, boasted a population exceeding 100 million, not only on Earth, but even on the Moon, Mars, and numerous planets within the Milky Way. Immense human urban bases existed. To visit these places, one had to apply for the Starry Sky wormhole jump eligibility, which required government approval before purchasing a costly ticket on a Starry Sky vessel for interstellar travel. However, tickets were exorbitant, affordable only to the wealthy, making such trips a luxury. Furthermore, ordinary individuals faced significant challenges in obtaining approval, resulting in many Earth residents never having the opportunity to visit other planets. Akin to how many people 2 centuries ago never traveled abroad. This individual possessed formidable combat prowess, likely with a vitality score exceeding 1. Fortunately, he was not armed. Observing Zhang Li study the case, the middle-aged officer activated a large screen, projecting a lifelike image of a young man, under 30, with a cold demeanor and sinister gaze, surveying the assembly. You are all students and should not confront the criminal directly. Your task is to search designated areas for clues. If you spot him or any relevant leads, notify us immediately, while maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. Failure to do so may result in danger. Understood. Zhang Li rose, declaring, I will obey the orders. We will also comply. Several college students echoed. The middle-aged officer nodded. This will serve as an assessment for you. We will score your performance, and if satisfactory, it will be documented in your files. This will greatly benefit you when you graduate and apply to the police. For this assignment, if no criminal is found, you will earn 10 star credits if you discover the criminal and inform us. Regardless of capture, you will receive 300 star credits. Should you be the one to identify the criminal and we successfully apprehend him, you will earn a reward of 5,000 star credits. However, the middle-aged officer paused. If anything goes awry, the police department can only provide a minimal compensation package. so you must do your utmost to ensure your safety, understood? If you agree, we will now sign a temporary electronic contract. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Very well, from this moment on, you shall be provisional officers. I will now assign tasks. We have 6 individuals, so let me distribute the duties. The middle-aged officer cast a glance at the assembled crowd before him. Zhongli, you and Lin Xianyue will form a pair, pretending to be a couple, specifically to search the pedestrian street area. Be vigilant, as this is the locale where the perpetrators are most likely to be lurking. The rest of you, disperse in different directions, scouring the commercial district, residential areas, and train stations. Masquerading as a couple with a high school student. That Lin Xianyue is a university student, with cherry-like lips and an exquisitely delicate appearance, currently wearing an expression of surprise. What? Do you have any objections? The middle-aged officer turned his sharp gaze upon her. I will obey the orders. Lin Xianyue replied hastily, aware that disobedience could jeopardize her temporary employment and tarnish her record, complicating her aspirations to join the police force after graduation. Very well, let us commence our operation. Remember to report any suspicious findings immediately. Yes. All the students stood at attention, exhibiting commendable discipline. Once their search assignments were completed and they ventured out, the seasoned officer remarked to his peers, the caliber of students these days is increasingly impressive in our time. No school ever produced individuals proficient in the art of bone-free soft martial arts. Indeed, those university students possess remarkable vitality. They could serve as the backbone of our police force. However, the case we are currently handling involves members of a restoration organization, and involving these students poses a risk should anything go awry. One conservative officer expressed his reservations. They are all outstanding talents from their respective schools, and according to government regulations, they are permitted to gain practical experience. The middle-aged officer scanned the room. Do not underestimate these students. Take the few exceptional talents from Xinghua High School. We can hardly find anyone in our police ranks who can rival them, save for military instructors. If we were to seek their assistance in solving this case, they might even decline. We are short on manpower this time. They are merely assisting in the search, and the actual apprehension does not rely on them. Thus the danger is minimal. My son is also attending Xinghua High School. But unfortunately, his vitality score remains stagnant at 0.7.1 officer side. Old Huang, your son is only in his first year. It's still early. Who knows, he might achieve 0.8 in his second year and 0.9 by his third year, allowing him to apply to the police academy, potentially earning a position above yours. Let us hope for that. The officer mused. By the way, I recall that last year, another major case team recruited several students to assist in solving a case, and they managed to apprehend a defector from the military. What was that student's name? Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao is in his second year at Xinghua High School, excelling academically, and currently boasts a vitality score of 0.98, with a punching power of 0.9 tons and a 100-meter sprint time of 5.5 seconds. And Zhang Li is his elder brother, only in his second year, and he already has a punching power of 0.9 tons? Does that mean no one in our major case team can match him? An officer exclaimed. At a vitality score of 0.98, he is on the verge of breaking through one. He is a promising candidate for the prestigious Shinkong University. Indeed, gaining admission to Shinkong University is akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. The head of our police department in Xinghua City graduated from there, despite being an underperformer who nearly failed to graduate. Yet he holds such a lofty position. Another officer expressed envy. If my son could achieve that, it would be a great honor for our family. So, Jiang Tao has an incredibly bright future. I wonder how his brother is faring? The middle-aged officer continued to sift through the documents. Additionally, let us issue temporary job postings within the school to attract outstanding students to participate in this case. We are in dire need of personnel to search various locations, preferably female students, as the perpetrators tend to target women. Understood. As night fell, the vibrant commercial district in the city center dazzled with lights, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Towering skyscrapers, some designed to rotate, captivated the eye. A realm only the affluent could afford, where the prices were exorbitant, and the average citizen could only come to gawk. Junior, we have searched for 3 nights without a single lead. Lin Xianyue sat down, suggesting a break. I do not require rest, Zhongli replied calmly. Senior, surely your stamina cannot be so lacking. I believe your vitality score is around 0.8. Lin Xianyue shot him a glance. I meant that continuing this search is merely a waste of effort. 5,000 star credits is enticing, but we only receive it if we capture the perpetrators, which seems unlikely. Let us check that store ahead. Zhangli pointed towards a large boutique on the upper floor. It specializes in luxury goods, and many affluent women shop there. If the criminals were to strike, that would likely be their choice. Wow, they have ancient dragon leather goods, a world-renowned brand. Lin Xianyue seemed to regain her energy, exclaiming, "Let us go see the latest leather products." As she spoke, she grabbed Zhang Li's hand, leading him upstairs into the expansive boutique, which was decorated in a fantastical style, with azure walls speckled like stars, creating the illusion of being in outer space. The various lights intertwined, evoking a sense of being within a crystal palace. Each article of clothing, cosmetic, and leather good bore a hefty price tag, with the lowest items costing thousands of star credits. While some reached tens of thousands, far beyond the means of the average worker, whose monthly salary ranged from a few dozen to 100 star credits. Many female students were also perusing the items, enjoying the experience without making purchases. Wow, I adore these leather goods, but alas, I cannot afford them. Lin Xianyue wandered about, ogling the luxury items. Look at that handbag. If any boy were to buy it for me, I would undoubtedly date him. That handbag costs 50,000 star credits. It would bankrupt someone. Zhangli recognized that Lin Xianyue also hailed from an ordinary family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be taking this job. Excuse me, has the starry giant lizard leather handbag I ordered arrived? A voice drifted into Zhang Li's ears. An attractive young woman wearing sunglasses, flanked by two impeccably dressed men, presumably bodyguards, with an overwhelming vitality. This young woman undoubtedly came from a wealthy family. A handbag crafted from starry giant lizard leather must be custom-made, luxurious and expensive, each bag valued at over 100,000 star credits. Ordinary affluent individuals would struggle to afford such items. Only the ultra-wealthy could make such purchases. It has arrived, miss. Several beautiful female attendants emerged, presenting an exquisite handbag adorned with dazzling jewels, shining and elegant, truly a piece of art that attracted envious gazes. The jewels were not merely set but were unique gems from the ancient dragon leather itself, and why heavens. Upon seeing the handbag, Lin Xianyue was utterly entranced. Junior, I have dreamt of this one. It is a classic fantasy. Whoever proposes to me with this, I would surely say yes. Stay vigilant and observe the surroundings. Zhangli reminded Lin Xianyue, though he noted that despite her infatuation, she remained alert and had not forgotten her primary task, indicating her intelligence. Miss, this starry giant lizard leather bag is a classic dream piece. I would also like to order one. May I have a moment to admire it? A suave young man approached the sunglasses-clad heiress. He was dressed elegantly, particularly his shirt, which bore a subtle S embroidery, a mark of a world-renowned brand. Those familiar with luxury goods knew it was crafted from a rare silk produced on another planet, valued at several tens of thousands of star credits. This young man stood at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, with striking features and a charming smile that exuded an irresistible allure. Causing Zhangli to feel an unsettling sensation rise within him, a potent sense of danger surged through him. His finely honed intuition, developed from long-term training, warned him. This man was problematic, without a doubt. Hello. The heiress, perceptive and astute, recognized the young man's exceptional demeanor and did not rebuff his advances, smiling in reply. Not at all. Please feel free to admire. What is your name, miss? The young man inquired. His smile captivating. My surname is Shui. The heiress extended her hand, shaking his phone. The handsome young man replied. What better way to meet than by chance? May I invite Miss Shui for a cup of tea and perhaps forge a friendship? Certainly. Miss Shui waved her hand, instructing her bodyguards. You may return now. I will drive myself home later. The two bodyguards hesitated, but at that moment, the suave young man cast a casual glance at them, and they nodded in unison. Miss, we shall take our leave. In an instant, Zhangli felt all the hair on his body stand on end in the fleeting moment when the gaze of that handsome young man swept across the room. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, an overwhelming sense of danger causing his very soul to tremble. If it were anyone else, such a sensation would be unfathomable. Yet, due to his prolonged practice of deep breathing exercises, his spiritual awareness was more acute than that of even the most vital individuals. It was rather peculiar that Miss Shui would so readily accept an invitation from a stranger. Even dismissing her bodyguards, a thought surged through Jiang Li's mind. Could this person be a criminal? It was rumored that wrongdoers often possessed the ability to hypnotize. Had he ensnared those two bodyguards in a trance? Was Miss Xue also under his influence? Yet, this individual bore no resemblance to a typical criminal. Could he be disguised, altering his very musculature and bones? Those who had cultivated formidable powers could momentarily transform their physical forms through makeup, seamlessly becoming another person. The sense of dread that suffocated Jiang Li indicated that this individual was undoubtedly malicious. He was almost certain that this person was indeed a criminal, and the disguise was so expertly executed that it left no trace. No wonder they had been unable to apprehend him. "Senior, we should leave," Jiang Li whispered, pulling Lin Yuexian out of the boutique. "Have you discovered something?" Lin Yuexian inquired, puzzled, yet she complied without hesitation. After 3 days of companionship, she had come to recognize Jiang Li's calm demeanor and exceptional spiritual discipline, surpassing many of their peers at university. The average vitality of university students typically ranged from 0.7 to 0.8, the pinnacle for an ordinary modern individual. Jiang Li, however, was now nearing a vitality of 0.9, eclipsing numerous students. "I believe I have identified the criminal. It is that man," Jiang Li stated. "Do not look at him. His spiritual cultivation is profound, and he can sense any gaze upon him. I am no match for him. We must contact headquarters. Do not act impulsively. I suspect he intends to harm that wealthy woman." "Impossible," Lin Xianyue frowned, as she held a favorable impression of the suave young man. "Trust me. My spiritual training allows me to enter deep sleep at will." Jiang Li fabricated an excuse. "What? You are such a genius." Lin Xianyue gasped, staring at him as if he were a monster, for very few university students could reach the second stage of deep sleep. "Senior, please contact headquarters and explain this situation. I shall investigate what that man is up to. My spiritual energy can be contained, preventing him from noticing me. He is extremely dangerous. If he attacks you, it would be dire." Jiang Li began to strategize their actions. "Understood," Lin Xianyue responded, proceeding according to plan. A crackling sound emanated from the police department's major crimes unit. A police officer suddenly sprang to his feet. "We have a target." "Is that so?" the middle-aged officer queried, approaching with curiosity. "Did this group of students discover something? We cannot afford to misidentify and create a farce. Connect to the surveillance video over there. I will conduct the interrogation." Yes, a three-dimensional image materialized, revealing everything within the boutique, including the three-dimensional projection of the handsome young man in the center of the major crimes unit's expansive office. The police department could connect to surveillance from any location throughout the city at any moment. "Jiang Li, Lin Xianyue, are you certain this is the criminal?" A voice relayed through Jiang Li's earpiece. "He bears no resemblance whatsoever. No, that Miss Xue must be a wealthy heiress." Upon meeting the young man for the first time, she dismissed her bodyguards. The bodyguards were reluctant to leave, yet the man merely glanced at them, and they complied instantly. Jiang Li explained urgently, "My spiritual training informs me that this man is exceedingly dangerous." "Is that so?" the middle-aged officer commanded. "Investigate the database." "Yes." The optical brain processed the information at lightning speed, retrieving all relevant data within 5 seconds. "Report, that wealthy woman's name is Xue Beer. She is the eldest daughter of the Xue family. The Xue family operates in real estate, supermarkets, and clothing, with assets exceeding $1 billion. The young man's appearance does not match any records. We cannot identify him. No records?" The middle-aged officer's face lit up with elation as he slammed his fist on the table. "That is a significant lead. Ever since humanity unified, every individual has possessed an identity chip, all of which are recorded in the national database. The absence of a record indicates that the young man has undergone facial alteration, making him untraceable in the system." The members of the major crimes unit gathered, realizing they had made a substantial breakthrough. An individual with no record of identification was undoubtedly a suspect. This evidence alone warranted apprehension. "Immediately notify and seal off that commercial area. Be advised, this criminal is exceptionally dangerous. We must not alert him. Maintain close surveillance on this individual. Inform Jiang Li and Lin Xianyue not to act rashly. They have made a significant contribution." The middle-aged officer's voice was filled with urgency as he began to issue commands. "Report.in the surveillance feed. Xue Beer and the suspect have entered the restroom." "What should we do?" an officer exclaimed, panic-stricken. "The suspect may harm Xue Beer." Suddenly, the three-dimensional image displayed a scene. The dialogue crystal clear in a secluded corridor. The handsome young man flashed a charming smile at Schwebier. "Excuse me. I need to use the restroom. I need to go as well," Schwebier replied with a smile, her demeanor somewhat abnormal, as if she had truly been hypnotized. "This is bad." The middle-aged officer's gaze intensified. Schwebier's identity was extraordinary. Should anything happen, the Schwe family would undoubtedly exert pressure on the police department, and he could face severe repercussions to quell their outrage. Just then, a perilous event occurred. The surveillance feed plunged into darkness, obscuring all visibility. "What happened?" "The surveillance has been compromised. We can no longer see what is happening over there," an officer said, his anxiety palpable. "This is disastrous." The middle-aged officer lunged forward. Zhongli, a familiar voice emanated from the chip. "Sir, what is the issue? I command you to do everything in your power to prevent the criminal from harming Schwebier. This is an order. If you succeed, I will award you a first-class merit." The middle-aged officer spoke with urgency. At that moment, Zhongli was their only hope. "Understood. I will comply." Zhongli's voice resonated with the unwavering conviction of a seasoned soldier, granting the middle-aged officer a moment of relief. In truth, Zhongli could have refused, as his mission had been accomplished. His priority was to retreat safely. "Even without a command, I will stop the criminal." Closing his earpiece, Zhongli swiftly moved, following closely behind. Witnessing Schwebier and the handsome young man heading toward the restroom. "Stop!" he bellowed, channeling all his energy toward Schwebier, hoping to awaken her. His prolonged practice of deep breathing had imbued his voice with an imposing authority, erupting suddenly and striking her like a thunderbolt. "What is happening?" Indeed, Schwebier's body trembled, her entire being seemingly awakening from a deep slumber. "What?" At that moment, the handsome young man abruptly turned, his eyes glowing an eerie green as he fixed his gaze upon Zhongli. His entire demeanor shifted, transforming him into a creature of the night. In that instant, Zhongli felt as if he were suffocating, ensnared in an endless nightmare, breath escaping him as if he were a fish out of water. With death imminent, to an onlooker, it appeared as though Zhongli and the handsome young man were locked in a gaze, the latter's eyes filled with a strange intensity, while Zhongli resembled a mere shell of a man, his complexion turning from ashen to pale, flailing as if on the brink of madness. This was the art of hypnosis, rendering Zhongli's neural control over his breath ineffective, leading to a frantic struggle for air. Risking a descent into madness or a state of idiocy. 2 centuries prior, hypnotists merely induced sleep. Now, with humanity's capabilities greatly enhanced, those skilled in this dark art could, through mere eye contact, manipulate behavior and even induce brain death. As Zhongli found himself in peril, he suddenly felt a slight movement in his chest. It was the milky white stone he had kept close to his heart. The moment it stirred, a wave of psychic energy surged into his mind. In an instant, he opened his eyes, their sharpness piercing through the handsome young man's gaze, engaging in a pure mental confrontation, fraught with danger. The handsome young man, a malevolent criminal, let out a near scream as his eyes snapped shut, blood streaming down his face. His hypnosis technique had encountered a formidable psychic backlash, causing his nervous system to collapse, and the intense stimulation led to a surge of blood, rupturing vessels in his brain, rendering him blind. In that fleeting moment, the criminal sustained grave injuries. "Damn it! What is this? How can such powerful mental energy exist?" he raged, fleeing with astonishing speed, disregarding everything in his path. Meanwhile, Zhongli sensed a change in the milky white stone. "Do not escape." At the critical juncture, he instinctively pursued. Chapter 12. The Boneless Dragon Serpent. Capturing the criminal was the prime opportunity. Zhongli's mind was solely focused on this objective. The criminal, now mentally shattered and blind, was significantly weakened, making this the perfect moment to act. Others would earn a mere 5,000 star credits for apprehending the criminal, but if he succeeded, there would undoubtedly be even greater rewards. Discovering a criminal and personally apprehending them were two entirely different feats. He propelled himself forward, sprinting at full speed, closely tailing the fleeing figure. The man eschewed the elevator, opting instead for the stairwell's emergency exit. He ascended rapidly toward the rooftop. Zhongli closely followed, astonished that this man, despite his blindness, could navigate the path with such certainty, indicating his mental cultivation had reached a level where he could perceive the world through the mind's eye. The towering edifice rose over 70 stories high, yet the two individuals darted with remarkable speed, swiftly ascending to the scarcely frequented rooftop, a desolate expanse surrounded by a multitude of buildings. Suddenly, the dashing young man came to a halt, awaiting the arrival of Zhongli, his eyes bleeding yet his expression having regained a semblance of composure. I never imagined I would meet my downfall in such a manner, being outmaneuvered by you. Alas, your greed has blinded you. Did you truly believe that capturing me would earn you significant accolades? Those who are overly avaricious often meet their demise. Zhongli, realizing the extent of his own greed, felt an overwhelming sense of isolation in the face of his adversary. The eyes are the windows to the soul. The opponent's sightless gaze rendered him incapable of hypnotizing Zhongli. However, the assailant possessed formidable physical prowess, far exceeding level 1, perhaps even more. Whoosh! The assailant lunged forward, and in a fleeting moment, Zhongli barely discerned the movements of his attacker. His steps resembled a butterfly dancing among flowers, elusive yet laden with lethal intent. Bone-crushing spiral strike. In a moment of desperation, Zhongli resorted to his most potent martial arts technique, contorting his body in an effort to evade the onslaught. But it was too slow. The assailant's fist was already upon him. In such dire circumstances, he could muster no defense, only able to shield himself with crossed arms. Bang! He was violently propelled backward, crashing against a trash bin, which crumbled under the impact, leaving him smeared with filth. His physical condition was commendable, his vitality hovering around 0.9. The assailant's voice echoed in his ears as he leaped, closing the 10-meter gap in a mere 0.5 seconds, targeting Zhongli's head with a stomp that resembled a colossal elephant's weight. Boom! Deep impressions marred the ground as Zhongli rolled, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Had the assailant's foot connected, his skull would have been reduced to pulp. Danger lurked at every turn. He was powerful, and his lack of practical combat experience felt insurmountable. Zhongli had narrowly escaped a lethal strike, relying solely on his innate instincts honed through meditation. Sensing the imminent peril, he finally grasped the meaning of being blissfully unaware of the world's dangers. A mere high school student, unaccustomed to the brutal realities of combat, dared to thwart a criminal's escape. Surviving this perilous encounter would profoundly impact his psyche, catalyzing a transformative growth within him. True, merciless combat was the crucible of human development. Observing Zhongli evade his previous attack, the assailant was momentarily taken aback. His consecutive lethal maneuvers had been evaded, truly a miracle. His vitality had surged to 1.1. Vanquishing anyone below level 1 was as effortless as eating or drinking. Despite his recent injuries, drawing upon his formidable mental training, he exerted control over his blood vessels, muscles, endocrine system, and even his nerves, stimulating himself to manage his wounds. Kill. After 2 attempts to eliminate, Zhongli had failed. The assailant suddenly tore off his shirt, revealing a bare torso that exuded an even more ferocious aura, launching into a rapid, electrifying assault. Swish, swish, swish. He approached like a wraith, delivering knife-hand strikes that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. To Zhongli's eyes, reality blurred into a series of phantoms. Was he truly destined to perish? His sixth sense screamed of impending doom, yet he refused to surrender in the face of life and death. He fought with fervor. Crack, crack. The sound of tearing muscles and creaking bones reverberated within him as his body moved like a dragon or snake, evading the assailant's strikes. The bone-free dragon snake dance, a technique comprising 5 moves: bone-crushing spiral strike, bone-free arrow strike, shattered bone cloud collapse, bone-crushing rock smash, and the final, the bone-free dragon snake dance, demanded extraordinary physical capability, bordering on the inhuman. Yet, when executed, the practitioner's body became as agile as a dragon or snake. Capable of eluding any attack, it was said that some martial artists, having mastered the bone-free dragon snake dance, could even evade bullets. Originally, Zhongli was incapable of mastering this technique, but in this critical moment, he tapped into his latent potential, both mentally and physically pushed to their limits. His body danced ceaselessly, angles bewildering, movements rapid, as he successfully evaded 3 knife-hand strikes. Each strike was capable of cleaving through any part of the human body with the precision of a paper cutter. As he continued to evade the relentless onslaught, the assailant grew astonished, unable to fathom how such a seemingly insignificant figure possessed such formidable combat prowess. However, he soon discerned that Jiang Li's overexertion had left many of his muscles torn, and he could not endure much longer. Perhaps in the next moment, Jiang Li would collapse. The assailant inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash an even more devastating attack. In that instant, Jiang Li sensed the assailant's lethal intent. Having evaded so many deadly strikes, his muscles torn and his body nearly incapable of lifting a finger, he could only close his eyes and await his fate. I cannot die. I must move. He yearned to flee once more. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, in a moment of desperation, gunfire erupted from the entrance, bullets raining down upon the assailant. Instantly, he found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. These bullets were beams of light, a far cry from the physical projectiles of 2 centuries past. The police had long since replaced traditional firearms with laser pulse weapons. A thunderous sound echoed from above, the arrival of aerial units. Numerous beams of light converging on the assailant. The police department had mobilized resources, initiating a lockdown from the skies, rendering escape impossible for the criminal. Damn it! How could this happen so swiftly? The assailant, agile as a cat, leaped and dodged, disregarding the opportunity to eliminate Jiang Li. However, the aerial units were closing in, a myriad of lasers raining down, piercing through his form. He felt as if paralyzed, gradually losing the ability to move. Collapsing to the ground, soon, several aerial units descended, revealing law enforcement. Jiang Li recognized that the lasers were a novel weapon known as laser paralysis guns. When struck, the target would experience paralysis. An ordinary person would succumb to a single shot. Yet this assailant, with his extraordinary physical attributes, remained standing after enduring numerous hits. Police officers approached cautiously, while others maintained their aim, ready to eliminate any signs of resistance. Jiang Li even spotted a commander clad in powered armor. The suit, a marvel of technology, rendered its wearer impervious to blades and endowed with immense strength, capable of flight. An embodiment of the Iron Man archetype depicted in films from 2 centuries prior. Now realized in reality, however, this powered armor was crafted from a cumbersome alloy. Rumor had it that humanity had developed biological mechs, tiny biological chips that, upon activation, could envelop a person in a dense, scaly exterior, akin to dragon scales, granting unparalleled capabilities. This was humanity's secret weapon. Upon receiving the Dream Heart Sutra stone, Jiang Li had once hazily glimpsed elites donning biological mechs aboard human warships. Even the cost of alloy armor was exorbitant, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of star dollars, far beyond the means of an average person, and ownership was strictly prohibited. Only governmental and military entities could possess such technology. Get this injured person to the hospital immediately. The police drew near to Jiang Li, noting his bloodied form from muscle tears and promptly initiating rescue measures. A middle-aged officer appeared, stating, "This student assisted us in our investigation, providing crucial leads in capturing the assailant. We must ensure he receives the best medical attention, publicly funded healthcare." Understood. Moments later, several nurses and doctors rushed in, swiftly placing Jiang Li on a stretcher for transport to the hospital. In truth, Jiang Li could still move. His injuries were superficial. He was unperturbed by the potential exposure of his milky white stone, as it was merely an ordinary rock of no use to others. As Jiang Li was carried away, a police officer approached the commander, saying, "Sir, DNA analysis confirms this individual is a member of the Restoration Organization, codenamed Phantom Fox. Sir, we discovered a flying apparatus amidst the debris on the rooftop. This individual intended to escape via it, but we intercepted him, providing us the opportunity to arrive. Had he taken flight, capturing him would have proven exceedingly difficult." Another officer reported, "Sir, here are the recent satellite images." A different officer presented footage that unveiled the earlier confrontation between the assailant and Jiang Li. "Oh, is this truly a high school student? What potential?" Crack, crack. The figure clad in powered armor approached, the suit disassembling effortlessly into a compact metallic case held in his hand. This imposing individual exuded an aura of authority. Clearly a military man, he effortlessly wielded the several hundred kilograms of powered armor, showcasing remarkable physical prowess. "Colonel Song," the middle-aged officer greeted. "This one shows promise. Although lacking in combat experience, The fact that he managed to survive against Phantom Fox for a time indicates a bright future ahead. By the way, our collaboration in apprehending members of the Restoration Organization will surely earn us significant commendation. Damn the Restoration Organization? Anger flared in Colonel Song's expression. They wreak havoc everywhere. Humanity has been unified for over 2 centuries. The concept of nations is a relic of the past. They wish to plunge us back into the chaotic era of national conflicts. Chapter 13. For the sake of humanity in the hospital. Zhongli underwent treatment for an hour, emerging restored to his former self. Muscle tears and bone fractures are minor injuries that can be effortlessly treated with advanced medical technologies, such as the regenerative methods targeting bone and muscle cell activity. Naturally, such technologies come at a steep price, often costing thousands of star dollars per treatment, which leads the average citizen to opt for alternative healing methods that take longer, sometimes requiring 10 days to a month for recovery. Given that the expenses are covered by public funds, Zhongli understandably prefers the quicker, side effect-free option. In reality, his injuries could easily heal with just 3 days of rest, especially given his unique state of recovery known as fetal breath. However, returning home in a condition of disarray would inevitably cause concern among his family. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the fetal breath state demands substantial nutritional support. Each session is a drain on his life force. Until he has earned sufficient funds, he is resolute in avoiding any further fetal breath practices, which he finds far more perilous than any vigorous exercise. After being informed by Sister Dao, he took the initiative to research fetal breath online, discovering it to be a form of intensive cellular activation, with exertion levels exponentially surpassing that of strenuous running or boxing, by dozens or even hundreds of times. Without adequate nutritional backing, it risks depleting one's instinctive vitality. With the potential earnings of 5,000 star dollars from this incident, he hopes to purchase the Green God nutrient potion to stave off hunger and replenish the life potential that has been consumed by his cells. Zhongli touches the milky stone at his chest, perceiving it as a life-threatening talisman. Had Sister Dao not alerted him, he might have met his demise within a year or so. A wave of hunger surges once more. Yet eating seems futile. Even if his stomach were to burst, the hunger would persist, as the nutritional value of ordinary supplements is akin to that of stones for someone in a fetal breath state. It is no wonder that the phrase not partaking in earthly delights exists. As for those of elevated spiritual cultivation, such delights are as unpalatable as mere dirt. The sound of footsteps approaches, and a middle-aged officer along with several policemen enter the ward. Zhongli, how is your condition? Your injuries consist of superficial wounds, muscle strains, and bone cracks, but thankfully, there is no damage to the nervous system. Making recovery quite straightforward, Zhongli assesses his body, confirming that he is mostly unharmed. Standing at attention, he demonstrates his military training. Every high school student undergoes a year of military drills, and he knows the protocol. Excuse me? Officer, is that individual a criminal? I hope no mistakes are made in the apprehension. Congratulations, Zhongli. You were fortunate and quite capable to have identified the assailant. This individual is a member of a terrorist organization known as the Phantom Fox. Possessing formidable mental discipline and hypnotic skills, with a vitality of 1.1. Your timely intervention prevented him from escaping via aircraft, earning you significant merit. We have decided to reward you with 5,000 star dollars. And your companion Lin Xianyue will receive an additional 1,000 star dollars. The middle-aged officer instructs, please present your student chip. Of course. Zhongli retrieves his student chip, which is taken by a financial officer and swiped on a portable holographic terminal. Ding! The transfer of 5,000 star dollars has been successfully completed. The student chip serves as Zhongli's bank account, containing his identity information, fingerprints, appearance, DNA, family members, academic records, and credit history. Humanity has long adopted a universal chip system, conveniently accompanying individuals throughout their lives. Furthermore, your achievements have been recorded in our files. Consequently, you are now eligible for a merit star, designating you as a one-star citizen. The officer states, the one-star citizen. Zhongli is momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. The merit star is awarded to individuals who contribute to society, a commendation bestowed by the government. Holding a merit star provides significant advantages in future endeavors, be it employment, military service, or business opportunities, as large companies tend to prioritize candidates with such accolades. This system encourages citizens to engage in altruistic acts for the greater good. Accumulating merit points is no small feat. One must engage in volunteer work, blood donations, charitable contributions, successful scientific endeavors, or even assist in capturing criminals to earn the requisite points for upgrading to a merit star. Jiang Tao's brother currently possesses a high merit value due to assisting the police in solving cases. Yet he has not attained the status of a one-star citizen. Even in educational settings, having a merit star confers advantages. Schools favor awarding scholarships to such individuals. Conversely, students with poor records, regardless of their strengths, are unlikely to receive consideration from educational institutions, including the prestigious Stardust University. In fact, their prowess may even attract scrutiny from law enforcement. Moreover, one-star citizens have the privilege of purchasing vehicles. Ordinary citizens, regardless of their wealth, are prohibited from acquiring flying cars, as these lead to aerial congestion without contributing to society. Now, Zhangli qualifies for vehicle ownership, an emblem of status, albeit one he cannot afford. Upon examining his student chip, he discovers that his social merit status now gleams with a star, symbolizing contribution, fervor, youth, honor, and justice, all for the benefit of humanity. Standing tall, Zhangli performs a military salute. Zhangli, everything for humanity, let us strive together. The middle-aged officer reciprocates with a salute. This motto resonates deeply within the military, police, and student systems, representing shared ideals and aspirations. Additionally, Zhangli, we appreciate your assistance to Miss Xue. A middle-aged man in casual attire steps forward. Introducing himself, I am Lei Dong, the manager of the Xue Corporation, here to express our gratitude on behalf of the Xue family. Though Miss Xue intended to thank you personally, she is currently recovering from the effects of hypnosis inflicted by the criminal and requires rest and treatment. Nonetheless, I bring you a token of appreciation from the Xue family. 10,000 star dollars. I hope you accept it as a gesture of gratitude. As he speaks, he presents a card inscribed with his name. 10,000 star dollars. Zhangli is taken aback by the generosity of the Xue family. The police's reward was already substantial at 5,000 star dollars, but the Xue family's offering is a significant sum, akin to a fortune for the average person, while for them, it is merely a trifle. Miss Xue could easily spend 100,000 star dollars on a Stardust giant lizard skin handbag. Zhangli hesitates, contemplating the card being offered to him. Ultimately, he accepts it, recognizing that 10,000 star dollars is a considerable amount, and his desire to refuse remains unvoiced. However, he inquires with genuine concern, how is Miss Xue faring? Is she all right? Miss Xue was forcibly hypnotized by that despicable phantom fox, causing significant damage to her brain's neural pathways. She has already been admitted to the hospital for treatment, Manager Lei Dong sighs. We truly appreciate your assistance. The 10,000 star dollars is but a small token. Once she is discharged, we will express our gratitude more profoundly. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to us at the Xue Corporation. Here is our VIP card with my contact information. We hope you will consider joining us after your graduation. He gestures to the card, which is a small electronic chip that directly connects the holder to him. Manager Lei Dong only bestows such cards upon individuals of value. Observing this exchange, the middle-aged officer solemnly remarks, Zhangli, I hope you will gain admission to Stardust University. If that does not come to pass, the doors of our police department will always be open to you. Yes, everything for humanity. Zhangli salutes once more. Officer, I shall return home now. I have one request. I would prefer if this commendation remained undisclosed to the media. Rest assured, the details regarding the criminal are classified. The officer nods, watching Zhangli exit the ward, confident that this student has a bright future ahead. Fortune has smiled upon him, granting him a total of 15,000 star dollars. As he steps out of the hospital, Zhangli examines Manager Lei's card, which contains 10,000 star dollars in unlinked cash, readily transferable. With a simple press of a button, he transfers the funds to his account and tucks the card away. Recognizing that connections with influential figures could prove useful in the future, upon returning home, he ensures to keep this matter to himself. With 15,000 star dollars at his disposal, he deliberates on purchasing essential items and supplements. In his room, he activates his student chip and a screen materializes, displaying numerous web pages for browsing. He engages in online shopping, utilizing the chip as a basic computing device, albeit with limited processing speed compared to higher-end models. While some premium devices can simulate various scenarios, such as streets, zombies, or extraterrestrial monsters with high precision, Zhangli dreams of owning a smart brain that could connect with his neural waves and immerse him in virtual worlds. offering unparalleled mental stimulation. Unfortunately, such technology is beyond his financial reach. He surveys the online marketplace, contemplating what he can acquire, prioritizing the enhancement of his physical strength. However, he discovers that luxury supplements are exorbitantly priced, with the cheapest option being the flesh of the sago palm beast. Yet, even this does not sufficiently replenish the life potential drained by fetal breath. Ultimately, he resolves to purchase the Green God biological nutrient solution, a product only the affluent can afford. In his quest, he finally stumbled upon a potion that suited him perfectly, the verdant divine elixir bestowed upon him by the Blade Sister. The Green God Corporation is a colossal pharmaceutical conglomerate, renowned for producing a myriad of nutritional potions and supplements, albeit at exorbitant prices. The Green God biological nutrient solution costs a staggering $1,000 per vial. Families like Zhang Li's belong to the modestly affluent class, considered upper-middle-income earners. Their daily expenditures could be comfortably met with just a few star dollars, as the star dollar currency remains robust, allowing one to purchase an abundance of synthetic foods for merely 10 star dollars. With savings amounting to several $100,000 star dollars, one would be deemed middle class, a demographic that constitutes a decent consumer base in Xinhua City, though they could hardly afford to indulge in Green God nutrient potions daily. Wealth exceeding 1 million star dollars places one in the affluent category, making such expenditures feasible, yet spending thousands daily on sustenance remains a considerable burden. Only the true magnates, with fortunes in the tens of millions, can partake in these luxuries without concern. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Li confirmed his purchase. He acquired 10 vials, depleting a total of 10,000 star dollars from his account. As he watched the sum vanish, a pang of regret surged within him. Heavens, I've just squandered 10,000. Yet, to replenish the life potential he had consumed, he had no choice but to spend. Presently, he existed in a state of perpetual hunger, a torment that gnawed at his very being. This hunger was an affliction. However, a lack of hunger would signify a far worse fate, one where his life potential is devoured by his cells. Oh, stone, you are both a blessing and a curse. Zhang Li caressed the stone, fully aware that he could not afford to enter a deep meditative state again. The efficiency of online shopping was remarkable. Within the span of an hour, his order was delivered to his doorstep. Before him lay vials of verdant liquid, thick and emerald-hued, reminiscent of some biological algae. Upon opening one, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Undeniably authentic. In contemporary human society, counterfeit drugs are virtually eradicated. Those caught producing them face severe penalties, ranging from capital punishment to exile on distant planets, a fate worse than death. There exists a planet designated for the exile of criminals, known as Rakshasa Star, where daytime temperatures soar to 70 degrees, plummeting to -30 at night, creating an exceptionally harsh environment where exiled individuals endure a living hell. This nutrient potion, imbued with various nutrients processed through specialized biotechnological methods, is absorbed swiftly by the body. However, excessive consumption can lead to nutritional surplus. For Zhang Li, though, such concerns were trivial. His hunger was unbearable, and the enticing scent made him wish to consume even the glass vial itself. I am starving. I must eat quickly. He drank one vial, immediately feeling a surge of warmth rising from his abdomen. The effects were palpable as the nutrient solution coursed through his body, alleviating his hunger to some extent. The potion, priced at 1,000 star dollars per vial, proved its worth. Yet, the sensation of hunger had not been entirely vanquished. Without hesitation, he consumed another vial, and then another, until all 10 were gone, finally experiencing relief from his ravenous state. What bliss that I am no longer hungry. This is pure comfort. Zhang Li devoured the nutrient solution, feeling enveloped in warmth, on the verge of succumbing to slumber. However, he was acutely aware of what needed to be done. He promptly initiated crystal meditation, entering the second phase of deep sleep, his spirit shimmering like crystal. The milky white stone was too formidable for him to hold, compelling him to rely solely on his mental acuity to adjust his physical state. In the depths of his slumber, the milky white stone emitted a faint glow, and suddenly, a wave of agitation swept through him, drawing him back into the realm of dreams. It seemed the milky white stone had unlocked some mystery under the influence of the phantom fox's psychic energy. In the vast expanse of dreams, where time is but an illusion, Zhang Li found himself in a state of ethereal reverie, a voice echoing once more. This was the second time he had heard it, the first being during the transmission of the Milky White Stone's legacy. Yet this time, new visions unfolded before him. A voice resonated throughout the cosmos. In this grand universe, the sacred starry sky is but a dream. To pierce through the great illusion of existence and reveal the truth is the essence of cultivation. In this dream, a figure materialized. A middle-aged man standing amidst the void, his countenance serene. With each articulate word, he seemed to impart wisdom as a teacher would to a student. Fortunate one, you have finally awakened the great Dream Heart Sutra through your spirit. Now, I shall impart to you the teachings of this supreme divine art. The man, clad in an ancient, modest robe, was not the pale figure from the depths of the sewers, but rather another being within the dream. Without superfluous words, he began directly. Adopting a stable posture, he sat cross-legged. One hand raised with a complete palm, a gentle smile adorning his face, exuding warmth and tranquility, while the other hand rested naturally, caressing the void. Upon witnessing this posture, Zhongli felt an immediate calmness wash over him, as if all fears dissipated and the demons within his heart were silenced, granting him clarity and wisdom. Subsequently, the man's hand gestures transformed, blooming like a lotus, sometimes fists clenched, other times fingers poised like a sword, and at times forming rings, a myriad of variations. Above my head lies your cosmic brain. Meditation and movement must harmonize. This is the foundational practice of the great Dream Heart Sutra, the heart seal of the Mind Emperor. Meditate upon the cosmic brain to enhance your spiritual power. Above the middle-aged man's head, a vast expanse of starry sky unfolded. This celestial panorama was densely populated with billions of stars, coalescing into a nebula that astonishingly resembled a human brain. Countless stars formed this stellar system, which bore the likeness of a brain. The trajectories between the stars mirrored the convolutions of cerebral matter, with each twinkling star akin to a brain cell in perpetual motion. This was the meditation pattern. This star system dwarfed the Milky Way by several magnitudes. Why have I never seen this before? Zhongli pondered in his dream. In his studies, human astronomical knowledge was extensive. Yet he had never encountered a star system resembling a brain. Milky Way, Andromeda, Centaurus, none bore such resemblance. But the middle-aged teacher remained silent, repeatedly demonstrating. The brain is the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is thought. Thought is spirit. Spirit is the soul. Meditate upon the cosmic brain, for your mind is the brain of the universe. As the middle-aged man continually transformed his hand seals, Zhongli observed that the cosmic brain was surrounded by an infinite darkness. Should the cosmic brain cease its flickering, the encroaching shadows of terror would descend. He seemed to awaken to a profound realization. His brain was intertwined with the cosmic brain, and each star represented a brain cell. These cells were in constant operation. Should they falter, his soul would vanish, plunging him into the eternal abyss of death. Suddenly, the dream dissolved. Zhongli awoke, drenched in sweat. The visions from his slumber remained etched in the depths of his mind. Indelible, every gesture and meditation pattern engraved within him as if carved in stone. Especially that cosmic brain star system, 10 times larger than the Milky Way, its twinkling stars deeply imprinted in his consciousness, causing him dizziness with each recollection. Is this the foundational practice of the great Dream Heart Sutra? Meditation on the cosmic brain. He jolted upright from his bed, drenched in perspiration, the stench overwhelming. Yet, his vitality surged, and with each breath, he sensed every cell in his body rejoicing. He knew his life force had undoubtedly reached 0.9 as he recalled the dream. It was so vivid it felt like reality, compelling him to instinctively perform various hand seals. The moment he initiated the meditation on the vast brain formed by billions of stars, his limbs moved fluidly, his fingers connected with his heart, and with the hand seal resonating with his mind, his focus intensified immensely. It felt as if all the brain cells within him were igniting, his thoughts racing at an unprecedented speed. If his brain could be likened to a computer, previously capable of processing millions of calculations per second, now it operated at 10 million calculations per second, the speed of thought tenfold. His hand seals, synchronized with meditation, moved with the swiftness of wind. Suddenly, as he neared the completion of this heart seal of the Mind Emperor, he felt lightheaded, a warm fluid trickling from his nostrils. Alarmed, he halted the hand seals, only to find vivid red blood upon his fingers. It turned out that the rapidity of his thoughts had strained his mind, ultimately affecting his physical state. This was entirely normal. An individual could exhaust themselves to the point of aging overnight. And some scientists, in their relentless pursuit of solutions, had succumbed to overthinking, leading to their demise. Zhongli found himself in a similar predicament, overexerting his mind during his practice. The heart seal of the Mind Emperor, whether through hand gestures or meditation on the cosmic brain, was beyond his current capabilities. Why am I so hungry again? He wiped away the blood, feeling his stomach rumble. I didn't even enter the deep breath state. How could I be so ravenous? He had just meditated, entering a state of deep sleep, avoiding the deep breath technique. How could hunger strike him so swiftly? Could it be due to the meditation on the cosmic brain and the practice of the heart seal of the Mind Emperor? Leading to excessive exertion? He had 5,000 star dollars remaining and dared not squander them frivolously. Instead, he purchased 3,000 star dollars worth of green god nutrient potions. An hour later, the delivery arrived. And he consumed another vial, feeling some relief from his hunger. I understand now. Zhongli mused. He realized that the milky white stone likely required immense mental power to unlock. His own mental strength fell short. Yet during the confrontation with the Phantom Fox, the adversary's hypnotic attack inadvertently activated the Great Dream Heart Sutra. Unfortunately, the Phantom Fox's mental power was insufficient, resulting in a backlash that left it blind. The Soul Emperor Seal, when combined with the meditation of the cosmic mind, is indeed formidable. Alas, it demands an excessive expenditure of mental and physical energy, and my nutritional intake cannot keep pace. Oh, how tragic. The unparalleled martial arts remain unattainable. Zhongli lamented, I need money. More money. The martial arts that can complement meditation must be of B grade or higher. Take, for instance, the quintessential B grade martial art, the ghostly god fist. Each technique harmonizes with meditation, envisioning oneself as a ghostly deity, entering a trance state of self-hypnosis. Thus, when one unleashes a punch, it feels as if one possesses boundless strength, akin to that of a spectral entity. However, such practice can easily lead to mental derangement, rendering it a forbidden martial art, prohibited by educational institutions. Only those who reach the third stage of deep sleep may engage in its training. Indeed, all advanced martial arts are intertwined with meditation, embodying the concept of unity between body and mind. What a dismal fate! This milky white stone in its embryonic breathing state is utterly ineffective. After narrowly escaping with my life, I managed to unlock the fundamentals of the Great Dream Sutra through the illusory fox, yet I still cannot train. How tragic this is! Zhongli suddenly realized that without adequate nutritional support, the milky white stone was of no use whatsoever. As anticipated, he conducted another test. After merely 3 minutes of meditating on the cosmic mind, he found himself bleeding from the nose, overwhelmed by an intense wave of hunger. After consuming another vial of green god nutritional solution, he felt some relief. Clutching the last vial of nutritional solution and gazing at the 2,000 star coins remaining on his card, Zhongli felt tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 15. The secrets of the hand seals. He wiped away the blood from his nose, contemplating how to cultivate and earn money. Currently, he could not enter the embryonic breathing state or engage in meditation. The soul remnant was the set of postures derived from the Soul Emperor seal that had been imparted to him in a dream. This sequence of postures is exceedingly intricate, undoubtedly a form of advanced martial art. Regrettably, without meditation, it is akin to mere calisthenics. Meditation is the essence of internal cultivation. Martial arts devoid of internal principles are no different from flashy techniques devoid of substance. Nevertheless, given that these postures stem from the Great Dream Sutra, they must possess some merit. He practiced for a while, sensing the profundity hidden within the myriad poses of the Soul Emperor seal. Even without meditation, they surpassed the bone-free soft skills by several degrees of sophistication. Various movements and hand seals occasionally emanated an imposing aura, reminiscent of a thunder god's strike. At other times, they were as gentle as rain falling upon banana leaves, fingers flicking rhythmically. Moments, his fingers blossomed like flowers. Creating a cascade of elegance. On other occasions, both hands surged forth, evoking the image of a golden lotus rising from the earth. Before long, he grew fatigued and once more succumbed to a deep slumber. This time, No dream came to him. It appeared that the illusory fox's spiritual energy could only unlock the fundamental mysteries of the Great Dream Sutra once. An hour later, Zhongli awoke completely. Feeling invigorated, free from any lingering dizziness, he took a refreshing shower and changed his clothes. Feeling revitalized, he resumed practicing various movements, particularly the dragon snake dance from the bone-free soft skills, his body flowing gracefully, yet powerfully, swaying like a divine dragon soaring through the skies, unpredictable in its form. The experience of battling the illusory fox had provided him with numerous insights. The life and death struggle had awakened his instincts, and the benefits and experiences were gradually assimilating within him. Furthermore, having consumed over 10 vials of green god biochemical agents, his hunger was alleviated, replenishing his life potential. If he continued to take them, the damage inflicted by the embryonic breathing state would slowly mend. My physical capabilities have remarkably improved. He discovered that executing many of the bone-free soft skills movements felt effortless, particularly the final move, the bone-free dragon snake dance, which exhibited no hint of unfamiliarity. His physical constitution, the resilience of his bones, the vitality of his tendons and cells, and the efficiency of his organs had all been significantly enhanced. Astonishingly, he executed all 5 movements of the bone-free soft skills with impeccable precision. His physical prowess had surged tremendously. Now, he believed he would not be outmatched by his younger brother, Zhang Tao, of course. His practical combat experience might be somewhat lacking. Brother, you didn't attend class today? A knock sounded at the door. It was his younger sister, Zhang Xian. I just got back from class, Zhongli quickly replied. Come in, sister. What is going on, brother? Zhang Xian asked, puzzled, as she entered the room. Did you shop online? What's this? Green God biochemical agent? 1,000 star coins per vial, she exclaimed upon noticing the receipt on the table. Sure, Zhongli urged, keep your voice down. I took on a job without letting mom and dad know, assisting the police in tracking down a criminal. Fortunately, I stumbled upon a lead and earned a bit of a reward. Now, hand me your student card. Zhang Xian promptly retrieved her student chip, which Zhongli swiped. A chime echoed as 1,000 star coins were credited. 1,000 star coins. That's an enormous sum, Zhang Xian gasped. I've never had this much money before. I can buy so many things. Her monthly allowance was merely 8 star coins. Don't let mom and dad find out. Purchase what you need for your cultivation. Don't waste it, Zhongli whispered. Thank you, brother. You're too good to me, Zhang Xian exclaimed, jumping up to hug Zhongli, planting a kiss on his cheek. I want to become like second brother, a prominent figure at school. Zhongli smiled and nodded. Supporting his sister was of no consequence to him. He had initially saved this money to help her, even if it meant going without for himself. That evening, the family gathered once more for dinner. Father, mother, younger brother Zhang Tao, younger sister Zhang Xian, and Zhongli enjoyed a harmonious meal together, watching television and discussing the day's events. Zhongli relished this atmosphere, wishing it could last forever. How's your meditation going? Little brother? Zhongli inquired at the dinner table. It's quite challenging, Zhang Tao replied, clicking his tongue. I have begun practicing ancient Buddhist yoga hand seals, attempting to harmonize my spirit with my body and the cosmic rhythms. Subduing distracting thoughts, I also need to practice mantras, incantations, prayers, and worship. He put down his bowl and performed a gesture, clasping his hands into a fist and raising it above his head. Instantly, Zhongli felt as if his brother were an immovable mountain, emanating a subtle aura of spiritual strength. He sensed a connection with the Soul Emperor seal, feeling as though he had grasped something profound. The various hand seals of the Soul Emperor seal remained a mystery to Zhongli. He could only mimic them without true understanding. He realized that to master this set of hand seals, he must first meditate on the cosmic mind. Regrettably, meditation resulted in nosebleeds for him. Let us eat? Let us eat, their father, Zhang Zhendong, chimed in, clattering his utensils. After dinner, Zhongli returned to the park to feed the cats. Upon seeing Big Black, robust and vigorous, he felt not joy but a tinge of sorrow. Big Black had succumbed to the stone's hypnotic state, entering embryonic breathing, which would deplete its life force, drastically shortening its lifespan. Who knew how many months it had left? He yearned to earn money to provide Big Black with Green God nutritional agents. But that was not feasible at present. Big Black seemed blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, frolicking about, reveling in its role as the king of cats. Even the mightiest flower-faced tyrant bowed before it. After feeding the cats, Zhongli began his training, specifically the newly learned Soul Emperor seal. He continuously formed hand seals, executing various postures. By the end of the sequence, he was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. He rested once more, slipping into a deep sleep for an hour before activating his light brain to search for information. Restoration Organization. He typed the 4 characters into the search bar, and a plethora of information appeared. The memory of the illusory fox nearly ending his life was still vivid, and the individual's formidable power had profoundly shaken his spirit, especially the hypnotic techniques employed. Truly irresistible. Just a glance from that person could induce compliance, compelling one to divulge bank card passwords or even authorize transfers. Such scenarios were not beyond the realm of possibility. It was said that the illusory fox had used this ability to hypnotize many wealthy individuals, causing them to transfer funds without any subsequent trace, for those hypnotized could not recall the events that transpired. Teacher Dao's sister had mentioned that to elevate his spiritual training, he must learn hypnosis. Previously, he had regarded hypnosis as mere trickery, but after encountering the illusory fox, he found it to be eerily enchanting. Ancient tales spoke of foxes and cats hypnotizing humans, creating illusions where scholars believed they encountered beautiful maidens, only to realize they had been entranced. The story of the Yellow Liang dream was also a product of ancient hypnotists. Simultaneously, Zhongli searched online for details regarding the restoration organization associated with the illusory fox. The so-called Restoration Organization was established over 200 years ago, during a time when humanity was still divided into nations. Some individuals yearned for the revival of their homeland's glory. The unification of humanity and the transition into the stellar age was an inevitable trend. The era of nations was akin to the feudal or slave eras, a regression of history. Presently, humanity had grown stronger, establishing outposts on multiple planets. However, should they encounter an exceptionally powerful civilization in the cosmos, they could still face annihilation in an instant. In 2050, a formidable extraterrestrial warship crashed on Earth. Had it not been for its sudden descent, humanity would have become enslaved, fully subjugated. To this day, the technologies acquired from that warship remain subjects of research, not yet fully comprehended. All human governments now place immense emphasis on unity, resolutely prohibiting any acts of division. The Restoration Organization, too, is multifaceted. The illusory fox possesses Caucasian ancestry. The Star Hua city where they currently resided belonged to the Huagua of over 200 years ago. As Zhongli perused the wealth of information displayed on his light brain, he furrowed his brow. Over 2 centuries ago, the Earth was home to powerful nations such as the United States, Huagua, Russia, and several European nations. Following the World Wars, these political oligarchs united to form a new global government, rendering nations obsolete. Star Hua City, where Zhongli currently resided, belonged to Huagua, and he too was of pure yellow-skinned Huagua descent. Among the yellow-skinned races, there exists a powerful organization dedicated to the restoration of the Huaxia nation, stealthily concealed underground. However, he harbors no interest in such groups and has no desire to engage with them. Zhongli has always understood that he is but a minor character in the grand narrative, seeking merely a tranquil and harmonious societal environment in which he can gradually cultivate his strength, attain a better social standing, and provide a happy life for his family. A small figure, he remains indifferent to grand affairs. He believes in the principle of not in one's position, not meddling in politics. The thought of hypnosis crosses his mind, particularly recalling the hypnotic techniques of the illusion fox. He considers that perhaps he should delve into the knowledge of hypnosis, as it has become a lucrative profession in modern times. How might he learn hypnosis? He begins to search online. Hypnosis is a form of mental control. A hypnotist must first possess a strong spirit, then, through language, gestures, and body movements, exude their charisma to create profound suggestions and influences, ultimately affecting the other party's brain and controlling their subconscious. The qualifications for becoming a hypnotist range from apprentice hypnotist, junior hypnotist, intermediate hypnotist, senior hypnotist, to super hypnotist, culminating in the title of master of the mind. An apprentice hypnotist earns little, while anyone can learn hypnotic techniques. However, becoming a certified hypnotist requires passing numerous rigorous assessments. A junior hypnotist is capable of treating various ailments, facilitating peaceful slumber, and even inducing deep sleep. Of course, a junior hypnotist must also undergo their own spiritual cultivation, achieving the second stage of deep sleep. The monthly salary for a junior hypnotist typically ranges from tens of thousands to over 100,000 star coins. Information appears line by line online. Zhongli browses in astonishment. What? The monthly salary of a junior hypnotist is so high. Having reached the second stage of deep sleep, does that not qualify me to become a junior hypnotist? Chapter 16. Learning hypnosis. The next day, Zhongli returns to Sister Dao's office, and his first words are, "Teacher, I wish to learn hypnosis, but the tuition for hypnosis classes in society is prohibitively high. I would like to self-study. What should I do? Could you offer some guidance on hypnotic techniques for free?" Sister Dao glances at Zhongli. "You do not intend to become a junior hypnotist for profit, do you?" Indeed, Zhongli admits that he desires to learn hypnosis, but upon searching online, he finds that the fees for enrolling in hypnosis classes start at several thousand star coins, a steep price. He considers self-studying by seeking out hypnosis teaching videos online. Yet even those require payment to download. In today's world, awareness of copyright is well established. Piracy is nearly eradicated, making it almost impossible to find pirated materials online. This is especially true for various martial arts and mental training courses, all of which require payment. While the cost of general martial arts videos is not high, they offer little in terms of substantial learning. However, the costs for specific hypnosis training are considerably higher. Moreover, learning hypnosis online is fundamentally inadequate. It necessitates live experimentation and one-on-one instruction from a teacher. Your spiritual cultivation is at the second stage of deep sleep, which indeed allows you to learn hypnosis, far surpassing that of an apprentice hypnotist. You even have the qualifications to become a junior hypnotist, though qualifications are one thing. Mastering hypnosis is not so easily achieved. It requires considerable talent. Sister Dao continues, "Do you understand what hypnosis is? Share your thoughts." That it's quite simple. I make the other person sleep, and then I can make them do whatever I wish. Zhongli replies, "Hypnosis can damage a person's brain, but it can also treat psychological disorders." "That is a superficial understanding," Sister Dao remarks. "Please, have a seat." "Yes." Zhongli sits cross-legged. In fact, just now, you have already been hypnotized by me," Sister Dao states. "How can that be?" Zhongli feels quite alert. "I am not hypnotized. I instructed you to sit, and you complied. Your subconscious obeyed my command. How is that not hypnosis? The realms of spirit, body, and matter. My mind cannot control your body, yet it can govern your heart," Sister Dao explains. "You must comprehend the principles of hypnosis. I shall now teach you some basic techniques." As she speaks, she produces a pocket watch, opening it to reveal the ticking hands, which create a rhythmic sound as she swings it, quieting the entire office. "Breathe slowly, in sync with the rhythm of my pocket watch. Relax your entire body. Envision yourself lying upon a rock, the bright moon casting shadows through the trees, a gentle breeze caressing you. With a clear spring flowing beneath the rock, all is serene." Zhongli earnestly follows Sister Dao's instructions, imagining as she described, and aligning his breathing with the rhythm of the pocket watch. After a short while, his head begins to feel dizzy, as if he is on the verge of sleep. "This cannot be. If I fall under hypnosis, will my secrets not be revealed?" Zhongli grits his teeth and awakens. He cannot afford to be hypnotized. What if he accidentally divulges information about the Great Dream Sutra? "You resisted my hypnosis," Sister Dao observes as Zhongli regains consciousness. "But do you now grasp the principles of hypnosis?" "I understand a little." Zhongli contemplates. It seems to involve using language, gestures, and actions to induce relaxation in others, leading them to a state of profound slumber. However, if I do not follow your lead, say, if I do not breathe in accordance with the swinging of your pocket watch, nor envision the moon, the trees, the rocks, or the spring, would that not mean the hypnosis has failed? An apprentice hypnotist would surely fail in such a scenario. "They can only guide others to follow their own rhythm," Sister Dao replies with a cold smirk. However, a hypnotist is different. Even the most novice hypnotist will skillfully attune themselves to another's rhythm, requiring no cooperation. The fundamental distinction between a hypnotist and an apprentice hypnotist lies in this need for synchronization. "Are you a hypnotist, teacher?" Zhongli inquires. "Of course, I am a junior hypnotist. Otherwise, how could I afford such furnishings?" Sister Dao gestures to the fragrant wood around them. "I charge over 1,000 star coins for each hypnosis session. Otherwise, how could I survive on a meager salary from the school?" A junior hypnotist can induce deep sleep in others. Zhang Yu once employed such a hypnotist, and each session came at a hefty price. Over time, he became familiar with the rhythm of deep sleep, allowing him to cultivate it himself in contemporary society. Hypnotists are highly sought after. What is the rhythm of life? Zhongli poses a pivotal question. Excellent question, Sister Dao replies, her eyebrows raising with a hint of intensity. The concept of life rhythm is quite profound and requires a keen sensitivity to grasp. Life rhythm encompasses a melody composed of breathing, heartbeat, pulse, and even brain waves. It can also be described as the frequency of life's magnetic field fluctuations. If a hypnotist apprentice hasn't entered deep sleep, discussing this with them would be futile. However, you are different. You are a formidable practitioner at the second stage of deep sleep, capable of calming your mind. Zhongli listens, somewhat understanding. You still do not grasp the essence of life rhythm. Let me provide a simpler example. Consider the mobilization before a war. A general's address, invigorated by military songs or impassioned speeches, galvanizes the soldiers into a frenzy, compelling them to fight with recklessness. This, too, is a form of hypnosis. Hypnosis involves employing a keen spirit to perceive the life rhythm of others, then using language, gestures, and actions to create a resonance, ultimately numbing the other's consciousness, allowing you to exert your influence. Sister Dao asserts, this requires a teacher to demonstrate personally. Online teaching videos are ineffective, as each individual has a distinct life rhythm, much like fingerprints. Every hypnotist must possess the sensitivity to discern this. For instance, if I were to forcibly hypnotize you now, suddenly, she resumes swinging the pendulum, and at that moment, its frequency aligns perfectly with Zhongli's breathing, heartbeat, and pulse. Zhongli suddenly finds himself captivated by the pendulum. He quickly adjusts his breathing and concentrates, yet the pendulum seems to synchronize with his rhythm, slowing down in tandem. Simultaneously, Sister Dao begins to intone a hypnotic melody, a lullaby. Upon hearing this sound, he immediately feels drowsy. Struggling to maintain his focus, crystal meditation, he swiftly enters a state of crystal meditation, where his mind becomes pure, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Crystal meditation. A cold smile plays on Sister Dao's lips. Suddenly, she emits a powerful syllable, hung. The sound reverberates through his eardrums, igniting a wave of heat throughout his body, jolting him awake from his tranquil state. This exclamation strikes him like a thunderbolt, rendering him disoriented as if he were a startled animal. Instinctively, his gaze turns toward the source of the sound. He sees Sister Dao raising her hands high, then swiftly bringing them down, her movements weaving intricate patterns like flowers, imbued with a dreamlike quality. Instantly, his attention is riveted, his breathing and awareness resonating with her gestures, his vision becoming blurred, as a voice whispers in his ear. You are weary. Take a rest, let go of all burdens. Indeed. Zhongli unconsciously replies. I shall sleep. I am tired. It is time to sleep. Yet deep within, a subconscious voice warns him. Do not sleep. Under no circumstances should you sleep. Alas, it proves futile. Even the crystal meditation offers no sanctuary. He feels his spirit on the brink of slumber, teetering into an abyss of oblivion. Suddenly, a spark of clarity ignites within him. He seems to grasp a lifeline. The meditation of the cosmic mind materializes in his thoughts, and he fervently recalls the imagery, causing his brain cells to surge into action tenfold. His eyes spring open, radiating clarity. However, shortly thereafter, blood trickles from his nose, followed by a pounding headache. You can withstand my esoteric grand seal hypnosis? As Zhongli gently oscillated his pocket watch, it emitted a soft, hypnotic sound. Are you weary, yearning for slumber? If you are fatigued, do contribute your collections, red tickets, and rewards. Only then can one delve into profound sleep. Chapter 16. The Art of Hypnosis. The following day, Zhongli once again entered Sister Dao's office, and his first words were, Teacher, I wish to learn the art of hypnosis. However, the tuition for hypnosis classes available in society is exorbitantly high. I aspire to self-study. What should I do? Could you offer me some guidance on hypnosis techniques for free? Sister Dao cast a glance at Zhongli. Surely, you do not intend to become a novice hypnotist for profit? Indeed, Zhongli admitted, he wished to learn hypnosis, yet upon searching online, he discovered that enrollment fees for hypnosis courses began at several thousand yuan. A steep price. He sought to self-educate, but even instructional videos by hypnotherapists required payment for downloads. In today's world, the awareness of copyright is highly developed and piracy has nearly been eradicated. Finding pirated materials online is almost impossible. This holds true especially for various martial arts and mental training courses, all of which require payment. Generally, While martial arts videos are not prohibitively expensive, they offer little in terms of substantial learning. However, the costs for specific hypnosis training are significantly higher. Moreover, learning hypnosis online is futile. It necessitates live practice, with instructors conducting one-on-one hypnosis sessions. Your spiritual cultivation is at the second stage of deep sleep. Indeed, you can learn hypnosis, surpassing that of a mere apprentice. You might even possess the qualifications to become a junior hypnotist. Yet, qualifications aside, mastering hypnosis is not a simple feat. It demands considerable talent, Sister Dao remarked. Do you understand what hypnosis is? Share your thoughts, it's rather simple. I induce sleep in another, compelling them to do my bidding. Zhongli replied. Hypnosis can harm the brain yet also serve to heal psychological ailments. That is a rather superficial understanding, Sister Dao replied. Now, take a seat. Yes, Zhongli promptly settled into a cross-legged position. In fact, just moments ago, I have already hypnotized you, Sister Dao declared. How is that possible? Zhongli felt quite alert. I am not hypnotized. I instructed you to sit, and you complied. Your subconscious obeyed my command. How is that not hypnosis? The realms of mind, body, and matter. My spirit cannot control your body, yet it can govern your mind, Sister Dao explained. You must grasp the principles of hypnosis. I shall now teach you a simple technique. As she spoke, she produced a pocket watch, opened it, and the ticking of the hands resonated within the office, gradually quieting the atmosphere. Breathe slowly, in sync with the rhythm of my watch's movement. Relax your entire being. Envision yourself lying upon a rock, the bright moon casting shadows through the trees, a gentle breeze wafting by, and beneath the stone, a clear spring flows serenely. Everything is tranquil. Zhongli genuinely followed Sister Dao's instructions, imagining as directed and breathing in accordance with the watch's rhythm. Before long, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, as if he were on the verge of sleep. This cannot be. If I am hypnotized, will my secrets not be exposed? Zhongli bit down on his teeth, forcing himself to awaken. He could not afford to be hypnotized. What if he inadvertently spoke of the Great Dream Sutra? You resisted my hypnosis, Sister Dao noted as she observed Zhongli regaining consciousness. But do you comprehend the principles of hypnosis now? Somewhat, Zhongli pondered. It seems to involve using language, body movements, and actions to induce relaxation in others, ultimately leading them into a deep sleep. However, if I do not follow your cues, such as not breathing in rhythm with your watch, or not envisioning the moon, trees, rocks, and springs, would that not mean hypnosis has failed? Indeed, a mere apprentice would likely fail to hypnotize anyone. An apprentice can only guide others to follow their own life rhythm, Sister Dao smirked. However, a hypnotist, even a novice, can adeptly attune to another's rhythm without requiring cooperation. Are you a hypnotist, teacher? Zhongli inquired. Of course, I am a junior hypnotist. Otherwise, how could I afford this furniture? Sister Dao gestured towards the fragrant wood surrounding them. I charge clients thousands of star dollars for a single hypnosis session. Otherwise, how could I survive on a meager salary from the school? Junior hypnotists can guide individuals into deep sleep. Zhang Yu had previously engaged such a hypnotist, and each session came at a significant cost. Over time, he became familiar with the rhythm of deep sleep, allowing him to practice independently. In today's society, hypnotists are exceedingly sought after. Hypnotists, not mere apprentices. What is the rhythm of life? Zhongli posed a pivotal question. Excellent inquiry. Sister Dao raised an eyebrow, a hint of intensity in her gaze. The concept of life rhythm is quite profound. It necessitates a keen spirit to grasp. Life rhythm encompasses breathing, heartbeats, pulses, and even brain waves, a melody that represents the frequency of life's magnetic field. If a hypnotist has not entered deep sleep, discussing these matters with them is futile. However, you are different. You are a formidable entity at the second stage of deep sleep, capable of calming your mind. Zhongli listened, half comprehending. You still do not grasp the essence of life rhythm. Allow me to provide a simple example. The mobilization prior to a war, where generals inspire soldiers through military songs or impassioned speeches, igniting a fervent spirit within each soldier to fight fearlessly. This, too, is a form of hypnosis. Hypnosis employs a keen spirit to attune to another's life rhythm, utilizing language, body movements, and actions to create resonance, ultimately leading to the numbing of the other's consciousness, surrendering them to your influence. This requires the teacher to personally demonstrate. Online instructional videos are ineffective, as each individual possesses a unique life rhythm. Akin to fingerprints. Every hypnotist must be discerning in their approach. For instance, if I were to forcibly hypnotize you. Suddenly, she shook the pendulum once more, and its frequency aligned perfectly with Jiang Li's breathing. Heartbeat and pulse, he found himself entranced by the pendulum's sway, hastily adjusting his breathing to concentrate. Yet, the pendulum seemed to slow in tandem with his rhythm, while Sister Dao's voice exuded a hypnotic melody, an enchanting lullaby. Upon hearing it, he immediately began to feel drowsy, unable to concentrate. Crystal meditation, he thought, swiftly entering a state of crystal meditation, his mind becoming pure, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Crystal meditation? Sister Dao's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, she shouted a single syllable. Hum. Jiang Li's eardrums vibrated, his body igniting with heat, jolting him awake from his tranquil state, as if he had been struck by lightning. Instinctively, his gaze shifted towards the source of the sound, where he saw Sister Dao raising both hands, then swiftly bringing them down, fingers weaving intricate patterns like flowers in bloom, her movements imbued with a dreamlike essence. Instantly, his attention was captivated, his breathing and consciousness wavering. Blurring his vision, as a voice whispered in his ear, "You are tired, take a rest. Let go of all your burdens." "Yes, yes," Jiang Li unconsciously responded, "I shall sleep. I am weary, it is time to sleep." Yet, deep within, a subconscious voice urged him, "Do not sleep. Under no circumstances can you sleep." Alas, it was in vain. Even the crystal meditation proved ineffective. He felt his spirit teetering on the edge of slumber, plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed through his mind. He grasped onto it like a lifeline. The meditation of the cosmic mind materialized in his thoughts, and he fervently recalled the imagery, instantly awakening his brain cells to tenfold activity. His eyes opened wide, shining with clarity. However, blood trickled from his nose, accompanied by a throbbing headache. "Can you withstand my esoteric hand seal hypnosis?" Sister Dao observed Jiang Li regaining consciousness, halting her hypnosis, astonished. "You are bleeding from your nose. Your brain cells are damaged. What were you meditating on to activate your cells to such an unprecedented degree?" "It's nothing," Jiang Li replied, intrigued. "Teacher, what hypnosis technique did you just employ?" "A simple hypnosis technique would not suffice to hypnotize you. I utilized the true words of the esoteric tradition, delivering a jolt that shattered your mental defenses, leaving you disoriented. I then employed the spirit-quelling seal to induce hypnosis." Sister Dao explained, her tone still laced with astonishment. "My cultivation has reached the third stage of deep sleep. I should have been able to hypnotize you, yet you awakened." "Everyone harbors their own little secrets." Jiang Li lowered his head. "I do not wish to pry." Sister Dao waved her hand. "However, your little secret comes at the cost of bodily harm. Do not misuse it. Please elucidate the mysteries of the hand seals." "Teacher," Jiang Li eagerly pressed on, diligently seeking knowledge. The only technique he could currently cultivate was the Heart Emperor seal, yet he still struggled to integrate it with meditation. The hand seal is the most profound of seals. In Buddhism, the hand represents the heart. You are aware of the phrase 10 fingers connected to the heart. When forming hand seals, the hands and heart resonate, symbolizing the bridge of communication between heaven and earth. Heaven represents the soul, earth embodies the physical realm, and the bridge signifies the body. This is the theory of the three realms. You must firmly grasp this concept. Sister Dao dedicated herself wholeheartedly to imparting knowledge to Jiang Li. However, like B-grade martial arts, each movement of the hand seal must be synchronized with meditation. Your current state renders the study of hand seals of little significance, unless one enters the profound depths of the third stage of deep sleep. Indeed, Jiang Li nodded thoughtfully, still contemplating the great Emperor seal of the mind. That moment, Sister Dao elaborated on the various methods of hand seals, the theoretical knowledge behind them, and how they intertwine with hypnosis. Ultimately, she remarked, in essence, hypnosis is the act of using one's own spirit to shatter the spirit of another. However, the power of the spirit must be released through the physical body. Among the myriad forms of body language, hand seals reign supreme. Thus, employing hand seals for hypnosis is a superior method, while inferior methods rely on tools like pendulums. Remember, the key points of hypnosis are, first, to grasp the rhythm of another's life, which relies entirely on one's own intuition and acuity. Second, One must release their spiritual power through their body and voice, creating a rich aura of influence. Third, one must seize the moment to breach the defenses of another's spirit. Mastering these 3 points will qualify you as a competent hypnotist. Zhongli slowly nodded. Challenging indeed. Few can master these 3 points. Quite right. Achieving the second stage of deep sleep is inherently difficult. Yet becoming a hypnotist is even more so. For the second stage of deep sleep signifies a commendable level of spiritual power, but whether one can release that power is another matter altogether. The strength of spirit is no less formidable than that of the body. Even physical strength requires combat skills. Sister Dao presented this explanation with clarity. A person's strength may be considerable, yet without the skills of combat, it remains untapped, merely the might of a clumsy bull. Similarly, a person with great spiritual strength must learn how to release it. Releasing physical power is simple, but releasing spiritual power is 100-fold more challenging. Zhongli, bear in mind another crucial point. That is, the most critical aspect of hypnosis is to learn to smile. Sister Dao cautioned. A smile is the most fundamental means of releasing one's spirit. A genuine smile emanating from the heart is easily infectious, bringing joy to others. A smile fosters trust. If you present a cold demeanor, others will instinctively resist you, significantly diminishing your chances of successful hypnosis. The power of releasing the spirit begins with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhongli experienced a moment of enlightenment. He finally grasped the essence of body language and how to release the power of the mind. This was indeed the most straightforward and comprehensible principle. By the way, teacher, one last question. Zhongli inquired, does the soul truly exist? You have phrased your question incorrectly. Sister Dao replied, the soul is your thought? Your spirit. How could it possibly not exist? You should ask, does the soul persist after death? The spirit is ethereal. It manifests in the material realm only by relying on the body as a bridge between heaven and earth. If the bridge collapses, it returns to nothingness. Understood. Zhongli gained a deeper understanding of his inner self. Chapter 17. The Great Emperor Seal of the Mind with a clenched fist in one hand and a lightning gesture in the other. Zhongli exuded a formidable presence, reminiscent of the thunder god unleashing his might as he performed this hand seal. He did not meditate, yet he felt as if he had transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing the heavens with thunder resounding from the cosmos. With a swift motion, his hand seal changed again, 2 fingers aligned, radiating like a blade, as if he had morphed into a fierce gale, his breath becoming erratic. The wind traversing the earth, drip, the hand seal shifted once more, fingers unfurling, resembling raindrops against banana leaves, nourishing all in their path. He became a torrential downpour, manifesting as countless droplets cascading down. Boom. He raised both hands like mountains, and the aura of the hand seal transformed, embodying the immovable grandeur of towering peaks. This was the myriad transformations of the great Emperor Seal of the Mind, as his body and mind continuously exchanged. Harnessing the spirit to command the flesh, emanating various formidable presences. After attending Sister Dao's class, receiving personalized instruction, he diligently studied the detailed theories and techniques of hypnosis, returning home to contemplate deeply and researching specific methods of hand seals online, including Buddhist hand seals, Taoist 5 thunder seals, rain prayer seals, and Christian prayers, along with various religious rituals. Although his learning capacity was not as terrifying as during his prenatal state, it was still remarkably impressive in the second stage of deep sleep. With agile thinking and exceptional memory, he refrained from utilizing prenatal breathing techniques or meditating on the cosmic mind. After returning from Sister Dao's, he consumed the final vial of the green divine biochemical potion, which nourished his brain cells and alleviated his headache. However, this left him with only 1,000 star coins, having exhausted all his nutritional supplies. Fortunately, if he could become a junior hypnotist, he could quickly earn money. Not to mention, assisting others in entering deep sleep would yield thousands of star coins each time. The monthly salary of a junior hypnotist, typically hired by large corporations, ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, truly a substantial sum. After all, how could Sister Dao possibly be so affluent? Alas, those who reach the second stage of deep sleep are exceedingly rare, and those who become junior hypnotists are even more so. Each junior hypnotist is a significant figure. The demand in the market is immense, as countless individuals aspire to enter deep sleep. Once one obtains this qualification, financial prospects are assured. The more Zhongli learned about hand seals, the more he realized that the great Emperor Seal of the Mind might be an unparalleled art. Currently, without meditating on the cosmic mind, he diligently practiced, perceiving that each hand seal represented something unique. Regrettably, the Dream Sutra's stone could not be unlocked, preventing him from learning further. Fortunately, during his cultivation, his physical agility significantly increased, and both the boneless soft technique and dragon claw capture martial arts saw substantial improvement. Although the great Emperor Seal of the Mind could not yet be applied in combat, it served purely as a decorative form. Yet it greatly enhanced his physical agility. Zhongli sensed that with sufficient nourishment and the meditative practice of the cosmic mind, the true magic of this hand seal would be fully realized. Moreover, he regarded this hand seal as a form of body language, employing it as a gesture for hypnosis, experimenting repeatedly. His subjects were not humans, but rather the stray cats in the park. While he practiced, a group of cats frolicked nearby. The flower-faced tyrant perched on a stone by the fish pond, gazing at the large goldfish swimming in the water, eager to pounce. Every time he witnessed this scene, Zhongli found it amusing. The flower-faced tyrant had been eyeing the goldfish in the park pond for days, spending a significant amount of time on the stone, contemplating a leap into the water to catch fish. Yet hesitating, Zhongli believed that if it jumped, it would likely be devoured by the fish, some of which were larger than itself. Splash! A large goldfish suddenly leaped, splattering water all over the flower-faced tyrant. Pooh! The flower-faced tyrant spat angrily, its body trembling with fury, its fur bristling, while the fat goldfish leisurely blew bubbles in the water, seemingly mocking the flower-faced tyrant's impotence. The flower-faced tyrant glared at the goldfish with intense hatred, yet felt utterly helpless. Eventually, it slumped down, dejected, and lazily lay on the ground to dry its fur. Flower-faced tyrant, Zhongli called out with a thud. The flower-faced tyrant leaped 3 feet high, thinking Zhongli was offering food. Elated, Zhongli concentrated profoundly, sensing the flower-faced tyrant's life rhythm. He perceived its breaths, heartbeats, and even thought waves. He distinctly felt the flower-faced tyrant's disappointment upon realizing there was no food. Look at my hand? He attuned to these emotions, calculating and adjusting, as if grasping a thread of hypnotic rhythm. His hand began to sway in accordance with the flower-faced tyrant's life rhythm, increasingly rapid, performing numerous gentle gestures, resembling a cascade of flowers. This was a pose from the great Emperor Seal of the Mind, mimicking a dazzling display. After extensive practice, Zhongli felt that if this pose were executed rapidly, it could dazzle the eyes and induce dizziness, which should be beneficial for hypnosis. Furthermore, hypnosis does not require a fixed posture. One can wave a hand, pour water, breathe, sing a tune, or swing a pendulum, as long as one masters the rhythm of the other's life to create resonance. Indeed, as this gesture was made, the flower-faced tyrant stared blankly, suddenly swaying as if intoxicated. Thud. The flower-faced tyrant collapsed to the ground, sinking into a deep slumber. Zhongli approached, stroking its fur, adjusting his own spirit to a tranquil state as he caressed it. This was the initial gesture of the great Emperor Seal of the Mind. The gesture of the dreamer involves one hand raised while the other gently strokes the air, instilling profound tranquility, igniting wisdom, vanquishing malevolence, and dispelling terror, upholding righteousness in the world. As Zhongli stroked, he transmitted his inner peace to the sleeping flower-faced tyrant. The physical contact allowed him to perceive the other's spirit. For instance, a gentle touch conveys tenderness, while a heavy-handed approach reveals brutality. Indeed, the flower-faced tyrant's breathing calmed, as if Zhongli had truly banished its malevolent thoughts and fears. It fell into a deep, serene slumber. Zhongli could easily discern that it had entered deep sleep. Humanity has conducted profound studies on the life characteristics of deep sleep, even developing specialized instruments for testing. The life characteristics of deep sleep are distinct. Breathing, heartbeat, and pulse can be clearly observed. Astonishingly, he had succeeded. Hypnotizing a cat into deep sleep revealed the wonders of the great Emperor Seal of the Mind. His first experimental success filled him with exhilaration. Having hypnotized the cat into deep slumber was a capability of a junior hypnotist, heralding a flood of financial opportunities. Without mentioning those eager students striving to enhance their physical abilities, even numerous wealthy individuals yearn for a restful slumber each day to rejuvenate their spirits. Consequently, it is common for affluent individuals to seek the services of novice hypnotists. However, the ability to hypnotize a cat does not equate to the capacity to hypnotize a human. Cats are inherently drowsy creatures, their minds purer than those of humans by many folds. After pondering for half an hour, he delved into the mysteries of the great emperor of the mind seal. Upon gaining some insights, he wished to conduct another experiment. Awaken, flower-faced tyrant, he gently tapped the flower-faced tyrant, who turned over, full of vigor, gazing at him with astonishment. He swiftly began to form hand seals. Surpassing the usual limits of his practice, his hands transforming into various elegant postures. Indeed, the flower-faced tyrant's eyes began to glaze over, dozing off gradually. Were both experiments successful? Zhongli stared blankly at his hands, finally confirming. This appeared to be the skill of a novice hypnotist. A monthly salary of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, beckoned to him. He contemplated returning to conduct an experiment to see if he could also induce deep sleep in humans. The thoughts of cats are simple, while those of humans are complex, making it significantly easier to hypnotize a cat than a person. After placing the peacefully slumbering flower-faced tyrant in a warm cat nest and leaving some food for it, Zhongli returned home, brimming with joy. He activated his light brain once more to study the knowledge of hand seals. Recently, he had gained much understanding and felt that the gestures of the great emperor of the mind seal were ever-changing. With each posture embodying a myriad of hypnotic actions, he had already discerned that the dazzling posture could lull a cat to sleep, while the gentle gesture that caressed the cosmos could calm a cat's heart, leading it into deep slumber. As for whether humans would respond similarly, that required experimentation. After several hours of study, having perused dozens of electronic books, he synthesized the various points of knowledge regarding hand seals. He had read about ancient classics such as Capturing the Great Trajectory, Lotus Heart Trajectory, Embryonic Treasury Sanskrit Sequence, Embryonic Treasury Preparations, and Great Sun Sutra. Now, when Zhongli read, his eyes swept across a page. Retaining the entire content, and with a slight analysis, he distilled the knowledge points, his reading speed astonishingly rapid. He completed reading an electronic book worth hundreds of thousands in mere moments, immediately grasping the essence. Previously, he would take a long time to read a book, memorizing it painstakingly, and his learning efficiency was akin to the Stone Age. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day had passed in this manner. The ancient texts on hand seals were vast, while modern literature on hypnosis and psychology was boundless. A lifetime of study could scarcely encompass it all. Despite Zhongli's diligent learning over such an extended period, he had only skimmed the surface. Brother, you're back? Did you skip class today? As dusk fell, his sister Zhang Xian returned first. Yes, I was engaged in something important at home. Zhongli waved her over. I've been studying hypnosis lately. Would you be my test subject? Haha, brother, don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly hypnotize me? Give it a try. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. Very well, just focus on me. Zhongli produced a pendulum, swinging it continuously. Concentrate. Watch the pendulum sway. Do you not feel drowsy? Do you wish to take a nap? Surrounding you are serene mountains and rivers, the sweet songs of birds, and a gentle breeze. As Zhongli focused his mind. Swaying the pendulum, he attuned himself to his sister's rhythm of life. Ha ha ha. Sister Zhang Xian watched for a while, as if witnessing a monkey show, laughing uproariously. Is this hypnosis, brother? It's too funny. I'm not affected at all. It's because you're not cooperating. Hypnosis requires participation. You must envision it with me. Zhongli shook his head, and just then, Zhang Xian's defenses lowered. He swiftly formed hand seals, his hands moving with grace and power. Fingers dancing in an exquisite display, captivating Zhang Xian, her expression becoming somewhat dazed. The protagonist has finally acquired a lucrative skill. Let us all applaud, showering him with red tickets and accolades. Chapter 18. Sleep Testing with a Whoosh. Sister Zhang Xian gazed at his gestures, her eyes becoming misty, beginning to sway unsteadily as Zhongli continued to form seals, quickening his pace. She shook her head, striving to remain awake, yet found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Akin to being intoxicated, though she never fully succumbed to sleep. Sleep now, dear sister. Enjoy a restful slumber, and you shall awaken refreshed, entering deep sleep. A smile graced Zhongli's face as he spoke softly. Striving to enhance his spiritual influence, seeking to breach his sister's mental defenses, genuinely wishing for her to have a good rest. Half an hour passed before Jiang Xian finally collapsed onto the bed. Entering a deep sleep. Success! Jiang Li panted heavily, drenched in sweat, his vision swimming, his physical strength severely depleted. Hypnotizing the flower-faced tyrant had been simple. Hypnotizing his sister nearly pushed him to his limits, the half-hour tug-of-war leaving him feeling mentally drained. However, he could not afford to relax just yet. He gently caressed his sister's forehead, using the great emperor of the mind seal, and indeed, her breathing steadied, her demeanor growing increasingly tranquil. Jiang Li smiled, transmitting emotional comfort through his touch. Letting her know, and she smiled in her sleep, her slumber sweet and serene. Once his sister had drifted off, Jiang Li too fell into deep slumber to restore his strength. An entire hour passed before he fully recuperated. Sister Jiang Xian remained asleep as he promptly retrieved the sleep testing device. Her vital signs were stable, her brain activity calm, and her sleep quality rated at 98 points. Excellent. A series of data displayed on the testing device culminated in a score. With modern technology, sleep quality could indeed be measured. Normal sleep typically scored 60 points, merely passing, while good quality was 70, very good was 80, and excellent was 90. A perfect score of 100 indicated deep sleep. The pinnacle. Jiang Li's current sleep quality exceeded full marks, reaching an off-the-chart status. Even without the milky white stone, he could enter deep slumber at any time, far surpassing those who required prolonged meditation, breathing exercises, and guidance to achieve the same. Out of tested, his sleep quality would likely approach 200 points. Of course, his current sleep testing device could not measure this, requiring more advanced equipment, which was quite costly. This testing device was as commonplace as thermometers, accessible to countless households, not a marvel of high technology. Sister Jiang Xian typically scored 70 points for sleep quality, good. Now, it had jumped directly to 98 points, indicating the efficacy of his hypnosis. Jiang Li once again searched online, discovering that he was still not a novice hypnotist, unable to induce deep sleep in others, necessitating further mastery of hypnotic techniques. A novice hypnotist could directly lull someone into deep sleep, scoring a perfect 100, thus commanding a reward of thousands of star dollars. He needed to strive harder, determined to induce deep sleep in others. For without achieving this, a hypnotic apprentice could hardly create significant value. Jiang Li shook his head repeatedly. What a pity. When I perform the great emperor of the mind seal, I cannot meditate on the cosmic mind. Otherwise my brain cells would be tenfold more active, greatly enhancing the power of this seal. During the process of hypnotizing his sister Jiang Xian, he seemed to have grasped a deeper layer of the great emperor of the mind seal's mysteries. The night had fallen into darkness. Jiang Xian awoke from her dreams, feeling utterly refreshed. Brother, I slept so deeply. She rubbed her eyes and hopped out of bed. Look at your sleep data. Jiang Li showed her the testing device. Wow, Jiang Xian exclaimed, jumping up. My sleep quality is actually 98 points. Excellent. I used to only score 70, brother. Did you really do this with your hypnosis? What else could it be? We're going to get rich. Get rich. You can become a novice hypnotist and earn a fortune. Jiang Xian counted on her fingers. A novice hypnotist is a significant figure, a human money printing machine. The difference between 98 and 100 is vast. Only by hypnotizing you into deep sleep can you be considered a qualified novice hypnotist. Jiang Li browsed through his light brain, researching various records on hypnosis. By the way, where did you learn this set of hypnotic techniques? Online. I stumbled upon a post that detailed this set of hypnotic methods and even included meditation patterns, which I learned immediately. Unfortunately, the post was deleted not long after, and I couldn't save it. Jiang Li had already prepared a cover story, intending to relay this to the outside world. The internet is vast and filled with wonders. A casual mention of finding something online could easily dismiss any doubts. Some individuals suddenly find millions in their bank accounts due to a hacker attack on the bank, leading to data breaches. Such occurrences are not rare online. Learning something is hardly impossible. After conversing with his sister for a while, Jiang Li encouraged her to go study, while he devoted himself to the study of hypnosis. Thus, he practiced the great emperor of the mind seal daily. Using his sister as a test subject. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, for his sister would receive excellent sleep therapy, while he would become familiar with hypnotic techniques. As his cultivation deepened, the effectiveness of the great emperor of the mind seal's gestures in inducing hypnosis improved as well. Sister Jiang Xian underwent hypnosis nightly and under testing, Her sleep quality gradually climbed from 98 points to 99 points. Though this may seem a minor difference, it signified an increasingly superior quality of sleep. Such data was indeed remarkable. If precious spices were to grace their home, it is highly likely that my sister, Jiang Xin, would succumb to a profound slumber each day in the park. Jiang Li found himself amidst a gathering of stray cats. After feeding them, he resumed his training, practicing a series of techniques from the Mind Emperor Seal Point one by one. He hypnotized the formidable De He, the flower-faced tyrant, and the adorable De Ming, executing the military body-piercing fist. Upon completing his regimen, he assessed his physical prowess. Despite his fervent studies in hypnosis over the past few days, he understood that martial arts could not be neglected. Thus, he commenced a straightforward test of his endurance using the military body-piercing fist. This set of punches, though simple in execution, possessed formidable offensive power. Pure piercing punches, advancing piercing punches, retreating piercing punches, diagonal piercing punches, and successive piercing punches. Everyone could perform a piercing punch. It's merely a matter of clenching one's fist and thrusting forward, a fundamental yet unpretentious move in boxing. However, the crux of the military body-piercing fist lies in the explosive nature of the strike. With each thrust, an explosive force is unleashed. The more successive punches that generate explosive energy, the more formidable one proves to be. Even a warrior with the vitality of one could only produce a series of 20 or more explosive strikes. Jiang Li sought to ascertain just how many explosive strikes he could achieve. Bang, 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 bang. He unleashed a flurry of successive punches, akin to a barrage of daggers, each punch a thrust, his body moving with fluid grace. 1 explosion, 2 explosions, 8 explosions, 10 explosions, 18 explosions. Upon reaching the 18th explosive strike, he began to feel breathless, his stamina waning. How exhausting! The fact that I managed to produce 18 explosive strikes indicates that my vitality has been gradually increasing. Yet without the aid of nutritional supplements, no amount of arduous training would yield results. Jiang Li glanced at his card balance, which had dwindled to less than 1,000 star coins, insufficient to purchase even a vial of green divine potion. It appears I must find a way to earn some money. After a brief respite, he fell into contemplation. Should he return to the police department to accept another task? Futile. Last time, luck had been on his side with the encounter of the illusory fox. He could not guarantee such fortune would strike twice. The typical police tasks yielded little monetary gain and instead squandered precious time that could be devoted to training. Yes, he gazed repeatedly at the chip of his bank account. He yearned for a few additional zeros to appear. Suddenly, another chip caught his eye. It was the chip of Manager Lei Donged. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Of course, I shall seek out that manager from the Shui Corporation. With my current hypnosis skills, I should certainly be able to secure a good position. While I may not qualify as a primary hypnotist, I am still a formidable apprentice in the art of hypnosis. Previously, he had saved Shui by air once, and the manager had extended an open invitation to join the Shui Corporation. Though it may have been mere politeness, Jiang Li believed that his skills would be of value anywhere, regardless of the favor he had earned by rescuing Shui by air. He was confident he could attract the interest of a large corporation. Beep, beep, beep. The card vibrated, emitting a wave of virtual light that materialized into a figure. Jiang Li dialed the number inscribed on the card. This card was, in essence, a communication chip allowing direct contact with the manager of the Shui Corporation. The virtual light revealed the manager, who smiled upon seeing Jiang Li. Hello, Jiang Li. Thank you for rescuing Miss Shui by air last time. What can I assist you with today? Hello, Manager Lei. How is Miss Shui by air faring? Has she recovered? Jiang Li calmly inquired, offering a few courteous remarks before delving into the matter at hand. Alas, Manager Lei Dong shook his head. The situation is rather dire. She was forcibly hypnotized by the illusory fox, suffering mental trauma. She is currently in recovery and has not yet had the opportunity to express her gratitude to you. Please accept my apologies. Oh? Jiang Li, well versed in the intricacies of hypnosis, understood that Shui by air's mental state was undoubtedly compromised, an affliction of the mind that was notoriously difficult to treat. While modern technology had made great strides, psychological ailments remained a perplexing challenge. A sudden thought struck him. Instead of broaching the topic of employment, he boldly stated, Manager Lei, perhaps I can be of assistance. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of disdain flickered across Manager Lei's face, who internally deemed Jiang Li as boasting. attempting to ingratiate himself with the powerful and draw closer to Miss Shui by air. Nonetheless, he maintained a courteous demeanor. Zhangli, we have consulted numerous experts, even including primary hypnotists. To no avail. I appreciate your goodwill, but I believe you may not be able to assist in treating Miss by Eard in an instant. Zhangli sensed the rigidity in the manager's tone. Yet he chose not to confront it. I have locked eyes with the illusory fox. His attempts at forced hypnosis on me were unsuccessful. I have conducted extensive research on hypnosis and believe I can be of assistance to Miss Shui by air. Manager Lei Dong was taken aback. Recollections of the case flooded his mind. He had rushed to the police headquarters upon hearing of the incident, utilizing his connections to uncover the perilous details. He soon learned of the grave situation. The illusory fox had lost his sight due to neural damage, a fate likely linked to Zhangli. This revelation piqued his interest. Zhangli, if you can aid Miss by air in overcoming her mental affliction, the Shui Corporation shall reward you handsomely. Yet, I must stress that we have sought the expertise of countless psychological specialists and hypnotists to no avail. If you truly possess a solution, we are willing to meet any of your conditions. Chapter 19. Healing Shui by air. I am aware that it will not be an easy task. Yet I possess great confidence, especially since I have never fallen victim to the illusory fox's hypnosis. Zhangli seized this opportunity to firmly grasp manager Lei Dong's attention. He understood the nuances of negotiation. After all, he had merely rescued Shui by air once, and the Shui Corporation had promptly awarded him 10,000 star coins as gratitude. An obligation fulfilled, yet other ties remained tenuous. Proceed to the rooftop. I will dispatch a vehicle to fetch you, Manager Lei instructed without delay. Please provide your location. Understood. Zhangli quickly relayed his position. Upon reaching the rooftop platform, he spotted a flying vehicle approaching from afar. A magnificent sight that dwarfed ordinary cars, a luxury reserved for the affluent. That you, Zhangli? A robust young man clad in black attire and dark sunglasses leapt from the vehicle. Indeed, Zhangli nodded. My name is Shui Feng, and I've come specifically to escort you. Shui Feng appeared to be in his late 20s, exuding an aura of strength, unmistakable signs of a person with considerable vitality. He extended his hand. Crack, crack. Instantly, Zhangli felt an immense force gripping his hand, akin to a vice, a test of strength. He smiled faintly, refusing to yield. Instead, he unleashed a technique from the Mind Emperor seal, subtly manipulating his fingers. Within the depths of his palm, a resonance akin to thunder rumbled, a technique reminiscent of ancient martial arts known as palm thunder. The methods of the Mind Emperor seal closely intertwined with martial arts, possessing extraordinary power. Yet, Zhangli's understanding remained superficial, rendering him unable to employ it effectively in combat. Buzz. Shui Feng's arm tingled with discomfort, prompting him to release his grip quickly. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have shattered his arm. Impressive. Shui Feng's expression shifted. Is this truly just a high school student? At 27, he had trained in physical arts for a decade longer than Zhangli, who was only 17. If Zhangli were to reach 27, how formidable would he become? This individual's vitality seemed comparable to that of Zhang Yu, marking him as an exceptional talent in society. Zhangli swiftly assessed Shui Feng's strength. Quite formidable. Feeling somewhat challenged, Shui Feng's demeanor turned cool. Zhangli, please enter the vehicle. The flying vehicle ascended. The doors sealed shut with a whoosh. The automobile soared into the sky, leaving behind a trail of white vapor as the towering skyscrapers receded into the distance. Before long, they ventured beyond the city limits, arriving at an affluent residential area characterized by sprawling villas. Some wealthy individuals even owned entire mountains, surrounded by lush greenery and opulence. Historically, the standard for affluence was owning a standalone villa, but today, true wealth was signified by possessing a mountain, upon which lavish homes, flying carports, and artificial waterfalls were constructed. Each tycoon with their own mountain boasted assets worth billions, preferring to reside away from the cacophony of urban life. Mountains spanning dozens of kilometers had been artificially created, complete with meticulously curated flora, flowing springs, and cascades, all products of human ingenuity. Over 2 centuries ago, during the era of national development, humanity began reclaiming land and constructing dwellings. How much more so in the present? Humanity had ventured beyond their planet, and technological advancements rendered such feats trivial. Humanity is the magnificent spirit of nature, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Though night had fallen, every mountain shone brightly. Rivaling city lights, consuming vast amounts of energy. In the past, real estate developers focused on constructing houses. Today, they crafted mountains for the wealthy to purchase, allowing them to design their own luxurious retreats. The allure of owning a mountain lay in the harmonious fusion of man and nature, truly a celestial experience. Upon arriving at the summit of a mountain, Zhongli beheld a meticulously designed landscape, adorned with pavilions, vibrant flora, and a colossal structure that soared dreamily into the sky, majestically overlooking the surrounding peaks. This mountain alone likely housed thousands of staff, akin to a vast corporation. This was indeed a residence befitting the affluent. Zhongli could not help but marvel as the vehicle descended onto a spacious parking area. Where personnel promptly awaited their arrival, was manager Lei Dong, who appeared to hold a significant position within the Shui Corporation. Zhongli, do you truly possess the confidence to cure Miss Bayer? He wasted no time, addressing Zhongli directly upon their meeting. What symptoms does Miss Shui Bayer exhibit? Is it neurosis? Does she suffer from insomnia, plagued by nightmares, her spirit weary, with sleeping medications proving ineffective? Zhongli inquired, having thoroughly absorbed the knowledge from countless hypnosis texts and familiarized himself with the symptoms of mental trauma stemming from forced hypnosis. Indeed. Lei Dong immediately remarked, Miss Zubier exhibits such symptoms, particularly her daily insomnia. Even with the aid of sleeping pills, she awakens from nightmares, leaving her in a state of utter exhaustion. Neurasthenia, insomnia, and persistent nightmares all fall under the category of psychological ailments, which are notoriously difficult to treat. Modern medicine excels at addressing physical maladies, yet it falters when it comes to healing mental afflictions and the frailty of the soul. Therefore, if we can ensure that Miss Zubier enjoys quality sleep daily, her immune system will strengthen. Zhongli was fully aware of this. Observing Lei Dong's confident demeanor, he remained somewhat skeptical. Then I shall take you to meet Miss Zubier. Please lead the way. Before long, they arrived at the mountaintop villa and ascended to the top floor via a hovering elevator. The expansive room was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling glass, allowing a clear view of the outside. While those outside could not discern anything within, standing at the pinnacle, one could behold the grandeur of the mountains below. The room was adorned with a warm, inviting ambience, infused with a delicate fragrance. Upon entering, Zhongli felt invigorated by the scent. On a writing desk, there rested a wooden incense burner, atop which burned a shimmering golden incense stick, clearly not an ordinary item. This was golden musk serpent incense. Such incense was exceedingly rare and costly, priced at thousands of Xingyu per gram. It was crafted from the gallbladder of a peculiar serpent known as the golden musk serpent, found only on a rare celestial body within the starry expanse. Its properties included calming the mind and invigorating the brain, and it could even aid those engaged in spiritual cultivation to attain tranquility, offering a chance to achieve deep sleep. On the spacious bed lay a young girl, her complexion haggard, with deep-set eyes, occasionally clutching the blanket in a display of profound anxiety. This was Zubier, a stark contrast to her previously vibrant self. She seemed almost unrecognizable. Sister, do not be afraid. I am here. Came the voice of another young girl, aged 17 or 18. Her back turned to Zhongli, obscuring her features, though her figure was undeniably exquisite. No, I am afraid. Do not come near. Do not come near. Zubier awoke in a cold sweat from a nightmare, her breath weak and her mind unhinged. What are you doing here? She exclaimed, turning sharply upon hearing the voices. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her beauty was striking. Do you not know my sister needs rest? Shuling? Is that really you? Zhongli thought, recognizing her as one of the four school goddesses, Shuling, renowned for her beauty and affluent family background alongside her peers, Luohan, Lu Yaoyao, and Yun Shangsong, all of whom were celebrated for their celestial beauty and exceptional academic prowess. Miss Shuling, this is Zhongli, who rescued Miss Zubier from the Mirage Fox during a police mission. Manager Lei Dong quickly explained. He has come to assess Zubier's condition and claims to have a solution. Zhongli, a solution? Shuling rose, appraising him coldly. I have heard of your brother Zhang Tao. He is a genius. But you seem rather unremarkable. Your sister's rescue was merely fortuitous. If you intend to use this opportunity to get close to my sister, think again. Speak plainly. How much do you want? Miss Shuling, I do not comprehend your insinuations. Zhongli responded calmly, having grasped her implication of his ulterior motives. You do not understand? Shuling scoffed. Your brother pursues Lu Yaoyao merely to gain resources. I am well aware of your family's circumstances. You two are alike, seizing any opportunity to climb the social ladder. However, since you fortuitously saved my sister, I may consider compensating you, but do not harbor any further designs. My sister is already pitiful enough. You wish to exploit this chance to get closer to her? Upon hearing Shuling's curt tone, Zhongli remained unfazed. Dio, you truly believe I am exploiting her? Otherwise, what do you think? Shuling held her head high. My sister's ailment has necessitated countless hypnotists and psychologists, yet none have succeeded. Dio, you think you can cure her? Who do you believe you are? Your vitality score is merely 0.7 at school. You are correct to doubt that, Zhongli chuckled. Let us make a wager. If I fail to cure Miss Zubier, you may do with me as you please. If I succeed, you must grant me one condition. Do as you please? Shuling glanced at him. In today's legal society, can I simply kill you? Is your vitality truly 0.7? With a mere snap of his fingers, Zhongli extended his hand, performing a mesmerizing flourish that left a trail of afterimages. Inducing a dizzying sensation to him, Shuling was finally taken aback. She had momentarily lost her focus and bit her tongue to regain composure. Is that a hypnotic technique? Indeed. Zhongli was secretly astonished. The gesture he had just executed was a hypnotic maneuver from the Mind Emperor seal. A dazzling display of finger movements. Shuling had merely experienced a brief lapse in concentration, indicating her formidable mental cultivation level, likely on par with his own at the second stage of deep sleep. After all, Shuling's vitality score ranked among the top 10 in the student body, far surpassing his own at 1. Very well. As long as you can cure my sister, I can offer you a substantial sum. Shuling gazed tenderly at her sister. My sister is already unfortunate. If you harm her, I shall not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of the consequences. Why would I harm her? Zhongli replied. The hypnotic technique I have practiced has been tested on my own sister. Yielding safe results. My sister's mental state has improved significantly, and when I treat Miss Zubier, you will be present to observe. What could possibly go wrong? Then please commence, Shuling urged, hopeful that Zhongli's treatment would yield positive results. Chapter 20. Curing the illness with the seal. Zhongli nodded and approached the bedside. Miss Zubier, I am Zhongli. You may remember me from that day. It is you. I recall you. But I have been unwell and could not express my gratitude in person. Had you not awakened me that day, I shudder to think of what would have transpired at the hands of the assailants. Despite her frail state, Zubier remained gracious, her gentle demeanor reflecting her refined upbringing. Do not be anxious. I am here to assist you in regaining your health. Please trust me, Zhongli implored, hoping to rescue the young girl. Yes, I believe you, Zubier replied, her body slightly shifting as if grasping at a lifeline. How may I cooperate with the treatment? What is your current sleep quality? Zhongli inquired. Very poor, Shuling interjected, producing a device. My sister's nightly scores are consistently at 0. She experiences nightmares all night, with her brain activity exceedingly intense. Even with the presence of a novice hypnotist, my sister's sleep quality only improves to 20, which is still atrocious. A score of 60 is considered passing. A score of 20 signifies severe insomnia, while a score of 0 indicates a state akin to chronic self-destruction. Have you not managed to secure a mid-level hypnotist? Zhongli asked. A mid-level hypnotist? Shuling shook her head. Such a feat is not easily accomplished. There are none available in Xinghua City who are willing to travel from afar. We contacted one recently, but he had a last-minute engagement and could not come. A mid-level hypnotist must possess the ability to meditate and have undergone rigorous training, making them inherently influential. Individuals of such caliber are often affluent and do not frequently offer their services for treatment. Although the Shui family is wealthy, enlisting such talent remains a formidable challenge. Merely being able to reach out to a mid-level hypnotist is already quite impressive. Zhongli understood that with his current abilities, he could not effectively treat Zubier's psychological trauma. The intense mental stimulation from the Mirage Fox had caused her nightly nightmares, and a novice hypnotist would be utterly ineffective, as the Mirage Fox's capabilities approached those of a mid-level hypnotist. However, if he were to take the risk of meditating on the cosmic brain and combine it with the Mind Emperor seal, there would be a significant chance of success. The Mind Emperor seal was already remarkable without meditation. What heights could it reach when paired with meditation? Zhongli was eager to conduct an experiment. Naturally, he could not afford to damage his own brain cells, so he made a request. Miss Shuling, The treatment will be quite taxing on my brain cells and mental energy. I hope you can provide me with a highly nutritious potion. This is not an issue. Shuling gestured to manager Lei.Go and fetched the Green God nutritional elixir. If you truly cure my sister, I can even provide you with higher-tier forbidden drugs, such as Moon Spirit Essence. Moon Spirit Essence? Upon hearing this, Zhongli couldn't help but lick his lips. An ancient term refers to the essence of the sun and moon. Modern science has unveiled its true nature. The colossal Sun and Moon Corporation specializes in utilizing advanced biological techniques at their lunar base, employing various substances to absorb rays from within the moon, condensing those lunar rays into a physical form. The moonlight, akin to water, grants a transformative effect upon ingestion. Under the bright moon, individuals bask in its glow, experiencing clarity of mind. This phenomenon is a result of the moon reflecting sunlight combined with internal rays, creating profound tranquility. The Sun and Moon Corporation has successfully replicated the legendary essence of the sun and moon using contemporary technology. Certainly, the essence of the sun and moon possesses a hallucinogenic effect on the human spirit, akin to the experience of drug addiction, but far more intense and insidious. Thus, only those capable of entering a profound state of deep sleep may partake in its use. It is not available on the market, as it is strictly prohibited by the government. Only the black market offers such a commodity. The Green God Group is merely a subsidiary of the Sun and Moon Group. Indicating the vastness of the latter, on the black market, a single vial of the essence commands no less than 150,000 star coins. The essence of the Sun and Moon is categorized into two types, the Moon Spirit Essence and the Sun Spirit Essence. The Moon Spirit Essence can be absorbed with merely a deep sleep, while the Sun Spirit Essence is considerably more potent, requiring individuals to reach the third stage of deep sleep to absorb it effectively. Even with wealth, Zhongli finds it impossible to procure this substance without venturing into the perilous black market. Before long, manager Lei Dong presents dozens of vials of the nutrient solution, alongside a small box containing a transparent vial of liquid, shimmering as if it encapsulates moonlight. Is this the Moon Spirit Essence? It is indeed exquisite. He swallows hard, contemplating the vial that holds 10 grams, priced at 150,000 star coins. Xueling proposes, I can provide you with 1 gram to mix into the nutrient solution, replenishing your vitality to its utmost peak, thereby enabling you to treat my sister with utmost care. However, you must sign this contract. Should you fail to improve her condition, you will be liable for damages. While the terms are somewhat stringent, Zhongli resolves to take the risk. He watches as Xueling extracts a drop of the Moon Spirit Essence from the vial and adds it to the nutrient solution before handing it over. Please bring over all 30 vials of the nutrient solution, Zhongli states decisively. Spotting a nearby cup, he fills it generously with the mixture, gulping it down eagerly. Aren't you concerned about nutrient excess? The potential harm to your body? Xueling exclaims in astonishment. This substance, regardless of the level of physical expenditure, requires only 1 vial per day. You need not worry. Since we have signed the agreement, I will not hold you responsible for any complications. Zhongli drinks it all in one go, the sensation of warmth enveloping his body, almost to the point of bursting. For others, such a large intake could lead to nutrient overload, resulting in renal failure or various illnesses, as this nutrient solution is directly absorbed by the body, unlike ordinary food. However, he is different. Having previously exhausted his life potential, he now requires this replenishment. The more he consumes, the more his vitality is gradually restored, compensating for the damage inflicted by prenatal breath. Indeed, upon consumption, he feels his cellular structure pulsating, absorbing the nutrients voraciously, with no discomfort, only a profound sense of relief. Particularly as a refreshing sensation rises to his brain, stimulating his nerves and leaving him in a euphoric state, as if he were dancing in the wind. Truly, the Moon Spirit Essence provides immense benefits to the body. Yet the hallucinogenic effects on the mind are overwhelming. Cosmic Brain, meditate. Zhongli begins meditating immediately, and indeed, his brain cells become tenfold more active without the sensation of a nosebleed. The nutrients are utilized, and white mist permeates from his pores as his entire body breathes in oxygen. Miss Schwebier, do you see my hand? Zhongli suddenly exclaims with authority, his voice resonating like a lion's roar. Dispelling malevolence. Schwebier is taken aback, her spirit invigorated. Zhongli swiftly forms hand seals, akin to a butterfly gracefully dancing among flowers, exuding captivating charm. Xueling watches in awe, her breathing becoming noticeably steadier. Xueling fixes her gaze on Jiangli, intrigued by his methods of treatment. Yet she is unprepared for the speed and elegance with which he executes his hand seals, which mesmerizes her completely. The hypnotic gestures are astonishing. She desires to discern Jiang Li's movements more clearly, but as she focuses, her mind grows hazy, compelling her to shut her eyes tightly, unable to look any longer. However, the sound of the hand seals resonates in her ears, inducing a subtle hypnotic sensation. What? Sound wave hypnosis? She gasps in surprise, covering her ears to regain some clarity. After several minutes, the sound subsides. She opens her eyes abruptly, discovering Jiangli drenched in sweat, visibly fatigued. While Xue Bier lies in a deep slumber, her vital signs remarkably stable, her breathing smooth and prolonged, her pulse calm. What? Xueling, a brilliant individual herself, proficient in any field of study, particularly knowledgeable about vital signs, is astounded. Each time her sister falls asleep, her breathing is labored, her heartbeat rapid, nightmares draining her spirit. Yet now, she appears so tranquil. Quickly, she retrieves a device to examine her sister's condition. Moments later, the device displays a line of text. Vital signs stable. Sleep quality 100. She can hardly believe it. She has entered a state of deep sleep. Xueling is overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of miraculous." We even consulted a junior hypnotist, who claimed that due to the damage inflicted by the illusion fox, he was unable to erase the subconscious harm it caused my sister. How could you achieve this? Jiangli merely smiles, having exerted himself fully this time. His speed in forming hand seals significantly enhanced. His gestures dreamy, combined with his meditation, creating a formidable influence. His hand gestures will be indelibly etched into Xue Bier's mind, recalled repeatedly. The posture of the Mind Emperor seal begins with immobility, standing tall like a mountain, one hand caressing the cosmos. Upon first witnessing this posture, Jiangli felt an overwhelming sense of peace, banishing evil, dispelling terror, preventing the birth of inner demons, resembling a great Buddha that suppresses all, providing an unparalleled sense of security. Jiangli has meticulously refined this profound skill, gradually cultivating an aura and influence that penetrates the subconscious of others, ensuring efficacy. His hypnotic technique, honed over time through rigorous training and assessments, in conjunction with the cosmic brain meditation, has undoubtedly reached the level of a junior hypnotist. Miss Xueling, your sister's condition is primarily a result of excessive fright and nervous exhaustion. Now that I have hypnotized her, there will be no issues. Jiangli observes Xue Bier's vital signs. Before long, she will awaken naturally. Let us not disturb her. We should step outside. Very well. Xueling, on the verge of tears, is overwhelmed with joy. Fortunately, the Mind Emperor seal indeed possesses the power to dispel fear, stabilize the mind, and restore mental clarity, yielding initial success in treatment. Jiangli also breathes a sigh of relief. Chapter 21. The underground black market. The two step outside, where manager Lei Dong paces anxiously in the corridor, fearful of any unforeseen complications. Miss Xueling, how is it? Very well. My sister is sleeping soundly, Xueling replies. Please step out. I wish to speak with Jiangli privately. Of course. A look of elation spreads across Lei Dong's face. He feels he has accomplished a significant feat, certain that the Xue family will not overlook his efforts. Jiangli, thank you once again. Xueling rubs her eyes, gazing at her sister's peacefully sleeping form, her heart brimming with happiness. But let us not celebrate too soon. Jiangli cautions gravely, in a few hours, Miss Xue Bier will awaken. We must first check her condition, as her injuries are profound. I fear I will need to visit frequently for hypnosis treatments until her spirit is fully restored. No problem. Xueling eagerly responds, what are your requests? I have no particular demands, Jiangli replies. Initially, I sought employment, but upon hearing of Miss Xue Bier's condition, I came to offer assistance. I happen to have studied hypnotism, and it appears the initial treatment has yielded positive results. You need only provide me with nutrients each time, and compensate me at the rate of a junior hypnotist until she is fully recovered. Jiang Li's request is reasonable, relying solely on his ability to earn a living, which he believes is entirely fair. You wish to earn money? Xueling's eyes light up. Where did you learn this hypnotic technique? You certainly have hidden depths. I learned it online, though the post has since been deleted. Jiangli continues to offer his excuses. In that case, since you have saved my sister, I shall reward you with 100,000 star coins. You may come daily for hypnosis, and I will provide the nutrients required until her full recovery. That would be splendid. Jiang Li's heart leaps with joy at the prospect of such a sum, which could procure countless supplements and medicines. With 100,000 star coins, he could even venture into the black market for some forbidden drugs. Jiang Li muses. The black market is a convoluted and vast system, specializing in the trade of firearms, mecha, and even various pharmaceuticals circulating within elite districts. It is rumored that with sufficient funds, one might even acquire gene serums. This illicit market, however, is not located in Xinhua City, but in another city known as Xuhua City. The term Su refers to ruins. This city is chaotic, a remnant of the battlegrounds from a bygone world war, which left behind significant radiation. Despite the subsequent urban redevelopment, radiation levels have diminished, yet government agencies are reluctant to establish a presence there. Over time, the city has become a melting pot of chaos, resulting in the emergence of the black market. Any city bearing the character Hua was once the territory of Huagua. Jiang Li has long been coveting the forbidden drugs available in the black market. Having researched them extensively online, I shall take a brief respite, for I was on the brink of exhaustion just moments ago. Jiang Li subsequently settled down, beginning to regulate his breathing. After all, this place was quite secure. And he gradually slipped into a profound slumber. How remarkable it is to be able to enter deep sleep at any moment, perhaps even in the second stage. Such spiritual cultivation is rare. With no more than 10 schools, yet one wonders how formidable their capabilities truly are. Xueling was quietly astonished, left with no choice but to wait. 2 hours later, sounds emanated from the bedroom. Xueling. Xueling.it was her sister. She had awakened. In a single bound, Xueling rushed into the bedroom. Her speed was so impressive that Jiang Li felt quite awed. The moment Xue Baier regained consciousness, he too opened his eyes. Although he was in deep sleep, he possessed a keen sensitivity to the external environment. Even the slightest rustle would rouse him faster than a startled monkey. Xueling, with her formidable vitality, surpassed even him. Truly, as a scion of a wealthy family, her abundant resources were indeed advantageous. As the two entered the room, Xue Baier propped herself up, a flush of color returning to her cheeks. Sister, how did you sleep? Did you have any nightmares? No, I slept quite soundly. Xue Baier appeared revitalized. I'm a bit hungry. Could you fetch me some porridge? Of course, I'll have it brought to you immediately, Xueling exclaimed with delight. Sister, this is the first time you've mentioned hunger in days. Indeed, I had such a comfortable sleep that I feel significantly rejuvenated, Xue Baier replied, turning her gaze toward Jiang Li. Jiang Li, thank you. However, my illness will require a lengthy period of recuperation. I fear I may not sleep well again later. Not to worry. I can induce hypnosis. Jiang Li smiled reassuringly. I believe that in 10 days to half a month, your spirit will be restored. And I assure you, your health will surpass what it once was. I am truly grateful to you, Xue Baier said, a hint of trepidation flickering in her eyes. I shall no longer need to fear the torment of nightmares. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside as manager Lei Dong entered. Miss Baier, you are awake? Uncle Lei, I am feeling much better. At that moment, a server entered, carrying a delicate bowl of rice porridge, which sparkled like red jade, each grain translucent and fragrant, making one's mouth water. This was the expensive red jade rice, sold not by weight but by individual grains, each costing over 10 star coins. Xue Baier sipped it slowly, finishing it in no time, and stretched luxuriously, clearly feeling much improved. Indeed, there has been an improvement. Countless hypnotists and psychologists have failed to effect such change. The chairman will be overjoyed to hear this news. I'll inform him immediately. Lei Dong said hastily. Uncle Lei, hold on a moment. Please transfer 100,000 star coins to Jiang Li. This is the fee for treating my sister. Once her condition is fully resolved, we can inform father. Understood. Manager Lei Dong promptly prepared to transfer the funds to Jiang Li. Jiang Li remained composed. He intended to accept the payment, for treatment fees are distinct from compensation. Refusing it would only arouse suspicion regarding his motives. I shall not be modest, he declared, producing a student chip, and before long, the substantial sum of 100,000 star coins was in his possession. For the Xue family, this amount was merely equivalent to purchasing a designer handbag. Miss Xueling, I have charged you 100,000 star coins for treating Miss Xue Baier. Consider it a single course of treatment. We will assess the results after this initial session. Very well. Xueling contemplated briefly. I entrust everything to you. Rest assured, I shall visit daily until Miss Xue Bayer has fully recovered. With the substantial sum secured, Zhongli felt justified in his acquisition. Naturally, he would devote himself wholeheartedly to Xue Bayer's treatment. In the process, he could also gain significant experience in hypnosis, enjoy nutritional supplements, and meditate upon the cosmos, making strides in mastering the gestures of the mind sovereign and meditation. At home, his light brain was abuzz with information. Zhongli focused intently on posts regarding the black market in Suhua City, and a plethora of data materialized before him, filled with a cacophony of information, some regarding weapon sales, others soliciting fights or assassinations, requests for hypnotists, pharmaceutical transactions, and even underground fighting and gang recruitment. The information was a tangled mess. At the very least, Zhongli noted numerous requests for junior hypnotists, with exorbitant prices attached. In summary, the black market was a realm rife with chaos, ambition, and opportunity, a veritable haven for criminals. There were also a number of banned substances that could not be procured through conventional means. The moon essence spirit is exorbitantly priced, ranging from 150,000 to 180,000 star coins for a small vial of 10 grams. Moreover, individuals who purchase from the black market often find themselves robbed upon exiting. Banned substances cannot be shipped. If discovered, one could be prosecuted for drug trafficking. To procure such substances, one must engage in face-to-face transactions within the black market. Unable to afford the moon essence spirit, Zhongli opted to seek alternatives that could enhance cellular vitality and replenish life potential, all while remaining within the budget of 100,000 star coins. He scoured the posts, and suddenly, a suitable banned substance caught his eye. It was a vial of injection medication, a jade green, shimmering with a beautiful luster, super protein cell activation injection. Zhongli's eyes widened as he read the description. It could infuse super protein into cells, enhancing the human immune system and cellular vitality, restoring damaged life potential, delaying aging, detoxifying the body, and regulating internal secretions. However, the injection's potency could also inflict neurological damage, necessitating deep sleep and spiritual cultivation for safe administration. Indeed, most banned substances are potent and can harm the nervous system. Some, while improving the body, inflict excruciating pain, while others induce euphoric sensations that can lead to addiction, ultimately causing psychological harm. Only with an exceptionally strong will could one adjust their body and overcome the drug's effects for perfect absorption. Super protein is specifically designed to bolster cellular strength. Zhongli studied the information further, discovering that it was best to be in the third stage of deep sleep post-injection, engaging in vigorous movements to dissipate the drug's potency for optimal absorption. Otherwise, cells would struggle to absorb excessive nutrients, accelerating aging and leading to a host of diseases, adversely affecting liver function. Overnutrition poses greater dangers than malnutrition. Excessive intake can lead to obesity, hyperlipidemia, diabetes, coronary heart disease, and strokes. If certain nutrients are not metabolized in time, one risks poisoning. Excessive protein consumption can also burden liver and kidney metabolism. Normal individuals who receive the super protein injection tend to experience swelling throughout their bodies, quickly leading to various organ damage and loss of life. How many could reach the level of drunken boxing? Thus, this substance commands a high price and has stringent injection requirements. Fortunately, I am not at risk of overnutrition. Rather, I lack the necessary nutrients to replenish my life potential. Zhongli resolved that although he had not yet achieved the third stage of deep sleep, he would certainly avoid overnutrition. I shall find a time to procure super protein from the black market. However, preparation is essential. One must not act hastily. Upon searching online, Zhongli discovered that the black market in Suhua City was rife with gangs and nearly devoid of law enforcement. Many who ventured there were robbed, and women often faced tragic fates of violation. Yet, the allure of items not obtainable through regular markets drew many to its gates. Some companies seeking banned substances had no choice but to resort to the black market. First, I must treat Xue Bayer. Then, after strengthening myself with her family's nutritional agents, I can venture into the black market. Chapter 22. Zhang Wanbing at school. In the physical training room, Zhang Li's training was akin to a celestial body surrounded by stars. His classmates gathered around him, for after his recent match against class leader Zhang Yu, where they were evenly matched, he established a significant reputation among them. Brother Jiang, your physical prowess has increased dramatically. Shall we test the strength of your punches? A male classmate, Li Dong, whose vitality ranked at 0.8, approached with a tone of flattery. Though he was among the top students, he paled in comparison to Jiang Li and Zhang Yu. Initially, the class had sought to curry favor with Zhang Yu, but he paid little heed to such lesser figures, while Jiang Li was notably more approachable. Indeed, Brother Jiang, let us test your physical abilities. Several female classmates chimed in, their chatter lively. They had previously ignored Jiang Li, yet now, they flocked to him, illustrating the truth that strength begets status. Guoming, accompanied by his close friends, felt a surge of pride. Very well, I shall give it a try. Jiang Li approached a large apparatus, towering at twice the height of a person, equipped with sandbags connected to a light brain, capable of accurately measuring the force of each punch. With ease, he approached the machine, executing a swift hand chop that sliced through the air, followed by a rapid fist formation, his fluidity leaving onlookers awestruck as he struck the sandbag with ferocity. Punching power, 0.8 tons, the light brain displayed the figure as a mechanical voice announced the result. Wow, 0.8 tons, a female voice exclaimed. I recall, Zhang Yu only managed 0.76 tons during his test. Does this mean Brother Jiang surpasses Zhang Yu? Li Dong was inwardly astonished. He had urged Jiang Li to test his strength to gauge his true capabilities, only to find them far beyond his expectations. Moreover, Jiang Li had achieved 0.8 tons without shifting his stance. Should he unleash his full power, the results would be truly terrifying. However, his brother Jiang Tao had tested at 0.9 tons, and he felt assured that he could match that with his full strength. With this punch, Jiang Li further solidified his standing in the eyes of his peers. It is essential to note that in a class of over 4,000 students, the majority possess a mere strength of 0.4 tons, while only a handful of exceptional students manage to reach 0.5 tons. Numerous tests have shown that no one has surpassed the 0.5 ton mark. Jiang Li gazed at the numbers with great satisfaction. It appears that after engaging in combat with the Phantom Fox and commencing his training for the Heart Emperor Seal, his physical abilities have significantly improved, not to mention his movements have become more coordinated. He firmly believes that when he next encounters Zhang Yu, he will undoubtedly overpower him with ease. It is peculiar that Zhang Yu, the class monitor, is absent from class today. Many classmates are eager to witness the outcome of another confrontation between Zhang Yu and Jiang Li. Zhang Yu associates with a cadre of elite students from the school, ignoring anyone whose vitality falls below 0.9. However, during this upcoming final assessment, I am confident that Jiang Ji's vitality will surpass 0.9, making him a prominent figure. Zhang Yu can no longer afford to be arrogant. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Let us commence our combat training. If anyone has questions or requires guidance, feel free to approach me. Jiang Li declared. Unlike Zhang Yu, he exudes warmth and excels in nurturing interpersonal relationships, presenting no airs of superiority. In just a few days, he has emerged as the de facto leader of the class. Very well, Jiang Gu. You are a true ally. Henceforth, we rely on your protection. We cannot allow others to bully our class. Jiang Gu must take action. Indeed, our class is at a disadvantage in the grade and frequently subjected to bullying. Previously, Zhang Yu hardly acknowledged us, but now we finally have Jiang Gu to stand up for us. The female students lavished compliments upon him. Buddy, you seem to be basking in success. Guoming approached quietly. I see a few girls showing interest in you. With just a flick of your finger, you could win them over. Why not create an opportunity for a brother? I am in my final year and still single. I am quite desperate. Get lost, Jiang Li laughed, playfully rebuking. Desperate, you say? In this final year, focus on studying diligently. Achieve excellent results, and once you reach university, finding a partner will not be a concern. To that moment, all the students were engaging in vigorous training in the gymnasium, pouring their sweat and youth into every punch and kick. Suddenly, the gym doors were kicked open with a resounding bang, drawing the attention of every student towards the entrance. A figure appeared, a student approximately 1.9 meters tall, with a perfectly proportioned physique and striking features. It was Yang Wu from Class 1, boasting a vitality of 0.9 and ranking 37th in the school's assessments. Surpassing Zhang Yu. What could he possibly want in our class? Class 1 is known as the strongest in the senior year. Yang Wu, one of the school's strongest, exuded an immense pressure upon entering, causing silence to envelop the room. Who is Jiang Li? He inquired, scanning the room with an authoritative gaze. Are you looking for me? Jiang Li frowned and stepped forward. What is it that you need? You are Jiang Li? Yang Wu sized him up, a flicker of disdain crossing his face as he noted Jiang Li's height of 1.8 meters. Ice Brother wishes to see you. Come with me. Ice Brother? Jiang Li recalled, well aware of the notorious Zhang Wan being within the school. What does he want to see me for? Do not ask too many questions. Just follow me, Yang Wu beckoned. Buddy, don't go. Guoming interjected, stepping forward. They might be planning something against you. We should all accompany Jiang Guo. The class was not about to allow others to bully their own. There's no need. Continue your training? Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. After having faced the Phantom Fox in life-and-death combat, he had grown indifferent to many things, particularly concerning the few students in the school. Lead the way, Hemph, Yang Wu scoffed. Turning to leave, showing no regard for the group, to him, anyone with a vitality below 0.9 was inconsequential. A couple of hundred years ago, during the era of the nation, high-achieving students looked down upon those with poorer grades. Now, the measure of success is the strength of one's vitality, which carries even greater weight. Shortly thereafter, he followed Yang Wu to another building, which housed a highly advanced gym equipped with various training apparatus, including a virtual intelligence system. This facility, designed specifically for intelligent training, projected diverse virtual scenarios for immersive practice. Access to this room came at a cost of 100 star coins per hour, equivalent to a month's salary for Jiang Li's parents, making it a privilege only the wealthy could afford. With a swipe of his card, Yang Wu opened the massive glass door, revealing a large arena at the center of the GYM. In the arena stood a student clad in white, engaged in combat with numerous soldiers. These soldiers were virtual projections but appeared strikingly lifelike, their expressions vividly rendered. They were elite warriors simulated by the light brain, skilled in lethal combat. Although virtual, the energy emanating from them was palpable. The initial virtual training involved slicing fruit, where participants would cut down fruits that fell from the sky, honing their precision. Now, the virtual training had evolved to include lifelike figures with a certain degree of offensive capability, embodying energy constructs. Bang! The student in white leaped, deftly evading the attacks of two soldiers and, with a single punch, obliterated one soldier's head, blood splattering onto the ground before vanishing. Then, with a flicker, he unleashed a barrage of strikes. Each punch was like a tempest, with force exceeding hundreds of kilograms, swift as the wind and fierce as a tiger, tearing through dozens of soldiers in an instant. The virtual scene dissipated, and with a swoosh, the student in white jumped down from the arena, where several students rushed forward to offer him towels to wipe off the sweat. Ice Brother, Jiang Li has arrived. Yang Wu snapped his fingers. Yang Wu, you truly are my brother, the student in white, Zhang Wanbing, responded. Tall, handsome, and charismatic, he naturally radiated an aura of authority. Observing his earlier display of power and skill against the virtual soldiers, it was evident he had reached the pinnacle of his abilities. Surrounding him were several followers, each with a vitality of 0.8. These followers hailed from ordinary families, willingly running errands for Zhang Wanbing in exchange for certain benefits. However, among them stood another tall and handsome student. Exuding an air of arrogance, it was none other than Zhang Yu, the class monitor. The three most exceptional individuals in the school, Zhang Wanbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu, had gathered, casting their predatory gazes upon Jiang Li. Naturally, Zhang Wanbing was the focal point. Coming from the wealthiest family, his influence was unparalleled, and his strength had reached its zenith. During the last final examination, his vitality had already reached 0.98, just a hair's breadth away from the coveted one. Once he crossed that threshold, his status would be irrevocably altered, granting him immense power within the school and beyond. The military, police department, and government agencies would be eager to recruit such a student. This is a trivial matter, Yang Wu nodded at Jiang Li. Ice Brother is here. Why not greet him? We are all classmates, Jiang Li scoffed. You are not a gang. Why would I need to greet you? Since when did such etiquette exist in school? How utterly audacious that a follower sneered. Ice Brother, it seems we ought to teach him a lesson first, shall we? The other followers immediately surrounded Jiang Li, their intentions clear. They were no strangers to such intimidation tactics. You are quite bold. Zhang Wanbing gestured for them to hold back as he stepped forward to confront Jiang Li. Your brother, Jiang Tao, possesses quite the talent and looks down on me. On what grounds do you presume to challenge me? Are you relying on your brother's influence to act tough? What do you want with me? Jiang Li surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had been encircled in the past. This would have induced considerable psychological pressure. But now he longed for a fight. Don't tell me you summoned me to persuade Zhang Tao to cease his association with Lu Yaoyao. I cannot control him, so seeking me out is futile. I brought you here for a purpose. Zhang Wanbing tossed aside the towel he had been using to wipe his sweat. I have a package of drugs. You are to secretly place them in Zhang Tao's bowl during a family meal. Once accomplished, I shall reward you with 10,000 star coins. Surely, you have never seen such a sum before. What? Zhang Li's expression morphed into one of incredulity. In the 21st century, students had resorted to poisoning their peers out of jealousy. Now, Zhang Wanbing was employing the same treacherous tactics against Zhang Tao. Fear not. It is merely a slow-acting neurotoxin, colorless and odorless, guaranteed to go undetected. It poses no life-threatening risk to your brother. It will only gradually diminish his physical abilities. Zhang Wanbing stated emotionlessly, I am aware that you do not fare well at home. All resources are allocated to Zhang Tao, leaving you unable to rise above. I offer you an opportunity. What say you? If you refuse, it matters not. Zhang Yu interjected. I have heard you have a younger sister still in middle school? You dare to target my sister. Zhang Li's complexion underwent a dramatic change, his heart ablaze with fury. However, he swiftly managed to suppress his anger, the culmination of extensive training allowing him to maintain a clear mind and contemplate strategies. Zhang Wanbing, we now reside in a society governed by the rule of law. Even the wealthy cannot wield unchecked power. Your actions will only lead to your own demise. A modern legal society? Zhang Wanbing seemed to have heard the most ludicrous statement in the world, 200 years ago. I could believe in a nation governed by law, but now, some individuals may live for centuries, while others are condemned to a mere century of existence. The essence of life is inherently unequal. How can there still be talk of law? Yang Wu waved his hand and scoffed, Jiang Li, you are far too naive. The more advanced technology becomes, the greater the advantages we wealthy possess. In the future, the rich may even attain immortality, while the poor will merely await their end. And you speak of the rule of law? We wealthy are inherently superior to you. Speaking of such matters is futile. Do not forget, compared to those in the elite circles, we are all impoverished. You are not yet one of the elite. Zhang Li stepped forward. Zhang Wanbing, I will never acquiesce to your schemes against my brother, no matter if you offer me 100,000 or 1,000,000 star coins. Moreover, I warn you, should you dare to harm my sister, I will not let you go unpunished. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wanbing clasped his hands behind his back. Those words bear some weight coming from Zhang Tao. But from you, they are nothing but a joke. In truth, I need not go to such lengths. With a single word, I could ensure your parents lose their jobs. The company they work for is a subsidiary of the Shui Corporation, and one of my associates just so happens to be an executive there. This was yet another grave threat. The loss of their jobs would be a significant blow to Zhang Li's family, as it was his parents' hard work that supported his siblings' education and their daily needs. They worked tirelessly. Perhaps it was time for them to rest. Yet, Zhang Li remained unfazed. My brother and I will earn our own living. Are you truly seeking your own demise? Zhang Wanbing sighed. In that case, I cannot assist you. You dare? Zhang Li's eyes blazed with intensity. The moment I call the police, you will find yourself in dire straits. Call the police. I was merely jesting, testing the bond between you and your brother. It seems you harbor no jealousy towards him? Zhang Wanbing spoke leisurely, his tone suddenly shifting to one of sly amusement. What a deep bond between brothers. Joking with me? Zhang Li's expression hardened. He was genuinely perplexed by Zhang Wanbing's intentions. Normally, such actions would breach the law, potentially ruining one's future. Yet, his claim of jest carried a heavy threat, clearly indicating, I possess numerous methods to toy with you brothers, and perhaps unbeknownst to you, both you and your brother may fall victim to an undetectable neurotoxin. Alternatively, I might seek to sow discord between you. Ice brother, don't waste your breath on him. Zhang Yu, growing impatient, declared, let him experience a taste of hardship. Then he will know his place and comply. Zhang Yu, are you seeking retribution for our previous encounter? Zhang Li replied calmly, and if I am? Zhang Yu's demeanor turned fierce. I never imagined you would progress so rapidly. It was my oversight. Today, you won't have such good fortune. Surely, a sparring match shouldn't be deemed a fight. Brother, feel free to make your move. This brat is impervious to reason. Yang Wu folded his arms, adopting a spectator's demeanor. I'll back you up. I don't believe a poor boy can amount to much. Zhang Yu, It is best not to engage in fights at school. We are all civilized individuals. What use is it to beat him? There are many ways to toy with him. Violence is the least sophisticated approach. Zhang Wenbing shook his head. Zhongli, consider this carefully. If you can rein in your brother's arrogance, I may choose not to pursue you. However, should he continue to act so brazenly, I would not hesitate to employ some underhanded tactics against him. After all, he did slap me hard the other day, and now you refuse to show me any respect. What do you expect me to do? As he spoke, Zhang Wenbing touched his face, seemingly reliving the moment of humiliation. Although his tone was calm, his eyes were as cold as a serpent, so it was indeed his brother who had struck him. Zhongli stiffened. This enmity had deepened significantly, explaining Zhang Wenbing's palpable resentment. Such privileged offspring command respect at school, and being publicly humiliated can provoke them to act irrationally. That he could maintain his composure indicated he was a formidable adversary, likely to become even more troublesome in the future. Ice brother, let me help you vent your frustrations. Zhang Yu suddenly lunged forward. Bang! Zhang Yu's fingers spread wide, employing a grappling technique, the arm-locking maneuver of the lethal combat style, successfully gripping Zhang Li's shoulder. Zhang Yu's movements were swift as the wind, resembling a monkey's long arms, his limbs cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. With a vitality of 0.9, only a military instructor could withstand such an assault. Compared to their previous encounter in the gym, Zhang Yu had dramatically improved. Evidently, after being injured by Zhang Li, he had diligently trained and perhaps consumed some high-grade supplements to enhance his physical prowess. Bang! Zhang Li shrugged his shoulder, his bones seemingly coming alive like a dragon or snake. With a slight evasion, he allowed Zhang Yu to grasp only air. Oh? A chorus of astonished voices erupted. Not only was Zhang Yu taken aback, but even Zhang Wenbing and several of his followers found it unbelievable. Zhang Yu was a master among masters. In a mere grasp, even those with a vitality of 0.7 or 0.8 would be unable to resist. Easily captured. Damn it! Zhang Yu's failed attempt left him flustered, murderous intent surging within him as he prepared to unleash a full frontal assault. What are you doing? At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway. Unbeknownst to them, the gym door had swung open, revealing a woman standing there. Luo Han? Luo-Han.it is indeed one of the school's four goddesses, Luo Han. What are you doing? Bullying a fellow student? As Luo Han entered, she surveyed the scene, quickly grasping the situation. She approached Zhang Li's side. Are you all right? I'm fine, Zhang Li smiled. Zhang Yu, as the class monitor of Zhang Li's class, why are you colluding with Zhang Wenbing to bully a fellow student? Luo Han questioned. Well, Zhang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. I was merely offering some guidance on Zhang Li's combat skills. Is that considered bullying? Indeed, Luo Han. Zhang Yu was simply providing instruction. Look, Zhang Li bears no injuries or signs of being beaten. This is not bullying, Zhang Wenbing chimed in, smiling calmly. Luo Han glanced at Zhang Li, who indeed bore no marks or signs of having been attacked, causing her to furrow her brow. She, being exceptionally intelligent, had already deduced the underlying circumstances. Zhang Li, your combat skills are lacking and require much practice. As your class monitor, I will ensure to assist you in improving your performance, lest you hinder our class. Zhang Yu's words carried a double meaning. Zhang Li, you should return now. Luo Han interjected protectively. In the future, I will guide you in your training and combat skills. There is no need for their assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu, Zhang Wenbing, and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. As one of the school's four goddesses, countless boys longed for her attention, yet she had never shown such interest in any male student. Especially not an ordinary one like Zhang Li. That won't be necessary. Zhang Li stepped forward gently. Zhang Yu, the class monitor, wishes to guide me in combat skills. It would be rude to refuse such goodwill. Do not act impulsively, Luo Han quickly cautioned. Zhang Li, you are no match for Zhang Yu. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions. Haha. Zhang Yu laughed heartily. Since you insist, Zhang Li, I shall offer you some guidance. Luo Han, you have witnessed it. This time, Zhang Li himself requested my instruction. Rest assured, Zhang Li shrugged, meeting Luo Han's gaze, confidence and strength gleaming in his eyes. Very well, I shall observe from here. Though concerned, Luo Han felt confident in her ability to manage the situation and nodded. Zhang Yu, be cautious. Zhang Li raised his fists, hands clasped high above his head, forming a circular stance. This pose was riddled with vulnerabilities, nearly useless in combat. Yet as he struck the pose, his entire demeanor shifted, radiating like the blazing sun illuminating the earth. This was a foundational stance from the Heart Emperor seal, and with meditation, Zhang Li's spirit suddenly focused intensely. What style of martial arts is this? So many openings? Zhang Yu sneered coldly, suddenly stepping forward, the ground trembling beneath him as he unleashed a series of elbow strikes, the continuous barrage of the military's explosive fist technique. Bang, bang, bang. The punches sliced through the air, accompanied by feet striking, as Zhang Yu launched a lethal assault. Quick, quick, quick. His elbows struck, feet swept, kicked, and thrust. In an instant, he closed in on Zhang Li like a ferocious beast, capable of breaking bones with the slightest contact. Degrade body technique, the lethal grappling technique. This was a ferocious move popular within the military, employing both hands and feet in relentless attacks, seeking only to annihilate the enemy. Zhang Li smiled, watching Zhang Yu approach. Bang! As Zhang Yu drew near, Zhang Li suddenly sidestepped, his form seemingly vanishing. Bone-crushing spiral kill. He circled around to Zhang Yu's side, extending a clawing strike, dragon's claw capture, igniting like a blazing dragon. A multitude of claw shadows flickered like flames, targeting every vital point of Zhang Yu's body. Damn it! Zhang Yu observed a series of claw marks approaching from the side, completely enveloping his body. Instantly, he gritted his teeth and spun around. Lie down? Zhang Li sneered, launching himself forward with a punch that erupted like a shark breaching the water in search of prey. The two collided with a resounding impact. Zhang Yu let out a cry of anguish as he was sent flying. The moment he made contact with Zhang Li, the latter deftly spun and absorbed the force of the blow, then struck fiercely, propelling Zhang Yu through the air. Crack, crack. Zhang Yu crashed to the ground, his bones seeming to splinter, and suddenly his eyes rolled back as he fainted, a figure of prominence with a vitality of 0.9. He was knocked out with a single blow. Not long ago, he had battled evenly with Zhang Yu, but after facing the illusory fox and having his mind hypnotized, Zhang Li had swiftly enhanced his physical prowess through the cultivation of the Grand Dream Heart Sutra. Zhang Yu was no match for him. Chapter 24. I can slap you too, what? This scene left not only Zheng Wanbing and a few of his lackeys astonished, but even Luo Han was taken aback. Class leader Yu, your combat skills aren't that impressive after all. Zhang Li appeared unperturbed, feeling no sense of achievement in defeating Zhang Yu. After battling the illusory fox, this schoolyard skirmish seemed trivial. Zheng Wanbing, may I inquire once more about your combat techniques? After all, you summoned me to the gym today for a spar. Boneless jujitsu. Zheng Wanbing's eyes turned icy, his facial muscles twitching as a chill coursed through him. He had never anticipated that Jiang Tao would be formidable, but his useless older brother was even stronger. With a single move, he had knocked Zhang Yu out cold. Even he could not have accomplished such a feat. In other words, Zhang Li's strength surpassed his own. Zhang Li, you? Luo Han furrowed her brow. How have you become so powerful in such a short time? I had a sudden epiphany months ago, entering a deep state of mental cultivation. Zhang Li could not divulge the matter of his prenatal breathing. Oh, you made a breakthrough in your mental cultivation? Luo Han's gaze flickered. For commoners to rise above, lacking resources, the only hope lay in breakthroughs in mental cultivation. Not bad. Zheng Wanbing's face twitched unconsciously. It seems our school has produced another expert. I will remember this incident, and we will settle it later. Let's go. Kid, just wait. Yang Wu's tone was vicious, eager to challenge Zhang Li. Yet he felt restrained by Zheng Wanbing's words. Are we leaving just like this? Zhang Li swiftly moved to the door of the gym, blocking their exit. What do you intend to do? Zheng Wanbing's expression turned cold. Nothing much, I merely wish to convey something to you. Zhang Li crossed his arms, his demeanor relaxed. What is it? Zheng Wanbing's eyes narrowed, sharp as a needle. Suddenly, Zhang Li lunged forward with incredible speed, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Initiating a fierce assault. The techniques from the Mind Emperor seal. Zheng Wanbing quickly maneuvered to the side, malice gleaming in his eyes. Kill. His fingers curled like claws, aiming for Zhang Li's throat. If he connected, it would surely rupture. Unfazed, Zhang Li raised his hands high and struck down with force, unleashing a roar. Huh? This was the application of a stunning blow, utilizing hypnosis. Zheng Wanbing's whole body trembled, involuntarily pausing for a moment. In that instant, Zhang Li's descending hands deflected his claw strike. With a swift bend of his arm, he delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp sound echoed throughout the gym. Zhang Wanbing staggered back, a crimson mark appearing on his face from Jiang Li's slap. In less than 3 seconds, Zhang Wanbing had been struck. What I wish to tell you, Zhang Wanbing, is that my brother can slap you, and so can I. Jiang Li crossed his arms, his gaze steady as Zhang Wanbing's face flushed with rage. As if he were a wounded beast ready to pounce. My brother can slap you. I can do the same. Having faced life and death battles, Jiang Li harbored no fear of someone like Zhang Wanbing. Compared to the illusory fox, he was merely a child who had just learned to walk. You dare strike me? Zhang Wanbing spat through clenched teeth. Are you feeling quite indignant? Jiang Li continued. Now that I have slapped you. What will you do? Call the police to arrest me? Or summon someone to teach me a lesson? Perhaps inform the school to expel me? Let me tell you, none of those options are feasible. All you can do now is endure. This was merely a spar in the school gym. An accidental mishap is entirely normal. Calling the police would be laughable. Bringing someone to beat me up at school is out of the question. Reporting to the school would only result in them deeming it an ordinary mishap during a student spar. In other words, no matter how Zhang Wanbing protested, it would only bring shame upon himself. Just wait, Jiang Li. Zhang Wanbing covered his face as he exited, trembling, as if he could hardly contain an impending explosion of rage. Yet, at this moment, he had no means to retaliate. He could only endure the humiliation of the slap. In the gym, only Luo Han and Jiang Li remained. I can't believe you've improved so rapidly. Luo Han seemed to be seeing Jiang Li for the first time. You still have a long way to go to qualify for Starry Sky University. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. I need to check on my sister. I'm concerned that Zhang Wanbing may retaliate against her. Is Zhang Wanbing seeking revenge due to your brother's issues with Lu Yaoyao? Luo Han's expression hardened. Luo Han, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Your priority should be to intensify your training and secure admission to Starry Sky University. Your timeline is even tighter than mine. I can manage these issues myself. Jiang Li was reluctant to become too closely entangled with Luo Han at this stage. There were many suitors for her affection, not just Zhang Yu. He was merely a minor player. Several individuals with vitality levels of 1 harbored feelings for Luo Han. He could only pursue what he desired once he had grown stronger. Zhang Wanbing, Zhang Yu, Yang Wu. These individuals are petty and vengeful. You must remain vigilant, Luo Han warned. Don't worry. As long as I perform well in the upcoming final exams and boost my vitality to 1, I will undoubtedly gain the school's attention, and they won't dare to act against me. Jiang Li exuded confidence. By the way, you came here to train, right? It's a shame I can't afford to train here. The costs are exorbitant. I will cover the expenses, Luo Han quickly offered. That's unnecessary, Jiang Li replied with a smile. You focus on your own training. I will manage on my own. Very well. Luo Han took out her student chip and swiped it before the holographic console, verifying her identity. The console announced, activating large-scale virtual device. Please select system, Rogue Elimination System, 100 star credits per hour, Mercenary Elimination System, 300 star credits per hour, Zombie Elimination System, 500 star credits per hour. Is there a martial arts master system? Luo Han inquired. Apologies, the martial arts master system is not available. It requires excessive energy. The highest currently available is the zombie system, the console replied in a calm, emotionless voice. Very well, activate the zombie system for 3 hours. Luo Han instructed. Application successful. Please remit 1,500 star credits. Additionally, 500 star credits are required to purchase 3 hours worth of energy blocks. A total of 2,000 star credits was thus expended, equivalent to nearly 2 years' salary of Jiang Li's parents for just 3 hours. It was indeed a game for the affluent. However, for Luo Han, it was hardly a concern. She stood at the center of the apparatus, and suddenly, the scene transformed as zombies appeared from all directions. These zombies, with their impenetrable skin and immense strength, charged at Luo Han with ferocious intent, creating a terrifying atmosphere that assaulted both sight and sound. These zombies were energy entities, not mere illusions, a testament to modern technological marvels. The virtual environments had achieved a level of realism, with the simulated humans possessing formidable attack capabilities, all maintained by energy blocks, a costly endeavor. In this virtual scenario, Luo Han battled the zombies, expending vast amounts of energy, which accounted for the high cost. If one were to train in this manner daily, the progress would be immense, akin to experiencing life-and-death combat. Jiang Li wished to join in, but shook his head, offering a wry smile as he turned to leave. Damn it, in the infirmary, Zhang Yu had fully regained consciousness, shaking his head, still feeling somewhat dazed. Fortunately, Zhang Li had not used excessive force. He had merely employed the shockwave from the Dragon Claw technique to render him unconscious, leaving no lasting damage. Zhang Wanbing and Yang Wu stood nearby, their expressions darker than ever upon seeing Zhang Yu recover. Since being slapped, Zhang Wanbing had remained silent for a long time. "Ice brother, are you all right?" Yang Wu dared not ask too much. That slap had not merely struck Zhang Wanbing's face but had pierced into his pride. "I want to kill Zhang Li and his brother Zhang Tao." Zhang Wanbing declared coldly. "Ice brother, don't act impulsively," Yang Wu quickly cautioned. "If you kill them, you'll only drag yourself down with them. Can I just let this go?" Zhang Yu seethed with hatred. "I've never suffered such a humiliation in my life. Especially not in front of Luo Han. I've lost all face. I won't act recklessly, nor will I hire anyone to deal with the brothers. I will employ legitimate means to bring ruin upon them." Ensuring they face utter despair, Zhang Wanbing did not spiral into rage. "First, let's investigate the Jiang family's background. These two brothers possess considerable vitality. I need to find their weakness. I have connections in the police department. I can look into any information about them, from their childhood to the present, and uncover everything," Yang Wu suggested cautiously. "Binggu, do you have any ideas?" Zhang Yu seems to be aware of Zhang Wanbing's intentions. "I will seize the opportunity to control them in this day and age. As long as one is part of society, there are relatives and friends. His parents are employed at a subsidiary of the Shui Corporation. Are they not?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wanbing calmed himself and gently caressed his bruised face. "As long as I can control his parents, these two brothers can be manipulated at will. Aren't they supposed to be skilled fighters? I shall send them to the underground market to box and earn money for us." "Ah." Zhang Yu finally chuckled. "Yes, let us turn these two lads into our money-making tools. They will do whatever we ask of them. This will truly be satisfying. Merely beating them up is far from enough. Indeed, what purpose does beating them serve?" Zhang Wanbing dialed a number. "Beating them is the act of a brute." "Hello, is this Brother Tian? This is Wanbing. Could you assist me in checking if there is an employee by the surname Zhang in your company?" "Yes, Zhang Zhendong. He has two sons named Zhang Tao and Zhang Li." After ending the call, Zhang Wanbing rubbed his palms together. "A bunch of paupers challenging me. They don't even know how to spell death. 2 slaps, and I will make their entire family pay." For Zhang Li, this incident was merely a minor disturbance, devoid of any significant turmoil. His victory over Zhang Yu did not circulate. Luo Han would not speak of it. Zhang Yu himself would remain silent. And Zhang Wanbing along with his followers would never disclose such a disgraceful matter. They were too afraid of Zhang Li publicizing it with great fanfare. However, from that moment onward, Zhang Li became more vigilant. Fearing that Zhang Wanbing might retaliate against his family, especially his sister Zhang Xian, he discreetly followed her every day after school. Having gained experience from the previous encounter with the Phantom Fox, his mental fortitude had become more composed. He believed he could sense any threats directed at him. His sixth sense feeling almost divine, it appeared that Zhang Wanbing and his cohorts were likely plotting something. "I must venture into the black market of Xihua City," Zhang Li thought. "Acquiring super protein will temporarily alleviate my nutritional deficiency and completely restore my life potential damaged by prenatal influences. Even if the black market poses threats, I must go." Zhang Li immediately stood up, resolved to depart. He felt a flicker of anticipation. If he could indeed purchase the forbidden drug for 100,000 star coins, would he finally be able to meditate on the cosmic brain? He swiftly went online to buy a ticket to Xihua City and simultaneously purchased a facial disguise. This high-tech face mask was quite affordable, not worth much at all, and he did not require any sophisticated makeup. He simply needed to conceal his identity. It would be best not to reveal his true appearance in Xihua City, as the place was fraught with complexity, violence, and chaos, devoid of law. Over an hour later, a middle-aged man disembarked from the maglev train, arriving in Xihua City. This man, adorned with a facial disguise, was none other than Zhang Li. Xihua City lay more than 1,000 kilometers from Xinhua City, yet it took merely an hour by train. However, upon stepping off the maglev train, Zhang Li immediately sensed he had entered an entirely different world. His first impression was one of filth and disorder. The ground was littered with debris, swirling with the wind, while the majority of the people bore grim visages and chilling auras, far from being good-natured. The towering buildings around him revealed their dilapidation. This was Xihua City, a haven for adventurers, a paradise for criminals, and the black market for underground dealings. Jiang Li's primary purpose for coming here was to procure the forbidden drug, super protein, to enhance his strength. The price of this super protein injection fell well within his budget. If he could augment his physical prowess, the speed of his cultivation in the Mind Emperor seal would accelerate, and his brain's meditative processing could quicken, potentially advancing his hypnotic techniques. Only then would he truly reap significant profits. Previously, he would never have dared to set foot in such a nefarious place. But now, emboldened by his skills, he sought to hone his abilities. A man does not grow without experiencing storms and shadows. Remaining in school forever is akin to being a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Kid, behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a roasted pig. In a corner of the station, Jiang Li was searching the map when suddenly someone collided into him from behind, a weapon pressed against his back. Exuding a menacing chill. It was a metal baton, a high-voltage electric stick. The assailant had his finger poised above the button, capable of delivering a jolt strong enough to incapacitate an elephant. What do you want? Jiang Li found himself accosted by a thug moments after disembarking, confirming the city's reputation as a den of iniquity, rife with crime, robbery, fraud, and extortion. The assailant, a bald man with tattoos on his arms, was burly and powerful. With a sinister grin, the tattooed thug demanded, "What do you want?" "Hand over your card and transfer your funds. Transfer whatever amount you have on it. In modern society, few carry cash, which complicates robbery." Thus, the tattooed thug did not immediately resort to violence, but instead coerced Jiang Li into a digital transfer in other cities. Even if the transfer were successful, one could report it to the police afterward and potentially recover the funds. But in Xihua City, there was no police force. Once forced, retrieval was impossible. This city operated devoid of law, governed instead by the unwritten rules set by various gangs. The robbery was audacious. It was astounding how swiftly the chaos unfolded. He had barely stepped off the train when he was accosted. Jiang Li merely shifted his body, his speed remarkable. He had already sensed the thug's intentions and merely wanted to observe his actions. Since the other party had resorted to robbery, there was nothing left to discuss. With a swift motion, he maneuvered behind the tattooed thug, delivering a decisive strike to the carotid artery. The thug's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, his metal baton clattering as it hit the floor. He stood no chance against Jiang Li, whose vitality approached one, already at the level of a military instructor with formidable martial prowess. His punching power reached 0.8 tons, as light as a feather and agile as a monkey. Through extensive meditation training, his sixth sense was significantly sharper than that of an average person, enabling him to detect threats amidst danger. Having dispatched the tattooed thug with a single move, Jiang Li's expression shifted as he placed his hand on the thug's head, feeling the rhythm of his breath and life. After a couple of gentle massages, it seemed the thug would soon awaken. He immediately spoke in a soothing voice. "Sleep now. Sleep, don't you feel quite tired?" "Yes," the thug mumbled in a dazed response, groggy and half-conscious, as if in a dream. Indeed, the hypnosis had succeeded. Jiang Li felt a surge of joy, focusing on the key to the hypnosis. "How much money do you have on your chip?" 8,000, the thug mumbled in a stupor. "Then quickly transfer it to me." Jiang Li maintained a tone that matched the thug's breathing rhythm, soft and soothing, narrating, "Before you, there stands a beautiful woman. If you give her 8,000 star coins, she will accompany you. No." The thug shook his head violently, his body trembling. "What trash wants 8,000? Damn it. Whoever asks for my money shall pay with their life." He was on the verge of waking up. The hypnosis had failed. Jiang Li watched coldly as the thug regained consciousness, aware that if hypnosis forced someone to act against their will, they would resist and awaken, and of course, this was due to his insufficient mental cultivation. If it were Phantom Fox, she would have shattered the thug's will, rendering him a mere shell of a person. It seemed his hypnotic skills still required refinement. As the thug opened his eyes, Jiang Li swiftly grasped his neck, tightening his grip, causing the thug to flush and thrash. "Transfer all the money on your card to me, or you will die." Jiang Li abandoned the hypnosis, resorting to brute force to compel obedience. He then eased his grip slightly, allowing the thug to gasp for breath. "I'm from the Sanlian Society. How dare you rob me?" Jiang Li tightened his grip once more, eliciting a look of fear from the thug, who nodded frantically, pleading with muffled sounds. Jiang Li released him. Hurry up and transfer the funds. I'm giving you just one chance. The last chance. I'll do it. I'll do it. The thug promptly retrieved his chip, following Zhang Li's instructions to transfer the funds while revealing his password. Ding dong, 8,000 star coins received. Now can you let me go? The thug attempted to rise. Bang. Zhang Li struck him down again with a precise blow, this time with more force, likely resulting in a concussion. It would be no surprise if he emerged as a simpleton, observing the thug spitting white foam and convulsing as if having a seizure. Zhang Li turned to leave, indifferent to such scum. He knew not how many people they had robbed. Since no legal system punished them, Zhang Li felt no qualms about enacting his own brand of justice. Swiftly, he dashed out of the station. None paid him any mind, for robbery and murder were commonplace in this city. Who would care to intervene? Walking down the street, he chuckled at the thought that his hypnosis was less effective than sheer violence. North Bridge Road, number 83. This is the place. Upon exiting the station, Zhang Li did not even hail a taxi. Instead, he searched for Xuhua City taxis on the map, knowing they were controlled by gangsters, who might very well lead him into a trap or to another location. Many women had previously come to Xuhua City, only to be abducted by taxi drivers and met with tragic fates. In the bustling city, Zhang Li moved with remarkable agility and stamina. After an hour of swift navigation, he arrived at the entrance of a magnificent 50-story edifice. The building was adorned with opulent decorations, surrounded by pristine cleanliness, and even featured a fountain tended to by dedicated staff in Xuhua City. A locale of such grandeur undoubtedly belonged to a formidable force. The surrounding ruffians, thugs, and gangsters dared not approach, for this was one of the underground black markets, a haven for the trade of illicit drugs. Above the entrance, the words "Safety Building" were emblazoned. According to online reviews, this underground market in Xuhua City was one of the few reputable establishments, rumored to be owned by a military magnate, smuggling contraband into the elite districts to profit within Xuhua City. It was one of the city's major powers. Any gang attempting to disturb the peace would be courting death. Good day? Sir, what may I assist you with? As Zhang Li stepped through the door, a beautiful female attendant approached him with warmth, starkly contrasting the cold and dark ambience of the city, offering a sense of comfort. I am here to purchase the super protein cell activator injection, which I discovered online. Zhang Li did not shy away from his intentions. Please follow me, the attendant responded promptly. 100,000 star credits was no trivial sum. It represented a business of considerable magnitude. Zhang Li followed the attendant upstairs, floor after floor, until they reached a vast hall covering approximately 4,000 to 5,000 square meters, filled with crystal glass cabinets housing layers of pharmaceuticals. Is this the blood-brain core? Zhang Li perused the displays, excitement coursing through him. In a prominent position, he spotted a fist-sized fruit, vivid crimson in hue, resembling a human brain. He recognized this peculiar fruit from his online research. It was said to grow on a sacred tree from an alien planet. According to legend, this tree required pure human blood for its rituals, serving as a totem for ancient indigenous peoples. The resulting fruit manifested in the shape of a blood-red brain. Consumption of this fruit purportedly caused rapid neuron activity, significantly enhancing mental acuity, a boon for cultivators. Unfortunately, the price tag of 5 million star credits rendered it unattainable for Zhang Li. Beyond that, there were bottles of potions priced even higher. He observed 3 vials with an astonishing cost exceeding 10 million star credits. The giant elephant gene potion. This was a transformative concoction, a pinnacle of human biotechnology, merging elephant genes with human DNA through advanced scientific methods. Upon injection, an individual's genetic makeup would be fortified, granting them a fraction of the elephant's power, resulting in extraordinary physical prowess for a year. However, this gene potion carried risks, with only a 50% success rate. A failed injection could yield no effects, rendering millions of star credits wasted, and in severe cases, could lead to genetic conflicts resulting in paralysis or even death. Nevertheless, the allure remained strong, as many wealthy individuals sought it, believing that a single injection could surpass decades of arduous training. You requested the super protein cell activator injection, and it is right here. The attendant led Zhang Li to a glass cabinet showcasing vials of jade green liquid. Sir, how many would you like to purchase? The young woman regarded Zhang Li, somewhat astonished. The super protein was indeed a prized item. Though its injection requirements were stringent, necessitating a deep sleep state at the 3rd stage of mental clarity. Those who attained such a level of spiritual cultivation were undoubtedly masters. I shall purchase 1 vial. Very well, please hold on. The attendant retrieved the product, and Zhongli initiated the transfer. The transaction was swift, resonating with the chime as 100,000 star credits vanished, causing a pang of regret in Zhongli's heart. His recent fortune had nearly evaporated, leaving him on the brink of destitution. Yet, he reasoned that the acquisition of the super protein cell activator injection would ultimately compensate for the losses incurred. Amplifying his latent potential, an investment worth making, at last, the vial of jade green protein was in his possession. Zhongli restrained the urge to inject it immediately and prepared to leave. Excuse me, brother, please wait a moment. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, exuding an air of authority, clearly a high-ranking executive of the establishment. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Zhongli. Zhongli turned, meeting the man's gaze, only to perceive a slight haze enveloping his vision. Hypnosis. This was Zhongli's second encounter with hypnosis, the first, near-fatal experience with a phantom fox. Had it not been for a milky stone, he would have met a tragic end. Fortuitously, he had emerged from that ordeal with newfound insight, acquiring a technique known as the mind's sovereign seal. Now, faced with hypnosis once more, his instincts kicked in. His thoughts raced, neurons surged, and his blood coursed with vigor as his head buzzed. You dare to hypnotize me? Zhongli suddenly awakened, his eyes gleaming with clarity. Such formidable mental cultivation. The executive, having failed to hypnotize Zhongli, displayed a flicker of surprise. It seems you have some experience with hypnosis, brother. Few can resist my attempts. This man was undoubtedly a novice hypnotist, his life force possibly at 0.9. Zhongli recognized that the man was merely probing him. Although frustrated, he understood that showing anger in the man's territory would yield no benefits. He was aware that should he succumb to the hypnosis, all his secrets would be laid bare. May I inquire about your intentions in testing me? Zhongli's tone remained cool and detached. Please, do not misunderstand, the executive quickly replied, smiling. With such strong mental prowess, have you considered monetizing your skills? Our safety group is seeking hypnotists. Seeking hypnotists? Zhongli had entered this black market primarily to acquire the super protein injection and secondarily to explore potential financial opportunities. What is the monthly remuneration? What does the work entail? He promptly inquired about the compensation. Compensation depends on your abilities, the executive said. I am Gaoran. And you are? Zhanghua. Zhongli fabricated a name. Using Hua meaning fire to reflect part of his real name, if you don't mind. Could you demonstrate your skills, Zhang? Gaoran snapped his fingers, and Zhongli instinctively focused, realizing the man was attempting to hypnotize him once again. A mere gesture, a casual phrase, or a sound could all serve as instruments of hypnosis. Were it not for Zhongli's own expertise in the art, he would surely have fallen victim. I possess no remarkable abilities. There is no need for me to showcase them, Zhongli waved dismissively. However, in doing so, his hand moved gracefully, leaving a trail of afterimages that captured the attention of those around him. Suddenly, the beautiful attendant collapsed to the floor, limp and unconscious, while Gao Ren's eyes grew hazy. His complexion shifted as he shouted, "Stop!" The force of his shout caused the surrounding glass cabinets to tremble. Zhongli ceased his actions, fully aware of the cunning nature of his earlier refusal to demonstrate his hypnotic skills. While speaking, he had concentrated all his mental energy, synchronizing his thoughts and hand gestures to create an overwhelming impact. A hypnotist must seize every opportunity, catching their subject off guard. Revealing one's intent to hypnotize would only incite resistance. Making success elusive, Zhongli had studied hypnosis online, absorbing countless instructional videos. One particularly notable lesson involved a hypnotist attempting to hypnotize a resistant individual, only to fail until he pretended to tire and took a drink of water. The fluid's crystalline, elongated flow captivated the subject's attention, enabling the hypnotist to succeed. The essence of hypnosis lay in disarming the subject's defenses to render them vulnerable. Impressive. Gaoren regarded the unconscious attendant on the floor. Still in slumber despite his powerful shout, in reality, his roar was a manifestation of the lion's roar technique, designed to rouse consciousness and deliver a jolt of awareness. You flatter me, Zhongli replied with a smile. What do you think of my hypnosis technique? Your proficiency is indicative of a novice hypnotist, Gaoren remarked, seemingly enlightened. Brother, I believe you would be an excellent fit for our safety group as a contracted hypnotist. I will consider it and contact you if I am interested. Zhongli was eager to return and inject the super protein to enhance his abilities. Very well, brother. Here is my card. Do not hesitate to reach out for any matters in the future. Gowron handed over a business card. Zhongli accepted it, stowed it away, and turned to leave. After his departure, Gowron produced a silver needle and plunged it into the attendant's head, employing acupuncture to stimulate her consciousness until she finally awakened. Mr. Gao, this individual's hypnosis skills are remarkable, the attendant said, still shaken. Indeed, they are formidable. I nearly fell under his spell, Gowron replied. Our group is in dire need of such talent. I hope he will reach out to me in the future. Should we investigate this person? The attendant suggested urgently. There is no need for that. Our rule is that regardless of who the client is, we must not inquire. Gowron shook his head, saying, breaking this rule would cause us to lose numerous significant clients. If an investigation ensues from above, we would all find ourselves in dire straits. Indeed, exclaimed the waitress, startled. I believe this person will come looking for me. Gowron remarked. He seems to be in dire need of money. Upon exiting the safety building, Zhongli felt as though many eyes were fixated upon him, akin to a sheep encircled by a pack of wolves. He was aware that certain gang members often loitered at the entrance of the safety building, observing who exited in order to plan a robbery. Such incidents had long been documented online, detailing how company members were robbed immediately after purchasing illicit drugs from the black market. However, Zhongli was well prepared. With a sudden shift of his body, he darted into a narrow alleyway, where he encountered several thugs lying in wait. With a few swift punches and kicks, he dispatched them, and after a brief chase, he quickly navigated through the alleys until he reached an abandoned building, where he finally paused. He had previously researched escape routes online. Suhua City was replete with deserted structures, remnants of a century past, devoid of human presence, making them ideal for concealment. Here, he planned to administer the injection. Super protein was classified as an illicit substance, and taking it back would be illegal. If discovered, imprisonment would ensue. While some drug traffickers possessed channels to transport it to other cities, Zhongli did not have such connections and couldn't even board a train. The scrutiny for trains traveling from Suhua City to Xinghua City was exceedingly stringent the moment one disembarked. They entered an entirely different realm. Thus, his only option was to inject it within Suhua City. He needed to verify the authenticity of the substance. Purchasing counterfeit drugs would result in a significant loss. From what he had seen online, the safety group was quite reputable and unlikely to deceive others with fake drugs, and the black market was known for its credibility. Nevertheless, Zhongli remained apprehensive and took out the jade green vial, scrutinizing it meticulously. With great caution, he extracted a small amount, then photographed it with his computer, employing an online microscope for preliminary analysis. In this day and age, possessing a photon brain chip could replace many tasks. The photon brain could capture photographs and even upload them for scientific analysis. There were dedicated websites that charged a nominal fee for this service. Though not suitable for academic research, they were sufficient for authenticity verification. Soon, the molecular structure and authenticity verification appeared online, confirming that the super protein was indeed genuine. He hoped for flawless absorption this time. After contemplating for a moment and thoroughly understanding the properties of the super protein, he calmed his mind before proceeding with the injection. With a swift motion, the needle pierced his skin. As he watched the liquid slowly enter his vein, Zhongli felt as though he had leaped into a volcano, his heart racing tenfold. Thump, thump, thump. It pounded like a drum. His blood surged, and his body felt as though it had expanded, reality blurring around him, an intense heat building within. Threatening to erupt, he yearned to tear apart anything in his path. Calm down, stay composed. In an instant, he grasped the ferocity of the drug's effects. No wonder ordinary individuals could not handle it. He struggled to maintain his composure, to soothe his blood, but to no avail. His body was moving uncontrollably. The potency of the super protein was overwhelmingly violent. No matter how hard he tried, he could not regain his tranquility. It surpassed any stimulant by several magnitudes. After the injection, his blood vessels felt as though they might burst, and his head resonated with a cacophony as if something within was exploding. He slipped into a deep slumber. Indeed, every cell within him seemed to jubilantly celebrate, as if they had finally been nourished. The infusion of a single vial of super protein catalyzed a transformative metamorphosis within Zhongli. Gradually, His physique began to sculpt itself into perfection, his entire being seemingly akin to a vessel. Each breath releasing torrents of energy, instilling him with the sensation of a supersonic jet. To any observer, he appeared as though he were a superhero. Rumor had it that, 2 centuries prior, martial arts masters could harness their breathing by the sea to reverse the tides. Zhongli had always considered this a myth, yet observing his current state, he began to believe in its possibility. Thus, the formidable powers of the super protein melded seamlessly into his cells, optimizing and transforming his latent potential. His cells reverberated, altering his entire physiological function. Each cell, like a glutton, feasted upon the super protein, growing stronger, particularly the brain cells, which operated at a frenzied pace, causing a sensation at his forehead as if something akin to a diamond bead was coalescing. After several hours, he awoke, exhaling deeply, feeling invigorated, as if the damage from his previous state had been wholly rectified. This was an instinctual realization. Upon introspection, he discovered that each organ was functioning optimally, devoid of any semblance of superficial strength. Previously, he had been aware of his power, yet deep within, the notion of being superficially strong lingered, an indication of diminished potential and a life not long to endure. Now, he finally began to recover. However, Zhongli did not dare to attempt the fetal breathing technique. Its realm was one he could not yet withstand. Chapter 27. Enhanced Physical Abilities. What level has my physical prowess reached? Zhongli clenched his fist, and with a crackle, his muscles and bones vibrated, producing a rush of energy akin to a formidable force. With a gentle punch, a series of explosive sounds emanated from his fist, cascading through his arm and enveloping his entire body. The power was a harmonious blend of strength and grace, seeming effortless yet resonating with the might of a thunderclap. Heavens, why physical capabilities! Zhongli gazed in awe at his hands, feeling as though he could generate powerful currents within his very organs with each breath. His arms, smooth and pristine, bore no imperfections. Yet with a mere exertion, they expanded, turning robust, their sinews interlaced like a network of steel. He felt as though the concrete walls around him were as fragile as tofu, easily penetrable with a mere poke. With a moment of contemplation, a vivid image of a cosmic brain filled his mind. As if he could perceive the twinkling of each celestial body, revealing countless bizarre worlds. The meditative pattern transitioned from the macrocosm to the microcosm. In a previous dream, the image of the cosmic brain manifested within a milky stone. Intricate and profound, with trillions of stars, each flickering with myriad changes. The cosmic brain pulsated with vibrancy. Should the speed increase, Zhongli would become dizzy and bleed from his nose, risking damage to his brain cells. Yet now, as he meditated on the flickering trajectory of the cosmic brain, it accelerated, and apart from slight dizziness, he experienced no bleeding. This was the result of enhanced brain cells. Even amidst the meditative flickering of the stars, he sensed a spark of thought igniting within him. With a mere thought, his body propelled forward, light as a feather, landing gracefully on the balcony overlooking a decrepit construction site dozens of meters below. Instilling no fear within him, his form seemed to move in accordance with his will, doing as he pleased. Boom, boom, boom. He practiced the military explosive punches within the abandoned building, simple yet devastating, a true test of physical strength. Now, as he moved, each punch produced a resounding detonation. The explosive sounds, at his command, could be as subtle or as thunderous as he wished, a testament to his effortless control over strength. Previously, he had to exert every ounce of energy to create a powerful explosion. Yet now, a gentle punch and his arm would quiver, resulting in a series of detonations. 1 explosion, 17 explosions, 25 explosions, 36 explosions. As he reached the 36th detonation, he felt a slight shortness of breath and paused. Before injecting the super protein, he could manage a mere 18 explosions. Now, he had doubled that, truly a miracle. It seemed the power of the super protein was indeed extraordinary. The hefty sum of 100,000 star coins had not been squandered. Impressive. I wonder how much my punching power has increased? 1 ton? Zhongli felt a surge of confidence, certain he could contend with anyone. He understood that his vitality had reached an unprecedented level. With a crack, he casually picked up a sturdy pebble and, employing the dragon claw technique, crushed it effortlessly, reducing it to mere fragments. Forming seals, he began to establish the Mind Emperor seal. With this movement, his hand's speed nearly doubled. In a flash, his fingers danced with such rapidity that they dazzled the eye, accompanied by a roaring wind. My brain cells have strengthened, enabling me to meditate on the cosmic brain. Perhaps my hypnosis skills have also advanced. Let's put it to the test. Can I hypnotize those thugs in Suhua City? Zhongli quietly descended the stairs. In a narrow alleyway, he found himself surrounded by 3 tattooed men. Transfer your money to us, or we might just have to remove your organs for sale, one bald thug threatened, brandishing a sharp knife. You still engage in the practice of selling human organs? Zhang Li's expression shifted. His earlier erratic movements in the streets had indeed drawn the attention of unsavory characters, resulting in this confrontation. Indeed, just a few days ago, we harvested several outsiders and made quite a profit. One of the thugs sneered. Get down. Zhang Li's hands suddenly trembled. Are you feeling dizzy? Each of you feels as though you've been intoxicated, and you desperately need a good sleep. As he gestured, it appeared as though snowflakes were descending, causing the 3 tattooed men to sway drunkenly. Zhang Li focused intently on the one who was clearly the leader of the gang. Get up! The assailant struggled momentarily, rising like a soulless cadaver. His eyes vacant and bewildered. Zhang Li's voice dripped with seduction, punctuated by gestures that amplified his influence. You have harmed so many. Do you not feel the weight of your sins? If you relinquish the ill-gotten gains you possess, you may atone for your transgressions. Relinquish my money. The tattooed brute murmured in a daze, his body writhing in resistance. Know what sin is there in robbing? I only desire wealth. Should anyone covet my riches, I shall ensure their demise. His subconscious vehemently rebelled. Zhang Li was taken aback that the man could withstand his sway. The desire for wealth eclipsed all else, compelling him to commit crimes, to kill and burn. Such individuals were challenging to hypnotize, as their subconscious would fiercely resist actions they vehemently opposed, leading to failure in the hypnotic endeavor. I am your master. Surrender the money, or face dire consequences. Zhang Li's tone shifted to one of ferocity, a tactic of the hypnotist, adapting to dismantle the opponent's subconscious defenses. No, master. You cannot do this. I have worked so hard to save a little money. The tattooed man began to plead, seemingly intimidated by his superior. Enough with the excuses. Remove his organs, Zhang Li commanded with renewed ferocity. No, no, master. I shall give you the money. I will give you the money. Trembling, the brute produced a chip. Quickly transfer the funds. The account is this. Zhang Li recited an anonymous account number to avoid detection, an untraceable account that required only a password to withdraw funds. Under the influence of hypnosis, the tattooed man complied, and with a chime, he transferred all his money. 10,000 star dollars received. Zhang Li was astonished to see the balance on the tattooed man's card. Yet he soon realized this was a minor leader, likely representing the entirety of his gang's finances. After the transaction, his eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Forget this incident. Remember only that you entered this alley and suddenly fell asleep, during which all your money vanished, stolen by hackers. Yes, I fell asleep. And all my money inexplicably disappeared, stolen by hackers. The brute repeated Zhang Li's words incessantly. Sleep now, sleep. Zhang Li's voice softened, and the man succumbed. Collapsing, he swiftly departed the scene. According to the course of hypnosis, upon awakening, the man would retain no memory of the encounter. In a deserted alley, Zhang Li gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, as if he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Once assured of his safety, he succumbed to deep slumber. 30 minutes later, he awoke, rejuvenated. The toll of hypnosis was considerable, a mental drain that starkly illustrated the brutal nature of psychological warfare. He reflected on the episode of hypnotizing the tattooed man, compelling him to voluntarily transfer his funds, realizing that such manipulation inflicted mental strain not only on others but also on himself. Fortunately, his physical and mental faculties had been enhanced. This form of hypnosis not only spared his nerves but also served as a form of exercise. Perhaps it was best to return. Although hypnosis could yield profit, it was perilous. Should he encounter armed assailants en masse, his fate would mirror that of the ill-fated fox. He resolved to leave. 3 hours later, Zhang Li emerged from a hovering vehicle, surveying the pristine city before him, bustling with orderly life. At the station, police patrolled vigilantly, scrutinizing every suspicious figure, even requiring card verification for exit. A sense of safety enveloped him. He felt thankful for not having brought any banned substances into Xinhua City. Otherwise, the extensive checks would have surely exposed him and led to incarceration. He would wait until his training reached greater depths before venturing here again. With nearly 20,000 star dollars on his card, he felt a profound satisfaction. Earlier, he had hypnotized a group of ruffians, compelling them to transfer funds, reaping a significant reward of 18,000. He had aspirations for a larger score. Within Xinhua City, many criminals were affluent, boasting assets in the millions. However, those who survived here possessed formidable strength, rendering them impervious to hypnosis. Each of them was surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards, their defenses impenetrable. These individuals were steeped in bloodshed, and taking their money bore no moral burden. Upon returning home, it was already evening. His sister had returned from school, while his brother Jiang Tao often trained late at school, sometimes not returning home at all. Thus, Zhang Li and his sister awaited their parents' return to prepare dinner. "Sister, I have earned some money recently. Here is some pocket change for you." Zhang Li transferred 3,000 star dollars to Jiang Xian. "Brother, where did you acquire such wealth?" Jiang Xian nearly leaped with excitement. "Have you struck it rich lately?" "I have been earning some money by hypnotizing people for medical purposes," Zhang Li replied. "How has your strength improved recently?" "I have been purchasing supplements and exercising. I must achieve a vitality of at least 0.8 to excel in the upcoming final exams." Jiang Xian spoke with confidence. By the way, brother, this final exam is said to be crucial, as it will determine key training placements. If you can secure a spot in the advanced class, it would be truly remarkable." "Fear not, I shall achieve it," Zhang Li smiled. He now felt confident enough to compete with any expert at school. "Come, what martial arts have you learned recently? Allow me to guide you." Zhang Li clapped his hands. "If you perform well in the upcoming exams, I shall reward you with 5,000 star dollars." "Hooray!" Jiang Xian clapped with glee. In Chapter 28. Under investigation, Jiang Xian enthusiastically began practicing her martial arts, executing a series of moves from a D-class grappling technique. This technique emphasized capture, requiring precision and force, yet with a graceful arc and finesse. Observe this move, the throat lock. When bending the arm, the shoulder must dip, creating an elliptical trajectory to harness rotational power. Like a claw sealing the throat, Zhang Li promptly pointed out his sister's shortcomings. He demonstrated the martial technique, employing elements of the twisting bone kill. Indeed, under his guidance, Jiang Xian's prowess improved significantly. Each move became fluid, no longer so direct and unyielding. The interplay between the techniques allowed for greater flexibility, enhancing her agility. Meanwhile, in a grand villa on the outskirts, Zhang Wanbing was engaged in martial training, sparring with a middle-aged man clad in traditional Huaxia attire, evidently a martial arts instructor. The two exchanged blows. Zhang Wanbing's attacks were ferociously aggressive, executing a D-class technique known as the rolling stone fist. Yet the middle-aged man effortlessly deflected his strikes. No matter how fierce Zhang Wanbing's punches, they merely spiraled away upon contact, leaving him untouched. Eventually, Zhang Wanbing, exhausted and drenched in sweat, halted. "Master Wang, I cannot continue," he gasped. "My physique is too weak. Unless a miracle occurs, I cannot elevate my vitality to 1 in such a short span." Master Wang replied, "I, Wang Daorong, cannot grant you instant elevation. Master Wang, you are my father's highly paid martial arts instructor. I implore you to impart the best training methods to me. I must elevate my vitality to 1 for the upcoming finals." Regardless of the cost, Zhang Wanbing gritted his teeth. Such a feat is impossible. Time is too limited. Wang Daorong shook his head. My family has a long-standing legacy in martial arts, possessing profound insights into the discipline since the era of Huaxiao up to the current Starlit Age. You must grasp any technique through your own understanding, unless you can enter a deep sleep to reach the second stage, starting now. Otherwise, no super supplements will aid you. Your body will merely suffer from nutrient excess. Is there truly no other way? You can only rely on yourself to tame your restless spirit. However, I possess an ancient mental training technique of the Wang family, which I can teach you. Wang Daorong stood tall, exuding an imposing presence, clearly a formidable character. "Excellent!" Zhang Wanbing exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, a figure appeared. "Binggu, I have gathered all the information you requested. The matter is settled. However, Zhang Li is actually a 1-star citizen." "What? A one-star citizen. How did this happen? Zhang Wenbing's expression twisted in disbelief. It appears that this brat participated in a police mission, capturing a member of the restoration organization known as Phantom Fox, earning significant merit from the police department. How can we deal with a one-star citizen? What about his parents? Zhang Wenbing snapped, flinging his arm in frustration. What I need now is leverage against his parents to coerce him. His parents are easy to deal with. I am fabricating evidence, and they can be arrested for economic crimes today. I will report them to the police department, which has already begun their investigation. Threatening those two brothers will be child's play. Additionally, I will contact the black market in Huaxia to see if the underground fight promoters want them. We can send the brothers to work for us. Indeed, indeed, Zhang Wenbing chuckled. Brother, you have brought me excellent news. You may now call Jiang Tao and Jiang Li. I suspect the police department has already begun summoning their parents. Those two brothers possess extraordinary vitality and will surely be of interest to the underground fight promoters. The voice on the phone was ominous. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenbing hung up. Jiang Li, Jiang Tao. You two brothers are doomed out of course. I want to let you die. You are too formidable, and I still need you as my profit-making tools. Huan Hu? Wang Daorong paid little heed to such trivial matters, but upon hearing the name Huan Hu, his eyes gleamed momentarily. Another member of the restoration organization, perhaps at home, after completing a set of martial arts training. Jiang Xian paused, gazing out the window as darkness enveloped the sky. A sudden thought struck her. Why haven't Mom and Dad returned yet? Indeed, at this hour, they would usually be home. Jiang Li furrowed his brow. Sensing an ominous premonition, his intuition had always been remarkably accurate. Prolonged meditation not only cultivates the body's cells but can also enhance the mind and sixth sense. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Mom and Dad are back, Jiang Xian exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to open the door. However, upon swinging it open, she was met with several expressionless officials clad in police uniforms. Is this the residence of Jiang Zhendong? One inquired. Yes. Jiang Li stepped forward, noticing his sister's face had turned ashen. Are you Jiang Zhendong's child? An official produced a document. Yes, Jiang Li maintained his composure. Your parents are suspected of misappropriating company assets and have been reported for investigation. According to the law, they will be detained for 15 days during which their misconduct will be thoroughly examined. One of the officials handed Jiang Li the investigation order. No, Jiang Xian cried out in alarm. Calm down, sister, Jiang Li reassured her, pulling her inside. I apologize. My sister is still a minor and cannot handle this sudden news. It shouldn't be considered interference with justice, right? That won't be a problem. Several officials nodded at his calm demeanor. One remarked, we have delivered the investigation order. You may hire a lawyer to request a meeting with the suspects, but please refrain from any actions that might obstruct justice. You should be familiar with these legal protocols. Moreover, this is merely an investigation. The verdict of guilt will depend on the findings. Understood, Jiang Li replied, watching as they departed, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Brother, what should we do? Our parents would never do such a thing. They must be framed. What should we do? Jiang Xian wept. Call second brother. He must have a solution. No. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed. We cannot contact him. His impulsive nature might lead to repercussions that would only complicate matters. Mom and Dad would certainly prefer we not inform second brother, fearing it might disrupt his studies. Furthermore, they will likely call us themselves. The absence of a call now suggests they are trying to prevent us from being distracted. What then? Jiang Xian felt helpless. Being merely a child of it is undeniable that someone has framed our parents. Jiang Li pondered, exhibiting remarkable composure. After all the precautions, it has finally happened. It appears Zhang Wenbing is behind this. Last time, he threatened me using our parents, demanding they lose their jobs. I never anticipated he would resort to such ruthless tactics this time. However, I have a plan. Do not panic, I shall make a call. He had long been wary of such a turn of events, and now it had finally come to pass. His sister, on the verge of tears, gradually quieted as she observed Jiang Li calmly dialing a number. Beep beep beep, the call connected. It was Manager Lei. Hey, Jiang Li, what can I do for you? Manager Lei's virtual avatar appeared. I genuinely appreciate your help. Miss Bai is about to recover, and I have reported it to the chairman. Once she is fully healed, there will be a substantial reward. His tone was now exceedingly cordial, as if they were brothers and no need for a reward. I need your assistance with something. Jiang Li explained the situation regarding his parents' company, a subsidiary of the Shui Corporation, while Manager Lei was a senior manager there. He had anticipated Zhang Wenbing's threats and called immediately upon the incident. What assistance do you require? I will certainly help. Manager Lei was eager to strengthen their relationship to ITS like this. Zhang Li recounted the events, emphasizing that his parents, being honest and diligent, were wrongfully implicated. I entrust this matter to you. And should you require anything in return, I will not hesitate to assist. What? Such audacity, Manager Lei exclaimed. Wait right there. I'll investigate immediately and ensure your parents are released on bail. Rest assured, they won't face any consequences for other companies. Such incidents might be complex, but for my own subsidiary, I can resolve this with a single command. Give me half an hour, just half an hour. All right, Manager Lei, I await your good news. Zhang Li understood the influence of Manager Lei, who could effortlessly manage internal matters within the company. Sister, let us go to the police station to see Mom and Dad. According to standard procedure, they are merely assisting with the investigation and will be questioned. Everything will be fine. The legal system has become quite refined. Any officer will adhere to protocol. Zhang Li added, do not inform second brother about this. Given his temperament, he might overreact and complicate matters. I already have an idea of who framed our parents, and if all goes as expected, that person will likely call shortly. Half an hour later. Beep beep beep. Manager Lei called again. Zhang Li brother, the matter is resolved. Your parents have been released on bail, and I have initiated an internal investigation. Preliminary findings suggest they were framed by a superior at the company. We have already reported this to the authorities for summons. Additionally, I have arranged for your parents to be escorted home, and I will facilitate their promotion within the Shui Corporation as compensation. Thank you, Zhang Li expressed his gratitude swiftly. This is a failing on our company's part, and such occurrences should not have transpired. Thankfully, you alerted us. Otherwise, it could have led to an irreparable scandal. Manager Lei quickly responded, compensating your parents is the least we can do. You may now call them. All right, I will call them right away. Zhang Li dialed his father's number. Sure enough, the call connected, and his father's voice came through. Zhang Li, is that you? Your mother and I are a bit delayed returning home due to a minor issue. There was a financial discrepancy at the company, and we are cooperating with the police investigation. The matter has been clarified, and everything is fine now. A company vehicle will take us home shortly. If you and your sister are hungry, feel free to eat out first. No need to wait for us. His father's tone was lighthearted, which eased Zhang Li's tension. Beep, beep, beep. Just after hanging up with his father, an unfamiliar number rang. Zhang Li answered. Instantly, a virtual figure appeared. It was Zhang Wenbing. Zhang Wenbing. So it is you. Zhang Li's suspicions were confirmed, yet he remained composed, knowing his father was safe. Zhang Li, do not lose your temper. Zhang Wenbing sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance. I presume you have received word from the police. Your parents are under investigation? They certainly have some nerve to misappropriate company funds. Zhang Wenbing, you have crossed my bottom line. Zhang Li retorted through clenched teeth. I crossed your line? Zhang Wenbing's voice turned sinister. Zhang Li, how dare you strike me? I told you, I do not resort to brute force. Only a fool would engage in brawls in this society. Did you orchestrate the framing of my parents? Zhang Li had already regained his composure and began recording the conversation. Your parents' predicament is none of my concern. They misused company finances, and the company is not mine. Why should I care? However, as classmates, I can offer you assistance, nothing more. Zhang Wenbing seemed aware of Zhang Li's recording, responding with calculated precision. Enough of the pleasantries. Come to Box 9 on Dongmin Street immediately. You have half an hour, and you should advise your brother to behave and apologize to me. Should he refuse to comply, you are well aware of the consequences. I will be there. Just wait. Zhang Li ended the call. Chapter 29. Substantial compensation, brother. Are you truly going to meet Zhang Wenbing? Of course, Zhang Li reassured her. Sister, just stay at home and wait for Mom and Dad to return. With a swift motion, he stepped out the door. Inside a luxurious private room, Zhang Wenbing, Zhang Yu, and Yang Wu were drinking, surrounded by several beautiful women. They reveled in their triumph, seemingly with everything under control. Ice brother, you truly have a knack for handling Zhang Li. Once he arrives, how shall we humiliate him? Zhang Yu's tone was icy, reflecting his former status as class leader, now tarnished by Zhang Li's unexpected prowess that had left him humiliated before Luo Han. This time, with Zhang Wenbing's scheme, he was eager to regain his lost pride. He plotted to thoroughly disgrace Zhang Li upon his arrival. A knock at the door jolted the three from their revelry. But instead of Zhang Li, a burly man entered. His demeanor was cold, dressed impeccably in black, exuding an aura of explosive power, his eyes gleaming with intensity, as if capable of piercing one's soul. Boss Sha has arrived. Zheng Wanbing quickly stood to greet him, shaking hands. He then introduced, "These are my two associates, Zhang Yu and Yang Wu. This is Boss Sha from the underground boxing arena in Xihua City. Here to discuss a collaboration." Boss Sha waved his hand dismissively. "Where are the two underground fighters you promised me, Zheng Wanbing? I wish to conduct an inspection. If the fighters are indeed capable, I may be willing to increase my offer and negotiate a share of the fight proceeds. However, the mortality rate in underground boxing is particularly high. The fighters you procure must be willing participants. Otherwise, I would rather not deal with the ensuing troubles, and no problem, they are undoubtedly capable, both possessing a vitality level of 0.9. What do you think?" Zheng Wanbing chuckled, stating, "They are two brothers, obediently held in my grasp, unwilling to resist." "That is reassuring." Boss Sha cracked his knuckles, his entire body tensed like steel as he inquired, "Where are they?" "I need to verify them, no need to rush. They will arrive shortly," Zheng Wanbing replied, exuding an air of amusement akin to a cat playing with a mouse. 30 minutes later, Zhang Li arrived at the door, forcefully pushing it open to reveal Zheng Wanbing, Zhang Yu, and Yang Wu, along with Boss Sha and his two subordinates. While Zhang Li did not recognize Boss Sha, the man's imposing stature and the menacing aura he radiated suggested he was no harmless individual. "Zheng Wanbing, how despicable of you to resort to such tactics." Zhang Li glared at the assembly, enunciating each word with gravity. "Despicable?" Zheng Wanbing laughed. "I told you. You cannot surpass me, so, have you softened your stance now? Zhang Li, you humiliate me. I shall repay this humiliation 100-fold. Zhang Yu rose abruptly, eager to vent his pent-up frustration. "Wait," Zheng Wanbing interjected, raising his hand. "Brother, do not be hasty. If you injure him, you will gain nothing. It is far more beneficial to have him as an underground fighter, generating profit for us. He is no longer a person, but a mere commodity now. Boss Sha, please evaluate the goods." "Very well, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Ensure you perform well in the underground fights, or your parents will suffer in prison. Although your parents are currently under investigation, it will not be long before they are formally arrested." Zhang Yu sat back down, a smug expression on his face. "Is this the quality of merchandise you recommended to me?" Boss Sha regarded Zhang Li, waving his hand. "Ah Hong, go check the goods and assess his combat experience." "Yes, boss." The burly man named Ah Hong stepped forward, his voice deep and resonant. Suddenly, he leapt forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, launching a fierce punch towards Zhang Li. D-class martial arts, heart-snatching fist. Zhang Li did not even glance at him but retaliated with a punch of his own. Also a D-class martial art, military body explosive fist. His arm extended, appearing gentle and slow, yet carrying a tremendous force. The two fists collided in the air with a thunderous crack. Ah Hong's arm was shattered completely, sending him reeling backward, crashing onto a table and spilling drinks everywhere. "What?" Boss Sha sprang to his feet. "What are you trying to do?" "Nothing at all. Just self-defense," Zhang Li replied, arms crossed, appearing utterly unfazed. "Impressive skills," Boss Sha observed keenly, as if spotting a gem. "Zheng Wanbing, this one could earn me a fortune. He is a valuable asset. We should draw up a contract." "Excellent," Zheng Wanbing said to Zhang Li. "If you wish for your parents to remain safe, you must obediently comply. From now on, you will be under Boss Sha's command in the underground fights. You will first withdraw from school and then accompany Boss Sha to the underground boxing venue. Understood?" "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Zhang Li retorted, a mocking smile appearing on his face. "Zhang Li," Zheng Wanbing slammed the table. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. It seems I must call my brother to ensure your parents are well taken care of in the police station." Just then, his phone rang. Zheng Wanbing smirked as he retrieved a card and answered the call, revealing a pale-faced man who appeared to be a professional manager. "Brother Bing, things have gone awry. For some unknown reason, Manager Lei Dong from the Shui Corporation has begun investigating this matter, mobilizing all legal resources, and has uncovered my falsified accounts. I have been summoned. You must use your connections to bail me out, or the consequences will be dire." The screen went dark. Upon hearing this, a palpable sense of urgency and panic filled the room. "This is serious." "Zheng Wanbing, my parents are resting comfortably at home," Zhang Li said leisurely. "Indeed, you have framed my parents. How shall we settle this score? I have recorded every detail. With Manager Lei Dong's investigation, the evidence is irrefutable. It appears you may also find yourself behind bars. Zhang Wenbing's countenance shifted dramatically upon receiving this news. Manager Lei Dong of the Shui Corporation. He recognized Lei Dong as a significant figure, a person of considerable influence within the parent company. In contrast, his own brother was merely the head of a subsidiary, far beneath Lei Dong's status. What? Brother Bing, what shall we do? Zhang Yu and Yang Wu stood dumbfounded. I apologize. Zhang Li continued, Zhang Wenbing, I happen to have some connections with individuals from the Shui Corporation. You heard the call. It's truly unfortunate. You had a bright future ahead, yet it seems you've squandered it all. Zhang Li, you? Zhang Wenbing suddenly signaled to Boss Sha. Boss Sha, seize him. Zhang Wenbing, it seems you have deceived me. I came here to negotiate a deal, not to engage in kidnapping. In Xinhua City, I am a law-abiding citizen. Boss Sha, having grasped the situation, stood up and addressed Zhang Li, brother, I am merely an outsider. This matter has nothing to do with me. It is customary to become acquainted through combat. Here is my business card, the Xinhua City Boxing Association. Perhaps we may collaborate in the future. Let us be friends, and we can consider the injury to my man settled. Very well, Boss Sha, you speak plainly. This matter has nothing to do with you. You have been misled by Zhang Wenbing. Zhang Li accepted the card. Cupping his fists in respect, Boss Sha signaled to one of his subordinates, who then hoisted the injured man onto his back and exited the room. Boss Sha had no desire to wade through this murky water. The underground scene in Xinhua City was no match for that in Shuhua City, where the law was upheld. You all may leave. What transpired today does not concern you. Zhang Li waved at the frightened girls, who scrambled to exit, terrified. Zhang Li, I did not expect you to be more cunning than your brother. Zhang Wenbing, now calm, replied, but do not think you have won. There will come a time for your regret. Brother Bing, there is no need to waste words with him. We should capture him and record evidence. Yang Wu suggested. If the evidence is destroyed, then we have nothing. He had been reluctant to accept defeat, eager to challenge Zhang Li. Bang! He stepped forward, adopting a stance before lunging at Zhang Li, his palm descending with the force of a mountain. C-class martial arts, Great River Palm, setting sun over the long river. Zhang Li did not even look, raising his hand to block the incoming arm while swiftly delivering a counter slap. Smack! This strike was even harsher than the one he had delivered to Zhang Wenbing, sending Yang Wu spinning in circles, utterly disoriented, until he collapsed, unable to regain his bearings. Before injecting the super protein, he was no match for Zhang Li, and now it was even more evident. You are simply not my opponents. Zhang Li, having knocked Yang Wu unconscious, crossed his arms, declaring, Zhang Wenbing, Zhang Yu, and Yang Wu, you three shall face dire consequences this time. Zhang Li, what do you dare do to us? We live in a society governed by law. Zhang Wenbing's eyes widened with fear, revealing the deep-seated terror within. Ever since receiving the call, he had sensed impending doom. Although his family was wealthy, it paled in comparison to the Shui Corporation. Manager Lei's influence was substantial. He was a high-ranking executive, with connections far surpassing Zhang Wenbing's. If Lei Dong swiftly resolved this issue, it would utterly shatter his confidence. If Zhang Li's family background were that of an ordinary citizen, he could easily suppress them, but involving Lei Dong made matters far more complicated. Now that there was this connection, mere words could secure his parents' release, rendering any calculations irrelevant. He felt utterly adrift. Indeed, it is a society governed by law. Zhang Li, feeling relieved upon receiving news of his parents' safety, remarked, I will not take any action against you. You have framed my parents, and I will naturally seek legal recourse. The law will take its course. Although he longed to crush Zhang Wenbing, he understood that committing murder or intentional harm would ruin his future, and his parents would undoubtedly disapprove. Even now, he had only slapped Yang Wu, causing no lasting injury, ensuring there was no leverage against him. His parents had always favored peaceful resolutions, preferring to step back in times of trouble. If Zhang Li resorted to violence, he would provide them with grounds for retaliation, causing his parents undue worry. However, this did not mean he would let the three of them off the hook. He was contemplating how to use legitimate means to ensure their complete downfall. Of course, he also intended to make them pay dearly, demanding sufficient compensation. Chapter 30. Substantial compensation. Zhang Li remained composed, aware that Zhang Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu's families wielded considerable power. if he were to seriously injure them here. It would lead to numerous complications. After all, while Manager Lei had connections, the strength of those connections was not comparable to unbreakable bonds. Zhang Wanbing, prepare yourself for imprisonment. With that, Jiang Li turned to leave. Wait, Zhang Wanbing, now composed, interjected. What, do you wish to keep me here? Jiang Li turned back, his calm demeanor sending chills down the spines of the three. Jiang Li, we have no deep-seated enmity. Why must we engage in a fight to the death? Zhang Wanbing's tone softened. If you intend to use coercive measures to apprehend me, let me make it clear that such an endeavor is futile. My family is not a soft persimmon for you to squeeze. We are all high school seniors, with bright futures ahead of us. Why must we escalate matters to this extent? Very well. I apologize for the incident and am willing to offer you a sum as compensation for your distress. Shall we consider this matter resolved? A clean slate. Jiang Li, of course, had no intention of letting it go just like that. However, given his current capabilities, he was not certain he could see Zhang Wanbing imprisoned. It would be wiser to listen to what the other party had to say and extract a substantial compensation first, treating it as an initial interest. Thus, he proposed, I will offer 10,000 star dollars as compensation for your distress. And we can consider our matters settled. Zhang Wanbing was confident that this amount would be sufficiently enticing. 10,000 star dollars. Jiang Li scoffed. Zhang Wanbing, do you truly believe I have never encountered money before? Is such a meager sum meant to placate me? How much do you desire? Zhang Yu interjected sharply, your family's total assets might not even amount to 10,000. How greedy can you be? Is that so? Jiang Li pressed a button on his chip, and a voice emerged. Your account balance is 19,000 star dollars. Your expenditures this month total 114,000 star dollars. What? Zhang Yu, Zhang Wanbing, and Yang Wu nearly leapt from their seats upon hearing this electronic statement. A monthly expenditure of 120,000 was simply unimaginable to them. Do you think I would care about your 10,000 star dollars? Jiang Li waved dismissively. Zhang Wanbing, you underestimate me greatly. You think such a trifling amount can satisfy me? If matters escalate, even if the three of you manage to evade imprisonment through your connections, your records will bear stains that I doubt that Shinkong University would accept you thereafter. I am indifferent to my own future, but yours would be irrevocably tarnished. You? Zhang Wanbing was precisely fearful of this outcome. What he dreaded most was attracting legal troubles, especially now, during the crucial final year of exams for Shinkong University. Even if no significant issues arose, the ensuing chaos was hardly worth it. Then how much do you want? Name a figure. Zhang Yu stepped forward. I know you are after money. Humph. Wait right there. I need to make a call to my brother, Manager Lei Dong, Zhang Li declared as he exited the room. Leaving Zhang Yu, Zhang Wanbing, and the others exchanging glances, their expressions dark and foreboding. This situation warranted consulting Lei Dong, given his extensive experience. How is it, Zhang Li? Lei Dong inquired upon answering the phone. Brother Lei, here's the situation. Zhang Li recounted the events in detail. I am contemplating sending them to prison, yet they propose a private settlement. What advice do you have for me? I see. Lei Dong pondered. Jiang, I understand your desire to see them imprisoned. Correct? Indeed, Jiang Li nodded. I even wish to eliminate them. They have crossed a line by targeting my family. Do not act impulsively, Lei Dong urged. You could pursue a legal case through proper channels, but I do not endorse this course of action. First, the litigation process is exceedingly complex and would bring you considerable trouble. You are in a phase where you should focus on your studies. Second, once a lawsuit is initiated, Zhang Wanbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu's families may become desperate and act rashly. It would not be worth the risk. Third, we have apprehended a senior executive from their subsidiary, but we lack direct evidence implicating Zhang Wanbing in these actions. Even if he were found guilty as an accomplice, the most he would face is a short detention, leaving only a blemish on his record. Moreover, since your parents were not harmed, the police inquiry would be routine, and consequently, your claim for emotional damages would likely yield minimal support from the court. I advise you to settle privately, seeking a higher compensation. I believe they will acquiesce. You have a promising future ahead. Do not squander your time entangled with these scoundrels. Thank you, Brother Lei. What amount do you think would be appropriate for my claim? Zhang Li mused, recognizing that Lei Dong, being an executive of a major corporation, possessed a keen understanding of the situation. 300,000. Each of them should contribute 100,000 star dollars in compensation. However, be cautious in your approach. Ensure they propose it first to avoid them accusing you of extortion, Lei Dong cautioned again. I will send a lawyer to negotiate with them. They would accuse me of extortion? Zhang Li pondered, realizing the possibility I recorded a video earlier that could serve as evidence. Good. Remember to keep it safe. I will have the lawyer liaise with them. Everything will proceed without issue. From this point on, do not mention compensation to them. Lei Dong's meticulous planning was commendable. Thank you, Brother Eliade. Do not mention it. Your hypnotic skills are remarkable. I may need your assistance to hypnotize my son in the future. He is currently in elementary school, and competition is quite fierce. Lei Dong recognized that befriending a hypnotic expert would be advantageous. With a clang, Zhang Li ended the call and entered the room. Zhang Wanbing stood abruptly. Zhang Li, what do you want from us? Nothing much. Brother Lei has informed me that you have implicated the Shui family group in this scandal, severely tarnishing their reputation. They intend to sue you. Currently, Brother Lei's lawyer is en route and should arrive in about half an hour. You will discuss matters with him. Zhang Li refrained from mentioning compensation to avoid accusations of extortion. I suggest you notify your families to discuss a resolution together. Zhang Wenbing's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Li, you are ruthless. Violence is the act of brutes. We should adhere to the rule of law and follow proper procedures. Zhang Li sat calmly, while Yang Wu and Zhang Yu refrained from contacting their families, knowing that doing so would only invite scorn and humiliation. A half hour later, the lawyer arrived. A bespectacled, articulate middle-aged man who extended his hand to Zhang Li upon entering. Hello, Zhang Li. I am the lawyer for the Shui family group. Greetings. I entrust this dispute entirely to you, as I am not well-versed in legal matters. Please handle the negotiations, Zhang Li replied. Understood. The lawyer turned to Zhang Wanbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu. What do you intend to do? Zhang Wanbing stood, his gaze anxious. What do you want? The Shui family group has gathered evidence against you. You are colluding with the subsidiary's manager to embezzle company assets, forge documents, and frame our employees, in addition to conspiring with underground fighting ring owners to maliciously coerce students. This constitutes serious criminal activity. We possess evidence sufficient to initiate legal proceedings against you. The lawyer stated emphatically. However, according to Article 3751 of the Civil Code, if you can obtain the victim's forgiveness, the victim may choose not to file a complaint. Since this is not a public prosecution case, it may be resolved privately. After outlining all this, the lawyer emphasized, now, how much are you willing to compensate? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanbing understood the implication. I concede this time. 10,000 star dollars, will that suffice? The manager's actions have caused significant losses to our company, amounting to at least 300,000 star dollars in embezzlement. We must recover this debt. The lawyer replied sternly. Zhang Li, overhearing, nodded in agreement. The lawyer had not specified an exact amount but rather highlighted the company's losses, leaving no room for counterarguments. Impressive. If he were to negotiate himself, the figure would undoubtedly be 300,000. Which would raise suspicions of extortion. 300,000. Zhang Wenbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu nearly erupted. You might as well rob a bank. What I meant is that our company suffered losses of 300,000. And this debt must be repaid, the lawyer stated coldly. Do you have collusion with the subsidiary's manager? Did you also benefit from our company's assets? If so, I advise you to repay the amount. We may choose not to press charges. Otherwise, we can only pursue legal means to recover our losses. You? Zhang Wanbing glared at the lawyer, but found no fault in his words. Yang Wu and Zhang Yu stared at Zhang Li and the lawyer. Feeling equally powerless. 300,000 it is. After a lengthy deliberation, Zhang Wanbing finally resolved, I will cover the compensation. I hope we can reach an agreement and consider this matter settled. The lawyer produced a document. Sign here. And then proceed with the payment. Zhang Yu, Yang Wu, we each contribute 100,000. Zhang Wanbing examined the agreement, leading to a discussion among them. I have to borrow 50,000 from my brother. Yang Wu promptly dialed his phone. Zhang Li coldly observed the three scrambling for funds, remaining silent. The sum of 300,000 would not quell his resentment. He would seek further opportunities to ensure they could not recover. Moments later, the notification chimed. The three completed the transfer, and the lawyer had them sign the agreement. After they hurriedly departed, Zhang Li received the transfer, his account swelling by 300,000 star dollars. He intended to offer the lawyer a gratuity, but the lawyer waved his hands. You are Brother Lei's friend. I cannot accept such a thing. The tasks assigned by Lei Gu, I shall endeavor to complete to the best of my ability. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Li expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Damn. Now, The three of us have become utterly destitute. As they walked along the road, Zhang Wanbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu were seething with rage. Binggu, are we truly unable to resist this extortion? Zhang Yu protested in frustration. What can we do? I intended to converse with Jiangli, to negotiate a price. Then, I would have lured him into revealing some incriminating words, allowing us to counterclaim for extortion. But who could have anticipated the arrival of this lawyer, leaving no loophole to exploit? Zhang Wanbing felt that all schemes had become futile. What company losses? I see it merely as extortion against us. Zhang Yu struck the wall with his fist. They could easily fabricate accounts for the company losses, seamless and flawless. We know we are being extorted, yet we are powerless to act. Yang Wu still felt a bit dazed. Being slapped by Jiangli was an immense humiliation, yet he dared not retaliate. The brothers Jiangli and Jiang Tao are irreconcilable foes. Just wait. Zhang Wanbing ground his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Chapter 31. The final examination having received a compensation of 300,000 star coins, Jiangli felt compelled to utilize this money wisely. He still wished to purchase the essence of Moon Spirit, a legendary treasure from ancient times, but alas, it was exorbitantly priced. 300,000 was barely enough for 2 bottles. Thus, he resolved to buy 1 bottle of Moon Spirit essence, leaving 100,000 for his parents. With the remaining funds sufficient for nutritional supplements, cat food, and perhaps to provide for his younger sister, as for his younger brother, he wondered if he lacked funds as well. He should procure something for him too. However, he decided to wait until after the final exams, to ensure his vitality reached 1. Then, he could inform his parents, at which point everything would be justified. To mention it now would be far too shocking. Upon returning home, he found the living room lights on, with his parents quietly discussing something. Upon seeing Jiangli return, they instinctively fell silent. Mom and Dad, how could you be investigated by the company? Jiangli feigned confusion. The police came to our home. My sister and I were terrified. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding, Jiang Zhendong hastily explained. Your mother and I have even benefited from this ordeal, gaining entry into the Shui family group's parent company, and we received 1,000 star coins as a consolation. In short, this matter had passed. When Atao returns, do not mention it to him. His parents remained unaware that Jiangli had resolved everything. They had merely been summoned by the police for a few questions, only to be bailed out by representatives from the parent company, completely oblivious to the specifics, believing it to be a genuine mistake by the company. Jiangli refrained from revealing the truth to spare them worry. His younger brother was under pressure from his studies, and any disruption in his mental cultivation could lead to a disastrous outcome. This was information he would keep from him. You must also study hard, striving to elevate your vitality to 0.8. This will facilitate your job search, Jiang Zhendong urged, still unaware of his son's true capabilities. Late at night, his younger brother finally returned, the house remaining quiet, with no one aware of the near-catastrophic upheaval that Jiangli had seamlessly averted. Everything was tranquil once more. The next day, at the Shui family group's villa, Jiangli consumed a bowl of nutritional potion along with a drop of Moon Spirit essence, employing hypnosis once again. His fingers trembled gently like falling blossoms, guiding Shui Biyu into a deep, peaceful slumber. After several sessions of hypnosis, her complexion grew increasingly radiant, her vitality restored, and her mental scars gradually healed. Jiangli visited daily to perform hypnosis, utilizing this opportunity to ingest substantial amounts of green god nutritional potions alongside a drop of Moon Spirit essence. This practice allowed him to harness the cosmic mind for training the Mind Emperor seal, deepening his mastery of hypnosis and gradually grasping its essence, while his mental cultivation progressed little by little. His physical prowess also excelled. Even the slightest movement radiated explosive strength. Following the injection of super protein, he underwent a full-body examination and found that his damaged cellular vitality had been completely restored. Jiangli, thank you so much. Shueling expressed her profound appreciation, observing her sister's serene smile, knowing she had drifted into a sweet dream, and no need for thanks. I have also made considerable progress thanks to your nutritional potions and Moon Spirit essence. Jiangli replied candidly, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. After today, I will no longer need to treat Miss Shuebiyu, as she has fully recovered, and our prior agreement is now fulfilled. Shueling nodded. Your hypnosis skills have reached a level where you could easily qualify for a junior hypnotist certificate. Why not take the exam? Junior hypnotists are in high demand, and you surpass the average in strength. If you continue to advance, you could establish your own organization as a mid-level hypnotist. Junior hypnotists can become wealthy, while mid-level hypnotists can achieve great renown. The final exams are imminent. I will focus on them first. Zhangli too aspired to obtain the hypnotist certificate, yet the priority lay with the school's final examinations. Gaining the school's recognition was paramount for legitimacy in his endeavors. Moreover, he needed to refine his hypnosis skills. In truth, his success in hypnosis relied heavily on the Mind Emperor Seal's capabilities and the Cosmic Mind's meditation. Relying solely on his innate hypnotic abilities would likely not suffice to attain the junior hypnotist qualification. This illustrates just how challenging it is to become a hypnotist. By the way, why don't you study hypnosis? Xueling shared the same mental realm as Zhangli, both in the second stage of deep sleep. And theoretically, she could easily become a junior hypnotist. I have attempted to learn, but it is quite difficult, and becoming a hypnotist necessitates interaction with a variety of individuals, which I am not accustomed to. Xueling replied, shaking her head. She found herself unable to become a hypnotist. A hypnotist must release their spirit, creating a potent influence, something that most people find challenging. It's akin to how a physically strong individual may not necessarily become a master fighter. Similarly, those with strong mental cultivation may not be able to become hypnotists. In the ensuing days, Zhangli dedicated himself entirely to training. Xuebiyu's illness had been thoroughly cured, yet he also lost the daily opportunity to replenish her nutrition. Fortunately, with the 300,000 star coins compensated by Zheng Wanbing, along with savings acquired from hypnotizing criminals in Xuhua City, he was not lacking in nutrition and could still afford the Green God nutritional potion priced at 1,000 per dose. Zheng Wanbing had ceased his machinations, showing no signs of further plotting. Zhangli remained vigilant, not letting his guard down, and intensified his training. With ample nutritional liquid at his disposal, he progressed swiftly. He refrained from purchasing Moon's spirit essence on the black market, as it could not be transported back. It had to be consumed there. A single bottle consumed in one go would be wasteful. This essence was best taken drop by drop, a single bottle lasting 10 days to achieve optimal effect. At long last, the day of the final examination arrived, on December 30, 2250. After a family breakfast, Zhangli headed to school. The atmosphere was tense, with every student silently preparing. Those among the senior class who excelled would undoubtedly receive special attention from the school. This cohort would be favored with various scholarships and outstanding resources, even opportunities for practical training in the military. The school would spare no effort to pave the way for those capable of gaining admission to the Starry Sky University. Each student accepted into Starry Sky University represented the elite seeds of humanity, destined for greatness. The more students a school could send to this esteemed institution, the more prestigious it became, with future contributions from these students benefiting their alma mater. Countless high schools were engaged in a covert competition. If Zhangli were to secure a spot for special cultivation at the school, Zheng Wanbing and his gang would dare not challenge him. The school would protect him. Many school leaders were closely monitoring the examination results of the senior students, with even city government officials taking an interest. In the school's large classroom, the instructor addressed the students. Today marks the final examination. You all should be familiar with the rules. Shortly, you will sit before the light brain, where the test questions will appear. The morning session will consist of cultural subjects, followed by physical assessments in the afternoon. The combined results will determine your vitality score. Within the classroom, every desk was equipped with a light brain, the system's voice resonating throughout. This moment, even the closest friends were too anxious to greet one another. Zhangli felt remarkably at ease as he settled before the light brain, regulating his breathing. The bell rang. He produced his student chip, swiped it across the light brain, inputting his identification information, and instantly, a multitude of test questions appeared. Subjects included literature, history, mathematics, physics, biology, chemistry, psychology, law, astronomy. A total of 13 categories. These questions posed considerable difficulty, specifically designed by the education department to screen talent. Zhang Li's fingers flew across the light brain, typing and answering with near-perfect accuracy. His breadth of knowledge was vast, since he had begun entering the fetal breath state daily with the aid of the milky white stone, followed by practicing the Mind Emperor Seal. His mental prowess had become formidable. Retaining information was trivial, and his comprehension abilities far surpassed those of the average individual, enabling him to learn various cultural subjects with remarkable efficiency. 3 hours later, he had completed all the questions. Beep, beep, beep. The light brain instantly displayed his results. Full marks. All cultural exam questions, numbering in the thousands, included several that required complex calculations, which could not be solved in a brief span. Yet, none of this posed a challenge for Zhang Li. The examination concluded, and he had attained a perfect score. Zhang Li let out a sigh of relief. That moment, his results were transmitted to the monitoring light brain at the examination venue, where a group of teachers observed in astonishment. What? He finished all the questions in just 3 hours. A perfect score on the assessment. Even the essay received full marks. Typically, the completion of an examination requires a span of 5 hours. Even the swiftest and most agile thinkers necessitate at least 4 hours. It is exceedingly rare for a student to finish within 3 hours and achieve a perfect score. The grading of exams is conducted entirely by a luminous brain, rendering any possibility of cheating impossible, as teachers lack the capacity to evaluate papers. Furthermore, the school's luminous brain is interconnected with the government's educational archives, meaning that students' exam results are directly linked to the government's education system, leaving schools without any means of interference. Such exam results serve as crucial documentation for students, whether enlisting in the military, applying for government positions, or seeking employment in prestigious corporations. These records hold significant weight. Surely, there can be no cheating involved. In the monitoring room, several teachers exchanged glances, and even the principal furrowed his brow. The principal instructed, "Rewind the surveillance footage. It is impossible to cheat in front of the luminous brain." Understood. A teacher hastily replayed the 3D surveillance, accelerating the speed. They observed Zhang Li working on the luminous brain, his fingers flying across the interface with fluidity, demonstrating a wealth of knowledge and an air of confidence as he tackled each question with barely a moment's pause. By this point, the occurrence of cheating was utterly implausible. His speed was astonishing, seemingly without any need for contemplation. One teacher exclaimed in admiration, "Look at that challenging calculation problem. He employs various formulas without hesitation, displaying remarkable agility of thought and quick reflexes." "Who is this student?" the principal inquired of a teacher. "His name is Zhang Li. His vitality assessment is 0.7. A rather ordinary student. It is perplexing why he has suddenly excelled this time." A teacher retrieved the relevant information. "Wait a moment." The principal was taken aback to discover a star marked on Zhang Li's student chip, exclaiming in astonishment, "This student is actually a 1-star citizen?" "Indeed, a 1-star citizen. How did he attain this status? What significant contributions has he made to humanity?" The principal mused, "You only recently became a 1-star citizen yourself after nurturing numerous talented individuals. This student, however, possesses..." The surrounding teachers began to murmur among themselves. Zhang Li, typically inconspicuous, had suddenly garnered attention, undeniably causing a stir. This student is truly exceptional, but academic performance is not the sole criterion. Physical assessments are paramount. The principal advised, "Let us not alarm him. We shall evaluate him after his physical examination, taking into account his overall comprehensive qualities." Indeed, it seems his studies have not been in vain. Zhang Li stretched leisurely, thinking, "My speed and score should certainly draw the school's attention now. However, it matters little. I shall astound them further after the afternoon's physical test." Chapter 32. The Martial Arts Master System. As the morning examination drew to a close, a mix of joy and concern filled the air. Even during lunch at the school cafeteria, a somber atmosphere prevailed, for the afternoon held an even more crucial examination ahead, the physical test, which was of utmost importance. 2 centuries prior, students focused solely on their exam scores. Now, the paradigm has shifted entirely. A robust physique is essential for accomplishing various tasks. Those lacking in physical prowess may even be unfit for interstellar travel. "Zhang Li, how did you fare in this exam?" During lunch, his close friend Guoming approached him. That moment, Zhang Li was sipping on a nutritional elixir, prompting Guoming to exclaim in envy, "You re-indulging in green god nutrient liquid, that s 1,000 star credits per vial. Have you struck it rich? Here, have a vial as well to replenish your strength for the afternoon test." Zhang Li casually offered one to his friend. Guoming clutched it tightly, incredulous. "Are you truly giving this to me? Would I deceive you?" Zhang Li shook his head. "Quickly drink it. What if it's fake?" Guoming hurriedly opened the vial and gulped it down in one go, his face illuminating with vitality. "Indeed, it feels extravagant. My physical energy seems significantly enhanced. That is merely an illusion. Such biological nutrient agents require prolonged use and consistent exercise to purify the body of impurities." Zhang Li chuckled, by the way. Are you prepared for the physical exam this afternoon? I suppose I'll leave it to fate. After all, I have little hope for Starry Sky University, Guoming replied. Clicking his tongue, I'm merely the supporting character here, meant to highlight others. You look vigorous and robust now. You must strive for an excellent result. Don't forget your brother once you achieve success. No problem. You know well what kind of person I am, Zhang Li reassured him, patting his friend on the shoulder. Good luck, brother. After exchanging a few words, Guoming hurried off to gather his thoughts and prepare for the exam. Zhang Li remained calm, fully aware of his capabilities. The 2-hour break passed swiftly. When it was time for the examination, Zhang Li joined his fellow students in entering a vast sports arena spanning over 10,000 square meters. Filled with machines capable of testing various physical data, including running speed, punching power, and kicking strength. Begin. The candidate ahead of Zhang Li approached the machine.at the command. He launched into a vigorous sprint, completing the 100-meter dash in 8 seconds. After a brief rest, he began to punch, delivering 100 rapid strikes, sweat pouring down as the machine displayed an average output of 0.36 tons. He proceeded with kicking, squats, and weight tests. After a series of evaluations, the machine announced, comprehensive testing complete. Vitality assessed at 0.85. Please proceed to the combat room for the final practical test. Alas, still not reaching 0.9. I hope to compensate for it in the final practical exam. Otherwise, I won't stand a chance for priority training at the school. The student felt dejected. The final segment involved a combat test, assessing reaction capabilities and practical experience. Excelling in this segment could yield additional points, while poor performance could result in deductions. Next candidate, Zhang Li, student ID. Zhang Li stepped onto the machine, which resembled a 30-square-meter room. The platform featured a treadmill for speed testing and punching targets. Let us see just how strong my physique truly is. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li performed several stances from the Mind Emperor seal, instantly optimizing his physical condition as if every cell in his body was inhaling deeply. Commence. The machine's voice quickened, and Zhang Li positioned himself on the treadmill, suddenly erupting into a fierce sprint. The scent of burning rubber filled the air as he dashed forward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Beep, beep, beep. The 100-meter sprint result flashed. 8 seconds. What? 4.8 seconds? Numerous teachers witnessed this spectacle, rushing forward to observe, suspecting a malfunction in the machine. Yet, Zhang Li remained unfazed by the external commotion. After a brief respite, he began his punching test. Inside the machine, no one could enter. They could only watch him sprint and exert force from the outside. Thud, 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 thud. His body arched like a bowstring, each bone resonating with explosive power, concentrating his strength to unleash the most formidable attack from C-grade physical techniques, the bone-crushing rock shatter. Delivering 100 punches with the ferocity of a tempest, the massive rubber target quaked as a series of numbers appeared on the screen. Each candidate must strike 100 times within the allotted time frame, testing not only punching power but also endurance. Striking 100 punches at full force consumed significant energy. Some candidates found themselves gasping for breath. Yet, after his tempestuous flurry of punches, Zhang Li felt fatigued but was far from breathless. The average punching power for this test is 1 ton. The machine faithfully relayed the data. This measurement reflects the average power across 100 punches. Had Zhang Li only delivered a single strike, the data would have been even more impressive. The average power of 100 punches is significantly less than the peak explosive force. Seasoned fighters often find themselves winded after delivering only a few dozen strikes. What? An average punching power of 1 ton. This student has surpassed 1 ton. How extraordinarily powerful could he be? And with a 100-meter sprint time of 4.8 seconds, what would his overall data reveal? Incredible! This is the most astonishing feat of this examination. A dark horse, without a doubt. Notify the principal. The surrounding teachers were astounded, recognizing the emergence of a promising candidate for Starry Sky University. Knife Sister and Lazy Dragon also appeared, exchanging knowing glances, seemingly anticipating such results. Before long, Zhang Li's kicking, squatting, and weight results were displayed, followed by the luminous brain providing a score. Preliminary assessment of the examination results indicates vitality at 1. Please proceed to the combat room for practical evaluation. Indeed, his vitality had reached 1. Upon seeing the score, Zhang Li's face broke into a smile. he had not exerted his full strength during the exam. As a practical assessment awaited him, should he underperform there, his vitality could drop back to 0.99. The practical assessment takes place in a specialized virtual combat room, the same setting where Zhang Wanbing and Luo Han trained previously. Upon entering, a simulated environment would manifest, conjuring a virtual figure, a simulated martial arts master, to engage him in combat, thus determining his practical abilities. This is the martial arts master system. The simulated martial arts master is extraordinarily formidable, taking the form of a humanoid entity composed entirely of condensed energy, indistinguishable from a real person. Within a brief span, it possesses all the abilities of a living being, even mimicking the intricacies of breathing, heartbeat, and pulse with remarkable fidelity. This technology was originally developed within the military, representing an exceptionally advanced scientific achievement. However, it demands an immense amount of energy, rendering it affordable only to institutions such as schools. Even then, its use is limited to examinations, as employing it for training purposes remains impractical due to the prohibitive costs. It is said that the entire school has access to this martial arts master system, allowing all students to partake in assessments, consuming energy blocks worth hundreds of thousands of star coins every hour. The examinee, Zhang Li, student number. Zhang Li stepped into the combat room, engulfed in darkness, where visibility was utterly non-existent. Suddenly, a voice resonated, proclaiming the commencement of the examination and the activation of the martial arts master system, announcing that energy had been fully gathered. Whoosh! A beam of laser light coalesced, transforming the scene into a verdant arena. Its ground covered in lush grass, surrounded by various trees shedding their blossoms, with an elderly man standing at the center. He donned an ancient-style robe, his beard grizzled, and his long hair fashioned into a braid. His stature not particularly imposing, but rather lean and wiry. Yet, as this braided-robed elder stood in the arena, an aura of tranquility, profundity, and unfathomable depth emanated from him. Come. The braided-robed elder beckoned Zhang Li, exuding life and vigor. As if an ancient martial arts master had returned to the earthly realm, the examination officially commenced. Zhang Li approached with utmost caution, hesitant to act rashly, circling around the martial arts master until he found himself behind him. Suddenly, with a swift motion akin to a serpent, he lunged for the elder's braid, recognizing it as a potential vulnerability. However, just as his arm was about to seize the braid, a hand appeared at his wrist, gently deflecting his grasp. The motion was delicate yet decisive. Boom! Zhang Li felt as though he had been thrust into the eye of a tornado. All his force was misdirected, and his body began to spin uncontrollably, akin to a top. More alarmingly, his entire musculature felt as if it had been plucked like the strings of a lute, struck by an unseen force. The tendons throughout his body, akin to the strings of a pipa, were damaged with a mere flick of the elder's hand, nearly incapacitating him. This was the true mastery of the martial arts master, Tai Chi. The hand waved like a pipa. Zhang Li scarcely perceived how the elder executed his maneuver. His form devoid of any flaw, yet an enigmatic and tremendous power surged within him, reminiscent of an ancient essence. The bone-twirling spiral kill. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhang Li's body instinctively responded by employing the art of boneless soft techniques. Spinning sideways, his hand slicing through the air like a blade, aiming for the elder's neck. Had it been anyone else untrained in the art, they would have been easily defeated by the pipa hand technique. But Zhang Li, possessing commendable physical attributes and having undergone fierce combat with the illusionary fox, demonstrated exceptional practical skills, narrowly evading the attack and preparing to counter. His counterattack was executed with astonishing speed, representing Zhang Li's pinnacle in combat proficiency. Unfortunately, the martial arts master was swifter still. With a flick of both hands, it appeared as if he wielded a massive spear, tracing an arc through the air. Encircling Zhang Li's hand like a vice, the moment of contact, Zhang Li's arm creaked ominously, as if caught in a meat grinder, on the verge of breaking. Tai Chi. Cloud hands, bang. Zhang Li launched a fierce kick toward the elder's ankle, attempting to extricate himself. The martial arts master, with seemingly omniscient reflexes, twisted his legs into a cross and counterkicked Zhang Li in an instant. Zhang Li found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. If nothing intervened, he would surely be sent flying, suffering grievous injury. In that moment, the effects of his rigorous training manifested. His body contorted, dancing like a dragon and snake, deftly evading and retreating. The boneless dragon-snake dance. This ultimate evasion technique enabled him to escape the dire situation, distancing himself from the martial arts master. The elder appeared as an impenetrable fortress, his martial prowess leagues beyond Jiang Li's capabilities. Engaging him in close quarters would spell disaster. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Jiang Li continued to back away, swaying his body, unwilling to approach the martial arts master. Regrettably, the elder would not relent. His steps were as light as a feather skimming across water. Pursuing Jiang Li relentlessly. Just as Jiang Li managed to create a distance of several meters, the elder closed the gap in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. This blow was astonishingly fierce, shattering the elder's previous image. Resembling a robust adult man, a titan of iron, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Tai Chi, bow and shoot the tiger. Jiang Li, without even glancing, recognized the futility of resisting this strike and swiftly evaded. Ha! The martial arts master exhaled with determination, unleashing another punch, even more ferocious than the last, blocking all of Jiang Li's escape routes, like an iron lock across a river, rendering retreat impossible. The flood fist, iron lock across the river, unable to meet force with force. What was he to do? The boneless soft techniques could not withstand such a blow. Should he attempt to absorb it, he would undoubtedly be sent flying, utterly depleted of combat capability. Jiang Li, perceiving the impending strike, felt a flash of insight. His sixth sense seemed to foresee his fate. In a critical moment, he suddenly moved his hands with the swiftness of the wind, entering a state of ethereal flow, where clouds and mist swirled around him, instinctively activating his innate abilities and executing the gestures of the Mind Emperor Seal, embodying the essence of wind and cloud, the dragon from the clouds, the tiger from the wind. The martial arts master's fist connected with his arm, and Jiang Li's hand seal instinctively collapsed inward, dissipating a significant portion of the force. Oh? The martial arts master advanced once more, his expression impassive, producing a deep, resonant sound from his dantian, delivering yet another punch. This blow was entirely different. The previous ferocity transformed into an elusive, ghostly style, appearing slow yet exceeding the limits of speed. Striking with tremendous force, tearing through Jiang Li's defenses and crashing into his chest. B-grade body technique, ghostly fist. The ghostly deity emerges, 3 consecutive punches. First, bow and shoot the tiger. Second, iron lock across the river. Third, the ghostly deity emerges, belong to the realm of ultimate techniques. Ultimately, Jiang Li's defenses proved utterly futile, and he was sent flying, stars dancing before his eyes. He found himself incapable of moving even a finger. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the light brain emitted a cessation signal. Combat assessment concluded. Practical experience satisfactory, comprehensive vitality score. 1. The martial arts master vanished. Being merely an energy entity, its consumption was immense, and the school was unwilling to expend any additional time. Hush! Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Li exhaled in relief. Although he had been defeated by the martial arts master, sent flying by a single punch, he was grateful that his score remained positive, avoiding a deduction into the negatives. His vitality reached 1. Chapter 33. Key Class. The martial arts master was indeed formidable. I suspect many would be launched away by the first strike. Jiang Li felt envious. If only his family possessed such a martial arts master system, his combat skills and martial arts understanding would surely ascend several tiers. Alas, such aspirations, while noble, are impractical. The entire school cannot afford it, let alone a household. After the light brain determined his vitality, Jiang Li felt a wave of relief, knowing he would undoubtedly become a key focus of the school's cultivation efforts. Typically, a vitality score of 0.9 attracts the school's attention, and a score of 1 marks one as a prime candidate. Various precious resources and opportunities would be directed toward individuals of this caliber. Today, he would emerge as the school's prodigy, adorned with the aura of a remarkable figure. Exiting the combat assessment room, Jiang Li overheard a classmate cursing vehemently. Damn it! Why was this assessment so difficult? It was the martial arts master. I was taken down in a single round, causing my score to drop from 0.9 to 0.89. This student, a privileged individual with a robust physique and numerous supplements, had initially expected to achieve a commendable score but tragically fell victim to the martial arts master. Indeed, many voiced their frustrations, lamenting that this martial arts master was a departure from previous assessments. Even the school's usual standouts, who typically boasted vitality scores above 0.9, emerged with solemn expressions, seemingly burdened by the impact of their combat scores. Zhongli maintained a composed demeanor, reflecting on his experience battling the elder. Principal, the examination results are in 0.3 hours later. In the proctoring room, numerous teachers gathered, eager to review the results, with particular focus on the senior student scores. Principal, there are 11 students in our school with a vitality score of 1, 10 of whom are from the senior class. A teacher reported swiftly. 11 students achieving a vitality score of 1. The principal hastily inquired, "What of the student who scored full marks on the cultural exam? His vitality is also 1." Another teacher confirmed. Full marks on the cultural exam, a 100-meter sprint in 4.8 seconds, a punch delivering 1 ton of force, and he scored positively against the martial arts master system, demonstrating excellent practical experience. A dark horse has emerged. Several teachers nodded in agreement. His improvement is remarkable. He previously scored only 0.7 in the last assessment, which was quite average. Yet this time he's reached such heights. Who achieved the highest score? Is it still Ouyang Xing? The principal drummed his fingers on the table. Deep in thought. Yes, Ouyang Xing's vitality score is 1.1, far surpassing the rest. He has a 70% chance of being admitted to Starry Sky University. Besides him, there are Luo Han, Deng Tianzhao, Wang Yunlong, Li Changtian, Xiao Hong, Xueling, Yun Changchang, Lu Yaoyao, and Zhang Li. Very well, these 10 students will be our key focus for cultivation. Next semester, we must draft a targeted training program to elevate them. Our school cannot afford to lose face again this year. Last year, we failed to send even one student to Starry Sky University. If it happens again, I shall have no choice but to resign as principal. The principal chuckled wryly and inquired, "How did the exams go for the first and second-year students? Were there any outstanding performers? By the way, didn't you mention earlier that there were 11 students whose vitality had reached 1? Why is it only 10? Another student, who had also achieved a score of 1 in this examination, was not a senior but a second-year student named Zhang Tao, the younger brother of Zhang Li. A teacher promptly clarified, "There are 10 seniors with a vitality score of 1, including Zhang Tao. That makes 11, so it was Zhang Tao. His progress has been astonishing, truly a prodigy." The principal nodded knowingly, as if this outcome was expected. Both sons of the Zhang family have excelled. If they all gain admission to the Starry Sky University, it would indeed be a remarkable event. A teacher asked, "How many priority training slots are available this year? Still 10? No, this year the number has been increased to 50 for the additional 40 students. Their families must contribute a sponsorship fee of 100,000 star credits to join the priority class." As for Zhang Tao, he is in his second year and still far from university entrance exams. However, he exhibits immense potential and should be regarded as a seed candidate worthy of special attention. Furthermore, each genius student whose vitality reached 1 in this examination will receive a scholarship of 300 star credits. The principal commenced issuing directives and signing documents. Indeed, an email soon arrived. As Zhang Li exited the examination hall, he received a message on his studentship from the principal. "Dear Zhang Li, due to your outstanding exam results, the school has decided to include you in the 50 slots for the priority training class. Please report to the school for the priority class starting tomorrow." A surge of joy filled him as he acknowledged the message and replied. The resources available in the priority training class would be substantial, with coordination among the school, government, and military to facilitate student needs. Ding. You have received a scholarship of 300 star credits. In the past, 300 star credits was a considerable sum, but now it hardly covered a trip to Shuhua City, rendering it quite insignificant, though even the smallest of amounts has its value. Congratulations, Zhang Li, on your excellent results and entry into the priority training class. Outside the examination hall, a graceful girl approached. Xueling, wherever she went, she drew attention. "From now on, we will all be classmates. Please take good care of each other," she said. Zhang Li responded with a smile. Having grown familiar with Xueling since he helped cure her mental health issues, this year, the priority class has expanded to 50 students, including your rivals. Now you can truly express your frustrations. Xueling looked distantly amused. Zheng Wanbing, Zhang Yu, Yang Wu. Zhang Li's smile broadened upon spotting the three. their expressions revealing their scores, likely just above 0.9, certainly not exceeding 1 upon seeing Zhang Li and Xueling together. Zhang Wenbing's heart sank, and his countenance darkened further as he conferred hurriedly with Yang Wu and Zhang Yu before hastily departing. They would likely be in the same class, making it easy to deal with them later. Zhang Li gazed after them, knowing he desired more than just a simple confrontation. He aimed for their complete downfall, ensuring they never recovered. These 3 wealthy young men believed themselves superior, and Zhang Li intended to let them experience the harshness of poverty. Patience was key, he reassured himself. With the results of this examination, having achieved a vitality score of 1, the top 10 students would be recognized by the government of Xinhua City, becoming figures of renown. Such promising students would be nurtured and protected by the authorities, and he would only grow stronger. Zhang Li, remember this. The top student at our school, Ouyang Xing, has a vitality score of 1. He is formidable and ruthless. It's best to avoid provoking him. Xue Ling walked beside him, imparting this cautionary advice. A vehicle descended slowly from the sky. She leapt aboard and vanished into the distance. I too must earn money to buy a car, Zhang Li thought enviously, realizing he was now eligible to purchase one. His status as a first-star citizen afforded him numerous conveniences. Upon arriving home, Zhang Li found his father in the living room watching television while his mother cooked in the kitchen. His father did not inquire about his exam results, perhaps sensing Zhang Li had not performed well, as he had always refrained from adding to his son's worries. Just as he was about to surprise his parents with good news, the door opened to reveal his younger brother Jiang Tao and sister Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian's legs were bandaged, indicating an injury. What happened? Zhang Li asked, rising that it was during the exam. She twisted her leg. Jiang Tao replied with a smile, I've already taken her to the doctor. She'll be fine after a couple of days. Such sprains are minor and heal quickly. I'm fine, big brother. Jiang Xian chimed in excitedly. I scored a vitality of 0.7 on this exam, which is considered excellent in my class, and second brother is even more impressive with a score of 1. The top in our grade. What was your score, big brother? Jiang Xian, still in middle school, achieved a 0.7, which was commendable but ordinary for a high school student. Xian, go rest, their father, Zhang Zhendong, admonished, be more careful next time. Dante, twist your leg. While it's a small injury, it must have cost Tao quite a bit, Dad. It's nothing serious, just a few dozen star credits. I received a scholarship of 300 star credits this time. Jiang Tao nonchalantly stated. Their mother emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, Tao, you actually came first in your grade. We must celebrate today. Jiang Tao appeared unfazed, his demeanor exuding confidence. By the way, Mom and Dad, I've signed a contract with the military for this holiday to earn some money. I probably won't be home for the entire winter break. That's wonderful news, their parents expressed joyfully. The contract with the military was indeed a commendable opportunity, promising both income and valuable experience. They understood that students with a vitality score of 1, like Jiang Tao, were highly sought after by the military, police, large corporations, and government agencies. Many companies would approach them for early contracts. Li, you should have nothing planned for this winter break, right? Zhang Zhendong queried, tapping the table. I found you a temporary job to help support your brother. Dad, I have some matters to attend to. I probably can't take it, Zhang Li replied, pursing his lips. What matters? Zhang Zhendong asked, slightly displeased. All right, if Li doesn't want to work, let him rest at home, their mother interjected. Besides, how much can he earn now? Find out fine. Zhang Zhendong sighed, deflated, taking a sip of tea that tasted bitter. It's like this. Zhang Li finally revealed that I scored a vitality of 1 in this exam and have been selected for the priority class. In a few days, I'll be going to receive an award and undergo military training. His tone was calm, yet it sent ripples of shock through the room. Clatter! Zhang Zhendong's teacup fell to the floor, seemingly unable to process the news. What did you say? At a new QQ group for Shenji Camp. 900619998. Everyone is welcome to join and discuss the new book's plot, offering me suggestions. For those who haven't saved it yet, please do so. We are close to breaking 40,000 saves. Those who have saved it, please click the red ticket. Thank you for your support. Chapter 34. The mysterious called Dad, Big Brother is going to participate in the priority training. Jiang Xian chimed in. Don't underestimate him. He helped solve a major case for the police department last time and even gave me 3,000 star credits as pocket money. Wait a moment. Zhang Zhendong was momentarily taken aback. While their mother appeared equally astonished, Jiang Tao looked at Zhang Li as if discovering this brother anew. What was your exam score, exactly? A vitality score of 1, Zhongli answered honestly. What? Zhang Zhendong exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, startling everyone. This is your exam result, along with the principal's email. Zhongli produced his student chip, which displayed a virtual image that could not be fabricated. You've made it. You've truly made it. Their parents surrounded him, gazing at the score in disbelief, as if in a dream. It really is 1. How did you manage that, son? I've recently had an epiphany and can now enter deep sleep at will. Zhongli replied, stating the truth. His spiritual practice had advanced. His parents suddenly understood. So that's why your progress has been so rapid. Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhendong laughed heartily. Now both of my sons have succeeded. Those who took my wealth will pay for it. My sons are successful and will reclaim it all. Dad, what are you talking about? Zhongli instinctively felt that his father harbored secrets, as he had never heard news of his grandparents throughout his life. Given modern human lifespans, Zhongli's grandfather should still be alive. If Zhongli himself could become a father, it's nothing. Once you both gain admission to Starry Sky University, I will share the Zhang family's matters with you. Zhang Zhendong waved his hand. Now, let us celebrate today. Let us buy a bottle of fine wine. Dad, Mom, I'll go buy the wine. Zhang Tao offered. It's amazing how quickly brother has progressed in his spiritual practice. I'll buy a bottle of 4-wing tiger bone liquor for everyone to celebrate. 4-wing tiger bone liquor. A bottle costs over 1,000 star coins, which is equivalent to the annual salary of both of us. Mother fixed her gaze on Zhang Tao and asked, Where did you get so much money? Zhang Tao replied nonchalantly, I've done a lot of work at school. I earned some money, and with my scholarship and such, it's enough to cover my expenses. So, Mom and Dad, please don't spend too much on me in the future. You should buy some supplements for yourselves, and you need to invest more in my sister's upbringing as well. I will strive to catch up with my elder brothers. Zhang Tao's younger sister, Zhang Xian, seemed inspired, her eyes shining with determination. Soon, the wine arrived. Before long, a bottle of fine wine, purchased online by his younger brother, was delivered. The family gathered around the table, enjoying the food and drink, filled with warmth and joy. Both parents were soon intoxicated, and Zhang Xian was tipsy as well, despite having consumed quite a bit. Zhang Li and Zhang Tao remained quite sober. After ensuring their parents were settled, the two brothers stepped out onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze. Brother, I can't believe you reached vitality level 1 in such a short time. I didn't even notice it. Truly astonishing, Zhang Tao remarked. Today, Mom and Dad are very happy, and that makes me happy too. With your support for the family, I can finally pursue my endeavors freely, Zhang Tao continued. Little brother, you've been clever since childhood. Seems you know some family secrets. Who is our grandfather? Zhang Li inquired, expressing his curiosity. I don't know. Zhang Tao shook his head, but I seem to have vaguely heard that our Zhang family is quite a large clan. However, Dad was cast out by the family, and beyond that, I know nothing. I suspect that's the case. Zhang Li responded. It seems to be a source of distress for Dad. He becomes melancholic whenever it's mentioned. We should find a time to investigate the prominent families with the surname Zhang. Let's put this matter aside until we get into the Starry Sky University, Zhang Tao suggested with a shake of his head. Humanity has developed extensively, leaving traces across many planets, and many things remain shrouded in secrecy, making them difficult to uncover. Then we must both strive to gain admission to the Starry Sky University. Zhang Li concluded as he and his brother exchanged a firm handshake. The sound of their palms clapping echoed into the distance, bursting with youthful zeal in the tranquil night. A surge of passionate energy. Late into the night, in their room, Zhang Tao dialed a phone number. After numerous transfers, he finally connected, and a commanding voice resonated from the other end. Zhang Tao, have you come to a decision? General Wang, I have made up my mind. I am willing to join your organization, Zhang Tao replied in a grave tone. Really? The authoritative voice expressed a hint of surprise. Zhang Tao, you are a genius. Without any external resources, your spiritual cultivation has remarkably reached the 3rd stage of deep sleep, and with our training, you could undoubtedly become a formidable expert. I am aware of that. I have no doubt about your capabilities. Zhang Tao replied calmly. However, my affairs are unrelated to my family. If I encounter any issues, I expect you to ensure the safety of my family. Only then will I commit myself to your service. Zhang Tao, remember, you are not serving us. You are contributing to the future of our entire nation, the revival of our country. The blood of the ancient Hua Xia flows through your veins. You should dedicate your blood and life to the rejuvenation of the entire nation. The commanding voice admonished. Indeed, it is this very ideal that drove me to call you and join the National Revival Organization, Jiang Tao stated solemnly. But I require a sum of money. How much do you need? General Wang inquired without hesitation. 1 million. Jiang Tao declared an astronomical figure. 1 million star coins, not for myself, but as a settlement fee for my family. I need you to provide my family with 100,000 star coins annually for 10 years. I want to ensure their well-being before I can join you. Absolutely. Tomorrow, I will issue a letter in the name of the military, stating that you have joined a special department, and then I will provide your family with the settlement fee of 100,000 star coins. General Wang assured him. Moreover, with our specialized training coupled with your talent, entering the Starry Sky University will be a breeze. At that time, we will arrange for you to enter the elite district, and your entire family will benefit from it. Great? Jiang Tao agreed. As he hung up the phone, his expression remained grave, yet there was a glimmer of determination in his gaze. He had embarked on an irreversible path, joining the National Revival Organization. Reviving my nation, my country, is also my aspiration. Although the current trend among humanity is unification, why can't our nation dominate everything? Brother, please take good care of Mom, Dad, and our sister. As long as you can support the family, I can confidently pursue my ideals, and that money will allow you to train well. The night passed in silence. After the exams concluded, Zhongli remained busy, rising each day to cultivate, studying hypnosis, searching online for extensive materials, and even spending star coins to register for hypnosis learning tutorials, perusing the works and theories of advanced hypnotists. Ever since he practiced the Heart Emperor seal, his cognitive and comprehension abilities had multiplied several times, allowing him to grasp various knowledge with just a glance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved full marks in his cultural course exams. Meanwhile, his younger brother Jiang Tao was also away. Claimed to be participating in military training, having received an invitation from the army, and would only return home after a holiday. The family was diligently striving. 3 days later, Zhongli returned to school. The school had already begun its break, leaving the campus desolate and eerily quiet. Following the exams, an air of tranquility enveloped the place, yet for the 100 elite students, the harsh training was just beginning. During this upcoming holiday, they were to undergo intensive training. Upon arriving at school, before he could reach the key training class, he spotted a hovering flying car entering the campus, coming to a halt in the square. It was Luo Han. Zhongli, congratulations on entering the key training class. Luo Han greeted him as she parked the car. I didn't expect you to unleash such formidable power all at once. Luo Han, you can afford a car now? Zhongli asked in surprise, not because he doubted her family's financial status, but because only a one-star citizen could purchase a vehicle. Could it be that Luo Han had attained one-star citizenship? I've been a one-star citizen for a while now, so of course, I can buy a car, Luo Han smiled. Long ago, I began working for the military and accumulated enough merit points. Impressive, Zhongli commended, giving her a thumbs up. You're the impressive one. I've been accumulating merit points since elementary school, and it's only now that I've achieved one-star citizenship, while you did it in a single case. Luo Han laughed. You know about my matters? Zhongli's eyes flickered. Your progress has been so swift, anyone observant would take note, especially since you are now my rival, Luo Han smiled. This key training at school is akin to a preparatory exam for Starry Sky University. Those students who have reached Vitality Level 1 are all my potential competitors, and the spots for enrollment at Starry Sky University in our city are quite limited. Haha, competition fosters progress, Zhongli responded with a smile. Luo Han, you're here too? Another flying car descended from the sky, leaving a trail of exhaust in its wake, powerful gusts swirling as it landed in the square. A young man stepped out, not driving himself, but rather being chauffeured by his family. It was Deng Tianzhao, a student with Vitality Level 1, who had entered deep sleep in his spiritual cultivation, possessing both resources and talent, a prominent figure in the school with a long-standing reputation, and also Luo Han's admirer. Upon seeing Luo Han and Zhongli conversing amiably, a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. Zhishu, you may return now. Understood, young master, the driver replied as he piloted the car back into the sky, performing a swift maneuver before disappearing from sight. How could I not be here on such an important training day? Although Luo Han maintained a smile, Deng Tianzhao felt an air of distant politeness, making it difficult to approach her, starkly contrasting the light-hearted conversation Zhongli had just shared. Deng Tianzhao's expression involuntarily twitched. He had pursued Luo Han for quite some time, yet she remained indifferent, keeping him at arm's length. Now, however, she was laughing and chatting with another boy. "You must be Zhongli, right? Your remarkable progress in this exam is commendable. Let us get to know each other," he said. Stepping forward and extending his hand, Zhongli reciprocated, shaking his hand. Crack, crack. Deng Tianzhao's expression shifted as he felt a searing pain in his bones. Zhongli's grip felt like a massive vice, threatening to crush his fingers. Despite sharing the same vitality level 1, he was evidently no match for Zhongli. If this continued, he would embarrass himself. Fortunately, Zhongli released his grip, not wishing to push things too far. "Zhong, your strength is impressive as well. Let us stay in touch and support each other," Zhongli remarked, maintaining a composed demeanor, giving enough respect and face to Deng Tianzhao. Having recently intensified his training and with ample nourishment and meditation on the cosmic brain, Zhongli found that peers of the same level were no longer his adversaries. Chapter 35. The protective charm. This person has a vitality level 1 exam result, just like me. Why is his physique so formidable? Could he have consumed some super supplements? Impossible. I've been raised on various super supplements all my life. How could a poor student like him acquire anything of value? Deng Tianzhao felt discontent, but was left with no recourse. Aware that Zhongli's physique was simply too powerful. Unbeknownst to him, Zhongli's enhanced physicality stemmed from his training with the Heart Emperor seal. Confused and bewildered, Deng Tianzhao recognized that Zhongli had shown him mercy, leaving him with some dignity. Nodding slightly, he hurried away to greet others, avoiding further awkwardness. Luo Han observed everything keenly, feeling a sense of astonishment. Logically, Zhongli and Deng Tianzhao should have been evenly matched. Yet it was evident that Deng Tianzhao was somewhat at a disadvantage now. "Luo Han, you're also here?" Once again, a flying car ascended to the sky, hovering more than 3 meters above the ground. A girl gracefully leaped down, landing silently. It was Xue Ling. With a swift glance, she smiled and addressed Luo Han. "How has your training been of late? We are now members of the same class for this final semester. Let us see who can gain admission to the Starry Sky University." Luo Han, refusing to be outdone, raised her chin defiantly. "In this final semester of the elite class, I have had many opportunities to compete with you." As the two girls conversed, a palpable tension filled the air, neither willing to concede to the other. Gradually, more classmates gathered in the square. This elite training class comprised 50 individuals, each a paragon of excellence, with even the weakest vitality exceeding 0.9. Most of them were chauffeured to school, as aerial vehicles continually descended and ascended, a dazzling array of luxury cars overwhelming the senses. Perhaps the family with the least wealth among them was Zhongli. Suddenly, a massive vehicle landed in the square, from which emerged a group of boys and girls. Among them were 9 of the school's most distinguished figures: Wang Yunlong, Li Changtian, Xiao Hong, Xue Ling, Yun Changchang, Lu Yaoyao, Zhongli, Deng Tianzhao, and Luo Han. Zhongli's younger brother, Zhang Tao, was a sophomore. Though his vitality also stood at 1, he would have to wait another semester to join the senior training class. However, the school regarded him as a seed candidate, ensuring he would receive special training, while he himself sought work in the military. After a vacation, he would surely earn a significant salary. Among the 9 talented students, Zhongli stood out prominently, yet there was another individual who did not arrive by car: Xiao Hong, a commoner. This student, not particularly tall, possessed piercing eyes that exuded an air of aloofness. He rarely engaged with others and often meditated in silence. As if nothing besides training could capture his interest, not even beautiful girls, he was a legendary figure within the school, having displayed remarkable talent from an early age, mastering spiritual cultivation and working outside. It was said he had already signed a contract with a major corporation, becoming an executive with a substantial salary. Each of these students was far from ordinary, Zhongli mused. Before long, the square teemed with more people. The others were all students with vitality ratings of 0.9, who consciously clustered together, avoiding interaction with the 9 elites, subtly delineating a hierarchy. Those with vitality reaching 1 stood high above, looking down upon the multitude of students, while others, no matter how capable, remained mere embellishments in comparison. Indeed, a person with vitality of 1 could easily overpower 4 or 5 0.9 strength individuals working in tandem. The disparity was vast. Originally, Zhongli had no standing to be compared with such individuals. Yet now he had leaped above them, causing discomfort among many. Everyone is present, except for Ouyang Xing, Wang Yunlong remarked, crossing his arms with a cold smile directed at Deng Tianzhao. Does he think he can act so grandly just because he is first in the school? But what can we do? His vitality is 1.1, a whole level above us. A deep jealousy flickered in Deng Tianzhao's eyes. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky, a flying vehicle, twice the size of a regular car. Ascended high before slowly descending, a young man emerged from it, around 18 years old, standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, exuding an imposing presence as he stepped down. A single glance from his sharp eyes resembled a leader inspecting his troops. This was Ouyang Xing, the school's foremost champion. Rumor had it that he had a 90% chance of being admitted to the Starry Sky University. Even if he did not gain admission, he could easily secure a significant position within the government. The Ouyang family had numerous members involved in politics and business, monopolizing vast enterprises in many cities, making it commonplace for them to hold office. Ouyang Xing undoubtedly aspired to enter the Starry Sky University and subsequently immigrate to the elite district, striving to become a powerful figure among humanity, battling among the stars. His overwhelming presence stirred a commotion. So this is Ouyang Xing. He truly surpasses us all, Zhongli thought to himself, unsettled by the school's top champion, whose aura radiated strength, a seasoned warrior seemingly purging all impurities with a blade-like spirit. Facing him, I may not stand a chance. I must tread carefully. As Ouyang Xing descended, he waved his hand, and the flying vehicle ascended autonomously. Such was the privilege of students from prominent families. The first among 800,000 students. Even some teachers and instructors at the school were no match for him. A figure of Vitality 1.1. How arrogant! Several Vitality 1 experts bristled at the thought. The principal arrived. Ati, the sound of someone calling out. The crowd fell silent. In the distance, the principal appeared on the elevated platform of the square, yet he was merely a supporting character. The real highlight was a soldier, tall and imposing in his military uniform. With bright eyes that deterred gazes, beside him stood a government official, the mayor of Xinhua City. The mayor wielded immense power, a figure who commanded respect and rarely attended events. However, this time, he had to attend the awards ceremony for the school's outstanding students. As each year, if a student from Xinhua City gained admission to the Starry Sky University, it would reflect positively on his administration. Every city regarded this matter with utmost importance. After the principal's brief introduction, the mayor spoke warmly. Students, you are the cream of the crop from our school, among the top 50 of 800,000 scholars. As you transition into society, you are to become the strong pillars of humanity. Yet, do not let this success lead to arrogance. Your goal is to become the elite of humanity and gain admission to the Starry Sky University. In recognition of your outstanding achievements, the government will provide rewards and accolades. Now, I invite these students to the stage to receive their honors. Ouyang Xing, Wang Yunlong, Li Changtian, Xiao Hong, Xueling, Yun Changchong, Lu Yaoyao, Zhongli, Deng Tianzhao, and Zhou Luo Han. Upon hearing the mayor's call, the 10 students ascended the elevated platform amidst a flurry of media coverage. Each year, this was a sensational event. Many prominent entrepreneurs sought to meet the mayor but could never manage it. Now, Zhongli found himself shaking hands with this influential figure, receiving kind encouragement that felt surreal. Zhongli, I hope you continue to work hard and gain admission to the Starry Sky University, contributing to Xinhua City and all of humanity. The mayor greeted each student warmly, and when he reached Zhongli, his smile was genuine, radiating sincerity rather than mere formality. If your family faces any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to our government. We will do our utmost to assist. This statement resonated pleasantly with Zhongli. Thank you, Mayor. I will certainly strive to do my best. He understood that this was not empty rhetoric. Each cohort of outstanding students genuinely received substantial support from the government. As he shook hands with the mayor, he was presented with a prestigious Wind and Cloud Medal and a scholarship of 3,000 star credits. The Wind and Cloud Medal was a special honor. Below, Zheng Wanbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu watched Zhongli being awarded the Wind and Cloud Medal, their expressions darkening as they realized that their future schemes would be much more challenging. Such students had captured the government's attention, receiving prioritized cultivation, equivalent to an additional layer of protection. Once the mayor had greeted all the students, he continued, Students, this time, the government and military are collaborating to provide you with training, hoping you can grow rapidly through this process. This is our city's top instructor, General Song, who will be organizing this military training. At this moment, the soldier stepped forward, exuding the aura of a predator. Students, you are all strong, surpassing the average military personnel in quality. However, your aspirations are lofty. You aim to enter the Starry Sky University. Thus, the training we have arranged will be quite rigorous. If any of you wish to withdraw now, you may do so. The first instructor's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Upon hearing this, Zhongli recognized that the instructor's strength was not inferior to that of the Phantom Fox, though he was likely not a hypnotist. If he were, his persuasive power would undoubtedly surpass this. Yet such prowess was befitting of the top instructor of the Xinhua Military District, capable of keeping a rowdy group of students in check. We will not withdraw. Everything is for humanity, the students shouted in unison, each having undergone stringent military training, displaying a soldier's demeanor. Well then, from this moment on, training has commenced. Everyone, run forward to the school's equipment room, where you will be assigned gear suited to your physique. Once donned, assemble here. The first instructor commanded loudly. Yes, we will obey orders. All the students, including the top expert Ouyang Xing, shouted, acknowledging that this was military training, no room for posturing or tantrums. No family could rival the military's authority. Zhongli joined the other students in a run to the school's equipment room, swiping his student card to access his designated locker, where he found his gear, a metallic exterior, helmet, chest plate, knee pads, shoulder guards, and metallic boots. He quickly donned them, feeling as though he had transformed into a robot. The armor weighed nearly 200 pounds, making movement cumbersome. Fortunately, each student possessed exceptional physical capabilities. Wearing the metal armor served as a comprehensive strength training exercise. Chapter 36, Murderous Training. Unfortunately, this was pure metal armor, not powered armor. Zhongli sighed, recalling the powered armor he had seen during the apprehension of the illusory fox that day. This armor, infused with a sophisticated power system, boasted the ability to fly and glide, granting immense strength and dexterity to its wearer, significantly enhancing combat capabilities. Although these metallic armors bore a striking resemblance to the powered suits, they were mere models devoid of any actual power, akin to a car without an engine. As a group of students donned their armors, the chief instructor and the principal engaged in conversation atop a high platform. While the mayor had already departed, General Song, how would you assess the quality of this batch of students? The principal inquired. Quite remarkable, exceptionally high, General Song nodded in affirmation. Particularly those 10 individuals. If they were to join our military and undergo training, I have no doubt they could be awarded the rank of colonel. If it weren't for my 40 years of cultivation, I would scarcely measure up to them. However, they still need to make a final push to gain admission to Starry Sky University. To be frank, the requirements of Starry Sky University are exceedingly stringent. If I were to take the exam now, I might pass the physical tests, but I would surely fail the academic ones. In truth, for this special training, those 10 individuals are sufficient. The rest are merely filling the ranks. General Song, who excelled in physical prowess, martial arts, and boxing, lamented that Starry Sky University had no place for him. Firstly, after joining the army, I devoted myself entirely to martial arts, leaving no time for academic pursuits, which I failed. Secondly, Starry Sky University mandates that candidates must be under 20 years of age to sit for the exam. Those who exceed this age limit cannot apply, as older individuals possess diminished malleability. We must afford them opportunities, for they may yet exhibit untapped potential. The principal quickly countered, this time, the parents of the students with a vitality level of 0.9 have also contributed significantly. Our school is collaborating with the military, and the school is certainly footing the bill. I am aware of that, General Song replied. A vitality level of 0.9 is already commendable. Enabling one to serve as an ordinary instructor in the army, I harbor no disdain for those students. General Song continued. I have long arranged a grueling, devil-like training regimen to awaken their potential. It remains to be seen whether they can endure it. A colossal military flying vehicle came to a halt in a vast valley surrounded by towering mountains, where the greenery flourished under the canopy of towering trees, exuding an untamed atmosphere. Faintly, the distant roars of wild beasts echoed through the depths of the forest. Encircling the mountains was a massive electric fence, marked as a military-restricted zone. Following humanity's unification, extensive efforts were made to address environmental pollution, and after more than 2 centuries of restoration, such primeval forests were abundant. With the advent of wormhole travel and rapid advancements in biological technology, a mere drop of plant growth serum could induce rampant growth in various flora. The current living conditions on Earth were excellent, with significant alterations to the landscape. From this moment forth, you shall commence rigorous wilderness training. As dozens of individuals emerged from the vehicle, clad in armor and stepping into the valley, General Song addressed them. This is our military base, a battlefield simulating the harsh environments of alien planets. One of the examinations at Starry Sky University entails the government deploying you aboard a large warship to conduct real combat assessments in outer space. Only after completing this will you officially become students of Starry Sky University. The crowd listened intently. To be frank, the examinations at Starry Sky University grow increasingly brutal each year. 30 years ago, I was also a participant in such assessments, sent to an alien battlefield where I nearly lost my life. Having failed the exam, General Song declared, every student at Starry Sky University is a battle-hardened warrior. If you aspire to be students of the university, I must say, you are far from ready. Ouyang Xing. General Song called out. Ouyang Xing stepped forward. You are the strongest student in the school, with a vitality level reaching 1.1, correct? Indeed. There was a resounding impact as General Song delivered a powerful punch to Ouyang Xing's armor, producing a deafening clang. Ouyang Xing staggered slightly but did not retreat an inch. Impressive, General Song praised. However, according to our military's analysis, your chances of being admitted to Starry Sky University are not guaranteed. You may even face death during the final combat assessment. This is your best opportunity for practical training. Within this military-restricted zone, numerous alien creatures and ferocious beasts roamed. As you venture within, you will encounter attacks and casualties are inevitable. You may still withdraw if you wish. We will not withdraw. These students were the elite selected from among 800,000. Entering the military-restricted zone for training was a rare opportunity, and they were resolute in their determination. Even those from affluent families could not partake in such experiences, as they would typically practice in virtual simulations. However, no matter how advanced virtual machines were, they could never replicate the authenticity of real combat. This genuine training would greatly benefit their mental fortitude. You are to carry sufficient provisions and water as you enter the jungle for 10 days of training. The armor you wear is designed to protect you from harm. Alien creatures are exceedingly fierce, and mere flesh cannot withstand them. Of course, if you seek a thrill, you may remove it, if you are not afraid of death. General Song elaborated. Your training here also holds advantages. Deep within this jungle reside many valuable alien creatures. Should you defeat them, you can collect materials from their bodies, which will be your own fortune. Oh wow! The students began to murmur among themselves. What's the big deal? We're using our own money. The latter students felt indignant. Their families had invested substantial sums to secure their places in the elite training program. This collaboration between military and school was financially supported by the school, so they were technically spending their own money, even if they couldn't recoup it by slaying more alien creatures. Only Zhongli quietly nodded. Recognizing this as a benefit for him. 10 days from now, you must regroup at the entrance of another military base. General Song produced a map. That entrance is approximately 300 kilometers away in a straight line. A straight line? The crowd gasped. The mountains were vast and rugged. As the saying goes, a distant mountain can tire a horse. What appeared to be right across was likely to take an eternity to traverse. 300 kilometers in a straight line might translate to a journey of over 1,000 kilometers. One last thing. General Song's expression darkened. Within this military base, there exists a special breed of beings, warriors from other planets. The primary objective of your training in the jungle is to eliminate them. The more you slay, the greater your chances of emerging as the top trainee, earning a reward worth 100,000 star credits. What? Kill? You want us to kill? Many students were taken aback, unable to fathom the brutality of this training. To date, records indicated that humanity had discovered hundreds of life-sustaining planets through wormhole travel, encountering a myriad of alien creatures and even other human civilizations. For instance, the Dimengjing Xin obtained by Zhongli originated from a formidable planet of cultivators, where technology was absent, making interstellar travel impossible. However, the resources on that planet were abundant, and numerous skilled practitioners thrived there. making it impossible for humanity to conquer, despite their technological advantages. Nonetheless, humanity had established an indomitable position capable of traversing the vast cosmos, while the warriors of that planet, despite their prowess, could not navigate interstellar travel. However, the beings from alien planets were still human, and today's cruel training involved killing. Many students felt their hearts tighten. In modern society, killing was virtually inconceivable. Even the wealthiest individuals could not commit such acts, as the right to life had been enshrined in the highest laws. Although society harbored many dark corners, no student emerging from formal education was a bloodthirsty maniac. Zhongli had never taken a life and had no desire to do so. "Are you afraid?" General Song's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, instilling a chill in their hearts. It was evident that he had taken lives. Everything is for humanity. Any species that is not of Earth is our enemy. This cosmic expanse is a cold and cruel jungle of survival of the fittest. For humanity to thrive, we must conquer and plunder. He surveyed the crowd, a look of disdain etched on his face. Why do we enjoy a better life? It is because the elite of humanity have fought for it. Every era of prosperity is accompanied by bloodshed and fire. Shed your compassion in the universe. There is no room for mercy. The truth was evident to all. Zhongli understood that, indeed, there was no mercy in the universe. In the past, nations on Earth had waged brutal wars against one another for survival and gain, necessitating violence. Anyone unwilling to endure this could withdraw now, General Song declared. "We will not withdraw." Not a single student stepped back. "Then let it begin. It is now noon. In 10 days, you must appear at the other exit at the same time." General Song commanded, officially commencing this trial. Whoosh! A figure darted swiftly into the jungle, vanishing in an instant. It was Ouyang Xing, the top student of the school. He held himself above all others, disdainful of their company. "Zhongli, let us proceed as well." Luo Han approached Zhongli. "This military-restricted jungle is extremely perilous. Having another person will ensure mutual support." "Zhongli, team up with me," Xueling's voice rang out, drawing attention from many. Suddenly, Zhongli became the object of envy, feeling the intense scrutiny of numerous fiery gazes upon him, as if they wished to consume him whole. Luo Han and Xueling are the two goddesses of the school, and whenever they exchange even a few words, the boys are left astonished. Now, it is quite remarkable that both goddesses have decided to team up with Zhongli. Forming a team for the trial is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to foster camaraderie. Let us all join in. I foresee this trial to be exceedingly brutal, and there is strength in numbers. Furthermore, it provides a chance for a friendly competition between you two, and I shall serve as the judge to see who achieves better results. After a moment of contemplation, Zhongli realized that refusing either goddess would result in a significant loss of face for them, creating an undesirable rift. It would be better to accept both. All right. A spark of determination flashed in Xueling's eyes. She had long desired to compete with Luo Han. "Zhou Luo Han, dare you to have a match with me and see who excels this time?" "No problem," Luo Han replied nonchalantly. "Zhongli, you shall be the judge. Let us go." "Let us." The three of them seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they suddenly dashed forth. Chapter 37. A clash of wits. Figures leapt through the forest, their movements reminiscent of agile monkeys, even while clad in armor weighing over 200 pounds. This was a testament to their vigorous vitality. Traversing through the dense woodlands, the underbrush and thorny thickets were quite bothersome, requiring one to clear a path. However, once donned in metallic armor, it became significantly easier. Many thorny shrubs were simply bulldozed aside. Moreover, there was a thin membrane within the armor that provided waterproof protection, preventing even the smallest insects, ants and centipedes, from penetrating. In the heart of the primeval forest, the greatest threat was not the various monstrous beasts, but rather the myriad of tiny insects, which could bite with a pain and itch that was unbearable. And some could even be lethal. The weight of the armor was burdensome, especially when traversing the forest, consuming energy at a rate tenfold that of an ordinary person. Only the strongest could run. 50 students entered the vast wilderness, some moving in small groups, others alone, vanishing into the depths of the jungle like grains of sand thrown into the sea. Zhang Wanbing, Yang Wu, and Zhang Yu stealthily trailed behind, their teeth clenched in frustration and resentment towards Zhongli, whose good fortune was evident. It was clear that Zhongli had won the favor of both Luo Han and Xueling. Opposing either of them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Zhang, this fortunate fellow, had experienced a meteoric rise in strength. Zhang Wenbing, having failed in his schemes, was unwilling to accept the loss of 30,000 star coins, and he harbored thoughts of revenge. How shall we retaliate? The conventional route is futile, as both Xueling and Luo Han are protecting him. Yang Wu had recovered, yet he still felt a dull ache from Zhang Li's slap. A reminder of the humiliation that gnawed at his pride. We might incite a conflict between Ouyang Xing and Zhang Li. If Ouyang Xing takes action, he will surely suffer greatly. Zhang Yu's words dripped with malice. Indeed, if they clash, it will be quite the spectacle. Should we contact Ouyang Xing? Yes, we must ensure he confronts Zhang Li. The trio slinked deeper into the jungle. A brilliant blade materialized in Xueling's hand. She suddenly swung it, and a flurry of snow-like petals scattered around, executing a D-grade sword technique called snowflakes covering the peak. The surrounding foliage succumbed beneath the blade's might, cleaving a clear path. This blade was her weapon of choice, a cold weapon permitted for this training, as firearms were banned for civilians, although the affluent might acquire them through clandestine means. Xueling's sword, 3 feet in length and forged from a super-strong alloy steel, could slice through iron as if it were mud. Its design resembled that of a Japanese katana from over 200 years ago, albeit narrower, with a chilling edge and a fine blood groove running along its spine. In Xueling's hands, the blade danced with the grace of a butterfly, displaying mastery and finesse. She and her weapon moved in perfect harmony. Suddenly, a monstrous snake lunged from the underbrush, spewing venom that splattered against the steel armor, producing wisps of white smoke as it began to corrode. Without the armor, her entire body would have rotted away. With a swift slice, Xueling severed the snake's head, and with another deft maneuver, she gutted the creature, extracting its gallbladder, which she handed to Zhang Li. Collect it, Zhang Li. This is a Boku snake from an alien planet. Its gallbladder fetches a price of several dozen star coins. Though she had slain the serpent and retrieved its gallbladder, Xueling had little use for a mere trifle. Zhang Li, however, carefully pocketed it, unperturbed by its value. Dozens of star coins amounted to a week's wages for his parents. Every little bit counted. This is the first alien creature I've slain, Xueling boasted. When humanity first landed on Boku, these snakes caused significant casualties among our ranks. You would be in dire straits without your armor. Luo Han replied coldly, moreover, look at the snake's head. Xueling's expression shifted as she noticed a long needle embedded in the severed head, having pierced the Boku snake's brain. This steel needle was evidently shot by Luo Han, and no one knew when she had unleashed it. The venom of the Boku snake was formidable, possessing corrosive properties that could dissolve bone a century prior, when humanity first arrived on the planet Boku. Countless soldiers perished to the snake's venom, which could even melt through weak armor. Luo Han plays with needles, Xueling remarked, contemplating a draw. I saw clearly that as Luo Han's needle flew, Xueling's sword also struck the skin. You both sensed the danger simultaneously. It's trivial, a mere Boku snake, hardly worthy of my concern. Xueling retorted, Luo Han, your needle skills remind me of a character from an old novel, a perverse figure named Dongfang Bubi. Xueling chuckled. Needle play isn't exclusive to Dongfang Bubi. Even the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, has his tricks. Luo Han smiled faintly, flicking her fingers as the steel needle danced on her fingertip, appearing and disappearing like a serpent. Humph! Xueling exclaimed, Luo Han, let us make it interesting. How about we strip down our armor and navigate the jungle? Only in a perilous state can we attain true mastery. Are you daring enough? What is there to fear? Luo Han began to remove her armor. Stop. I urge you both. There's no need to gamble with your lives over a petty rivalry, Zhang Li exclaimed. Shocked that in this treacherous jungle, shedding their armor would be tantamount to courting death. Just moments ago, the Boku snake's venom had already splattered onto Luo Han, threatening to corrode her flesh and reduce her to bones. As Luo Han discarded her armor, Xueling swiftly followed suit, revealing a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Luo Han, too, possessed an exquisite physique, both clad in high-quality, tight-fitting attire made of an unknown material. The moment they shed their armor, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air, stirring the imagination. Ladies, must you be so combative? The jungle is fraught with danger. A single misstep, no matter how advanced our medical technology, could lead to dire consequences, Zhongli implored, persistently dissuading them. Yet the two remained resolute. Only then can we sharpen our minds and hone our instincts, ever vigilant against danger, with poisonous spiders, scorpions, and centipedes lurking in the underbrush. Luo Han suddenly perked up, her ears attuned to the myriad of sounds around her. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a flurry of 9 slender needles, which swiftly dispatched a number of venomous insects hiding in the thicket. Zhongli, carry our armor. Xueling's smile was radiant. We shall still wear our armor at night when we rest. Carry both their armors? Zhongli was taken aback. A single suit weighed 200 pounds. And with 2 suits combined, he would be burdened with over 600 pounds, a monumental strain. You must exhibit chivalry and help the ladies carry their belongings, Xueling teased, relishing the spectacle of Zhongli's predicament. Indeed, lend us your strength. That is the mark of a true gentleman. For reasons unknown, Luo Han, who had previously been at odds with Xueling, had now joined forces against Zhongli. Fine, I shall endure this labor and consider it a workout. He conceded, crouching to fold their armor into 2 large cases, one in each hand, and began to follow the 2 women at a brisk pace. Initially, without their cumbersome armor, Luo Han and Xueling could run swiftly, leaving Zhongli struggling to keep up. However, their decision to shed their armor also meant facing greater peril, and every step required utmost caution as they concentrated their senses on the environment, scanning the dense underbrush for potential threats. Meanwhile, Zhongli charged ahead without a care, bulldozing through any patches of thorny shrubs, crushing swathes of insects beneath his feet. Suddenly, an ominous buzzing filled the air as they crested a few hills. Luo Han and Xueling's expressions shifted dramatically as they spotted a swarm of enormous, venomous bees ahead, clustering together like a menacing cloud. Each bee was the size of a finger. With formidable aggression, as they sensed the presence of humans, the swarm surged forward with ferocity. Luo Han appeared to embody a taut bow, suddenly springing into action. With a swift motion of her hand, a flurry of needles was unleashed, scattering like raindrops. Upon colliding with the incoming venomous bees, they fell like a torrential downpour. Kill! Xueling erupted, her blade carving a graceful arc through the air. With a powerful tremor of her arm, she unleashed hundreds of strikes, each resonating with a buzzing sound, precisely slicing through each bee that dared approach. No venomous bee could venture within 3 feet of her presence. This was the C-class sword technique. Rain of Blades. An evolution of ancient fencing styles, Japanese swordsmanship, and the martial arts of Huaxia. It demanded extraordinary accuracy, speed, and an immense physical prowess. Some masters specialize in swatting flies within confined spaces, capable of dispatching over 10 flies in a single second, each cut severing them in 2. Yet, Xueling surpassed even that, executing more than 20 strikes in a second with an unwavering breath, her relentless onslaught continuous. Zhongli could only perceive the flickering of her technique, enveloping her in an impenetrable shroud against the downpour of bees, which fell in droves. After a mere 10 seconds, the swarm was entirely eradicated. However, Xueling's face bore an alarming red swelling, clearly a consequence of a sting from a bee that had managed to slip through her defenses, marring her beauty. Yet she was prepared. She promptly retrieved a small vial of spray, applying it to her face, and the swelling vanished instantly, restoring her complexion to pristine clarity. This was the latest skin-repairing active serum, a luxury priced in the thousands of star yuan and exceedingly rare in the market. Chapter 38. Dream into Divine Power. Xueling, you nearly disfigured yourself. Luo Han chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. It seemed her rain of blades had not been perfected. I recall a martial arts master who practiced this technique, standing resolutely amidst a tempest, his blade shielding him entirely, untouched by the storm. Yet here you are, struck by a horde of bees. Humph, Xueling retorted, finding a spot to sit and focus on her breathing, appearing to have gained significant insights during her recent battle with the bees. What do you know? Just now, I finally discerned the flaws in my technique. There exists a chink in my spirit that allowed those bees to slip through. This invaluable experience, one must endure it to truly comprehend. The moment the bee stung me, I achieved enlightenment. I have long since understood the flaws. Luo Han's tone grew icy. The 2 women stood in opposition, neither yielding an inch. Zhongli remained silent, wary of igniting their tempers. The rivalry between the 2 was formidable, and he preferred to act as a laborer, quietly carrying their armor. The task was arduous, yet it served as a tremendous workout for his physique. After a brief respite, the two women rose once more, darting deeper into the jungle, with Zhongli trailing behind. At that moment, Luo Han suddenly drew a cold weapon from her waist, a soft blade glinting with lethal sharpness. Emanating a chilling aura, any modern cold weapon forged with metal technology far surpassed ancient weaponry. Under the capabilities of contemporary biometal forging, any legendary weapon of old was rendered utterly impotent. The journey became a veritable gauntlet of thorns. The pace of the two women quickened, and Zhongli found it increasingly challenging to keep up. Yet, he secretly employed the meditative techniques of the Mind Emperor Seal to recover his stamina while running. He gasped for breath, nearing his limits repeatedly. Encumbered by 200 pounds of armor and a 400-pound iron chest, it was indeed a formidable challenge to stay close to the two women. Their competitive spirits ignited a palpable tension, driving them to accelerate further. Zhongli gradually fell behind, his endurance failing. Women, when driven by fervor, could be terrifying. He shook his head internally, but refused to halt for rest. Recognizing the exceptional training opportunity, breathe. Suddenly, his consciousness began to blur, and he drifted into a deep slumber while still in motion, akin to sleepwalking. To enter such profound sleep while running was an extraordinary feat. Phase 3. Even masters typically must cease movement to enter deep sleep, sitting still, calming their breath, and stabilizing their bodies. Any disturbance would promptly awaken them. The dissolution of the state was an inevitable law. Only those on the verge of a breakthrough in spiritual cultivation could achieve deep sleep at will, burdened heavily. His body finally reached its limits, and to restore his stamina, he began to meditate upon the various hand seals of the Mind Emperor Seal. Allowing his spirit to remain immobile while his body moved in this peculiar state, his physical form raced while his spirit slumbered, yet his dreaming consciousness perceived everything around him, unfolding like a series of montages. He felt no fatigue, enjoying a perfect rest, while his spirit influenced his body through nerves, blood vessels, and hormones, initiating a transformation, a form of extreme cultivation akin to a dream-walking practice, much like the ancient drunken fist. When a person is intoxicated, their strength multiplies, driven by exhilaration as if under the influence of a stimulant. In this state, Zhongli's spirit was deeply asleep, his body in full flight, embodying that very essence. In such a condition, his physical prowess was akin to being perpetually on performance-enhancing substances, vastly amplified. He kept pace with the two women, neither lagging nor faltering, regardless of their speed. How is his stamina so formidable? Both Xueling and Luo Han felt a surge of astonishment. Despite sharing the same vitality rating, Zhongli seemed to possess an edge far beyond theirs. Could he have taken a stimulant? They mused, yet it seemed implausible. Such substances would only provide a short-lived boost, leading to collapse thereafter. No. He's on the verge of a breakthrough. His mental state is about to ascend. He has entered the third stage of deep sleep. Luo Han suddenly exclaimed. He is in deep sleep while in motion, his body asleep yet his mind alert. This is the pinnacle of deep sleep. My heavens, how could his mental state be so easily elevated? The state of deep sleep is divided into 3 phases. The first requires prolonged stillness and focus to enter. The second allows for entry anytime, anywhere. The final phase permits one to slip into deep sleep even while in motion. This is the essence described in the ancient drunken fist. Boundless strength, tireless, fierce techniques, and unparalleled skill, present. Luo Han and Xueling had merely attained the second phase, capable of entering deep sleep at will. But movement would break the state. Even so, they were prodigies in their own right. Suddenly, as they dashed into a valley, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, and a ferocious beast blocked their path. This creature was the size of a rhinoceros. Its body clad in scales resembling iron armor, each piece seemingly welded onto its form. The iron-armored beast. Both Xueling and Luo Han were momentarily stunned. Truly, a celestial predator had emerged. The iron-armored beast boasted scales harder than steel, combined with tremendous strength and remarkable speed. When it leaped, its scales unfurled, enabling it to glide short distances through the air, reaching speeds of up to 30 meters per second, capable of colliding with a speeding car. Upon spotting the humans, the beast's blood-red eyes flared with rage, and it charged forward with a powerful kick. Get out of the way! Quickly, Luo Han and Xue Ling cried out, swiftly evading, but Zhang Li remained in motion. Sprinting ahead, trouble, the two women regretted their decision, realizing that Zhang Li was likely to be crushed. The impact was monumental. Zhang Li, clad in iron armor, collided with the iron-armored beast, the force akin to two speeding vehicles colliding, capable of obliterating any flesh and bone. Yet, astonishingly, Zhang Li did not get thrown back. He braced himself against the beast's charge, his hands firmly gripping its head, his body pushed backward, sliding on the ground as countless pebbles crumbled beneath his armor. With a sudden twist, he swung the iron chest he bore, delivering a crushing blow that sent the massive creature sprawling to the ground. With a sickening crack, the iron-armored beast's skull shattered, and it convulsed before falling silent. This was raw, unadulterated violence, a primal force that deeply shocked both Luo Han and Xue Ling. In that moment, Zhang Li, encased in armor, resembled a humanoid colossus. Zhang Li, how did you achieve this? By the riverbank in the valley. He used his blade to cleave open the beast's skull, extracting a dense metallic sphere from within, an exceptionally rare or valued at hundreds of star yuan. The brain of the iron-armored beast produced this metal, invaluable for forging weapons, armor, and even essential components for aircraft and automobiles. Zhang Li, panting heavily, awakened from his dreamlike state, the montage fading away, his body aching profoundly, utterly drained. He felt akin to someone who had just exhausted the effects of a stimulant. The adrenaline fading. Just moments ago, his strength had nearly doubled, and in a state of rage, he had withstood the iron-armored beast's assault, ultimately overpowering it. Rest, rest. This is a nutritional supplement to replenish your strength. Luo Han offered a vial of elixir. Zhang Li, barely able to move, managed to grasp the vial and consume its contents. Refreshing sensation coursed through his body, invigorating every cell within him. After more than 10 minutes, his pain significantly diminished. What kind of nutrient solution is this? Its effects are remarkable. This is snow marrow, Xue Ling replied. Cleaning the long blade with water. 1 tube costs 3,000 star coins and can enhance cellular vitality, alleviate muscle fatigue, and eliminate toxins from the body. It absolutely has no side effects, and a single tube provides enough nutrition for 3 days, eliminating the need for food or drink. The potion combines with stomach acid, reinforcing the gastric mucosa and greatly increasing digestive capacity. It is a level above the green god biological agent. I didn't expect you to be so well informed, Luo Han smiled. You must be carrying this as well. This is a special forces field medicine. It is essential to have it on hand. Xue Ling turned to Zhang Li. Zhang Li, it seems you have grasped something during your training. I'm not sure, Zhang Li replied. It felt like I inadvertently entered a deep sleep while in motion, as if I were sleepwalking. I was tireless and immensely strong, but once the state wore off, I felt utterly drained. Zhang Li recalled the situation from earlier. Congratulations, you've reached the 3rd stage of deep sleep. Soon, you will be able to enter a meditative state, Luo Han said, her tone tinged with envy. Among the top 10 in our school, it's likely only you and Ouyang Xing have achieved this. Has Ouyang Xing not entered a meditative state? Zhang Li inquired. Is there really no one in our school who has? Humph. If he could, he would have been insufferably arrogant. Both Xue Ling and Luo Han scoffed at the mention of him. After resting for a moment, Xue Ling suddenly stood up. Zhang Li, how about we spar? Absolutely, Zhang Li eagerly agreed. Rising immediately, be careful. At that moment, Luo Han quickly warned, but Xue Ling had already circled to his side, delivering a palm strike that ripped through the air like a waterfall. If struck, he would be knocked unconscious instantly, targeting the carotid artery. C-level martial arts, the Great River Palm. Without needing to be told, Zhang Li reacted instantly, executing a countergrab with the Black Dragon turn from the Dragon Claw seizure technique. His arm extended, and without needing to see, his fingers shot out toward Xue Ling's wrist. If he connected, her wrist would be pierced, and her bones shattered. Both displayed fierce techniques from the outset. Chapter 39. Blood Sea Deep Hatred Good. Xue Ling entwined her hands, tightening them as if setting a trap, waiting for prey to enter. She possessed the demeanor of a martial arts master, her hands forming circles that intertwined, ready to shatter bones. Zhang Li retracted his arm and launched another claw strike, swiping rapidly, creating a flurry of claw shadows that resembled a raging fire. Fire Dragon Ignition. This technique emphasized speed, surprise, and overwhelming force aimed at shattering the opponent. It was as if a fire dragon was unleashing flames, igniting the earth in a second. Zhongli unleashed over 10 claw strikes, each resembling a flame, leaving faint afterimages. Impressive. Shuoling's expression turned grave, yet she did not retreat. With a flick of her wrist, she struck outward again, unleashing the great river palm once more. Each palm strike carried a fierce wave of energy, crashing and tearing through the air, colliding violently with Jiang Li's dragon claw seizure. Each impact possessed astonishing power. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, fists and feet flying in a raw display of martial arts combat, where a single misstep could lead to broken bones. Luo Han watched intently, hoping to discern any flaws in Shuoling's technique, for they had been rivals since childhood, never yielding to one another, even their families competing against each other. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the tall bushes at the valley's entrance, suggesting something was rapidly approaching. Luo Han's ears perked up, and she felt a chilling sense of danger. Not good. Stop immediately. Something dangerous is approaching. With a rush, Zhongli and Shuoling separated, both sensing an overwhelming threat. They barely had time to don their armor before seeing figures leaping from the underbrush. Indeed, they were human figures, not beasts of the jungle, nor extraterrestrial beings, but humans. Zhongli, Shuoling, and Luo Han quickly formed an equilateral triangle, observing the humans emerging from the thicket. These individuals were clearly not military personnel nor fellow students undergoing trials. Their clothing was tattered, some clad in animal hides, yet they exuded a powerful aura. A few wore intact white garments reminiscent of ancient warriors, wielding long swords and spears, as if they had stepped out of a bygone era of cold weaponry. Outer world demons. A white-clad leader stepped forward. Brandishing a gleaming sword, he appeared to be around 27 or 28, his attire somewhat worn, yet his stature was imposing, with eyes like bright stars and a resolute expression that radiated charisma. Both Shuoling and Luo Han were momentarily taken aback. For this white-clad leader was extraordinarily handsome, his presence eclipsing any figure from their school. However, the 4 words that escaped his lips were in Earth language, causing a shock to the 3 of them as they comprehended the gravity of their situation. Extraterrestrial warriors, living humans. Earthlings had invaded their world, plundering resources and imprisoning them within military zones. Their civilization was primitive, still in a feudal era, characterized by martial arts culture. Could these truly be the extraterrestrial warriors? Were they to engage in battle with them? To potentially kill? Zhongli spoke cautiously. Indeed, they are the extraterrestrial warriors. Luo Han's expression turned exceedingly grave. They refer to us as outer world demons. There is no possibility of compromise. They seek to eliminate us as if we were monsters. When the battle begins, we cannot show mercy, so powerful. This group of extraterrestrial warriors possesses life forces nearing one. This white-clad leader is even stronger than us. Shuoling's tone reflected her unease. This was a genuine clash, and while they would not fear monsters, facing living humans who sought to kill was a harrowing trial for students. Everyone, the white-clad leader pointed his sword at Zhongli, Luo Han, and Shuoling, his voice suddenly filled with righteous fury and fervor. Outer world demons have invaded our homeland, slaughtered our kin, plundered our treasures, and enslaved our brothers and sisters, imprisoning us in the jungles as subjects for trials. These demons are truly cruel. Why does heaven not eradicate them? The leader's anguished roar reverberated, shaking the very earth, leaving Zhongli, Luo Han, and Shuoling momentarily dazed. An overwhelming sense of loss and vengeance surged from him, filling the air with a palpable hostility. Whether it was Luo Han, Shuoling, or Zhongli, they felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that any student expert would pale in comparison to this man. He was a true harbinger of death emerging from a sea of blood. Zhongli surprisingly understood the man's words. It was Earth language, albeit fragmented. Clearly, he had learned it, but spoke with a strange, stilted tone imbued with murderous intent. Zhongli, Shuoling, we are at a critical juncture. This white-clad leader is the strongest and harbors a deep hatred for us Earthlings. Should we fall into his hands, there will be no escape. We must fight with all our might. Luo Han suddenly exclaimed, Shuoling and I will directly take down this leader. Zhongli, you handle the others. Do not hold back. If we do not kill them, they will certainly kill us. The moment for bloodshed had finally arrived. Jiang Li hesitated slightly but soon steeled himself. It was not a matter of killing for pleasure but of self-defense. Given the circumstances, with the enemy vastly outnumbering them, it was uncertain who would kill whom. Kill! The white-clad leader struck first, his body bending as he launched himself forward, his sword slicing through the air like a comet. The sound of his spine snapping taut like a bowstring reverberating ominously died in an instant. From a distance of about 50 meters, the sword light reached the trio in less than 2 seconds. They immediately scattered. The ground was cleaved, a deep trench carved by the sword light, revealing the leader's unparalleled swordsmanship and life force surpassing one. The only drawback was that years of life in the jungle had severely drained his physical strength, the elements having worn down his body. This was Jiang Li and the others' only chance for survival. Otherwise, they would face certain death. Shuling, attack? Luo Han wielded a soft sword in one hand while suddenly launching a barrage of steel needles at the white-clad leader. Luo Han excelled in using needles, her movements elusive. The swarm of steel needles she sent flying could pierce through tempered glass. Swish! The white-clad leader raised his sword, and the blade flashed like lightning, forming a crescent arc in an instant. All the steel needles were intercepted. He then sprang forward, his movements as fierce as a wolf, seizing the initiative, and with a flick of his long sword, he aimed to decapitate Luo Han. Should he succeed, her neck would be severed, her head lopped off. This was no illusion. It was a real-life struggle, a scenario that students would never expect to encounter. A bloody battle was about to unfold. Without further thought, Jiang Li sprang into action. These individuals were prisoners, used as trial subjects, and were inherently pitiable. Yet, now surrounded and in a position of weakness, he had no time for sympathy. Protecting himself and his classmates was paramount. Roar! 7 or 8 extraterrestrial warriors charged forward, shouting war cries filled with rage and vengeance, converging on Jiang Li with ferocity. Their slogan was an unintelligible alien tongue, yet Jiang Li managed to glean its meaning. It was a call to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. In their eyes, Jiang Li and his companions were not humans but rather sinister creatures from beyond the stars. A long spear lunged forth first, its tip drenched in blood, a testament to the countless beasts it had slain, emanating a menacing aura. The spear quivered incessantly, tracing arcs as it aimed for the throat. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Li felt his vital points, eyes, throat, heart, and lower regions, enshrouded by impending doom. The adversary was a master of spear techniques. With a single thrust, he had sealed all avenues of retreat, leaving no escape for Jiang Li. The wielder of the spear was an alien warrior clad in tattered animal hide. Evidently having endured the harshness of the jungle for an extended period, yet he bore no trace of savagery, suggesting a once respectable standing on his home planet. Jiang Li did not falter. Retreat was not an option. For if he withdrew, the spear would pivot toward Luo Han and Xueling, exponentially increasing their peril and likely leading to their immediate demise at the hands of the white-clad leader. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, he grasped the spearhead fiercely, executing a technique reminiscent of the azure dragon emerging from the water. In that instant, he subtly invoked a similar hand seal from the Mind Emperor's imprint. Within the recesses of his mind, he envisioned transforming into a divine dragon soaring through the cosmos, and with a resonant roar, the stars began to fall. Simultaneously, a faint dragon's roar emanated from deep within his throat. As a surge of energy coalesced in his stomach, erupting outward in a wave of sound. His gestures shimmered with an ethereal quality, leaving phantoms in their wake. The alien warrior, caught off guard, faltered momentarily. His spirit momentarily ensnared in a trance. Though not a complete hypnosis, it was enough to induce a state of drowsiness, revealing the formidable strength of the warrior's mind, impervious to simple enchantments. Fortunately, this momentary lapse revealed a critical opening. In a duel between masters, a slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a decisive motion, Jiang Li blocked an attack, his dragon claw technique seizing the spear's shaft, and he lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike to the alien warrior's carotid artery. The warrior collapsed, rendered unconscious. Without a glance back, Jiang Li seized the long spear, shaking it violently to deflect the onslaught of 4 or 5 approaching blades and spears. The weapon, forged from metal and weighing approximately 50 pounds, was unwieldy for most. However, with Jiang Li's vitality at level 1, It felt as light as a mere stick in his hands. Armed with this spear, his power surged, instilling him with a fearless demeanor in the face of the surrounding alien warriors, who numbered about 4 or 5. Although each possessed vitality equal to his own, their once terrifying prowess was diminished. A one-on-one confrontation would be challenging, but Zhang Li's mastery of martial arts intertwined with the hypnotic abilities of the Mind Emperor's imprint provided him an edge. Furthermore, these alien warriors, accustomed to a meager diet in the jungle, were no match for the well-fed Zhang Li and his companions. Though Zhang Li could have easily slain the spear-wielding warrior, he opted to incapacitate rather than kill. Seeking to maintain his moral integrity, the surrounding alien warriors charged once more. The first to attack was a spear-wielding combatant, brandishing an 8-foot-long serpent spear. With a swift thrust, he was upon Zhang Li, followed closely by several others wielding swords, their blades arced toward him. Intent on breaching his defenses, danger loomed. Even with an arsenal of skills, facing such a multitude of seasoned warriors would be insurmountable. In the face of this crisis, Zhang Li transformed his spear into a blade, executing the torrential rain slash, reminiscent of a master swordsman dancing amidst a tempest. After the storm, he remained untouched, a technique mastered by Xueling. Under relentless assault from all sides, he could only shield himself and retreat. The spear's shadow danced around him, deflecting the incoming attacks, creating a cacophony of clashing metal and sparks that illuminated the battlefield. The palpable bloodlust and deep-seated vengeance of his foes resonated with each impact, a chilling testament to their unwavering resolve and willingness to sacrifice themselves, a level of terror Zhang Li had never before encountered. As he retreated to a massive boulder, blood poured from his wounds, his garments shredded by the blades. A particularly grievous gash from a spear pierced deep into his shoulder, staining half his body crimson. This wound came from the spear expert's lethal thrust. Wielding a spear for the torrential rain slash proved cumbersome, exposing Zhang Li's lack of real combat experience and mastery in martial arts, as well as in mental fortitude. In the midst of the fray, the spear-wielding alien warrior saw Zhang Li's injury as an opportunity. With a powerful leap, he lunged forward, his spear thrusting like an arrow through the ocean's waves. Zhang Li braced for impact, but when their weapons clashed, the force sent a jolt through his arm, threatening to disarm him. The sheer number of attackers, all seasoned combatants, overwhelmed him. Despite his remarkable vitality, his lack of battlefield experience became evident. The other alien warriors, agile as grasshoppers and faster than leopards, swiftly closed in around him. Point one, wielding a long knife, darted forward with the stealth of a ninja, unleashing a flurry of strikes that cut through the air with deadly precision. Zhang Li instinctively retreated, sensing the imminent threat of death. Finding himself cornered at the edge of a small stream in the valley, his movements were significantly hindered. The alien warriors charged once more, their raucous laughter echoing through the air. Zhang Li deciphered their shouts of Ta Sha, meaning kill or slay, a rallying cry to eliminate the demon and eradicate evil. Suddenly, the spear-wielding warrior unleashed a fierce strike, his weapon slicing through the air with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Zhang Li's head. That moment, as the sword-wielders closed in, each angle of attack was meticulously calculated to penetrate Zhang Li's defenses. Without armor, a single strike could spell his demise. Was he to perish here? For the first time, he felt the chilling breath of death on his neck, igniting a heightened state of awareness within him. In a sudden surge of clarity, he entered a profound state of deep sleep. The mental state he had just grasped. In this critical juncture, he exerted every ounce of strength, launching a counterattack with his spear. His movements fluid like a dragon or snake, deflecting all incoming blades. This was the essence of the boneless dragon-snake dance. In this state of deep sleep, his power surged, surpassing even the effects of stimulants. Of course, his mastery of the boneless soft technique was unparalleled. Otherwise, he would have succumbed beneath the onslaught of blades long ago. As he stood in the water, he harmonized his spirit with the flowing stream below. A wave of energy rising from his core and transforming into a melodic, enchanting sound, akin to the gentle babbling of a brook. This was sound hypnosis. Standing amidst the water, he unleashed an auditory assault on the alien warriors, whose movements slowed, their minds clouded. These warriors, known for their unyielding will, found themselves ensnared by Zhang Li's burgeoning mental prowess, having ascended to the third stage of deep sleep, Ta Sha. the spear-wielding warrior. Sensing the shift in power, was the first to awaken. He bit down on his tongue, blood spilling forth, and with a sudden clarity, he lunged at Zhongli, aiming to sever his life force. Zhongli, however, had no time to contemplate. His spear technique mirrored the dragon's tail, executing a swift motion that redirected the spear, causing it to pierce his own arm, blood gushing forth. In that instant, Zhongli's spear, propelled by instinct, struck with deadly precision, plunging into the heart of the spear-wielding warrior. With a resounding thud, the warrior collapsed, as if a balloon had burst, his heart shattered, his body convulsing before succumbing to death at Zhongli's hands. In that moment, they exchanged fates. It was a matter of survival. One must perish while the other lived, leaving no room for contemplation. Zhongli, now adorned with wounds, felt an indescribable sensation wash over him as the spear found its mark. It was a complex blend of discomfort, sorrow, and perhaps a sense of liberation, as if he had gleaned profound insights from the encounter, maturing in an instant. With the spear having dispatched the warrior, he released a sound that rippled through the air like water, his weapon vibrating, manifesting the techniques of the Mind Emperor's imprint. As he shook the spear, it created an illusion of undulating waves, causing the surrounding alien warriors to succumb to drowsiness, unable to concentrate. Bathed in blood, Zhongli seized the opportunity, his spear dancing like a dragon, striking at the heads of the alien warriors one after another. They were sent sprawling, rendered unconscious, yet Zhongli restrained his murderous intent. Having grown up in a nurturing home, he held a profound respect for life. His tendency to feed stray cats in the park reflected his compassionate nature. Unlike others who, once tasting blood, would unleash their pent-up rage, Zhongli chose restraint. What of Luo Han and Xue Ling? As he concluded his skirmish, he turned his gaze toward the valley, only to discover three figures locked in fierce combat. Xue Ling and Luo Han besieged the white-clad swordsmen, their bodies drenched in blood and bearing numerous wounds. The swordsmen wielded each strike with extraordinary ferocity, exuding an aura of murderous intent steeped in deep-seated national animosity and personal vendetta. In contrast, Xue Ling and Luo Han were considerably lacking. After all, they were merely students, none of whom had ever taken a life. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment, the white-clad swordsman erupted once more, his swordplay igniting like a flash of lightning. Reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage, the blade sent Xue Ling's weapon flying from her grasp, and then, with brutal precision, the sword's gleam swept across her alabaster neck. Her eyes widened in terror, her expression one of shock as she staggered backward. Yet the edge of the blade still grazed her skin, blood sputtering forth. A swift cut to the throat. Xue Ling fell, her throat severed by the white-clad swordsman, the splattering blood profoundly shocking Zhongli, rendering his vision a crimson haze. The beautiful classmate lay lifeless amidst a pool of blood. At that moment, he truly comprehended the harshness of survival. Even a beast trapped in a cage is a formidable danger. Xue Ling. In a daze, Zhongli felt his adrenaline surge. With a swift motion, he hurled his spear, emitting a series of piercing shrieks, aimed at the white-clad swordsman. Zhongli transcended into a state of dream-laden prowess. His physical capabilities doubled. In one throw, the spear darted across dozens of meters, posing a significant threat to the swordsman. Luo Han, save Xue Ling. Zhongli cast the spear and swiftly retrieved a long knife, charging forth like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Intent on slashing the white-clad swordsman, Xue Ling, Xue Ling. At that moment, Luo Han retreated, grasping Xue Ling. Die! The white-clad swordsman uttered in the language of Earth's humanity, his sword vibrating as he pursued, intent on dismembering the two women. The situation was perilously dire. Just then, the spear had already soared behind him. Should he continue his relentless assault, he could indeed slay the two women, yet he would also meet his own demise by the spear's thrust. He spun around to parry. The spear shot upwards, but his long sword trembled, revealing numerous nicks. Zhongli's strength was overwhelming, and in his dream-laden state, he evidently surpassed him as he deflected the spear. Zhongli surged forth like a whirlwind, the long knife slicing through the air with the ferocity of a storm. Damn! The white-clad swordsman felt the immense power of Zhongli's blade and its astonishing speed, gritting his teeth as he twirled his sword. tracing arcs to deflect the incoming strikes. Zhongli felt that with every clash against the sword, his strength dissipated. The opponent's swordsmanship was exquisite, employing the principle of leverage to perfection. His arms, shoulders, and entire body bore wounds, blood ceaselessly flowing. If the battle continued, he too risked being slain. Suddenly, Zhongli unleashed the rain slash once more, his mind immersed in the imagery of torrential downpours. Every fiber of his spirit transformed into raindrops, cascading down upon the earth. The sound of the blade slicing through the air melded with his own breath, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a heavy downpour. Particularly, the glimmer of the blade dazzled, ensnaring the eyes of onlookers, lulling them into a drowsy state, as if inducing hypnosis. The white-clad swordsman, overwhelmed by the shift in Zhang Li's blade technique, experienced a profound mental disturbance, unable to concentrate, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Whoosh! Zhang Li's long knife whirled, slicing through the swordsman's arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Heavenly fiend! The white-clad swordsman's eyes turned bloodshot as he bit his tongue, blood spraying forth. His focus sharpened as he fought against the encroaching lethargy. His long sword struck repeatedly, creating gusts of wind, each thrust akin to a venomous serpent, seeking to pierce the heart. Kill! Zhang Li stood resolute, his long knife transforming as he infused the imperial spirit seal into his technique. With a thunderous roar, the clash reverberated, the blade resonating with the sound of thunder. Each strike grew increasingly ferocious, undeterred by the blood streaming from his wounds, reminiscent of the legendary Xing Tian, who continued to fight even after his head was severed. This was a state of mind that transcended the limits of flesh. In a desperate struggle, the clashing of swords echoed. The white-clad leader was forced back 3 paces before he could regain his composure. Zhang Li's blade surged forward once more. This time, the wind howled, enveloping the scene in a haze. Finally, Zhang Li managed to merge the imperial spirit seal into actual combat, vastly amplifying its potency. The radiant blade shimmered hypnotically, the sound waves inducing a trance, even the rhythm of his breath contributing to the hypnosis. The white-clad leader's spirit seemed to drift into a dreamlike state, the sword in his hand growing progressively sluggish. With a sudden surge, Zhang Li struck again, severing the leader's arm, blood erupting like a geyser in an instant. The pain jolted the white-clad leader awake, dispelling his drowsiness and igniting clarity. His gaze hardened, embodying a resolve to perish alongside his enemies. With a jolt, his long sword radiated a blinding brilliance, unfathomably powerful, shattering Zhang Li's long knife and plunging into his chest. In that same moment, Zhang Li struck, his blade slicing deeply into the swordsman's flank, viscera spilling forth. Under normal circumstances, he would have defended against Zhang Li's attack, but driven by a desire for mutual destruction, he lunged forward, drawing nearer to Zhang Li, intent on plunging his sword deep into his chest. The blade embedded in Zhang Li's chest, he withdrew his long knife and struck fiercely, severing the sword to prevent the swordsman from extracting it, ensuring the blood would not spray forth. The scene was one of utter carnage, the battle mercilessly brutal. Thud! The white-clad leader collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant. Zhang Li, having severed the sword without withdrawing it, remained upright, the weapon still embedded in his chest. His strength intact, unwavering. Why? The white-clad leader lay sprawled on the ground, yet he struggled to sit up, locking eyes with Zhang Li. Our homeland has been ravaged by your kind. I cannot accept this fate. I cannot simply die like this. My family, my brothers, my sisters. Why has destiny favored you? Destiny. Upon hearing this word, Zhang Li felt a profound desolation. Having triumphed over his opponent, he found no joy in victory. Concepts like race, survival, the universe, and family weighed heavily on his heart, evoking an indescribable discomfort. A grand dream spanning millennia. What year is this evening? Suddenly, the white-clad leader's gaze fell, murmuring, I wish this were a dream. Upon awakening, I would return home, to the rice fields of my homeland, the yellow dog, the fruit trees, the neighbor's girl to my father, my mother, I have returned. His voice, articulated in the language of Earth's humanity, seemed to recount a tale. Soft and tender, devoid of malice. Gradually, his voice faded until it was no longer heard. He breathed his last. He did not return home, perishing at the edge of the starry sky. Zhongli collapsed, his body rendered immobile. Yet he remained conscious, his awareness still keen-eyed in this battle of life and death. He had transformed into a true warrior. His body bore wounds, particularly the blade deeply embedded in his chest, yet he remained indifferent. Deep within his spirit, there was a sense of tranquility. Zhongli, are you all right? Luohan rushed over, producing a vial of precious medicine. With a series of hissing sprays, the blood ceased flowing, and his cells began to regenerate. The wounds rapidly closing. Zhongli, take this pill. She then presented a capsule, its fragrance enticing. What is this? Zhongli managed to ask, his voice weak. It's a highly valuable biological enhancement pill. Once ingested, it will safeguard your vital functions. The sword in your chest is deeply embedded, and I must extract it to stop the bleeding. However, once removed, blood will spurt forth. Medication is essential, Luohan explained urgently. What about Shuling? Zhongli disregarded his own injuries. Her throat was cut, but fortunately, I treated her in time. It has been reconnected. Breathing is a bit difficult, but she will recover shortly, as she possesses precious regenerative serum, Luohan responded. Then I can rest easy. The advanced technology of the modern era offered great promise. As long as one did not die immediately, there was always a chance for recovery, especially for a wealthy young lady like Luohan, who carried an abundance of valuable medicines, some even military secrets capable of restoring severed limbs with immediate treatment and medication. At that moment, Shuling had already propped herself up, her complexion pale, a biological bandage wrapped around her throat. Her voice was hoarse as she spoke. If I had not retreated in time, it would not have just been a severed throat, but a severed head. Nothing could have saved me then. It's all right, it's all right. Zhongli, utterly spent, his gaze unfocused, murmured. You have your homeland, your father and mother, the neighbor's little girl. I too have my homeland, my father and mother, my classmates. We are all safeguarding what is important. No matter how cruel the universe may be, I shall protect them. They shall not become a second you. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, both Shuling and Luohan's eyes flickered in the midst of their conversation. Zhang Li took the pill from Luohan and swallowed it, instantly feeling a refreshing sensation coursing through his body, revitalizing his spirit. He grasped the sword embedded in his chest and yanked it out with force. Whoosh! A spray of blood erupted forth, the significant loss causing him to feel lightheaded, nearly losing consciousness, a wave of weakness washing over him. Were it not for the biological cell activation medication, he might have succumbed outright, suffering great damage. Luohan hastily administered the medicine, and in an instant, the wound coagulated, ceasing to bleed. She then applied some precious ointment, causing Zhang Li's complexion to improve slightly. Luohan, I am fine. You should tend to your own injuries as well. Zhang Li remarked. The trio had emerged from a fierce battle, their bodies bearing numerous wounds, nearly succumbing to the blades of their foes. This harrowing combat experience had proven invaluable, each individual feeling profoundly enriched by it. They quietly bandaged their injuries, each reflecting on the lessons learned from this encounter, which could be deemed the most significant in their personal journeys of cultivation. A brush with death on multiple occasions. Were it not for the modern high-tech biomedicine, they would have perished. The throat-slitted Shuling would not have survived. Each person sensed their own growth, particularly Zhang Li, who had never taken a life before. Yet in this battle, he had slain two adversaries, initially in a subconscious struggle, and subsequently in a moment of desperation as Shueling's throat was cut, compelling him to abandon all for a fight to the death. These experiences of killing were bittersweet for him, bringing both melancholy and a sense of liberation, prompting him to contemplate these emotions with a calm introspection regarding the transformations within his soul. Some individuals remained alive, albeit unconscious. What shall we do with them? Luohan inquired. Allow me to handle it, Shueling replied, having just returned from the brink of death after a sword had nearly severed her throat. Harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the alien warriors, Zhang Li's lips moved slightly. Forget them. They will inevitably meet their demise. We must not allow slaughter to cloud our hearts. Let us depart. That is wise. Shueling nodded, initially inclined to eliminate the incapacitated alien warriors, but Zhang Li's reminder resonated with her. Killing those utterly defenseless would only taint her further with bloodshed. After a brief respite, the trio felt their strength returning and swiftly distanced themselves from the sanguinary valley. With the support of modern medicinal advancements, Their injuries were manageable. However, these remedies were scarce and costly, inaccessible to the common populace. Only those from affluent families, like Luo Han and Xueling, who possessed vast wealth and received specialized training, had access to such resources. The Xue and Zhou families were prominent clans, their fortunes staggering, yet other heirs within their families could not bear such expensive medicines. Luo Han and Xueling, being exceptional talents with potential for admission to Starry Sky University, naturally enjoyed the vast resources provided by their families. After this battle, the three traversed the jungle, donning armor for protection. Each of them sensed the fruits of their cultivation, feeling a significant enhancement in their abilities. Zhongli, in particular, having killed 2 alien warriors in the heat of combat, experienced profound spiritual growth, honing his martial arts skills, bone-free soft technique and dragon claw great capture, maturing in their application. Furthermore, he discovered an uncanny ability to enter a state of deep sleep during combat, rendering him impervious to pain and fear, imbued with limitless strength and endurance. However, this state left him utterly fatigued upon its cessation, rendering recovery challenging. Yet, once restored, his stamina would increase, a form of extreme training. Suddenly, Luo Han halted, her expression grave. There is a scent of blood ahead. They had wandered through the jungle for 5 days, encountering numerous alien beasts, yet had faced no peril from the alien warriors. This military exclusion zone was inherently designed for trials, and formidable entities were unlikely to appear. Over these 5 days, bolstered by medicines and supernutrients, the trio had fully recuperated, each feeling significantly stronger than during their time at school. Teaming up, Zhongli, Xueling, and Luo Han shared numerous advantages, including access to sustenance and supplements that were otherwise unattainable. Zhongli assumed the role of protector, resolving various dangers they encountered, his spirit and intuition sharpened. His sixth sense becoming acutely aware of impending threats. On one occasion, as they approached a precipice, Zhongli sensed danger and halted abruptly. Indeed, as he did, a multitude of massive stones cascaded down from above. Had they advanced even a few steps further, they would have been crushed to oblivion. Following such incidents, both women were astonished at how Zhongli's spiritual cultivation seemed to surpass their own. Those with powerful spiritual cultivation could indeed sense sudden dangers, yet they had not reached that level to detect the scent of blood. "Let us investigate," Zhongli said, moving forward, as the jungle parted. They discovered a small clearing, approximately 10,000 square meters, dotted with numerous wooden huts, evidence of those living in the jungle through slash-and-burn agriculture and hunting. The only individuals who could inhabit such a military jungle would be the alien warriors, having been placed there by the army, forced to build homes for their survival. The moment they beheld the clearing and the wooden houses, the trio's spirits heightened, ready for battle. However, what they found was a scene of carnage. With numerous corpses strewn about, Chapter 42. The fallen starship indeed, these were alien warriors. Some lay on the ground, deep gashes marring their bodies, while others had been brutally struck down, their skulls shattered. There were at least dozens of bodies, including not only adult males but also women and children. The stench of blood attracted a swarm of jungle flies and mosquitoes, creating a nauseating atmosphere. This was a residence of alien warriors, now slaughtered by an evidently formidable foe. "Look at the signs of battle," Luo Han pointed toward a severed sword in the distance, indicating it had been broken by sheer force. "If I am not mistaken, this is likely from the C-class martial art, Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt, an exceedingly difficult technique to master. There is only one person in our school who has fully mastered it, Ouyang Xing. The Dragon's Roar Iron Shirt is an ancient martial art, conferring upon its practitioner a body as resilient as steel, capable of withstanding tremendous blows, amplified further in modern society with the aid of potent health-enhancing drugs. In truth, the bountiful resources of contemporary society allow any diligent individual, coupled with advanced technology, to achieve a significant leap in martial prowess compared to ancient times. How ruthless, to not spare even the children," Xueling exclaimed, witnessing a 5- or 6-year-old child brutally smashed against a tree, unable to bear the sight. Though the alien warriors were adversaries, they understood that slaying an enemy in battle was a natural course of action. This was the law of the jungle. However, killing defenseless foes posed a moral dilemma. In ancient times, there existed a policy against executing captives. I cannot believe Ouyang Xing could be so cruel, Luo Han shook her head. Is he truly motivated by the desire for first place in the competition? I find the military's orchestration of this trial to be morally reprehensible. Schwelling, equally disturbed, urged, let us leave. This place is too tragic. The military has its reasons, Zhongli contemplated. Most humans cannot tolerate such occurrences. Yet as students vying for admission to Starry Sky University, our perspectives differ. To ensure humanity's survival in the cosmos, we must grow stronger. Otherwise, in the face of more advanced civilizations, we may find ourselves imprisoned and subjected to experimentation. Over the past days, he had pondered extensively. Indeed, Luo Han remarked in history class, our first lesson recounted the fall of that alien starship 200 years ago, which sparked worldwide conflict among nations. Subsequently, humanity studied the starship, discovering its technology far surpassed our own and that it had come to conquer Earth. Every time I read that part of history, I feel a chill for humankind. Schwelling shivered. Had that starship not fallen by chance, humanity might have perished or become mere subjects for experimentation. The technology gleaned from that starship has propelled our advancements by at least 2 millennia. Indeed, under normal circumstances, humanity would have only achieved the capability for wormhole travel 2,000 years from now. Assuming Earth's resources were not depleted in reality, during the era of conflict among nations, vast resources were squandered in internal strife, making it likely that humanity would never venture beyond the stars before its demise. Zhongli shook his head. Humans are a race favored by the divine. Luo Han echoed his sentiments. Could it be that the white-clad leader was correct? We, the people of Earth, are indeed favored by destiny. The three reflected on their studies of human history, recognizing that since the fall of the alien warship in 2050, a seismic shift had occurred, igniting a surge in civilization. Was this not divine favor? Was this not destiny? Each time they revisited this chapter in history, all of humanity felt inspired to strive for greatness, for any hint of complacency could lead to conquest and annihilation. Even now, as humanity stood powerful enough to conquer other planets, there was no room for laxity in the vast, boundless cosmos. Who could say whether they might encounter even more potent civilizations? Moreover, the civilization associated with that starship was one that Earth's humanity might not withstand. For they had yet to ascertain the origin of that civilization. Zhongli had received the Great Dream Heart Sutra, seemingly a form of alien martial art. However, the inheritor had stated that those who possessed the Great Dream Heart Sutra must carry forth its will and vanquish the malevolent forces from beyond. Yet, Zhongli could not do so. He was a member of humanity, with brothers, sisters, parents, and classmates who were considered those very malevolent forces. To take one's own life is certainly not the mindset of a rational being. Regardless, he must protect humanity and safeguard his home. As for the intention of the figure in white lurking within the sewers, he chooses to disregard it. After all, a fleeting remnant of thought should not compel one to turn against their own kind. Zhongli is not so naive, nor has his mind deteriorated to such an extent. The trio departed from the bloody dwelling and pressed onward, their pace swift. Logically, they could reach another exit of the military-restricted area within 10 days. Having endured the recent jungle carnage, they felt an urgent desire to return to the comforts of modern urban life. Along the way, they sporadically encountered the bodies of extraterrestrial warriors, all mercilessly slain. Their lives extinguished in an instant, showcasing the extraordinary physical prowess of the fighters responsible. None other than Ouyang Xing during this student trial. Ouyang Xing's capabilities evidently surpassed those of his peers by a significant margin. Look, Ouyang Xing is just ahead. Zhongli and his companions followed the trail and, after a considerable time, suddenly encountered a vast river that obstructed their path. A solitary figure stood by the riverbank. Seemingly contemplating how to cross it was none other than the school's foremost champion, Ouyang Xing. Ouyang Xing. Schwelling and Luo Han greeted him, and soon everyone removed their armor. It was impractical to attempt crossing the river while clad in such encumbrance. After battling in the primordial forest for so long, encountering a fellow student, regardless of their disposition, felt remarkably comforting. A sentiment akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Ouyang Xing abruptly turned around, unarmored, holding his armor in hand, evidently seeking to hone his skills without the protection of armor. A heavy aura of menace enveloped him. Zhongli perceived a chilling presence emanating from Ouyang Xing. subtle yet palpable to someone as attuned to spiritual cultivation as he was. It seemed that Ouyang Xing, having taken many lives, bore the weight of dark spirits. He was reluctant to approach him. The notion of being haunted by wicked spirits was absurd. Even in this advanced age of technology, science had yet to validate the existence of souls or phantoms. Yet, the psychological ramifications of excessive violence could indeed cultivate inner demons. Ah, it's Luo Han and Xueling. Ouyang Xing acknowledged them but did not even glance at Zhongli, as though he were invisible. You've made remarkable progress, leaving the others far behind. Have you been halted by this river? How do you intend to cross? Luo Han detected a tone of arrogance in Ouyang Xing's voice, causing her expression to stiffen. With your abilities, you could surely swim across, even while carrying 200 pounds of armor. I doubt it would be so simple, Zhongli remarked, surveying the deep, swift waters ahead, estimating the opposite bank to be at least a kilometer away. The river was treacherous. He sensed lurking dangers, perhaps fearsome creatures. It was home to piranhas, crocodiles, and a particularly aggressive extraterrestrial fish known as bone fish, which possessed formidable offensive capabilities, with an exterior skeletal structure akin to a crab, capable of burrowing through land and swimming at 30 meters per second. Capable of piercing a human body in a single thrust. Ouyang Xing coldly stated, "You may swim across if you wish. I will not impede you." "What do you think, Zhongli? How shall we proceed?" Xueling asked. "Quite simply," Zhongli replied. "The area is surrounded by towering trees. We can fell them, bind them together, and create a sturdy raft to cross the river." Ouyang Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had not considered such a straightforward solution. Faced with the river, he had instinctively contemplated how to forcibly swim across, neglecting the most elementary tool at their disposal. This was a cognitive blind spot. Once a mind becomes adept in complex theories, it often overlooks the simplest and most mundane truths. Additionally, in the pursuit of physical mastery, one may become overly reliant on the body, forgetting the utility of tools, a significant flaw in spiritual cultivation. "Who are you?" Ouyang Xing suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhongli. "Zhongli," he replied, sensing a palpable hostility, momentarily taken aback. It's so trivial a matter that it incites his ire. Was this the student whose vitality had surged to an astonishing level during the exam? Ouyang Xing calmed himself, nodding. "I know of you. Your family is not affluent, yet you have managed to cultivate yourself to this extent. It seems you possess a modicum of talent." "I wouldn't dare claim talent, but I do have some insights into cultivation," Zhongli responded, unflinchingly. Ordinary individuals would feel overwhelmed by Ouyang Xing's formidable presence, instinctively shrinking back due to his overwhelming vitality. Yet Zhongli remained unfazed. Having battled the extraterrestrial warriors, his spiritual cultivation had deepened. Ouyang Xing stood before him, powerful yet inconsequential in Zhongli's eyes. "Let me witness the extent of your strength." With a sudden motion, Ouyang Xing unleashed an attack. A palm strike that unleashed a violent gust, akin to thunderclaps, shattering the very air. The force was so intense that even those not directly struck could feel the dizzying shockwaves. This was true martial arts. Compared to the techniques employed by Zhang Yu and Zhang Wanbing, Ouyang Xing's prowess was leagues ahead. This was D-grade martial arts, the military body explosive fist, though not the most sophisticated of styles. It contained profound intricacies within its simplicity. The military body explosive fist, characterized by straightforward and lucid techniques, launched relentless, piercing strikes, each accompanied by explosive bursts of energy. Zhang Yu's physical capabilities could only yield 8 or 9 successful strikes before his technique faltered into mere flailing, lacking the explosive power that defined true martial arts. Now, as Ouyang Xing struck, his palm transformed into a fist, executing a series of rapid, explosive strikes that resembled a cacophony of firecrackers, disorienting Zhongli. Aware of the impending danger, he did not hesitate. He swiftly adapted. His body flowing like water as he executed the boneless dragon snake danced in rapid succession. Ouyang Xing's strikes failed to land on Zhongli. "For the next few days, I will post 2 updates daily, as I need to make extensive revisions, and the writing process is proving arduous. You can clearly see the evolution of this book. I am striving to convey certain ideas, and transformation is a painful process. I have personally opened a highlight thread in the review section, allowing each person to collect 5 highlights until they run out, so please vote and support me. Every bit of collection and red ticket counts." Chapter 43. The trial concludes the boneless dragon snake dance proved to be well practiced. Ouyang Xing's expression grew colder, and with a fierce roar, a torrent of dragon-like energy surged forth from his mouth, momentarily amplifying his stature and significantly enhancing his strength and speed. Be cautious. This is the dragon roar iron cloth, Luo Han and Xue Ling warned in unison. With this surge, Ouyang Xing's palms swelled, darkening to a deep hue, resembling iron hands, as he unleashed a piercing grip, accompanied by a deafening whistle. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with determination. His vision transformed into a montage as he entered a state of dreamlike clarity, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him as he countered with a punch of his own. Crush the bones, shatter the stones. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, each being propelled backward by the force. Achieving an astonishing equilibrium, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and both Jiang Li and Ouyang Xing stared at one another, momentarily hesitant to make a move. Impressive. Jiang Li felt the reverberations disrupt his dreamlike state, his body now aching and in need of respite to regain his composure. If Ouyang Xing were to strike again, he would be unable to withstand it. After all, Ouyang Xing's vitality had already reached a remarkable level of 1. While Jiang Li's barely grazed 1.0. The disparity was significant. However, Ouyang Xing refrained from launching another attack, clearly aware of the potential consequences, especially with Luo Han and Xue Ling observing closely, which heightened his sense of threat. To withstand my dragon roar iron cloth qigong is no small feat, Ouyang Xing mused, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression as his eyes narrowed, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. In the school, he had always held a position of superiority. To be matched by an obscure individual was intolerable. Fortunately, few had witnessed this encounter. Otherwise, it would have dealt a significant blow to his reputation. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's notoriety would undoubtedly rise, capturing the school's attention. Ouyang Xing, we are classmates. Why did you suddenly attack Jiang Li? Luo Han stepped forward to confront him. Ouyang Xing, have you become so desensitized to violence? While those were extraterrestrial warriors, you spared neither children nor women. Do you possess no shred of conscience? Xue Ling recalled the brutal scenes from the jungle with indignation. What does it matter? It was merely a small exercise. Ouyang Xing replied dismissively. To gain admission into the Starry Sky University, such carnage would only escalate. If one could not endure this, how could they comprehend the universe's cruelty? Yet it seems you two are quite protective of this boy. What absurdity is this? You bully your classmates and then accuse us, Luo Han frowned. Let us first cross the river and reach the military base. As for your desire to compete with Jiang Li, we are all students of the advanced class. There will be ample opportunity at school. Humph. I shall not indulge you. Ouyang Xing cast a lingering glance at Jiang Li before suddenly launching himself into the depths of the forest. With a flurry of punches, he struck a tree, as thick as a human leg, with relentless force, shattering it with 3 blows. He proceeded to demolish 7 or 8 more trees in quick succession, gathering the fallen trunks and binding them together with ropes. With a powerful leap, he hurled the makeshift raft into the river, propelling himself onto it with a vigorous stroke, steering the wooden craft towards the center of the river. In no time, he reached the opposite bank, leaping once more, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers, akin to a human wrecking machine. Jiang Li observed Ouyang Xing's effortless destruction of the trees and realized that there was a significant gap between their physical capabilities. He would need to train diligently. Yet, he did not feel disheartened, for Ouyang Xing had been nurtured by exceptional supplements throughout his life, benefiting from countless esteemed mentors, state-of-the-art training equipment, skilled nutritionists, and psychological coaches. While Jiang Li's own time for growth had been far too brief, indeed, Ouyang Xing possessed formidable strength. Luo Han's expression turned grave. Jiang Li, be cautious of this man. He harbors a narrow-mindedness, especially now that you pose a potential threat to his standing. Indeed, your recent bout with him, ending in a draw, would surely earn you the respect of the teachers and the principal at school should it reach their ears, Xue Ling interjected, seizing upon the crucial point. I must strive harder. This individual is indeed formidable. And no wonder so many warriors from other planets have fallen at his hands. Jiang Li shook his head. However, my lack of resources is a considerable hindrance. If I had ample resources, I believe I could soon catch up to him and defeat him. Resources are trivial. The core lies in your mental cultivation, Luo Han remarked. If you can truly achieve meditative state, the school would wholeheartedly support you. It's worth noting that our institution has yet to produce a single individual capable of entering such a state. I had thought there might be one or two, but it seems there are none at all. Zhongli replied, in my recent confrontation with Ouyang Xing, he too was in a deep sleep state, one of the 3 stages. Let us depart. This trial is nearing its conclusion, and we have all learned a great deal. Xueling said with a smile. Having been saved by Zhongli during this life-and-death struggle, she felt a newfound closeness to him, and the barrier between her and Luo Han seemed to diminish. Though they continued to bicker, they worked together to fell trees and construct a raft, successfully crossing the river towards another exit of the military-restricted zone. The remainder of their journey was devoid of peril. On the 10th day, all gathered in the large chamber of the military base. Zhongli suddenly noticed a few individuals were missing. An acute sense of foreboding washed over him. Those students were likely in grave danger. After all, Xueling had nearly perished, so what of the others? Major General Song raised his head confidently. The results of your trial in the military-restricted zone have been commendable overall, but the unfortunate news is that several students have suffered casualties. These losses are an inevitable aspect of growth. You signed contracts upon entering this trial, which absolves the military and the school of responsibility. This is the first lesson at Starry Sky University. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are all pampered children sheltered from the storms of the outside world. From this day forward, you are true soldiers, ever prepared to sacrifice for humanity. Starry Sky University is the graveyard of the weak. Yes, after 10 days of bloody trials, many students had matured, their demeanors transformed dramatically. Even Zhang Yu, Zhang Wanbing, and Yang Wu had noticeably tempered their arrogance. Now aware of their limitations, I hereby declare the trial concluded. You have successfully completed the assessment. First place, Ouyang Xing, please come forth to receive your reward. You have slain the most extraterrestrial warriors. Yes, Ouyang Xing sneered at Zhongli, his gaze unmistakably conveying a threat. Wait for it. Once again, Ouyang Xing claimed the top spot in the trial, receiving military-grade strength-enhancing medicines valued at 100,000 star coins. However, for a wealthy individual like him, that sum was negligible. It was the honor that he truly valued. Zhongli had hoped to secure that prize as well, but alas, it required more kills, particularly against those unable to resist, a moral threshold he could not yet surpass. He thought better of it. There were many ways to earn money. Now, I declare this trial concluded. The military will transport you back to the school, where your next phase of training will be arranged. The Major General announced. Yes. The students felt a wave of relief wash over them. They were finally free from the primitive forest and returning to civilization. Shortly thereafter, a flying bus arrived, whisking all the students back to the school. Upon arrival, everyone felt a tremendous weight lifted from their shoulders, yearning to return home for a hot bath and a restful sleep to alleviate their physical and mental fatigue. You all did exceptionally well. The principal addressed them in a meeting room. Despite the unfortunate losses among a few students, these were choices you made. To gain admission to Starry Sky University, one must be prepared to disregard life and death. The school had previously communicated with parents and will handle the aftermath responsibly. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be required to train. Take the time to properly digest the experiences from this trial. Additionally, the school is offering free access to the martial arts master system for students with Vitality Level 1. Training will occur once a week for 30 minutes. The mention of the martial arts master system filled Zhongli with excitement, for he understood it to be a privilege reserved for the exceptional students. The school invested its finest resources to cultivate its most outstanding pupils, and of course, the costs associated with the martial arts master system would be borne by the other students. As the school could not afford to operate at a loss, it was worth noting that this time, the school had accepted dozens of new students into the elite class, all of whom had paid substantial fees. Now disperse. The next training session will be communicated directly to your studentships via email, so please pay attention. With that, the principal concluded his remarks and departed. The students of the elite class began to leave in small groups, each eager to return home. Even Ouyang Xing was too disinterested to engage Zhongli, intent on reflecting on his gains from this journey. Upon arriving home, Zhongli was greeted by his sister, Zhang Xian, who rushed over. Brother, you're finally home. How did the trial go? Mom and Dad heard you were coming back, so they took the day off work to prepare a feast for you. You're back? Zhongli, his father, Zhang Zhendong, emerged from the house, Visibly delighted, I was shocked to hear that there were casualties during this focus training organized by the school. Are you all right? I'm fine, Zhongli reassured, omitting the harrowing details of his near-fatal encounter. Not wanting to worry his parents. Some students experienced unfortunate incidents, but I'm different. I am a Vitality Level 1 student. Indeed, you are a Vitality Level 1 student. Zhang Zhendong chuckled with satisfaction. Dinner is ready. We specially bought Tarzan beast meat for you. What about my brother? Has he called home recently? Zhongli inquired. No. He signed a contract with the military, so not only can he not come home, but he also cannot communicate, his mother said, emerging from the kitchen, displaying a hint of concern. However, the family received a relocation fee of 100,000 star coins from the military. What? A relocation fee of 100,000 star coins? Zhongli nearly jumped 3 feet in the air, his expression turning grave rather than joyous. What kind of perilous training is my brother undergoing to warrant such an exorbitant fee? A sense of foreboding washed over him. For the amount was unreasonably high. Well, the military has already sent a message regarding the relocation fee, clarifying the situation, with a general by the surname of Wang personally signing the order, Zhang Zhendong explained, tapping his chopsticks. This indicates the military's regard for your brother and the generous treatment he is receiving. He left this money to ensure you receive the utmost training. This was also his intention. Zhongli, you only have 1 semester left before the college entrance examination. Time is of the essence, so do not squander your brother's goodwill. Chapter 44. Transmission of teachings and dreams despite his ominous premonition. Zhongli felt powerless. He could not inquire about his brother's situation within the military, as he lacked the means to do so. He could only wait for his brother to return and clarify matters. Mom and Dad, there is no need to invest the relocation fee in my training. Please focus on nurturing my sister instead. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that he did not require additional training at this juncture. Nor did he lack for money, having recently earned a sum through hypnosis by helping others with ailments. As he spoke, he transferred 150,000 star coins. Ding! His father's account reflected the additional funds. This is the reward I received for saving the Snow family's young lady while practicing hypnosis, Zhongli explained. This money should go towards household expenses and along with my brother's funds. It should be used to cultivate my sister. 150,000. Such a significant sum, Zhang Zhendong exclaimed. You actually saved the young lady of the Snow Group? No wonder everyone at the Snow Group's main company has been treating us with such courtesy lately. Work has been much easier. It happened during a police task, where I coincidentally rescued her from a criminal. Zhongli omitted any mention of Zhang Wenbinji. Be cautious. Try to participate in dangerous missions as little as possible. Zhang Zhendong advised, concerned. You've also taken up hypnosis? You could consider obtaining a hypnotist qualification certificate. His mother exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the account balance. Hypnotists are quite lucrative these days. Focus on your studies for now. His father interjected firmly. You have only 1 semester left. You must secure a place at Starry Sky University. The opportunity to attend Starry Sky University is of paramount importance. I will do my best. Zhongli silently encouraged himself. After finishing dinner, he ventured out once more, heading to the park. Stealthily approaching the 3-meter-high wall, he suddenly sprang into action, using his foot to propel himself off the wall. Akin to a nimble cat, landing soundlessly with exceptional control, demonstrating a remarkable agility. My dear friends, I have come to see you. Upon reaching the familiar spot, he found a group of stray cats frolicking and playing about. Upon hearing Zhongli's voice, they all gathered around. After a 10-day absence, Zhongli noticed that they had grown noticeably bigger. During his time away, his sister had come daily to feed them, as per Zhongli's instructions. Suddenly, a large black cat that resembled a small leopard dashed towards him and leaped into his arms. It was the big black cat. Below, several tiny kittens tugged at his pants, their affectionate demeanor evident. Other stray cats circled joyfully around them. Come, eat up. I have brought you some exquisite fish fillets, Zhongli proclaimed, retrieving a bounty of fish from his backpack, the aroma wafting enticingly. These were precious firefish, a product from an extraterrestrial world discovered by humans while exploring a primitive planet. They thrived in scalding hot springs near volcanoes, where the water temperature approached 100 degrees Celsius, exhibiting a remarkable resilience to heat. Once caught, they were quickly frozen, yet their deliciousness was unparalleled, imbued with a robust vitality that greatly benefited one's health. Zhongli purchased some for these cats, aiming to nurture them into plump, healthy companions. Such a rare delicacy, even the wealthiest would seldom consider feeding it to pets. However, Zhongli regarded these strays not as pets, but as friends, partners, and integral members of his family. Were it not for these stray cats, he would not have obtained the Great Dream Sutra, nor would he have achieved his current success. Each cat relished the feast, particularly the big black cat, which, after finishing, stretched its body as if dancing or practicing martial arts. Zhongli chuckled, "Ah, Dehei, what a pity that you are a cat. Your comprehension and intelligence are far inferior to that of humans. Otherwise, I could teach you some martial arts. Imagine a cat skilled in combat. A kung fu cat." The big black cat shook its head, seemingly understanding Zhongli's words. Zhongli then provided Dehei with a vial of green god nutritional elixir, knowing that the latent life potential damaged during its infancy would gradually be restored. Cats require far less nutrition than humans. "Well then, you all should rest a while," he said. With a sudden movement of his hand, a series of afterimages imprinted upon the cat's eyes, causing them to lie down and drift into a deep slumber once more. After consuming the fire fish, they needed to digest, and deep sleep was the optimal choice, even superior to exercise. It felt akin to caring for infants, as he gently placed each cat into their respective beds. Only then did Zhongli pause, pleased to witness the gradual increase in their vitality, akin to nurturing his own children. His hypnosis skills had significantly improved. This was no mere coincidence. His mental realm had elevated, entering the third stage of deep sleep, a rare state shared only by him and Ouyang Xing, resulting in a contest of prowess between the two, with the enhancement of his mental cultivation. His hypnotic techniques advanced rapidly. He felt confident that he could now obtain a junior hypnotist certification without relying on the Mind Emperor seal. After ensuring the cats were settled, he resumed his training in the tranquil, deserted park. This time, he began to practice the military-style explosive punches, testing his physical capabilities. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a barrage of punches, his body flowing like a dragon or snake, incorporating the agile movements of the dragon claw seizing technique and the boneless dragon snake dance into his form, becoming even more nimble and powerful, delivering devastating blows to his imaginary foes. This session significantly enhanced his martial arts skills, primarily due to his fierce battle with an extraterrestrial warrior, where a sword pierced his chest, leading to a profound spiritual awakening and revelations about the absolute secrets of life and death. Explosions erupted in succession. 1 blast, 2 blasts, 8 blasts, 16 blasts, 36 blasts, 40 blasts. By the time he reached 40 explosive strikes, he found himself panting, his stamina waning. Deep sleep. Instantly, a flurry of hand seals flashed through his mind, his head swelling with energy as he entered a dreamlike state, dismissing fatigue and pushing beyond his limits to continue his assault. Each punch now carried an overwhelming force, far greater than before. Zhongli assessed that the average power of 100 punches was 1 ton. If measured individually, a single punch could reach 1.5 tons. Now, having entered the third stage of deep sleep, his body thrummed with adrenaline and various hormones, causing his striking power to surge, occasionally reaching even greater heights. 49 blasts, 50 blasts, 60 blasts. When he finally hit 60 explosive strikes, his mind abruptly returned to normalcy, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. The dream state shattered, clearly indicating his body could no longer endure so fatigued. "Don't think I achieved 60 blasts." Zhongli quickly halted, taking a leisurely stroll to recuperate. After half an hour, he felt revitalized and sat cross-legged to contemplate. This physical test revealed that if one pushed their limits while in deep sleep, the body could not withstand it, leading to an abrupt awakening and profound fatigue. Clearly, his physical strength was still insufficient. He required an injection of super protein. Opening his optical computer, a plethora of super protein data reappeared, alongside resources on the practice of hypnosis, which he began to study diligently. In truth, to rapidly enhance his prowess, one could simply place a milky stone in their mouth to activate their latent potential. However, Zhongli would never resort to such measures, as exhausting one's life potential was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. He resolved to cultivate himself, hoping to reach a state of tranquility swiftly. Once he achieved this, a new realm would unfold before him. The meditation of the cosmic brain served as a treasure trove. During meditation, his thoughts surged with vigor, far surpassing those of others at the same level. Before long, he meditated on the Mind Emperor seal, his mind racing, brain cells brimming with vitality, deepening his meditative state, a testament to his military training. Upon reaching the limits of his meditation, he felt as if his mind connected with an unknown brain galaxy within the vast cosmos. His thoughts radiated outward, and this level of cultivation was markedly different from before. His consciousness became exquisite, extending outward, first touching upon the slumbering cats in their nests. He could clearly sense their life states, their vitals stable. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, and he perceived something remarkably different. To his astonishment, he could faintly sense the mental activity within the kittens' minds. What was this? His focus honed in on the big black cat's mind. Instantly, it felt dreamlike and ethereal. The big black cat transformed into a dark-skinned youth, fiercely practicing punches. The martial art being practiced was none other than Zhang Li's boneless dragon snake dance and military explosive punch. "Hey, is that you?" Zhang Li inquired within the dream. "Zhang Li," a child's voice resonated, and the shadowy youth paused to look at him. Indeed, Zhang Li's heart skipped a beat. He could communicate with the big black cat in a dream. Could he possibly teach it various skills and awaken its wisdom? This was a form of spiritual communication. Legends spoke of ancient monks who, having reached the pinnacle of spiritual practice, possessed the ability to communicate with animals. For instance, the Buddha subduing a fierce tiger, and immortals enlightening foxes and monkeys to guard their abodes. These tales may not be mere myths. Although the physical abilities of ancient humans were inferior to modern standards, the simplicity of their society and the scarcity of material wealth allowed for less pollution of the spirit, enabling some sages to attain profound spiritual realms. "Hey, you possess wisdom as well?" Zhang Li mused, observing it practice his martial arts. "However, being a cat, human martial arts may not suit you. I shall teach you the art of meditation." Within the dream, Zhang Li imparted the crystal meditation technique to the big black cat. He yearned to witness what a cat would look like while practicing this human wisdom. The crystal meditation was the most suitable foundational practice for beginners, derived from countless meditative traditions. Over 2 centuries ago, with nations rising and falling on Earth, various meditation techniques emerged, some perilous, leading to mental disturbances. Eventually, countless spiritual masters dedicated themselves to research, culminating in the creation of the crystal meditation, the safest and most effective method for purging mental impurities. Regardless of physical structure, the essence of the spirit remained the same. Thus, cats could also practice crystal meditation in this manner. Zhang Li transmitted this human wisdom to the big black cat within the dream. Upon completing his teaching, he suddenly snapped back to reality, panting heavily. The big black cat remained asleep, but after a while, it awoke, gazing at Zhang Li with evident confusion. Zhang Li gestured, demonstrating the breathing technique of crystal meditation. Following his movements, the big black cat immediately began to learn, having already grasped the concept in the dream. With no communication barriers at all in no time, it sat serenely in its nest, radiating tranquility. So swiftly into the meditative state. Zhang Li was taken aback, then understood that a cat's mind is purer than that of a human, enabling them to learn quickly, though breaking through the initial barriers often requires guidance. Regrettably, few possess the ability to enlighten the minds of animals. That Zhang Li could achieve this was nothing short of miraculous, perhaps a testament to the extraordinary power of the cosmic brain's meditation. Nonetheless, he still fell short of true spiritual masters, who could awaken animal wisdom with a mere thought, whereas he had to first hypnotize the animal, then self-hypnotize, and ultimately align their spirits in the dream to impart knowledge. No wonder this profound art was known as the Great Dream Sutra. Zhang Li began to explore this further, diligently practicing and experimenting within the park. After entering a profound state of sleep to rejuvenate his energy, he once again attempted to hypnotize a small kitten in the hazy realm of dreams. His mental senses radiated outward, reaching into the dreams of the little feline. Within the dreamscape lay a lush meadow where the kitten joyfully chased after butterflies. Ere Ming transformed into a human, Zhang Li appeared in its dream, projecting a thought. Chapter 45. Wang Dao Rong What. The small kitten immediately pounced, circling around him, while Zhang Li earnestly guided its spirit. In dreams, you can become human. In dreams, whatever you wish for can manifest. Indeed, it wasn't long before, under his gentle persuasion, the little kitten morphed into a chubby little boy within the dream. "Come, Learn from me. This is a crystal. Behind Jiangli, a tainted crystal materialized. With each breath, impurities were expelled, transforming it into a clear and luminous gems in dreams. Whatever he envisioned would materialize, making the teaching process exceedingly convenient. The kitten, Air Ming, followed suit in its training. Whoosh! Just as they were immersed in their practice, everything before Jiangli suddenly vanished, and he awoke, feeling utterly drained. A throbbing pain surged through his head, clearly a consequence of the intense mental exertion during the dream transmission, leaving his brain cells fatigued and his body unusually weary. Fortunately, there was no nosebleed. Since entering the third stage of deep sleep, meditating on the cosmic consciousness had become less arduous. He quickly consumed a green nutrient potion and, after resting for a while, felt his thoughts become agile, as though his mental state had improved slightly beyond the ordinary. It seemed this was the pinnacle of extreme training. On this chilling night, he tirelessly practiced in the park, imparting the art of crystal meditation to the cats, perhaps nurturing a future miracle. With their newfound ability to cultivate, the cats would undoubtedly grow stronger. The practice of dream transmission and this extraordinary mental power greatly aided his understanding of the interplay between minds and the connection of spirits. By the time dawn broke after a night of teaching the 7 cats, Old Black, Flower-Faced Tyrant, Deming to Wu Ming, the world outside was bathed in light. It was winter break, and the biting cold had given way to softly falling snowflakes, quickly blanketing the earth in a pristine layer of white. Jiangli awoke once more from deep slumber, standing in the park pavilion, gazing at the scene outside. The silver-white landscape stretched infinitely, trees adorned with fluffy snowflakes, which fluttered down like jade blossoms in a gentle northern breeze, creating an exquisite sight. Instantly, he felt invigorated and spiritually uplifted. Although the weather was frigid, it posed no harm to his body. With his current cultivation, his vitality had reached a level where he was almost akin to a martial arts master from 2 centuries prior. On such a cold day, the cats naturally slept in the warmth of their nests. Those who had learned crystal meditation tirelessly practiced, while Jiangli placed fish slices and diluted nutrient liquid in their nest. He was curious to see how much these cats would grow over the course of the semester. With a leap, he sprang into the snow, commencing his practice of the boneless soft technique. He moved with fluid grace, his body twisting like a dragon or snake, executing various moves effortlessly. The 5 techniques: bone-twisting spiral kill, bone-severing dart, crumbling bone cloud burst, shattering bone stone smash, and boneless dragon snake dance, were repeated without an ounce of fatigue. His muscles, tendons, and bones had developed remarkable resilience, each exhalation producing a white plume that danced in the frigid air. Gradually, he entered a profound mental state, as if his spirit intertwined with the drifting snowflakes, each flake that fell resonating with a melodic chime, cleansing his mind of distractions. Insights gleaned from battling extraterrestrial warriors began to unfurl, elevating his martial arts and spirituality to new heights. "Well done," a voice interrupted. Jiangli swiftly halted all movement, returning to a normal stance. He sensed the presence of a formidable individual. With his current level of perception, he could discern even the slightest rustle within hundreds of meters. Yet, the arrival of a person within 10 paces had eluded him, an unsettling anomaly. Even in a state of deep focus, such dullness was inconceivable. A middle-aged man appeared before him. Though of average build and dressed in casual attire, Jiangli instinctively felt an aura of strength emanating from him. A profound mental sensation. "You are a high school student named Jiangli?" "Correct?" The man extended his hand. "I am Wang Daorong." Jiangli, however, refrained from shaking his hand. A person of such caliber could easily exert control with a mere handshake, and he was not one to submit easily. Instead, he took a step back. "How do you know my name? Who are you?" "I am Zheng Wenbing's teacher." Wang Daorong smiled, nodding subtly. Jiangli remained vigilant. His refusal to shake hands revealed his astute awareness. Unwilling to be easily manipulated, Zheng Wenbing. Anger surged within Jiangli. "Are you here to deal with me?" No. Wang Daorong shook his head. "My dealings with Zheng Wenbing have nothing to do with you. That little brat cannot command me. I am merely an ancient martial arts instructor hired by his father. I have come to discuss something else." Understanding dawned upon Jiangli, and he exhaled in relief. Through his intuition, he sensed that the enigmatic middle-aged man, Wang Daorong, was unfathomably powerful. Such a figure could hardly be swayed by Zheng Wenbing. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard. I hear you have captured the Phantom Fox? Wang Daorong scrutinized Zhang Li. Your abilities are impressive, but capturing the Phantom Fox is beyond your reach. I did not capture the Phantom Fox. He was surrounded by the police. I merely discovered his trail. Zhang Li spoke candidly, acknowledging that if the police hadn't intervened swiftly, his life would have been in jeopardy. Are you aware that you are currently in danger? Wang Daorong's words tightened Zhang Li's nerves. The Phantom Fox is a key member of the Restoration Organization. Because of your actions leading to his arrest, they will not spare you or your family. With your current strength, should you face their retaliation, you would be annihilated within a day. Is the Restoration Organization that audacious? Zhang Li's mind raced, realizing he had not considered this. Should they seek revenge, wouldn't it be more logical to target the police? What would they gain from retaliating against me? The Restoration Organization is a terrorist group, painted as utterly heinous. Targeting you serves as a warning to others against collaborating with the police. Wang Daorong observed Zhang Li's expression, realizing his concern was mounting. You don't naively believe you can withstand the Restoration Organization with your meager strength, do you? Mr. Wang, are you here to assist me? Zhang Li licked his lips. He was no ordinary student. His thoughts had matured. Your potential is exceptional. Wang Daorong stood tall, exuding an air of authority. I can take you as my disciple, teach you ancient martial arts, provide you with abundant training resources. And I guarantee that the Restoration Organization will not harm a hair on your head, and your family will also receive adequate protection. Such a stroke of fortune? A pie falling from the sky? Zhang Li was taken aback, suddenly blurting out a thought that crossed his mind. You are also a member of the Restoration Organization? The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. For at that instant, Wang Daorong's eyes ignited with a fierce intensity, a murderous aura enveloping him, rendering Zhang Li's limbs momentarily numb. His self-proclaimed mental prowess seemed somewhat lacking in comparison to Wang Daorong, whose spiritual cultivation could enter a meditative state. However, Wang Daorong quickly reined in his aura, coldly questioning, "What led you to that deduction?" "Quite simple." Now composed, Zhang Li responded, "Firstly, only the government would speak of protecting my safety. And you are clearly not one of them. Even the wealthiest tycoons could not stand against the Restoration Organization. Secondly, you claim to possess resources unattainable by even the richest, which would only be feasible for a powerful entity. Hence, I surmise that you are also affiliated with the Restoration Organization, likely a faction aiming to restore the ancient Huaxia nation, fundamentally different from the Phantom Fox. There are many factions within the Restoration Organization. Over 2 centuries ago, in the 21st century, many nations existed. The Phantom Fox possesses Caucasian blood, standing in opposition to the Huaxia Restoration Organization, and brutal conflicts unfold between them in the underground world. Your mind is remarkably agile. You can pinpoint so many flaws in an instant. Do you not fear my retribution? Wang Daorong internally marveled at Mr. Wang. I have forgotten everything I just said. Zhang Li hurriedly replied. I am merely a small fry. Please do not drag me into such treacherous waters. Joining the Restoration Organization was inconceivable to Zhang Li. It contradicted the historical tide, for the unification of humanity was an inevitable trend. Moreover, the government classified members of the Restoration Organization as terrorists and would undoubtedly hunt them down. Regardless of the temptations, he would never join. For the sake of his family, do you think restoring the nation is akin to reversing the course of history? Wang Daorong's tone grew grave. However, you possess pure Huaxia blood. You should understand how sacred and grand the endeavor to restore the glory of our ancient Huaxia nation is. Humanity has united to confront various civilizations within the cosmos. The universe is fraught with peril, and powerful civilizations could descend at any moment. If humanity does not unite and instead engages in mutual slaughter, it would be an act of folly at this juncture. Zhang Li could only argue his case with reason. Do you truly believe that those in power are acting for the benefit of all humanity? Wang Daorong chuckled and asked, let me pose a question to you. Why have the elites chosen to establish exclusive zones? Zhang Li responded, the elite zones are a byproduct of the widening wealth gap. The government is striving to conquer the cosmos and provide humanity with more resources, gradually expanding these elite zones until all ordinary zones transform into elite zones. Humph! Wang Daorong interjected, this is nothing but brainwashing. I possess the capacity for discernment. Zhang Li replied solemnly, discernment? After all, You are merely a student, still quite young. Wang Daorong stood tall, his demeanor shifting as if he were a learned sage burdened by the world's woes. I ask you, in humanity's relentless wars and plundering, who benefits first from the amassed wealth? It is the elite zones, Zhongli answered. Once the elite zones acquire resources, they will grow increasingly powerful, ultimately leaving the ordinary zones far behind. This is an undeniable truth. A century ago, the lifespan of those in elite zones was 120 years, while that of those in ordinary zones was merely 100. The gap was not substantial, but what is it now? Do you know? Wang Daorong's voice was as firm as iron. 180 years, Zhongli stated. This is according to official reports, though the reality may differ. The average lifespan in elite zones is likely nearing 200 years. Indeed, your estimation is astute, Wang Daorong nodded. The disparity is now double that of the ordinary zones. The gap will only widen in the future. This is inevitable. The government has initiated a series of policies to enhance welfare for those in ordinary zones. And the establishment of the Cosmic University is intended to provide opportunities for migration for the people there. Zhongli asserted, human welfare will continue to improve. This is the direction of progress. Students of my parents' generation generally had a vitality of only 0.6, whereas students today have an average vitality close to 0.8. Zhongli remarked, a mere pittance of benefits. Wang Daorong scoffed. Are you familiar with the realm of immortals? Zhongli was momentarily taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical question. The elite zones will only grow stronger, and those within will see their lifespans extend further, potentially achieving immortality. Their power will be akin to that of ancient deities. Wang Daorong stated, his tone somber yet piercing. The elite zones are the nascent form of the realm of immortals. In the not-so-distant future, with the advancement of technology, the first to benefit will be those in the elite zones. They will become true immortals, and the separation between elite and ordinary zones will become absolute, elevating them to a divine status. There exists a myth from ancient Huaxia about Zhuangshu severing the heavenly ladder. You must have heard of it in ancient times. There was a ladder to the heavens, allowing mortals to ascend. The heavenly emperor commanded Zhuangshu to cut it, forever severing the connection between heaven and humanity. How reminiscent is this of our current reality? Zhongli understood the gravity of Wang Daorong's words. The severing of the heavenly ladder symbolizes the obstruction of humanity's path to progress. The advancement of technology does not bestow equality upon all. Rather, it enables a select few rulers to ascend to godhood, while the majority of humanity becomes mere sheep. Consider this. If those in power develop an elixir of immortality, will they not hoard it for themselves rather than share it with the masses? Wang Daorong's voice was as resolute as steel. The current human paradigm must be shattered. Chapter 46. I am a minor character. What do you think? You are a promising talent. Once you become my disciple, you are bound to gain admission to Cosmic University. Wang Daorong continued to entice him. With your current abilities, you have only a 50% chance of being accepted, but with my assistance, your admission is guaranteed. I'm afraid not, Zhongli replied after a moment of silence. I truly do not wish to involve myself in this matter. My only aspiration is to live a happy life with my family. Our current circumstances are not arduous. With my efforts, our lives will gradually improve. However, if I were to join you, I would constantly live in fear, endangering my family. I refuse to be drawn into this massive whirlpool. He declined again, resolute in his desire to protect his family. Whether the Restoration Organization or the human government is right or wrong is of no concern to Zhongli. He knows that becoming entangled in this vortex would lead to a tragically grim fate. He is but a minor character, lacking the qualifications or strength to make such judgments. Despite the other side's vast resources, how could they ever be easily shared? Zhongli firmly believes that his own strength is the most reliable. Depending on others is inherently unstable. Thus, he refrained from leveraging his connections with Manager Lei and Shuling to retaliate against Zheng Wenbing. Friendship is one thing, but expecting someone to exact revenge on your behalf may not align with their desires. You already know my secret. Can you truly remain uninvolved? Wang Daorong observed Zhang Li's steadfastness. His tone was calm, yet it sent shivers down Zhang Li's spine. Mr. Wang, I have said it before. I am merely a minor character. Unqualified to meddle in such grand affairs, I do not wish to endanger my family. Zhang Li recognized Wang Daorong's veiled threat. If you intend to come after me, then so be it. Though my abilities are limited, I will fight to the bitter end. Are you not concerned that your family might face retribution from the Restoration Organization on the side of the illusory fox? Wang Daorong regarded Jiang Li as one would a mere ant. Do you comprehend the extent of their power? Any wealthy individual who opposes them can be obliterated overnight. Yet they too must pay a price, the cost of being crushed by the human government. Jiang Li's heart raced. He understood that any misstep could lead to his demise at Wang Daorong's hands. I am but a minor character. Coercing me into joining your ranks serves no purpose. Why create such a significant cost? I am currently a one-star citizen. Should they eliminate me, the government will undoubtedly investigate, and they will gain nothing from it. Moreover, I have received the Fengyun medal and been personally received by the mayor. I am a key seedling cultivated by the school, not just an ordinary person. You are quite astute, Wang Daorong remarked with a cold expression, seemingly lost in thought. You have an inflated view of our restoration organization. The truth will prove your assumptions to be erroneous. You may choose not to join us. Our organization does not lack for talents like you. Furthermore, you will discover that some of your classmates, those skilled individuals, are also members of our organization. Young man, there are matters you do not yet comprehend, but as you age, you will come to understand. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Is that it? You are not concerned that I might report today's events to the government? Jiang Li inquired. Wang Daorong merely smiled faintly, offering no response, and vanished into the depths of the park's thicket. Jiang Li would never report to the government. Such an act would be futile and could lead to dire consequences for him. Wang Daorong was evidently unafraid of any potential betrayal. How could an ant hope to shake a great tree? As Wang Daorong's figure receded, he suddenly raised his voice in a passionate chant. For those with lofty aspirations, sacrifices are a must, daring to call for a new dawn to replace the sun and moon. Rejoice in the sight of golden waves of grain, where heroes abound amidst the evening mist. Heroes, heroes, young man, you do not grasp the essence of heroism. His voice was fervent and resonant, imbued with a spirit that relished the challenge of the impossible. Embodying the unwavering resolve of one who would press on despite the odds, Jiang Li pondered deeply. It was only after Wang Daorong had disappeared that he exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt fear, not for himself, but for the potential repercussions on his family. He yearned for a peaceful life, resolutely avoiding entanglement and conflict, especially with such a terrifying organization. Why did Wang Daorong let him go? It seemed too easy a departure. Jiang Li harbored a sliver of doubt. Perhaps he deemed Jiang Li unworthy of such a grand conflict. A conviction began to rise within him. He must grow stronger, ever stronger. With the great Dream Heart Sutra, he would have the opportunity to stand atop humanity's pinnacle. Why should he seek the favor of others? Having weathered this minor tempest, Jiang Li redoubled his efforts. Practicing diligently each night, engaging in deep meditation, and then training anew, he invested all his remaining funds in supplements for his body, embracing a fervent regimen of training. Simultaneously, he delved into the great Dream Heart Sutra, meditating on the cosmic mind, exploring the wondrous ability to enter the dreams of others. He discovered that when his thoughts reached their zenith, he could radiate his consciousness, focusing it on his hypnotic subjects, allowing for communication within dreams. Dream exchanges were purely a communion of consciousness and thought, rendering any barriers non-existent. He could convey his ideas to a cat and understand its every thought in return. This ability was extraordinary, enabling him to communicate with animals, instruct them in cultivation, and even impart human knowledge, bridging the gap between species. He first guided Dahe to learn the art of food storage, awakening its latent intelligence. Being the strongest among them and the first to be introduced to the great Dream Heart Sutra, Dahe's enlightenment came early. Jiang Li believed that, under his tutelage, Dahe would one day attain wisdom comparable to that of humans. Of course, the other cats, such as Huamian Bawang and the 5 little kittens, Demeng, Ermeng, Sanmeng, Ximeng, and Wu Meng, were also engaged in their own meditative practices. There were too many stray cats for Jiang Li to teach individually, but with these 7 as leaders, the others would not be subjected to bullying. Especially now, Dahe had assumed the role of king among the strays. Jiang Li provided it with nutritional supplements and imparted training. Dahe's physique was robust. Even adults with a vitality of 0.8 would struggle against it. One day, Jiang Li witnessed Dahe single-handedly drive off several stray dogs, safeguarding the feline group from harm. It seemed Dahe was gradually healing from its earlier trauma and would not succumb prematurely. Dahe, you must safeguard them and diligently cultivate your skills. Do you understand? Once again, in a dream, Jiang Li communicated with it, imparting knowledge about cultivation as if a teacher guiding young students, expounding lesson by lesson. Allowing Dahe to make continuous progress. Dahe absorbed knowledge incessantly, learning the ways of human cultivation, growing increasingly wise and robust. Meanwhile, Zhongli's own cultivation advanced as well. He engaged in rigorous practice daily, his mind emperor seal evolving unpredictably, enhancing his hypnotic abilities. This hand seal, intertwined with martial arts, significantly improved his various combat techniques and offensive methods. In the school's virtual combat chamber, Zhongli faced the martial arts master system once more. The top 10 ranked warriors received special training, and the system offered 30 minutes of free access each week. The benefits of battling the martial arts master for 30 minutes were undeniable. The braided elders stood before Zhongli, opposing him. Despite his considerable growth in cultivation, Zhongli still felt the overwhelming pressure and aura of this virtual master, towering like a mountain, seemingly insurmountable. Attack! Whoosh! Zhongli executed a knife hand strike, slicing towards the martial arts master, not employing the military's piercing fist nor the more advanced boneless soft techniques, nor the dragon claw great capture, but rather the techniques from the mind emperor seal. Akin to a fierce wind tearing through the sky, this hand seal was profound and immensely powerful. At slower speeds, it resembled juggling, yet upon reaching a certain velocity, his entire body began to move, generating incredible lethality and hypnotic prowess. Taiji, grasping the sparrow's tail. The martial arts master, with hands like drifting clouds, retreated, skillfully neutralizing the force of Zhongli's strike, then counterattacked with a powerful punch, drawing the bow to shoot the tiger. His fist flew like an arrow, body like a great bow, striking with astonishing speed, landing on Zhongli's chest before he could react. Zhongli focused his mind, meditated, his thoughts flickering, guiding his body, and suddenly let out a mighty roar. His nasal cavity resonating like thunder, raising his hands high and striking down heavily. Another gesture from the Mind Emperor seal, swift as lightning, descended with tremendous force, his entire being resembling the wrath of thunder. As his speed increased, so did his power, shattering the air. Crack! This strike precisely intercepted the trajectory of the martial arts master, fists colliding. The master thrust upwards, his arm like a spear, deftly countering Zhongli's strike. Zhongli felt as if he were being lifted off the ground, yet he immediately swayed his body, arms flailing, dissipating all the force. Compared to the last examination, his combat experience and strength had risen another level. The apparition of a demon, B-grade martial art, demon fist. Suddenly, the martial arts master struck again, unleashing his B-grade technique. However, Zhongli was still able to cope. He leaped continuously, his footwork like flowers, each step blossoming, raising his hands skyward, managing to evoke the essence of the golden lotus rising from the earth. This was yet another technique from the Mind Emperor seal. Back and forth they went, until finally, after 10 minutes, Zhongli was sent flying by the martial arts master system. In 30 minutes, he had been knocked back 3 times. He felt his martial arts experience had significantly improved, yet lamented the limitation of only 30 minutes of training per week. If he could train for several hours daily, he could undoubtedly elevate the Mind Emperor seal to a deeper realm. Ding dong. Upon completing his training, he purchased a vial of nutritional potion, only to be met with a voice from his chip. Your account balance is insufficient? Under 1,000 star dollars, unable to proceed with the purchase. Huh? Zhongli was taken aback, realizing he was swiftly running out of money. Indeed, ever since meeting Wang Daorong, he had been fervently cultivating, depleting all his savings on various nutritional potions. He also needed to support his sister and those cats. Unbeknownst to him, the funds he had acquired from Suhua City had been exhausted, along with the compensation from Zhang Wenbinji it was unavoidable. Cultivating a master was an expensive endeavor. The likes of Ouyang Xing likely cost millions of star dollars from childhood to adulthood, requiring exceptional talent. Zhongli had only spent several 100,000 star dollars, and reaching his current level was already commendable. It appeared he would need to venture into the black market of Suhua City once more. With his heightened mental cultivation, his hypnosis skills were becoming formidable, rivaling that of a novice hypnotist, making it increasingly easier to earn money. If only he could locate those gang leaders. Crackling. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, searching for information about Suhua City. In modern society, All information could be found online. He planned meticulously, first scouring the web for wealthy and powerful criminal organizations in Suhua City, or those notorious for their malevolence. Indeed, a quick search revealed a barrage of posts condemning the vile forces in Suhua City. Countless netizens voiced their grievances. Some shared harrowing tales of victimization. Many had been robbed, beaten, or even imprisoned, with organs harvested for sale. Some girls had been raped upon arriving in Suhua City, coerced into prostitution. The actions of the local gangs were utterly reprehensible. Some larger gangs Zhang Li dared not provoke, as he was no match for them. However, the more prominent gangs had begun to legitimize themselves, such as the Safety Group. The true menace lay within smaller and medium-sized gangs, still indulging in brutal and primitive accumulation. Thus, he targeted this gang, the Blood Oath Alliance. Upon further research, Zhang Li discovered that the most detested gang was indeed the Blood Oath Alliance. Not too big nor too small, its members were ruthless and savage, even engaging in murder. Moreover, the Blood Oath Alliance dealt in human organs and operated brothels, specifically preying on outsiders, while other gangs would rob outsiders for profit without harm. This gang directly murdered them, selling their bodies as specimens and their organs to black market hospitals. Some even sent victims to underground hospitals for live experimentation. Zhang Li felt a surge of righteous indignation upon reading the news online, itching to single-handedly eradicate the Blood Oath Alliance. Such a nefarious organization had no place in the world, tarnishing human civilization. Originally, Suhua City was chaotic enough that outsiders should not come, yet due to its black market status, many large corporations sent employees for business, and numerous outsiders came to secretly procure banned substances for smuggling to other cities, engaging in illegal activities. Furthermore, gambling, prostitution, and various government-prohibited entertainments thrived here, drawing in many wealthy individuals, leading to a distorted form of prosperity. This city was grotesque. The black market had created a facade of prosperity, with countless outsiders victimized each year. Yet more continued to pour in. The government found it challenging to eradicate this place. First, there was nuclear radiation, and second, significant interest groups within the government's military would be implicated. Eradicating it could entangle numerous forces, ultimately becoming a tumor within the city. They could only cordon off this area, with strict inspections for anyone attempting to leave, ignoring all occurrences within the city. Thus, it was the Blood Oath Alliance. As Zhang Li browsed the online information, anger surged within him at the gang's myriad crimes, fueling his desire to act. However, the Blood Oath Alliance was armed with various firearms, including ancient projectile weapons. Modern police had eliminated such weaponry in favor of Aurora Pulse stun guns to minimize casualties, as ancient firearms wielded devastating power, capable of obliterating a skull with a single shot. Yet in the black market of Suhua City, many gangs still utilized them. Thus, Zhang Li had to exercise utmost caution. Nevertheless, after his life and death battles with extraterrestrial warriors, he understood that cultivation and mental enlightenment necessitated flirting with death, and various martial arts required practical combat experience. His mission in Suhua City was twofold: to eradicate evil and uphold justice, and to gain practical combat experience, while also quickly amassing wealth. In the dark of night, he boarded a high-speed hover train, arriving in Suhua City an hour later, which remained as chaotic as ever. The station was littered with debris, some corners exuding foul odors, and beggars dotting the area. Most of these beggars bore the scars of brutality, their limbs broken, eliciting pity to garner alms. Zhang Li disregarded them, vanishing into the throngs of people. The beggars were often under the control of gangs. The world was rife with injustice, and he could only tackle one issue at a time. He could not help everyone. First, he would eliminate the notorious Blood Oath Alliance. Dressed in black, wearing a human skin mask, he navigated the streets and alleys. This time, he encountered some petty thugs and swiftly incapacitated them, unwilling to waste time in trivial disputes. These thugs possessed little worth. Some were barely scraping by, with hardly a star dollar to their name. Ahead lay the headquarters of the Blood Oath Alliance. Following the online map and posts, Zhang Li quickly located the headquarters of the Blood Oath Alliance in Suhua City. This time, he did not intend to storm in and out. Instead, he aimed to capture the gang leader first and hypnotize him into transferring funds. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance likely had millions in his account. The headquarters of the Blood Oath Alliance is housed within a building that, while not as imposing as the security tower, is considerably smaller. Yet, The constant influx and efflux of its members gives it an air of bustling activity. Zhongli lurks in a corner outside, keeping watch. Before long, 3 members of the gang hurriedly pass by, seemingly on urgent business. They are all burly men, their waists bulging with firearms, the kind that fires lethal bullets. Exuding a menacing aura that clearly indicates their intentions are far from benign. A Guang. You two need to be cautious. This time, the 3 of us are acting independently to intercept someone emerging from the security tower. Our alliance has received word that he has procured hundreds of thousands worth of pharmaceuticals. If we succeed this time, our share will be substantial. Biaogu, if we successfully intercept, your funds could be sufficient to purchase a flying car. The man named Ague chuckles. Only a handful of citizens outside can afford a car, but here in Suhua City, we can do as we please, ha ha ha. Once we have flying cars, robbing and killing will be much easier. Right now, we still have to rely on our legs to run. With a flying car, we could simply soar away. The most muscular of the men, Biaogu, lets out a hearty laugh as the trio weaves their way further ahead. Zhongli stealthily trails behind, waiting until they are out of the Blood Oath Alliance's territory before he stealthily hides in a corner. Once the 3 have passed, he suddenly appears, greeting them. Good day, gentlemen. Who? The 3 men instantly become alert, their eyes darting in his direction, hands instinctively reaching for their waists. Wait. Zhongli hastily gestures. I am here to deliver money. Delivering money? The trio is perplexed, yet they still draw their weapons. However, upon seeing Zhongli's gestures, their expressions become muddled. Thud. Ague and Guang collapse first, while Biaogu struggles momentarily before slowly swaying and ultimately falling to the ground. That was close. It seems that hypnosis is not as simple as it appears. Zhongli shakes his head. He must rely on gestures for hypnosis as he has yet to master the ability to induce hypnosis through eye contact. Had he hesitated even for a moment, allowing them to draw their weapons, the situation could have turned perilous. A skilled hypnotist can utilize not only gestures but also gaze and voice to induce a trance. If he were a mid-level hypnotist hiding in the shadows, simply humming a little tune, these 3 would likely have succumbed to hypnosis before even laying eyes on him. Zhongli's understanding of hypnotism is still quite rudimentary. His techniques depend on the gestures of the Mind Emperor seal. Without those gestures, his other hypnotic skills, while somewhat accomplished, have yet to reach their pinnacle. Although his mental training has progressed to the 3rd stage of deep sleep, he still needs to diligently study and experiment with hypnosis. This experience has proven invaluable. Now, arise. Since I have hypnotized you, the next steps will be straightforward. Zhongli concentrates his mind, beginning to coax the 3 burly men to rise like zombies. Throw your weapons over here. Yes. All 3 men toss their firearms towards Zhongli. He is quite familiar with firearms himself, having undergone military training since elementary school, which includes mandatory firearm training. How much money do you have on your cards? Transfer it all to me. Zhongli issues a direct command. Initially, he would have approached with gentle persuasion, but now his hypnotic skills have significantly improved, eliminating the need for subtlety. The total savings among the 3 of us is 380,000 star credits, which we were preparing to use to buy a car. Biaogu struggles as he responds, I am the one selling the cars. Give me the money, and I will deliver the vehicle to you. Zhongli continues smoothly, deftly navigating the emotional fluctuations. Look, right in front of you is a flying car worth 500,000, and I will sell it to you for 380,000. You will profit. Now hurry and transfer the funds. All right. Biaogu quickly complies, retrieving his chip to initiate the transfer. Ding dong, 380,000 received. Zhongli's spirits lift, but he remains vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on Biaogu. Where can I find your leader? Blood Vengeance? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance, known as Blood Vengeance, is infamous for his ruthlessness and formidable prowess. It is said his vitality has reached 1, and he is adept with firearms, reacting with remarkable agility. Otherwise, he would not have carved out a gang within Suhua City. Fortunately, Blood Vengeance is not a hypnotist, incapable of mastering such techniques. Zhongli perceives a considerable challenge in confronting such a figure. Following his military training, his body and mind have undergone a transformation, igniting a desire to engage in a battle of wits with a strong adversary. The key concern is that his underlings have amassed 380,000 star credits. As the leader, he must have accumulated 10 or even 20 times that amount over the years. A sudden influx of several million would transform Zhongli into a wealthy man overnight. A temptation he cannot resist. Moreover, dismantling the Blood Oath Alliance would bring vengeance for countless victims. Our leader resides within the headquarters. Biaogu, still under the influence of hypnosis, divulges everything he knows. He is surrounded by many brothers, making it difficult to approach. I see. Zhongli frowns, his suspicions confirmed. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance is indeed a formidable opponent, always accompanied by numerous followers. Attempting to hypnotize them all would be a fool's errand. He is not a legendary super hypnotist or a master of the mind. A forceful approach would likely result in him being riddled with bullets, reduced to mere pulp. Does Blood Vengeance engage in any solitary activities? Does he venture out alone? Zhongli inquires. Let me think. Our leader has a mistress who resides outside Suhua City, in Xinghua City. She manages his business there, secretly transporting contraband to the affluent in Xinghua City. Every week, he discreetly travels to Xinghua City to meet her. Every week he makes a trip to Xinghua City. Zhang Li's mind races, formulating a plan. Chapter 48. Stealthy training. He dismisses the idea of confronting blood vengeance in Xinghua City, a place where legal and civilized order is highly developed and any illicit activities are strictly prohibited. Even on trains heading to Xinghua City, no firearms are permitted. Furthermore, even contraband would be easily detected by various scanning machines. Thus, Zhongli consumes any illicit substances directly within Suhua City. How much wealth does your leader possess? Zhongli continues his interrogation. We are unaware of his personal assets, as that information is a closely guarded secret. How could we lowly subordinates possibly know? But I estimate it to be in the millions. A Biao responds drowsily, greedily swallowing. Deep down, he yearns for that sum. When does he typically go to meet his mistress? On weekends, at night. We don't know the specifics of his movements. He always acts alone, keeping it a closely guarded secret. Zhongli ensures he has gathered all necessary information before summoning all his mental faculties. His brain ablaze with activity, his eyes shining with an otherworldly glimmer. Now, sleep. Have a good sleep, and upon awakening, you will forget everything. Yes, sleep. So sleepy, a Biao succumbs to slumber, collapsing in the alley, utterly oblivious. Zhongli carefully collects the 3 firearms, stowing them away with caution before departing. He has not personally taken a life. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these 3 will awaken only the following day. As for what happens afterward, he is indifferent. Although these individuals are undoubtedly of ill repute, steeped in wrongdoing, Zhongli has no desire to personally eliminate them. After all, they have failed in their mission, and the gang will surely punish them severely. Their fate is unlikely to improve. Crack, in a secluded alley, Zhongli examines the firearms in his possession. Crafted from a type of alloy, they are sturdier and less prone to deformation than tungsten steel. The bullets are small yet possess significant explosive power. With an impressive range, their effective range is between 1,000 to 2,000 meters. In the era of nations 2 centuries ago, the effective range of handguns was barely 100 meters. Zhongli inspects the bullets, discovering they are a type of nuclear core projectile, about the size of mung beans. With powerful propulsion and rapid velocity, these metallic cores unleash nuclear energy upon firing, producing a fierce recoil. Upon striking a target, the metal bullet detonates, creating a large wound. Its lethality is formidable. Such firearms are illegal and can only be procured on the black market. It is surprising that Zhongli has acquired 3 at once, worth at least 30,000 star credits, with the bullets being quite expensive, each costing dozens of star credits. Nevertheless, these are still low-tier firearms. Some have even greater ranges, reaching up to 10,000 meters. And their bullets can automatically track and maneuver, containing computer chips within them. However, such ammunition is exorbitantly priced, costing thousands of star credits, typically reserved for military operations on extraterrestrial battlefields. It seems returning to Xinghua City is not an option for the time being. While Zhongli is enamored with the 3 firearms, he understands that bringing them back would likely lead to his capture the moment he boards a train. He decides to remain in Suhua City for 3 days. After all, tomorrow is the weekend, and if all goes according to plan, Blood Vengeance should be meeting his mistress. A burning excitement ignites within Zhongli. Blood Vengeance likely carries a significant sum of money. According to his online research, this individual possesses formidable strength. Although he is not a hypnotist, his mental cultivation is probably on par with Zhang Li's. having also reached the third stage of deep sleep. Entering the realm of dream power, eliminating this individual could provide vengeance for numerous afflicted families and yield a substantial financial reward. The Zhang Wenbing household claims to be millionaires, yet in reality, their cash reserves may barely reach a few million. If Zhongli takes down blood vengeance and acquires his wealth, he will surpass them in one fell swoop, making it exceedingly easy to outmaneuver them afterward. His only concern is that blood vengeance is exceptionally powerful and may prove resistant to hypnosis, potentially alerting him to Zhongli's plans. However, Zhongli has recently engaged in deep meditation, enhancing his hypnotic abilities to the point where he is certainly capable of hypnotizing individuals with equivalent mental strength. Fortunately, I have successfully acquired 380,000 star credits, enabling me to purchase the essence of lunar radiance. Once my strength and mental state reach their zenith, I shall proceed. After devising a plan, Zhongli promptly made his way to the safe building. "Brother, are you here to procure more super protein?" Gaoren inquired, recognizing Zhang Huo. "This time, I seek not super protein but the essence of moonlight." "How much for a vial?" Zhongli produced his chip to make the payment. "4 large orders, it's 150,000 per vial. 4 smaller quantities, it rises to 180,000. However, since you have conducted business with us before, I will make an exception and offer you 170,000. Then, I shall take 2 vials." Without a flicker of hesitation, Zhongli readily spent the money. Once he secured the 2 vials of moonlight essence, he intended to leave. Gaoren quickly interjected, "Brother, wait a moment. Regarding our previous conversation, our company is hiring hypnotists. Would you be interested?" "What is the salary?" "I lack a hypnotist qualification certificate." Zhongli paused. "That's not an issue. Once you obtain the certificate, you would be subject to government oversight." Gaoren chuckled. In reality, many who reach the novice hypnotist level do not bother to acquire certification, as it facilitates their activities. Such skilled individuals are not uncommon in Suhua City. As for the salary, if you can hypnotize me, your monthly earnings would be no less than 100,000, along with priority training from the company. We even employ intermediate hypnotists to teach us, honing our hypnotic techniques. Zhongli felt a flicker of interest. His current hypnotic skills stemmed solely from self-study, and his progress was slow. Were it not for the intricate methods of the Mind Emperor Seal, he could not possibly amass wealth in Suhua City so rapidly. With guidance from an intermediate hypnotist, he believed he could achieve remarkable advancement. However, joining the safe group also meant being bound by numerous constraints. "I will contemplate this matter thoroughly and will reach out to you next time." He finally replied, having thought it over once more. "What a pity, yet I respect Mr. Zhang's decision," Gaoren said, spreading his hands. Zhongli hurried out of the safe building, and the moment he stepped outside, he felt as though he were being watched. It was surveillance, though not from the safe group, but rather from various gangs lurking outside, hoping to engage in underhanded dealings. Countless individuals purchasing goods from the safe building were being scrutinized. This city is indeed chaotic. Zhongli shook his head and quickly slipped into a narrow alley. He sensed many people hastily following him. Bang! He swiftly drew his pistol and fired a shot into the distant wall, which exploded into a large hole. This is bad. The adversaries are armed. The lethal metal micronuclear bullets. Let us go. This is a formidable character. The gang members pursuing him fell into disarray. Zhongli suddenly burst into action, weaving through the alley with an agility akin to a monkey, and soon he had evaded their pursuit. After confirming through his sixth sense that no one was tailing him, Zhongli concealed himself deep within an abandoned, desolate building. He first examined the authenticity of the 2 vials of moonlight essence before consuming one. Upon swallowing a vial, he immediately felt a refreshing sensation, as if enveloped in gentle moonlight, and his mental clarity surged to unprecedented heights. Zhongli swiftly entered the 3rd stage of deep sleep, beginning to practice the Mind Emperor Seal. In an instant, he felt as light as a feather, his hands forming seals that exuded a dreamlike aura. Wisps of white mist emanating from his pores, a testament to his physical and mental meditation reaching their limits. Half an hour later, he abruptly awakened from his trance, and upon clenching his fist, he felt a surge of power emanating from within. With the slightest thought, explosive strength coursed through his entire being. His physical prowess had indeed increased, and his brain cells were reactivated. The moonlight essence is truly remarkable. Advancing beyond super protein, Zhongli gazed at the remaining vial, marveling at the might of human technology capable of synthesizing the essence of sun and moon. While treating Schwebinger, he had consumed it drop by drop, and upon completion of the treatment, he had barely used half a vial. Now, swallowing an entire vial at once, he grasped the essence's potency, which surpassed superprotein in its ability to repair brain cells, delay cognitive decline, and even enhance cellular vitality. Regrettably, the price is exorbitant. If only I had the funds for prolonged consumption, he mused. Who in Xinhua City could afford to consume moonlight essence daily? At the minimum price of 150,000 per vial, that amounts to over 50 million in a year. Who would invest such an amount in a single individual? Even Ouyang Xing might manage only a vial a month. For now, he would remain hidden within this building, biding his time. In Suhua City, many dilapidated buildings stood, some remnants from a century ago, unoccupied and forsaken. Some buildings lack ownership, and the homeless seek refuge within. Though these structures are devoid of utilities, rendering even the restrooms unusable. Fortunately, Zhang Li's wilderness survival skills rendered his concealment in the building manageable. He settled in an abandoned edifice not far from the Blood Oath Alliance, employing a high-powered telescope for round-the-clock surveillance. The following day, he consumed another vial of moonlight essence, and with a gulp, 170,000 star credits vanished, granting him enhanced mental clarity and gradual physical improvement. A substantial investment indeed. I wonder if my vitality has reached 1.1? Zhang Li contemplated returning to the academy for testing. Since undergoing military training, facing life and death struggles, advancing his psyche, and engaging in rigorous practice, his martial skills had improved. And after consuming the moonlight essence, his speed with the Mind Emperor seal and meditative abilities had seen slight enhancements. Recently, his physical investments had exceeded 500,000 star credits. Though this investment pales in comparison to Ouyang Xing's, he hoped that the cultivation of the Great Dream Sutra might level the playing field. Ouyang Xing's investments in physical enhancement undoubtedly reached several million, far exceeding Zhang Li's to date. He had consumed only a few vials of moonlight essence, while Ouyang Xing likely had taken 20 or more. This time, I must secure a substantial score, reclaim the debt of vengeance, and then I can focus on my training and even elevate my sister. Zhang Li lay in wait, akin to a shadowy panther concealed in the night. Chapter 49. Ghostly Divine Fist. As the city lights illuminated the night, Zhang Li, having engaged in deep restorative sleep, found his mental and physical states restored to their peak. With unwavering focus, he observed the Blood Oath Alliance's headquarters through his telescope, noting that today was the weekend. Indeed, he spotted several flying cars ascending toward the train station. A diversion, merely a ploy. He paid no mind to the flying vehicles, fully aware that it was a feint. The leaders of the Blood Oath Alliance were not within. Such flying cars could be easily shot down with a large-caliber sniper rifle, capable of reaching targets at 5,000 meters. Tracking missiles designed to intercept flying vehicles would be a simple task. Presently, even a handgun boasts a range of a kilometer, not to mention a sniper rifle. After a brief wait, a seemingly ordinary individual emerged from the building, dressed inconspicuously, strolling toward the train station. Zhang Li immediately sensed the inherent danger in this person, akin to his previous encounter with the Phantom Fox. This was the sixth sense honed through breath training, remarkably potent and practical. Relying on this sixth sense, Zhang Li had repeatedly evaded peril unscathed. Others could not perceive the extraordinary nature of this seemingly insignificant individual. But Zhang Li, guided by intuition, recognized at first glance that this person must be Blood Vengeance, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance. Blood Vengeance walked alone, without any entourage, stealthily making his way out, which ironically minimized his risk. Traveling by vehicle attracts attention. A solitary stroll diminishes the target's profile, allowing for greater mobility to evade danger. A physically adept person could dodge bullets in an instant, and someone in deep sleep, concentrated, might even sense impending threats, sharpening their sixth sense. Indeed, he has come out alone. Zhang Li descended the stairs, aligning himself with his target, silently trailing Blood Vengeance. Since the train station was still a considerable distance away, he had ample opportunity to eliminate Blood Vengeance en route. Moreover, Blood Vengeance's subordinates were unaware of his chosen path, leaving him without protective backup. Cautious by nature, Blood Vengeance preferred to disguise himself and minimize his visibility, as larger operations often attracted ambushes from enemies. However, he had caught my attention. Zhang Li emerged onto the street, confident that blood vengeance lacked the acuity of his sixth sense, stealthily following him while maintaining a safe distance. Zhongli surveyed his surroundings, his thoughts racing, and his focus unwavering, subtly meditating on the cosmic brain's vast star domain and the fusion of brain cells. He discerned everything unfolding around him, ensuring no one was tracking him. Blood vengeance entered a scarcely populated alley, a shortcut to the train station. This is it. Zhongli had rehearsed blood vengeance's solitary routes numerous times, and indeed, he was following the expected path. He circumvented to another alley, approaching from an alternate exit. As he entered the alley, he poured a bottle of alcohol over himself, staggering and feigning the demeanor of a drunken man. Blood vengeance stood at a modest height of around 1.8 meters, deemed average for modern humans. In contemporary society, individuals often possess ideal physiques, with those standing at 1.9 meters being commonplace. However, his muscular lines were robust and powerful, and though his gait appeared languid, it possessed a unique rhythm, akin to a slumbering lion, squinting its eyes. Once it encountered prey, it would erupt suddenly, roaring and shaking the earth. Zhongli staggered over, mumbling incoherently, reeking of alcohol. "Don't leave me, damn it. Don't leave me. I will kill you, you pair of adulterers." His voice was low, his steps unsteady, threatening to collapse at any moment. Moreover, his hands flailed erratically, clearly inebriated. The figure of blood revenge halted, gazing at the drunken man. His brow furrowed, poised to evade, but at that moment, the drunken man's erratic gestures suddenly synchronized rhythmically, his fingers moving at an astonishing speed, like a cascade of petals or a blossoming lotus, at times resembling rain striking leaves. At others, hearts entwined, or interlocking circles. With a slight tremor of his hand, he conjured countless afterimages and gusts of wind. Before undergoing military training, Zhang Li's speed with the Mind Emperor seal was already remarkable. During military training, he comprehended the third phase of deep sleep, enabling him to enter deep sleep amidst movement, thus accelerating his hypnotic speed by at least 50%, in the 2 days of lurking. He expended 340,000 star essence, consuming the essence of the moon spirit, elevating his physical prowess to a new zenith. Just moments ago, when he intruded into the alley, he feigned drunkenness, yet his mind had already entered the third phase of deep sleep. Intoxicated in spirit but not in body, enhancing his overall physical capabilities. This time, he exerted all his strength in hypnosis, no longer holding back. For blood revenge was exceedingly powerful, quite possibly surpassing Ouyang Xing. Moreover, with a resilient spirit, what gang leader could emerge from the black market of Xuhua City without being ruthless and formidable? Their vitality was at least above 1. Otherwise, they could not command respect. Zhang Li staggered over, waving his hands, and suddenly unleashed the Mind Emperor seal, conjuring afterimages and gusts of wind, causing blood revenge's gaze to momentarily daze, his heartbeat, breath, and pulse noticeably halved, a clear sign of mental hypnosis. Yet blood revenge did not collapse. He merely appeared slightly distracted. Indeed formidable. Zhang Li had anticipated this. Since hypnosis failed, he had a backup plan. To take direct action, to strike until the opponent was unconscious or grievously injured, rendering their mental resolve ineffective, thus simplifying the hypnosis process. Physical torment could obliterate one's spirit. A severely wounded individual would undoubtedly possess a weaker will than a healthy one. This aligns with the principles of severe interrogation. Whoosh! Seizing the moment of blood revenge's daze, he stepped onto the ground, like a dragon soaring into the sky, closing the 30-meter distance in just over a second. C-rank, martial arts, dragon claw great capture. The fiery dragon blazed. Claw shadows filled the air, striking forth, but only one claw was real. As Zhang Li launched a frontal attack, his arm bending to grasp the back of blood revenge's head. The back of the head is where the body's neurons converge. A single strike there could induce a brief fainting spell, leading to insufficient blood supply to the brain at that moment. Hypnosis would be most effective, as brain cells would lack oxygen, hindering thought processes. Damn. A sneak attack? Danger loomed as blood revenge's eyes suddenly brightened, his entire being awakening, murderous intent surging forth, rendering him as fierce as a gun. Devoid of any hint of confusion. This was the steel resolve forged through countless life and death struggles. Boom. He unleashed a punch, his body seemingly inflating like a balloon. This punch, hazy and ethereal, resembled a specter emerging from the underworld. Astonishingly, a B-rank martial art, ghostly god fist. The specter appeared. D-rank martial arts pertain to grappling and physical combat, while C-rank involves breathing, internal organs, muscles, and inner energy. B-rank martial arts elevate this further, involving meditation. For instance, in practicing the ghostly god fist, there exists a meditative pattern for each move. One must envision themselves as an immensely powerful specter, suddenly stepping forth from the underworld. During training, one's spirit may become disoriented, merging mind and intent. Such movements combined with meditative martial arts constitute B-rank, wielding tremendous power but requiring immense training difficulty, easily leading to neural disarray and madness during meditation. Meditation must not be practiced recklessly. Had it not been for the assistance of prenatal breathing, Zhang Li's meditative brain universe would have long succumbed to death. He had seen the ghostly god fist in the martial arts master system, and it truly swept all before it. His own punch knocked back with ease. Bang! The clash of B-rank ghostly god fist and C-rank dragon claw great capture resonated, and Zhang Li immediately felt pain in his arm. As if it were about to fracture inch by inch, the opponent's strength was boundless, honed to perfection, their martial arts prowess clearly superior to his. Their vitality was undoubtedly at 1.1. Moreover, their mental cultivation was exceedingly high, perhaps on par with his own, both at the third phase of deep sleep. In that instant of collision, Zhang Li sensed the overwhelming murderous intent and pressure from the opponent, and for a fleeting moment, he considered fleeing, unwilling to confront it. But the next thought admonished him that this was a challenge of the mind, a life-and-death struggle. Retreat was not an option, lest his mental training be in vain. The greater the difficulty, the more one must challenge themselves. Nothing could conquer his spirit. Kill! He roared, launching another strike, combining boneless jujitsu with dragon claw great capture, unleashing with full force, the black dragon turning back, the fire dragon blazing, the white dragon spitting pearls, the cloud dragon probing, the green dragon emerging from the water. 5 techniques in succession, followed by his body performing the boneless dragon snake dance, swaying like willows in the wind, constantly spinning, bone-twisting whirlwinds, bone-exiting strikes, bone-splitting chaotic collapses, shattering bones like boulders, all executed with fervor in combat. The specter appeared. Blood revenge struck again, shattering all of Zhang Li's techniques, pounding towards him, the forceful wind rendering him breathless. Thunder! Zhang Li raised both hands, striking down heavily, his entire arm forming an arc, like a serpent-like lightning bolt. Upon the thunder's roar, explosive air currents erupted from his nostrils. This was no longer martial arts, but a technique from the Mind Emperor seal. This move was exceedingly powerful, akin to divine thunder striking down, its effect being to instill dread in the opponent's mind, causing them to momentarily startle. Left in a daze, much like a child startled by thunder. Having cultivated the Mind Emperor seal for so long, he understood that this hand seal was an unfathomable martial art. Humph! Accompanying the descent of the Mind Emperor seal was a sound akin to roaring thunder. Indeed, shaking blood revenge's body momentarily, causing his heart to float anxiously. Wind! Zhang Li let out a long howl, his body lunging forward, his hands slicing through the air, producing a sharp sound, his arms suddenly twisting like a attacking blood revenge. This was the fierce wind, another technique from the Mind Emperor seal, thunderous gale, shocking the heart. Brother, who are you? A master of such caliber? Let's speak civilly. Blood revenge, his mind wavering, hurriedly called out. But Zhang Li's hand blade had already descended, offering no chance for him to breathe. I will tear you apart. Blood revenge bit down hard on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood surging once more, his spirit invigorated, delivering another punch. This punch bore the essence of tearing a person apart, dragging them straight into hell. B-rank martial arts, ghostly god fist's second move, ghostly hell, bang. Another collision. Both men recoiled simultaneously. Zhang Li's skin tore during the impact, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, blood revenge's arm bore a long gash. Whoosh! Ignoring their injuries, both lunged at each other, fierce as beasts in combat, caring not for their own safety, wholly engaged in a life-and-death struggle, putting their lives on the line. Ghostly prison, after a flurry of attacks. Both were covered in wounds, bloodied. Blood revenge roared, delivering another punch, as if a prison enveloping Zhongli from all sides. Zhongli showed no fear. Suddenly, he formed a circular gesture with both hands, delineating an enigmatic trajectory, seemingly encompassing everything within the vast world, resembling a circle, crashing forth. Bang, 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 bang. Frenzied fists fell upon Zhongli's body like a torrential downpour. Zhongli, in turn, struck forcefully at Blood Revenge's chest. Both suffered grievous wounds. Thud! In an instant, Zhongli endured 8 or 9 punches. With each hit, the sound of bones cracking reverberated through him, blood erupting from his mouth and nose, internal bleeding. Who would emerge victorious? On July 26th, at 10 a.m., I will attend the China Joy St. King game launch at the Shanghai New International Expo Center, hoping to see some fans there. There will be beautiful showgirl sisters. Chapter 50. The Cat Writes My Heart. Blood Revenge clutched his heart, breathing heavily, his steps unsteady, circling as if intoxicated. His heart had been shattered, and his entire body was suffering from severe blood supply deficiency. Though he had severely wounded Zhongli, he himself had also sustained a fatal blow, with Zhongli's final strike landing squarely on his heart, nearly causing him to perish on the spot. Hypnosis. Zhongli, battered and bruised, was now relying solely on a remnant of life force to sustain him, a result of prenatal breathing exercises, endowing him with resilience beyond that of others. In this moment, he lunged forward, his gestures once again undulating, but without attacking. Blood Revenge hastily dodged, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn in. And suddenly, he froze, standing still, as if entranced. Blood Revenge's heart, having been shattered and deprived of blood supply, could not provide sufficient energy and nutrients to his brain cells. No matter how formidable the spirit, it could not manifest in the physical realm without the brain's support. How much do you have on you? Zhongli spat blood, concentrating his mind to inquire. 3.58 million. Blood Revenge's voice was numb. On the verge of collapse, heavily wounded. This is your personal wealth. The funds of your gang should also be on you, correct? Zhongli coughed up another mouthful of blood and inquired once more. Sensing that he was on the verge of collapse, his mind was clouded, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. The funds of the gang were managed collectively by numerous high-ranking members and did not solely rest upon my shoulders. Blood Vengeance suddenly collapsed to the ground, his body unable to bear the strain. Hurry and transfer all your money to me, Zhongli urged, concentrating his dwindling energy. The account is... He understood that if Blood Vengeance were to die or fall into a complete coma, all efforts would be in vain, a monumental waste, and even if he were to retrieve the chip, it would be futile without the password. Moreover, if the other party were dead, there was no possibility of hypnotizing him back to consciousness. Under Zhongli's hypnosis, Blood Vengeance retrieved his chip and began the transfer, his hands trembling as he input the password, his voice tinged with confusion. Transfer to the account XXXXX, 3.58 million star coins. This chip was evidently quite advanced, requiring both voice verification and a password. Ding! Zhongli saw a series of numbers appear on his chip and couldn't help but exhale deeply. All his tension dissipated. And he nearly collapsed to the ground as well. He had to hold on. He could not fall here. He needed to persevere. Zhongli gritted his teeth and, relying solely on sheer will, staggered away. Covered in blood. At that moment, Blood Vengeance lay completely unconscious, his breath faint, on the brink of death. Within the dilapidated building, Zhongli finally held the milky white stone in his mouth and began to cultivate the fetal breath technique. This was a life-saving treasure. Without utilizing fetal breath to mitigate the damage to his life potential, he would never have been able to endure long enough to return to Xinhua City. He would surely be killed by robbers along the way. Even walking had become a laborious endeavor. He felt the threat of death looming ever closer. With each cycle of fetal breath, his life potential was gradually summoned. After what felt like an eternity, dawn broke, and he finally opened his eyes, no longer feeling sore all over. However, he was acutely aware that his injuries could not be healed merely by fetal breath, which was not an omnipotent remedy. This bout of fetal breath had only preserved his life, allowing him to reach Xinhua City for treatment. He needed to return to the hospital for a comprehensive examination and treatment. He rose and departed. 3 hours later, he boarded a train and arrived in Xinhua City, heading straight to Xinhua Hospital for a full check. Up. In the pristine white ward, Jiangli lay on the hospital bed as several doctors prepared instruments for examination, subsequently transferring him to the operating room for various treatments: organ repair, bone restoration, and nerve rehabilitation. Had it been 200 years ago during the era of nation-states, such injuries would have been fatal. Yet now it was possible to save him. As long as he did not die on the spot and receive timely treatment, he could recover. Throughout the surgery, Jiangli remained lucid, feeling his bodily functions gradually returning to normal. When he was finally wheeled out of the operating room, he felt revitalized. However, the attending physician, with a grave expression, approached his bedside and dismissed the other doctors and nurses. "Classmate Jiangli, have you consumed any illicit drugs that burn life potential? Although you appear vigorous now, you have severely damaged your life essence, resulting in a reduced cellular division rate. While your cells are robust, you will only be able to live to the age of 30. "What?" Jiangli exclaimed, rising abruptly. "How could this happen? Your injuries were severe. You could have gone into shock or a coma, yet you managed to reach the hospital. If I am not mistaken, you likely consumed some forbidden substance that strengthened your cells but also decreased their division rate. It is known that a person's lifespan is directly proportional to the number of times their cells divide. A chicken with a lifespan of 30 years undergoes 25 cellular divisions, while a 3-year-old mouse divides only 12 times. Your cellular division rate is significantly lower than that of a normal person. Therefore, after a thorough examination, your lifespan is estimated to be only around 30 years. You need to prepare yourself mentally." The attending physician, a middle-aged man, spoke with utmost seriousness. "I have confirmed your identity. You are a key candidate nurtured by the school, aspiring to enroll in Stardust University. However, you cannot resort to the use of illicit drugs at the expense of your life. Before the Stardust University entrance examination, a physical examination is mandatory, and your current physical condition disqualifies you from registration." "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's heart began to race. He had thought that the damage from fetal breath had been largely mitigated by the abundant nutritional supplements. But this time, in a life-and-death struggle with blood vengeance, he had sustained severe injuries and nearly died. Hold on. He had no choice but to use fetal breath again, further depleting his life potential and causing permanent damage to his cells. Hearing this news, a wave of despair washed over Jiangli, as if all hope had been extinguished. Indeed, a physical examination was required before enrolling in Stardust University, and if things remained as they were, he would not even qualify to take the entrance exam. Stardust University would never accept someone who could only live to the age of 30. They sought complete geniuses. Even those who had undergone genetic modification were barred from admission. As the inherent plasticity of human genes was paramount, he was not a medical professional, having assumed he was fine, only to discover the severity of his condition through the examination. If he could not even sit for the entrance exam at Stardust University, what was the point of his strength? This fetal breath had caused permanent harm in exchange for stabilizing his injuries, but without it, he would have died on the way back to Xinhua City. "Doctor, is there any way to remedy this damage? To restore my life potential and cellular health to normal?" Jiangli inquired urgently. "There is a way, but it is costly," the attending physician pondered. "You could purchase Moon Spirit Essence. Taking it daily to activate your cells and gradually enhance their potential. It would take approximately 3 years for full recovery. Ordinary nutritional solutions would have no effect on cellular division. 3 years? Jiangli shook his head. "I am currently in my final semester, with at most 6 months left. And even if I were given 3 years to buy Moon Spirit Essence daily, how much would that cost? Then there is no solution. Recovering in 6 months is virtually impossible," the attending physician replied, shaking his head. "Unless you can cultivate your mental discipline to achieve a state of calm, controlling your body's endocrine system, in conjunction with consuming both Moon Spirit Essence and Sun Spirit Essence to counterbalance one another, while also purchasing a significant amount of medications that enhance cellular potential. Otherwise, it is up to you to create a miracle." Sigh, Jiangli sighed, feeling the milky white stone hanging from his chest. He did not regret it. Without this item, he would have no hope at all after leaving the hospital. Although Jiangli had an additional $3.58 million on his card, he felt utterly dejected. What to do? Though he had acquired such a sum, the damage to his body was far greater. If this continued, he would not even qualify for the entrance exam at Stardust University. A person with a lifespan of only 30 years would undoubtedly be rejected by Stardust University. Jiangli shook his head. "Forget it. Even if I do not get into Stardust University, it matters not. With my current skills, I can still lead a good life. My cellular potential will eventually recover. I am only 17. Even if I can only live to 30, I still have 13 years ahead of me. Surely I can restore my health. From now on, I will never use fetal breath again. With this thought, his spirits lifted. Late at night, after resting, Zhongli returned to the park. His agility had noticeably improved. After battling blood vengeance, he had gained further insight into the essence of combat, deepening his mental cultivation. Meow. Just as he landed, the large black cat pounced over, followed by the flower-faced overlord and the adorable kittens. Big Meng, Air Meng, San Meng, and Sea Meng all came running. Have you all been eating well these past few days? Big Black, I've prepared plenty of food and water for you, hidden in the cat end. Be sure to eat properly and not waste it. All right, Zhongli patted Big Black's head. The anthropomorphic Big Black nodded, using its paw to inscribe on the ground. We are all well. The 5 words, though crooked, were quite impressive. That's good. Zhongli initially did not think much of it, but suddenly paused, staring intently at the 5 characters on the ground, nearly jumping 3 feet high. Big Black, you can write. This was earth-shattering news. A cat that could write, possessing intelligence akin to that of a human. Meow. Big Black leaped a few times before beginning to meditate, breathing and entering a state of deep contemplation. Its feline form seated cross-legged like a human. Before long, Zhongli sensed its heartbeat, blood flow, and pulse had all slowed significantly. Was it entering deep sleep through cultivation? Zhongli was once again astonished. Are you practicing the crystal meditation technique? Have you entered deep sleep so quickly? This is remarkable. Had only a few days passed? That time, Zhongli had transmitted knowledge to Big Black in his dreams, teaching it the crystal meditation technique. Although he understood that a cat's spirit was purer than that of a human, making it easier to cultivate, awakening its potential was the challenge. Yet, the speed at which Big Black had progressed into deep sleep still astounded him. Now, Big Black's intellect was roughly equivalent to that of a 10-year-old child. Already quite mature and knowledgeable, especially in terms of spiritual cultivation, Big Black would likely soon reach Zhongli's level, deep sleep in its 3rd stage. Come, everyone, eat the new food I've bought, 4-winged tiger bone paste. This is made from the 4-winged tiger, the pinnacle of feline species from outer space. The marrow boiled into a paste is particularly beneficial for felines. I specifically checked. This is the food many elite individuals use to feed their cats. Zhongli distributed jars of paste to the cats. This was not an illicit substance. It was readily available on the market and beneficial for humans as well, strengthening bones and muscles, though it would do Zhongli no good. Naturally, he first gave it to Big Black, the flower-faced overlord, and the adorable kittens, allowing them to share with the other cats to avoid competition. They were all practicing crystal meditation, and with Zhongli's dream teaching of writing, their wisdom was gradually awakening. The seeds of cultivation take root and sprout within their hearts, inevitably blossoming into beautiful fruits. Chapter 51. Eternal Life. Once he had settled this group of cats, Zhongli resumed his training. Subsequently, he began to practice the Mind Emperor Seal. This time, through practical combat experience, he once more perceived the distinctiveness of this martial art. He engaged in battle with a martial arts master, and then fought fiercely against his blood feud. Gaining a deeper understanding of its profound truths, he realized that in order to remedy his physical injuries, he could only rely on advancements in his mental state. Once he reached a state of meditation, coupled with various supplements, swift recovery would be achievable. The attending physician had also remarked that only by attaining a meditative state, controlling his body's endocrine system, and applying targeted remedies, could hope be restored. As his training deepened, he felt that each movement of the Mind Emperor Seal should embody deeper mysteries. Regrettably, he was unable to unlock the pearlescent stone, preventing him from glimpsing the underlying cultivation. His body moved like a specter through the park, darting from east to west, from south to north, launching attacks from all directions, transforming entirely into a shadow. His arms danced through the air, appearing as if several additional limbs had sprouted. Reminiscent of the 8-armed deity, upon completing a series of hand seals, he embraced himself, plunging into the profoundest realm of contemplation, his mind meditating on the brain of the universe. He gazed upward at the starry sky, sensing that in the distant depths of the cosmos, the countless trillions of celestial bodies formed a cerebral domain, quietly suspended, embodying the thoughts of the entire universe. Himself, humanity, planets, and the void were all manifestations of the universe's cognition. Everything was but a thought and dream of the cosmic mind. Thus, the myriad worlds seemed like a fleeting dream. The Diamond Sutra states that all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. If the universe is a living entity, then we are but thoughts within its consciousness, not real, but illusory. Zhongli was suddenly filled with a sense of reflection, pondering the impermanence of life and death, recognizing that all is but a dream. He sat in silence, quietly contemplating this state. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, dawn had arrived. Returning home, he found his parents and sister absent, leaving the house in a profound tranquility. Relishing this rare moment of quietude, Zhongli relaxed his mind, secretly planning. Today he would venture to the black market of Xuhua City once more, aiming to earn another profit to acquire the essence of the moon spirit. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. Zhongli's heart stirred. It was actually Luo Han. Hi, came her melodious and familiar voice through the phone. Zhongli, how has your training been lately? It's been quite good, Zhongli replied with a smile. Ever since the last military training and the life and death combat, I feel that I've made some breakthroughs. Congratulations, Luo Han's virtual projection appeared. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Of course, I'm free. Zhongli felt a thrill. Luo Han was actually inviting him to dinner, a reversal of the usual roles where boys invite girls. With no reason to refuse, he asked, "Where shall we go?" "I'll treat you," she insisted. "I recently came into a bit of fortune, so I can afford it." With $1 million in cash in hand, Zhongli considered himself a minor tycoon, and he had no qualms about treating others. "Where are you?" "I'll drive over to pick you up." Upon hearing this, Luo Han chuckled. "All right, I'll activate the chip for location tracking. You can fly over directly." Zhongli promptly enabled the friend location system. After confirming the time with Luo Han, he hung up. It seemed he would not be able to visit Xuhua City today. He left a note for his parents and sister, stating that he would not be home for dinner. When the appointed time arrived, Zhongli ascended to the rooftop. In a short while, a flying car swooped down from the sky, gently landing and stirring up a gust of wind. The window rolled down, revealing Luo Han's charming smile. "Zhongli, get in." "All right." With a swift motion, Zhongli slipped into the passenger seat. "Your agility has improved remarkably," Luo Han remarked, astonished. "I see you can almost match Ouyang Xing now. You've improved quite a bit too." Zhongli accurately sensed Luo Han's heartbeat and her own rhythm, noticing that her energy and vitality had also significantly enhanced. Unfortunately, his spiritual cultivation had yet to reach the meditative state. Otherwise, he could perceive the fluctuations of Luo Han's mind and deduce her mental cultivation level. Everyone had progressed since the military training. Reflecting on that experience, Luo Han sighed. After Xueling had her throat cut and teetered between life and death, she comprehended even more than I did. I must double my efforts to ensure she doesn't surpass me. The car's engine roared to life, soaring into the sky, several hundred meters above ground. Zhongli gazed at the azure sky and white clouds. Inhaling the pleasant fragrance that wafted from Luo Han, it was a moment of sheer bliss. 6 months prior, even if Luo Han had invited him, he would have felt inadequate, but now he felt deserving. Equipped with sufficient strength and a bright future ahead, one that was full of hope, fitting for someone like Luo Han. Even though her family was vast and her assets exceeded $1 billion, it mattered little. He was swiftly advancing and would soon possess equal strength. "What are you thinking about?" Luo Han asked, turning her head slightly as she drove. Her long, dark hair occasionally brushed against Zhongli's face, sending a delightful shiver through him. "Oh, nothing much," Zhongli replied, startled back to the moment. "I was just wondering what our life would be like if we both got admitted to the Starry Sky University." Starry Sky University, the finest institution in Xinhua City, was indeed prestigious, but compared to Starry Sky University, it was hardly worth mentioning. Luo Han spoke with deep yearning. "I truly hope we can get in." "Shall we go to Silver Horse Tower for dinner?" Zhongli suggested as he noticed Luo Han's car descending towards an extraordinarily grand building, topped with a majestic steed sculpture that shimmered like silver. The sculpture depicted a divine steed, its expansive wings stretching for thousands of meters, absorbing sunlight by day and radiating it at night, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated all of Xinhua City. This was one of the city's landmark buildings, known for its exorbitant dining prices. A meal here could easily cost several thousand star coins, a luxury only the wealthy could afford. Zhongli had often seen girls boasting online about being taken to Silver Horse Tower for dinner, posting pictures that attracted both envious and resentful glances. Some even posted, saying that whoever treated them to a meal at Silver Horse Tower would win their affections. In Xinhua City, it had become a trend to woo girls by simply taking them to Silver Horse Tower. With a success rate of at least 90%, Zhongli had never dined here before, as it was beyond his means. What did it mean that Luo Han was bringing him here? What's wrong? Don't be nervous. I'm treating you today, Luo Han reassured with a smile. Haha, how could I let a beautiful girl treat me? Don't underestimate me. I've come into a bit of fortune lately, so I can afford to treat you. Zhongli chuckled. That you've come into some fortune? Luo Han's eyes twinkled. I heard you've been studying hypnosis like crazy lately. Did you become a junior hypnotist? I also heard you used hypnosis to help Schwelling's sister. Schwebuer. Something like that. I managed to come into a bit of fortune, Zhongli said, carefully omitting the truth about the 3.58 million he had obtained from the Blood Oath Alliance, far from a small sum. More than Luo Han's own savings. Then I shall make sure to treat you well today, Luo Han teased with a smirk. No problem, Zhongli replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of mock resignation. The car parked at the magnificent wings of the Silver Steed, where security personnel promptly directed them. Zhongli surveyed the surroundings. The ground gleamed with cleanliness, devoid of any dust, and from afar, the entire city of Xinhua came into view. Gazing from this height gave him the sensation of being aboard a spaceship. Let's go to the highest restaurant, the Mare's Head, by the window. The view is better there. I've already made a reservation. Luo Han said, clearly familiar with the place. They traversed through the opulent, dreamlike hall and took a floating elevator to the top floor, arriving at an elegant private room with crystal partitions, offering a view of the grand hall below and the cityscape beyond the window. They seated themselves across from one another, and Zhongli ran his fingers over the sofa, made of a rare space metal called mithril, sourced from an exotic planet. This mithril was beneficial for the body, emitting trace amounts of healing rays, making furniture crafted from it quite expensive. The Silver Horse Tower was entirely adorned with mithril. What do you want to eat? Luo Han inquired, as a virtual screen nearby displayed a dazzling array of exquisite dishes, each marked with its price. Zhongli observed that the menu was filled with rare delicacies and precious supplements, with even the simplest dish costing several hundred star coins. The more exquisite dishes were priced no less than 1,000 star coins. Shall I start ordering? Luo Han asked playfully, seemingly thinking Zhongli was low on funds. Go ahead. Order whatever you like, Zhongli replied nonchalantly, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to expedite his recovery. Well then, I'll order a 7-colored crystal fruit platter, a plate of stir-fried moon rabbit flowers, and poached fish slices, she decided, selecting 3 dishes. That would amount to around 3,000 star coins, indicating her intent to save for Zhongli. They engaged in conversation as they awaited their meal. While the sky gradually darkened, the myriad lights of Xinhua City twinkled below, creating a romantic atmosphere, reminiscent of a poignant moment when one glances back only to find someone in the dim glow of distant lanterns. As the crowd in the grand hall gradually swelled, the music suddenly shifted, its melody transforming into an ethereal tune imbued with a unique charm. Zhongli had never encountered such a composition before, feeling an awakening within his very soul. What piece is this? He observed the attendees in the hall, all entranced by the music. This piece is titled Eternal Life, created by the master of human spirit, Jiang Nailan, along with his comrades. Luo Han's face radiated a starstruck admiration. This song has the power to touch the human soul, oh. How can that ethereal heart break free from its shackles? Oh, spirit residing within this corporeal form, when shall you awaken? Beyond the cosmos, is there a pure land that I yearn for? My beloved, you are not of this world, but rather in the void, in the freedom of eternal existence. As Zhongli absorbed the lyrics of eternal life, he felt his spirit merge with the universe, his thoughts released into infinity, grasping insights previously unattainable. These were the lyrics penned by Jiang Nailan, resonating profoundly with those of heightened perception. Jiang Nailan is, after all, my idol, a figure akin to a deity. Luo Han, however, seemed to lack Zhang Li's insight, not entering the same ethereal state, merely feeling the song's resonance with her soul. She continued, his family is the renowned Jiang clan, capable of producing the essence of the Sun and Moon, the Sun and Moon Corporation. This corporation holds significant weight in the realm of human commerce, largely thanks to his esteemed reputation. Otherwise, how could they monopolize the entire production of sun and moon essence? Zhongli roused from his ethereal reverie. The Sun and Moon Corporation, the Jiang family. He had heard of the Sun and Moon Corporation, a colossal conglomerate spanning many planets, manufacturing pharmaceuticals, mechas, and even participating in warship development. Although Luo Han's family ran a large company, it paled in comparison to the Sun and Moon Corporation. However, the Sun and Moon Corporation had limited operations on Earth, seemingly focused on space exploration. The Jiang family controlled the Sun and Moon Corporation, sharing the same surname. Zhongli shook his head, realizing that although he bore the surname Jiang, the disparity was vast. One was a divine dragon, the other a mere ant. Beep beep beep. At that moment, his chip vibrated once more, signaling an incoming call. Is it Schwelling? Chapter 52. The Sun and Moon Corporation. Zhongli glanced at the caller ID. Momentarily taken aback, before answering, Schwelling's virtual avatar appeared. Zhongli, are you free? I'd like to invite you to Silver Horse Tower for a meal, as a token of thanks for saving me last time. This, before Zhongli could respond, Luo Han leaned in, a teasing smile on her face. Oh, Schwelling, Zhongli and I are currently dining at Silver Horse Tower, if you wish to meet him. You'll have to reschedule. You're at Silver Horse Tower? Upon seeing Luo Han and hearing the background music of Eternal Life, Schwelling couldn't help but exclaim, Really, Zhongli, how could you invite her and not me? That's quite inconsiderate. My apologies. Why don't you join us? It would be livelier with three of us, Zhongli suggested, knowing that the presence of both Luo Han and Schwelling would likely lead to conflict. All right, I'll be right over, Schwelling replied before hanging up. In barely 10 minutes, Schwelling arrived. Oh dear, Schwelling, I reserved a couple's table, and there are only 2 seats. What shall we do? Luo Han immediately asserted her dominance. It's fine. I can sit next to Zhongli, Schwelling retorted coolly, a sly smile on her lips as she indeed settled beside Zhongli. That moment, Zhongli was still enveloped in the ethereal ambience of eternal life. But the soft touch of Schwelling's body sent ripples through his heart. Luo Han noticed this and shot a fierce glare at Schwelling, her palm gently pressing against the table, exuding an aura reminiscent of a hawk soaring through the heavens. Schwelling, it seems you've made some progress. Shall we have a little competition? A competition? How about we head to the school's combat room right now? Schwelling replied defiantly, standing tall, her body subtly vibrating with energy, her presence sharp as a drawn sword. Wait, staff, could you please add another chair for me? Zhongli rolled his eyes at the 2 women. We all comrades facing life and death together. Let us not be so fiery. With that, he ordered a few more dishes. Zhongli, if both Luo Han and I were in peril, who would you save first? Schwelling posed a timeless dilemma. Luo Han perked up her ears, eager to hear Zhongli's answer. This truly tests a man's intellect. As long as I'm around, you will never face danger. Zhongli replied, his gaze sharpening as he recalled the moment he vanquished the leader in White. Luo Han and Schwelling exchanged glances, both reminded of Zhongli's valor and fearlessness in defeating the alien warrior. What supplements are you both currently taking? I feel as though my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. No supplement seems to enhance my vitality, Zhongli remarked, still preoccupied with his own 30-year lifespan and seizing the opportunity to shift the topic. The best-selling product on the market currently is the Star Strengthening Pill, priced at 2,000 star credits each. However, the effectiveness diminishes with prolonged use, Luo Han advised Zhongli. In fact, the most effective supplements now are the forbidden drugs. The finest forbidden substance is, of course, the essence of moon spirit, but it is far too expensive, Schwelling interjected. This is essentially what is documented in the notes of ancient cultivators, the essence of the sun and moon. 200 years ago, during the era of nations, no one knew what it was, but humanity eventually uncovered the technology from alien warships and managed to refine it. How often do you take the essence of moon spirit? Luo Han inquired. Once a month, Schwelling replied candidly. I suspect you're in the same boat, right? Once a month is the limit for our family's provisions. Ouyang Xing might have a bit more. Perhaps 2 bottles a month. Hearing Schwelling and Luo Han discuss this gave Zhongli clarity. Even the affluent struggled to bear the cost of such items. Their monthly family allowances were merely around 100,000 star credits. Recently, I've heard insider news that the Jiang family of the Sun and Moon Corporation intends to enter the Earth market. Once they do, the price of the essence will shift from smuggling to direct sales, leading to a decrease in cost, Luo Han stated. I've heard that as well. The essence is currently a forbidden substance, and if the Sun and Moon Corporation is to enter the Earth market, It will likely be through the black market of Shuhua City. Our family is also working to establish connections with the black market in Shuhua City to trade in forbidden substances. Schwelling nodded. If the price of the essence drops significantly, the value of hypnotists will rise even further. The essence of Moon's spirit requires deep sleep for consumption to resist mental illusions and stimuli. Most individuals cannot achieve deep sleep, making the value of junior hypnotists fully apparent at such times. The Sun and Moon Corporation, the Jiang family? Zhongli pondered aloud. Is it true that the Sun and Moon Corporation is a colossal enterprise, rumored to have influence extending into elite circles? Can they truly be interested in a mere black market in Shuhua City? Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The black market in Shuhua City is growing larger, with annual sales of forbidden substances reaching into the billions. Surrounding cities such as Xinghua City, Yuehua City, Baohua City, and Fuhua City rely on this black market for their supply. While the higher-ups of the Sun and Moon Corporation may not be interested, some of their management are keen to expand their business, and naturally, they would covet this territory, Schwelling explained. The Jiang family is an ancient lineage. During the era of nations, they were already dominant. Later, during the technological boom, they seized their share and established the Sun and Moon Corporation. Zhongli, since you share the Jiang surname, it's possible you could trace your lineage back to the Jiang family from 200 years ago? 500 years ago, we were all one family, Zhongli quipped, then chuckled. I'm just a minor character, hardly connected to them. Let us eat. The dishes have arrived. Plates of exquisite cuisine were presented, their aromas wafting through the air. Unfortunately, each dish was quite small in portion, as patrons at Silver Horse Tower valued elegance. Smaller servings were seen as more refined and sophisticated. Otherwise, a large platter before one could seem quite vulgar. The taste is delightful, Luo Han and Schwelling remarked as they savored the dishes, nodding in agreement. The chef at Silver Horse Tower truly excels. Even with the same ingredients, the flavors are significantly more exquisite. Lingering on the palate. Of course, the chefs of the Silver Horse Corporation are second to none. Zhongli sampled a dish called Jade Bone Flying Dragon, which was a rare extraterrestrial bird, its flesh and bones reminiscent of jade. Upon tasting it, he felt his pores open, his entire being breathing freely as his inner energy flowed smoothly. This dish must cost several thousand, right? Luo Han frowned slightly. No matter, Zhongli replied confidently, I have plenty of credits. Didn't you say you wanted to treat me? I see you've ordered dishes to save me money, so I'll just order for myself. What is going on? Why do we have to leave? Is there such a thing as kicking customers out? What about Silver Horse Tower's reputation? We can't be asked to leave in the middle of our meal. Just then, a commotion arose, and the music of eternal life abruptly ceased. Dear customers, we sincerely apologize. A minor issue has arisen at Silver Horse Tower, necessitating a temporary closure. We kindly ask those dining to vacate the restaurant, and we will waive all your charges. A beautiful waitress appeared on the massive virtual screen, apologizing with a melodious voice. While her words were pleasant, the waitstaff had already begun ushering patrons out of the restaurant. This was, indeed, a dismissal. How could such a thing occur? Zhongli was taken aback. This was outrageous. Silver Horse Corporation had an impeccable reputation. How could this happen? Luo Han and Schwelling both lifted their heads. At that moment, the waiter approached, apologetically stating, Ladies, gentlemen, I regret to inform you that there has been a minor issue at the Silver Horse building. We must kindly ask you to leave for the time being, and we appreciate your understanding. What minor issue? Luo Han inquired, pointing towards the window. That someone has come to reserve the entire Silver Horse building, forcing you to evict customers? Zhongli gazed out the window and indeed spotted a swarm of dark cars approaching from a distance, forming an orderly line in the sky, seemingly waiting for another vehicle to arrive. Such an imposing display. Could it be a prominent figure, perhaps the mayor of Xinghua City? The mayor would not disturb the public in such a manner. Other high-ranking government officials would not do so either, for such actions would yield negative publicity. Thus, there was only one possibility: a significant figure from a private family conglomerate. However, it seemed that no such audacious conglomerate existed in Xinghua City. As Zhongli continued to observe, the cars drew nearer, each adorned with a license plate bearing the character Jiang. Personalized plates? He was suddenly taken aback. This truly was a major conglomerate, one that must have made significant contributions to the government to acquire such customized license plates. In this modern society, all vehicles were airborne, with the ground left to subways, light rails, and pedestrian walkways, a stark contrast to the congested roads of years past. Vehicle regulations were stringent, with only citizens of a certain status permitted to apply for purchase, coupled with exorbitant prices, rendering ownership rare. Thus, even in the skies, it was uncommon to see cars flying freely. Yet now, these vehicles, resembling locusts, flew in two neat lines, akin to two great black dragons. Such financial power and grandeur were unparalleled by any conglomerate. My apologies, but today the Sun and Moon Group has come to conduct an inspection in Xinhua City, and the business team has temporarily booked the entire Silver Horse building. We hope for your understanding. The waiter said with a professional smile. The Sun and Moon Group, Schwelling and Luo Han gasped in unison. They have truly arrived. What an impressive display. Zhongli rose, not particularly feeling the weight of the Jiang family's influence, but rather sensing the arrogance and domineering attitude of the other party. I'm not eating anymore. Let's go, Luo Han declared, visibly displeased. Thus, the meal ended on an unsatisfactory note. Upon returning home, Zhongli found his parents and younger sister relaxing and watching television after dinner. Oh, brother, weren't you out dining? Why are you back so soon? Zhang Xian asked curiously. I went to the Silver Horse building, but unfortunately encountered a troubling situation. It seems the Sun and Moon Group has reserved the entire place. Zhongli replied, shrugging his shoulders. The Sun and Moon Group, upon hearing that name, Zhang Zhendong suddenly shuddered, visibly shaken. Zhongli keenly sensed something amiss. Dad, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, really, Zhang Zhendong waved his hand, his gaze suddenly fixating on the television. The local news reported, Mr. Zhang Zhenyue, a senior executive of the Sun and Moon Group, leads his team to conduct a business inspection in Xinhua City, where the mayor hosts a banquet at the Silver Horse building. And both parties discuss the establishment of a pharmaceutical factory in Xinhua City. On the television screen, the mayor shook hands with a middle-aged man at the top of the Silver Horse building. The man's imposing presence was unmistakable, and even through the screen, one could sense his commanding aura and authority. Zhongli noticed his father's complexion darkening with each passing moment. A sense of foreboding stirred within Zhongli, raising a question. Could there be some connection between us and the Sun and Moon Group? Otherwise, why would his father's reaction be so intense? His mind was clouded with uncertainty, yet he recalled his recent examination, which yielded a vitality score of 1. His father had mentioned reclaiming their rightful wealth, and he and his brother speculated that the Jiang family was indeed a large clan. Otherwise, how could Zhongli have grown up without ever meeting his grandparents or extended family? Such a scenario was nearly unfathomable in modern society. Dad, do we have any ties to the Jiang family of the Sun and Moon Group? He suddenly asked, and no, we don't, Zhang Zhendong stammered, but it was clear to anyone that he was not being truthful. Zhongli nodded, choosing not to press further. He had always been the sensible one, never wishing to burden his parents. Unlike his brother, who often displayed his brilliance, he preferred to cultivate quietly, shielding his family from storms. The home was tranquil at present, yet his sixth sense warned him that a tempest was brewing, likely due to the arrival of the Sun and Moon Group. The next day, Zhongli returned to the black market of Xinhua City. The safety building. Brother Jiang, back again? It was Gowron welcoming him once more. I heard the price of Moon Spirit Essence is about to drop. Zhongli opened with a direct inquiry. Your news is quite astute. The Sun and Moon Group has established a presence in the Xinhua City black market, seemingly intending to transport goods here. However, the black market has been rife with gangs for years, and power is deeply entrenched. Even the Sun and Moon Group would find it challenging to intervene. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. After all, if you wish to purchase Moon Spirit Essence, I suggest you wait a few days and observe the market changes. Gowron advised diplomatically that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Zhongli pondered for a moment. Do you have any drugs capable of repairing cells and increasing cellular division and life potential? Increasing cellular division? Gowron was taken aback, scrutinizing Zhongli. Are you in a rush for results? Perhaps having consumed some potions that burn life potential, thereby shortening your lifespan? Indeed. Zhongli acknowledged, realizing that concealment was futile. Gowron's insight was sharp. This is indeed troublesome. Generally, such potions enhance strength in a short time but often damage cells, leading to a shortened lifespan. Such cases abound. Gowron hesitated before speaking again. It's not that there is no solution, however, it requires gradual recovery. With the frequent use of Sun and Moon Essence in about 3 to 5 years, you might see improvement. This aligned perfectly with what the attending physician had said. Are there any methods for quicker recovery? Zhongli pressed. Then, You would need life fruits, Gao Ren sighed. However, these are exceedingly rare. Life fruits? Zhongli echoed in surprise. Yes, life fruits. They are fruits cultivated in space using advanced human technology, capable of enhancing cellular activity. For example, a centenarian on the brink of death might extend their life for a few more years upon consuming a life fruit. Moreover, these fruits are miraculous healing items. Even severe injuries can be treated, allowing one to recover vitality. In the elite district, they are regarded as healing medications for prominent figures engaged in battle. They are classified among the most restricted substances. Gao Ren's gaze flickered. Our safety group currently has none, but if you wish, you can pay a deposit. They are 8 million each. We can procure them for you. 8 million each? Zhongli frowned. He could not afford such a sum. Could you reduce the price? Perhaps to 3 million? Brother, you're putting me in a difficult position. 3 million wouldn't even cover the shipping costs. Do you have any idea how much it costs to transport life fruits from the elite district? 8 million is already the lowest price. Very well, Zhongli turned to leave. He couldn't afford 8 million even if he sold everything he had. Wait, Gao Ren called out again. Brother, I ask you, are you interested in joining our safety group as a hypnotist? Have you considered it? If you truly wish to recover your potential swiftly and remedy cellular damage, joining our safety group would be the best choice. All right, I can join. But let me make one thing clear. First, I will not engage in any illegal activities. Second, I join as a free agent without signing any contracts or being subject to any constraints. If you need me, I will assist, and I will charge a fee for each task. Zhongli immediately set forth his conditions. This, indeed, once conditions are presented, it becomes somewhat challenging. To become a hypnotist in our safety group, a contract must be signed. We cannot make exceptions without a contractual obligation. Gao Ren replied, visibly troubled. Is that so? Zhongli's eyes seemed to emit a dim glow as he stared intently at Gao Ren, his hand making a slight gesture. I say it can be done. Don't you think? Upon meeting Zhongli's gaze, Gao Ren's complexion paled, and his eyes grew hazy. Yes, if you say it can be done, then it can be done. Gao Ren, how much do you have in savings? 120 million. Gao Ren replied truthfully. Does the safety group have any life fruits? Zhongli inquired again. Yes, we have only 3. Gao Ren was completely entranced, answering whatever was asked. What is the real price? The cost price is 3 million each. Plus various transportation and risk fees, it amounts to about 4 million each. Then wake up. Zhongli snapped his fingers. Snap! Gao Ren awoke from his hypnotic state, his face suddenly turning ashen. Did you just hypnotize me? Mr. Gao, I merely wanted to demonstrate my capabilities, Zhongli replied, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Did you not say earlier that if I could hypnotize you, I would undoubtedly qualify to sign with the safety group? After all, you are also a junior hypnotist, aren't you? Impressive. Gao Ren's expression shifted, but he composed himself. Indeed, I am a junior hypnotist. Only a mid-level hypnotist could completely hypnotize me. I am not a mid-level hypnotist. Zhongli was acutely aware that every intermediate hypnotist was a significant figure in their own right. His current ability to hypnotize Gao Ren relied entirely on the Mind Emperor seal and the meditation techniques of the cosmic brain. However, he was determined to soon transcend into that realm himself. He was showcasing his potential, conveying to Gao Ren his worth. The security group possessed 3 life fruits, each valued at 3 million star coins. Yet you claim none are available and even raised the price to 8 million. As a loyal customer, my brother, must you be so unscrupulous? A hint of a smile played at the corners of Jiang Li's mouth as he sensed the pulse of the conversation. Brother Jiang, as a businessman, I must raise the price. Gao Ren responded with a wry smile. If you wish to acquire the life fruits, we must set the price at 8 million. For these items are exceedingly rare and can only be procured from the elite district. The risks associated with transport are considerable. As I have said, without a contract, I shall not engage in any nefarious dealings. I am a free agent. Zhongli steadfastly adhered to his principles, adding, moreover, I should soon attain the level of an intermediate hypnotist, at which point the price will no longer be the same. Intermediate hypnotist Gao Ren, recalling the earlier scene, felt a chill run down his spine. Wait a moment, I need to consult with my superiors. Gao Ren hurriedly stepped aside and activated his chip for communication. A few minutes later, he returned, Brother Jiang, the higher-ups are quite interested in you. Our esteemed boss wishes to meet you. How do you feel about that? Lead the way, Zhongli replied succinctly, please. Gao Ren guided him to the top floor of the security building, where a series of buttons clicked open a door. revealing two burly men who proceeded to conduct a thorough inspection of him. After navigating through several layers of security, they arrived at a vast office. The first thing that caught the eye was a humanoid exoskeleton, towering at 2 meters, its silver sheen glimmering, appearing entirely seamless, an embodiment of power armor. Zhongli was taken aback, realizing the formidable nature of this device. Even an ordinary person donned in it would present an insurmountable challenge to him. It was evident that the security group intended to suppress the gangs in Xuhua City, and the significance of the power armor could not be overstated. One must remember, this armor could withstand gunfire. Seated at the rear of the office was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s yet radiating vitality. He sat upright, exuding an air of authority, unmistakably a high-ranking official within the security group. Beside him stood several executives, accompanied by a stunningly attractive female secretary who regarded Zhongli with curious eyes as he entered. "Mr. Chu, this is Mr. Zhonghua," Gaoren promptly introduced. "Greetings, I am Chu Shan." The elder nodded slightly. "Are you interested in signing a contract with our security group? Do you wish to acquire life fruits?" "Indeed, Mr. Chu," Zhongli affirmed with a nod. "Your hypnosis has managed to subdue Gaoren?" the elder inquired. "Gaoren was personally trained by me. He has reached the level of a junior hypnotist. If you can hypnotize him, it indicates that your skills have attained a certain caliber. Allow me to assess you." As he spoke, the elder rose. In that instant, Zhongli felt the world spinning violently. The entire room revolved around the elder, and he experienced a visual distortion where the elder's form grew larger, eventually eclipsing everything, resembling a deity. The elder spoke not a word, offered no gestures, yet merely standing imparted a profound mental illusion. What caliber of hypnosis is this? It utterly surpassed Zhang Li's understanding of the art. Chapter 54. Sister Dao's Father, Cosmic Brain. At this juncture, any resistance was futile. He meditated on the cosmic brain, activating his brain cells tenfold, desperately holding on, refusing to succumb to the hypnosis. "What is your name?" the elder inquired. "Thunderous." Zhongli perceived the question as if a celestial being were addressing him, shaking his very soul, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. "Zhang Hua." Zhongli steadfastly withheld his true name. "What is your name?" the elder pressed once more. Zhongli, he managed to stammer, yet he continued to resist the hypnosis, striving to maintain his sanity. "Zhang what? Speak." The elder's voice escalated, each word crashing into Zhang Li's ears like a barrage, seemingly halting his brain cells. He found it increasingly difficult to meditate on the cosmic brain, compelled to heed the elder's inquiries. "I still go by Zhang Hua." In a moment of desperation, Zhongli bit his tongue, pushing his mental faculties to the limit, amplifying his meditation on the cosmic brain, blood streaming from his nose. Suddenly, the pressure eased. The elder resumed his seat, as if nothing had transpired. The onlookers displayed astonishment. "Gaoren, you all may leave." The elder, Chu Shan, waved his hand. "Understood." Gaoren and the others, including the alluring secretary, exited. Chu Shan tossed a snow-white towel toward Zhongli. "Young man, wipe your nose. Who would have thought a student could possess such formidable hypnotic skills? To withstand my hypnosis is a rarity in Starhua City." Zhongli took the towel to staunch the blood flow, but abruptly halted. How did you know I was a student?" now appearing as a middle-aged man. "Zhonghua. Not only do I know you are a student, but I also know your name is Zhongli." Chu Shan chuckled. "That disguise of yours is the most rudimentary of tricks. How could it possibly evade my surveillance?" He pressed a button, and indeed, a video of Zhongli appeared, crystal clear, his face fully visible along with his identity information. "You?" Zhongli gasped in astonishment. "Do not be alarmed, young man." Chu Shan gestured for him to calm down, and Zhongli felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Another form of calming hypnosis. In a wonder, she remarked that among her students, a genius in hypnosis had emerged. "I did not expect to encounter you here." The elder, Chu Shan, smiled. "You?" Zhongli heard this and quickly deduced, "What is your connection to Sister Dao?" His mind raced, instantly recalling the individual who had instructed him in hypnosis. Sister Dao. Sister Dao? How did she come by such a nickname? Chu Shan furrowed his brow. It seems her demeanor remains a touch too sharp, lacking the harmony required to elevate her hypnosis skills. Zhongli remained silent, recognizing that this elder was undoubtedly a senior figure in Sister Dao's lineage. "I am Shishi's father," Chu Shan finally revealed, "So it was the esteemed elder." Zhang Li bowed deeply. "What an unexpected honor to meet you here." "What esteemed elder?" Chu Shan scoffed, disliking the term that harkened back centuries. He scrutinized Zhang Li. "A student like you dares to venture into the black market of Shuhua City. You possess quite the audacity, unafraid of being slain by the gangs. This place is fraught with peril. Not meant for students." "Indeed," Zhang Li responded humbly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Now that he was in the presence of Sister Dao's father, the atmosphere became congenial. "However, I must gain admission to Starry Sky University. Ordinary training is insufficient, and I must harness the power of illicit drugs. Moreover, this environment affords ample practical experience. It is only through life and death that one can elevate their mental cultivation." This was indeed a candid truth. Chu Shan expressed his amazement. "Your hypnosis can withstand mine. You have a promising future. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become an intermediate hypnotist." "Is Grandpa Chu an intermediate hypnotist?" Zhang Li summoned his courage to inquire. "Indeed, though I do not reside in Starhua City, but rather in Jamon City. I have recently come to negotiate matters concerning the Sun and Moon Group." Chu Shan candidly shared with Zhang Li, "I have heard that in your quest to forcibly enhance your strength, you resorted to illicit drugs, causing cellular damage. Is that correct?" "Yes," Zhang Li answered honestly, typically compliant in the presence of elders. "According to medical examinations, I can only live until the age of 30. So? You seek the life fruits?" Chu Shan inquired. "I wish to restore my damaged cells." Zhang Li felt a glimmer of hope. The life fruits could indeed replenish injured cells, yet if he could only live until 30, one fruit might not suffice. "Even at the cost price, you would still need 5 million, Chu Shan stated. "Furthermore, although I am one of the major shareholders of the security group, I cannot blatantly contravene the group's regulations. I am aware of this rule. Yet if I were to become an internal hypnotist within the security group, surely I would be entitled to preferential purchasing agreements?" Zhang Li attempted to negotiate. "That is acceptable, but in order to report to the board, I must first assess your hypnotic abilities." Chu Shan pressed a button, and immediately a line of uniformed soldiers entered, each robust and imposing, their vitality ranging between 0.8 and 0.9. Typically, a junior hypnotist would exhaust themselves after inducing deep sleep in merely 2 or 3 individuals a day, with a low success rate. "Now, demonstrate how many you can hypnotize," Chu Shan commanded, activating the video recording. "Perform well. I have begun recording. If you prove to be more valuable than an average junior hypnotist, I will have grounds to report to the board." "Understood." Zhang Li approached one of the soldiers, perceiving their formidable combat readiness and unwavering resolve, making them exceedingly difficult to hypnotize. One soldier regarded him with an air of indifference, seemingly skeptical of Zhang Li's ability to hypnotize him. "Brother, focus on my hand." Zhang Li extended his hand, waving it before the warrior's eyes. Instantly, the warrior's breathing rhythm became disrupted. However, he valiantly struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, after 10 minutes, he could no longer endure the strain and collapsed weakly. The second subject was next. Zhang Li initiated the second hypnosis, his fingers blossoming like flowers, ascending endlessly while producing a soft, rustling sound. The second warrior also succumbed and fell. The third, as he walked forth, each instance of hypnosis required but a brief moment. Despite the warrior's disbelief and inner resistance, they were ultimately powerless against the allure of his hypnotic influence. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, all 10 warriors were hypnotized. Only then did Zhang Li feel a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the vastness of the cosmos had reached its pinnacle within his mind. After each hypnotic session, he gently caressed the heads of the entranced warriors, akin to a revered master bestowing blessings upon disciples from centuries past, leading them into a profound slumber. "Excellent." Chu Shan suddenly stood up. "Hypnotizing 10 at once? A success rate of 100%. Your abilities are truly astonishing." It was well known that many novice hypnotists faced numerous failures. Yet Zhang Li had not faltered even once. It was nothing short of a miracle. CC was right. "You are indeed a prodigy in hypnosis." Chu Shan continued, "From this moment forth, consider yourself the hypnotist for my safe building. Present 2 requests, provided they are not illegal. I shall grant them. Our safe group primarily thrives not on violence, but on securing safety. The second request for freedom I can also accommodate. However, a contract must still be signed. We shall do so in Xinhua City, where our safe group also has a building." The contract you sign will be a legitimate document from the government's business department. That sounds agreeable. Zhang Li felt reassured. Since signing the legitimate contract at the business department in Xinhua City equated to securing employment, it was a favorable arrangement. Any contract signed with a major company, in accordance with labor laws, needed to be filed with the business department for review before it bore legal validity. In that case, let us proceed to Xinhua City. Chu Shan, eager to secure Zhang Li, understood that such promising talent was highly coveted by large corporations. Wait, what about the life fruit? Zhang Li's primary concern lay with this matter. How much do you have on you? Chu Shan inquired. I can muster 3.5 million. Zhang Li was certain he would not exhaust his funds entirely. He had hypnotized his blood feud, claiming 3.58 million. But the cost outweighed the benefits, resulting in further deterioration of his inherent life potential. The sole advantage gained was enhanced practical experience, along with the incidental removal of a notorious gang leader. Such a sum. Chu Shan was astonished, knowing that even affluent families with fortunes in the tens of millions might struggle to produce 3 million in cash. At what price would you sell it to me? Zhang Li was keenly interested in this matter and would not elaborate further. As a contracted hypnotist with our group, I would sell it to you at 4 million per piece. What do you think? Chu Shan replied, this is no mere transaction but the investment in nurturing talent. That is agreeable, but I currently lack sufficient funds. I am short by 500,000. Is it possible to apply for a loan from the company? I could repay it gradually, Zhang Li proposed. We will discuss this matter in detail once we reach Xinhua City. Chu Shan waved his hand. 3 hours later, both Chu Shan and Zhang Li arrived at the headquarters of the safe building in Xinhua City. The safe building, perched atop a grand mountain on the outskirts, was adorned with exquisite materials, exuding a cerulean hue that resembled a colossal sapphire from a distance. Situated in the expansive office atop the mountain, Chu Shan activated the screen, revealing the contract text. Please review the terms. Zhang Li scanned the document, confirming it to be a legitimate labor contract, complete with a business department number. Signing it would imbue it with legal validity. No issues, I shall sign. Zhang Li awaited the contract to be generated from the chip, then proceeded to sign, providing his voice, video, and fingerprint before submitting it. All contracts were electronic, requiring both parties' signatures before being sent to the business department for approval. Once approved, Zhang Li would become an employee of the Safe Group, securing formal employment. Chapter 55. 7 Kills Ding Dong. An hour later, the business department's review arrived. Approval not granted. The signer lacks a hypnotist qualification certificate, rendering the contract invalid. Please obtain certification promptly to proceed. Chu Shan was taken aback before breaking into laughter. I had completely overlooked this detail. You must possess a qualification certificate to contract as a hypnotist. With your abilities, passing the junior hypnotist exam should be effortless. I had forgotten about that. Zhang Li tapped his head. I will take the exam tomorrow, but for now, let us discuss the terms. I wish to acquire the life fruit. Very well. You will first swipe your card for 3.5 million, then apply for a loan of 500,000 from the company, and I will authorize you to take one. Chu Shan wielded a degree of authority. Zhang Li promptly swiped his card and signed a loan agreement with the company. Everything was arranged, and Chu Shan instructed someone to retrieve the life fruit. It was a crystalline white glass vial containing a thumb-sized fruit, glistening red and shimmering with an ethereal glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless minuscule particles resembling genetic codes, ceaselessly rearranging within. Though small, weighing merely a few grams, it contained extraordinary properties. The life fruit was a product of technology derived from a colossal spacecraft that had crash-landed on Earth, utilized by elite warriors in the outer realms to heal their wounds after fierce battles. Chu Shan remarked, consume it, then return for a checkup to see how much you can restore. Tomorrow, take the junior hypnotist qualification exam. And then you can commence work. Your primary responsibility will be to hypnotize clients in need, earning 1,000 star yuan per session, with an 800 star yuan commission for you. With 800 star yuan per session, if I hypnotize 10 a day, that amounts to 8,000 star yuan. I could repay the loan in 2 months. Zhang Li calculated. However, I must account for 20 personal income tax on the 800 star yuan, leaving me with only 640. The Safe Group in Xinhua City operated within a legitimate industry, contracting hypnotists, yet the number of junior hypnotists was exceedingly low, necessitating client appointments. The fee per session exceeded 1,000 star yuan, and offering Zhang Li an 800 star yuan commission was already quite generous, as they typically took a larger cut. This was a temporary measure due to the scarcity of junior hypnotists. Compelling groups to enhance commissions to retain talent, Zhongli uncorked the vial and ingested the life fruit. It was meant to be taken orally. Shortly after consuming it, he felt as if he were submerged in a warm spring. A comforting sensation washing away all fatigue. It took a full 3 hours for the soothing effects to subside. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a significant lightness in his body, particularly in his mental acuity. I wonder how much my lifespan has increased now. Surely it has restored a considerable amount. Zhongli felt a pressing eagerness to visit the hospital for a checkup. This is a card. Use this to contact us at the Safe Group. Chu Shan handed Zhongli a chip. After you pass the qualification exam, return to sign the contract. Zhongli accepted the chip, his anticipation mounting as he hurried to the hospital for his examination. Incredible! Your cells have recovered so rapidly. The attending physician expressed astonishment upon reviewing the results. I consumed the life fruit, Zhongli confirmed. The life fruit? The physician's expression shifted to understanding and a wonder. This is one of humanity's secret technologies. A product synthesized from the elite zone. However, it is exceedingly expensive and almost unobtainable in Xinhua City, with few appearing in the black market. Doctor, how many more life fruits would I need to fully restore my cellular vitality? Zhongli inquired, recognizing that his medical knowledge was inferior to that of the physician and thus sought professional insight, honestly disclosing his situation. The life fruit served as a healing remedy for elite soldiers, facilitating rapid recovery from injuries incurred in battle. While it did not significantly enhance physical capabilities, it remained scarce in the elite zone, leading the government to prohibit its transport to ordinary areas. The attending physician shook his head. You would likely need one more life fruit for complete restoration. Another one? That would cost 4 million. Zhongli felt a tremor of dismay. He was presently devoid of funds and still owed the company 500,000, making it impossible to procure another at such a price. Early the next morning, Zhongli arrived at the Central Mind Research Institute in Xinhua City. This institution, dedicated to the study of psychology, soul science, and mental sciences, was a government-affiliated facility where one could also sit for the hypnotist qualification exam. The process began with various theoretical assessments, followed by practical hypnosis on animals, and ultimately, if one passed, human hypnosis. The examinations were exceptionally rigorous, leaving no room for error. Nevertheless, Zhongli navigated through the challenges with ease, obtaining his junior hypnotist qualification certificate, which was indeed a straightforward task given his current capabilities. However, the Mind Research Institute in Xinhua City only offered exams for junior hypnotists. To advance to intermediate hypnotist status, one would need to travel to the larger Xinhua City. Upon receiving his qualification certificate, Zhongli returned to the Safe Group to meet with Chu Shan. This time, the contract approval was instantaneous, as the efficiency of the government's business department was remarkably high. Having completed his contract, Zhongli promptly seized the opportunity to pursue knowledge. Director Chu, since you are a mid-level hypnotist, would you be so kind as to enlighten me? He inquired. Is it not said that joining the safety group affords one the training of a mid-level hypnotist? Chu Shan, who preferred not to be addressed as Old Master, was called simply Director Chu by Zhongli. Teach you? Do you have any idea how much I charge for a lecture to those novice hypnotists? A single session costs no less than 100,000 star yuan, Chu Shan replied with a smile. Surely, you could make an exception for me, Zhongli insisted, unabashedly. With a talent for hypnosis such as mine, do you not yearn to cultivate a peerless master? Your audacity is remarkable. Chu Shan chuckled heartily, his demeanor cheerful. Very well, as I am in good spirits today, I shall impart some secrets of cultivation to you. I am eager to learn, Zhongli replied, standing respectfully, demonstrating his reverence for the practice. Observing his attitude, Chu Shan nodded subtly. You possess a sense of awe and sincerity within you, which is commendable. You are indeed a promising seed. Yet, that alone is insufficient. You lack the essence of a true strongman. Do you understand? What constitutes the essence of a strongman? Zhongli asked, taken aback. Suddenly, Chu Shan rose abruptly, and Zhongli felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, rendering him immobile. A pure mental suppression that incapacitated his physical form. A true strongman, even amidst a storm of blades and spears, strides forth, cutting through thorns and brambles, unrepentant even in the face of death. Chu Shan walked with poise, exuding an aura akin to a dragon. Those who disturb my heart, perish. Those who worry my heart, perish. Those who confuse my heart, perish. Those who ensnare my heart, perish. Those who move my heart, perish. Those who obstruct my pursuit of the Tao, perish. Each of the 7 declarations of death echoed from Chu Shan's lips, leaving Zhongli pale and shaken, as he beheld the indomitable spirit of a true strong man, a naked blade of the heart, sharp and unwavering. Tio obstruct my pursuit of the Tao, perish, Chu Shan proclaimed. Zhongli, although you possess talent, your spirit, in my eyes, remains feeble, lost, and lacking direction. With such a mindset, even if you were granted boundless resources and elixirs, your achievements would be limited. Chu Shan perceived the fragility of Zhongli's spirit. However, most individuals are akin to you. They must endure the vicissitudes of life and the changes of the world to gain understanding, to cleanse the weakness within their hearts. It is only natural for you to feel lost and uncertain at present. You desire strength, yet are oblivious to the spirit of the pursuit of the Tao. The spirit of the pursuit of the Tao. Zhongli mulled over those 5 words, reflecting upon the 7 declarations of death. His heart stirred profoundly. The heart, indeed, is a sharp sword. Only through relentless honing can its brilliance be revealed. Chu Shan sighed deeply. Zhongli, you still have much to learn. The road ahead is long. On the path of seeking the Tao, no one can assist you. Only you can aid yourself. Well then, if I may, I would like to inquire further, Zhongli said, eager to gain practical knowledge. Director, what is entering a state of meditation? Zhongli asked, shaking his head to calm his mind before continuing. Chu Shan sat down, brewing a pot of tea. In ancient times, the realm of meditation was exceedingly rare. The most profound explanation of entering meditation can be found in a passage from the Platform Sutra of the 6th Patriarch. A Zen master named Ji Huang sat in silence for 20 years, believing he had attained the essence of Zen. When a disciple of the 6th Patriarch, Xian Su, visited him and inquired about his practice, he replied that he was entering meditation. Chu Shan paused to sip his tea. Xian Su then asked, in your meditation, do you have any thoughts? If there are no thoughts, then even a stone can enter meditation. If there are thoughts, then all sentient beings can enter meditation. Ji Huang replied, when I meditate, I have no concept of having thoughts or not having thoughts. Xian Su further questioned, whether there are thoughts or no thoughts. That is constant meditation. If it is constant meditation, then where lies the distinction between entering and exiting? The Zen master Ji Huang was left speechless, realizing that his practice was incomplete. He sought the guidance of the 6th Patriarch, Hui Nong, who said, the heart is like empty space, yet does not cling to emptiness. It freely employs its true nature while remaining indifferent to all things, eliminating the distinction between the sage and the ordinary. Unifying essence and phenomenon, that is entering meditation. Hearing Chu Shan's explanation, Zhongli grasped only partially. The 6th Patriarch's explanation is not entirely clear. What does it specifically mean? Chu Shan nodded. The 6th Patriarch's words were directed towards a master of great enlightenment. My interpretation is that it involves reclaiming one's spirit, introspecting inwardly, perceiving one's heart as the essence while regarding the physical body as illusory. Thus, the body becomes like armor. When blades and axes strike it, they inflict no harm, enabling one to remain composed even in the face of calamity. This is what is meant by observing the bodhisattva of liberation, seeing the 5 aggregates as empty, by firmly grasping one's own heart. The various pains and experiences of the material world become mere dreams, leading to the cessation of suffering and vexation. I comprehend some of this, Zhongli remarked, sensing a measure of enlightenment. In a wonder the Heart Sutra states, to be free from inverted dreams is to attain ultimate nirvana. Indeed, to be free from inverted dreams is to attain ultimate nirvana, Chu Shan asserted emphatically. Originally, the physical body is real, while the spirit is illusory. Yet, to enter meditation and eliminate impurities, one must invert their dreams. Treating the illusory as real and the real as illusory, one must overturn their worldview. Only then can they attain nirvana. Entering meditation is fundamentally a recognition of one's worldview, perceiving the spirit as primary and the body as empty. All the pains of the material world inflicted upon the body are likewise empty. Dreaming of being harmed does not equate to truly being harmed. When you alter your worldview, suffering and vexation dissipate, leading to the state of meditation. Why did the Buddha offer his flesh to the eagle and sacrifice himself to the tiger? Zhongli mused. Because he understood that everything is but a dream. Once you recognize you are in a dream, you can afford to offer your flesh to the eagle and sacrifice yourself to the tiger. Zhang Li's understanding blossomed. Thus, Buddhism regards the physical body as a mere vessel, believing the heart to be the true master, the essence of reality, while all conditioned phenomena are akin to dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Yet, he was still plagued by doubt. Does not Taoism advocate for the cultivation of nature rather than fate? Asserting that the souls of the unworthy cannot attain sanctity, this implies that both body and spirit must be cultivated, which seems contrary to Buddhist practice. Which of these is the truth? The unworthy soul refers to the spirit, while attaining sanctity means manifesting in the material world. According to the theory of the three realms, without the physical body, the spirit cannot manifest, lacking a bridge to communicate between the real and the illusory. Yet, what the sixth patriarch spoke of was indifferent to the body, since they seem to contradict, which is the truth. This passage from the Platform Sutra of the sixth patriarch is interpreted in colloquial terms. Those interested may refer to the original text. The sixth patriarch's explanation of entering meditation is profoundly insightful. He truly is a master of enlightenment. Chapter 56. The Method of Refining the Heart Monkey. You have misunderstood. Chu Shan shook his head. The sixth patriarch's assertion that the heart is like empty space, yet does not cling to emptiness, conveys the notion of cultivating the spirit without neglecting the body. The souls of the unworthy cannot attain sanctity, though regard the spirit as real and the body as illusory does not mean to completely abandon the body. Though abandon the body entirely is to become attached and fall into delusion. For example, if I were to harm you and you treated it as a dream, deeming the body unimportant, that would be attachment, I understand, Zhang Li replied. Life is but a play. A skilled actor, even while aware they are performing, must still immerse themselves to become a master of their craft. If they view it merely as a performance and do not invest themselves, they can never achieve mastery. Zhang Li's enlightenment deepened. Understanding that life is but a dream fosters an expansive mindset towards both cultivation and existence. By not clinging to it, one can better grasp all things. This aligns with what the sixth patriarch describes as the heart being like empty space, yet not clinging to emptiness. This also resonates with what the Buddha taught. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, akin to dew and lightning. Thus, one should view them accordingly. Indeed, to invert one's worldview while remaining unattached, Chu Shan affirmed. Every individual, transitioning from the illusory realm to the material world, embarks on a journey of fate. We must cherish this connection. Zhang Li fully comprehended the words of the sixth patriarch. Life may be empty, yet one should not abandon it. Instead, one ought to cherish the opportunity to exist in the material realm. One ought to regard life and death lightly, yet not relinquish the body. Director Chu, what powers does a mid-level hypnotist possess? Zhang Li, now in the third realm of deep sleep, could also aspire to enter meditation. Once he achieves this, the possibility of becoming a mid-level hypnotist loomed before him, prompting his desire for deeper understanding. Chu Shan leisurely sipped his tea. To become a mid-level hypnotist, the primary requirement is to enter meditation. The essence of entering meditation lies in being impervious to water and fire. This does not refer to literal flames and floods, but to the calamities of the spirit. Each thought that arises constitutes a disaster, a catastrophe. Even when you enter deep sleep, myriad situations can render you disoriented, with emotions like anger and weakness surging forth. However, once you enter meditation, you will possess clarity of mind, able to reflect on any situation within your consciousness. At that point, you can begin to perceive the myriad mysteries of the body without the need for physical gestures, sounds, or movements, utilizing mental waves to hypnotize your adversaries from a distance. Such power? Zhang Li exclaimed, astonished. You mean to say one can emit mental waves without any physical actions, invading the minds of others? Isn't that akin to the ancient tales of ghosts causing confusion? Indeed, brainwaves are akin to a form of wireless communication. Chu Shan Dao, the human brain serves as a transmitter. When the brain cells become active, thoughts can radiate outward, allowing one to perceive the surroundings. This perception begins as a mere whisper, but as one's mental prowess strengthens, the ability to invade another's mind emerges, disrupting their thoughts and thereby gaining control over them. However, it is only intermediate hypnotists who possess the rudimentary power to intrude upon another's mind. Advanced hypnotists, on the other hand, wield formidable abilities, capable of directly controlling an individual's thoughts, awakening their latent potential, and transforming a seemingly powerless individual into a master of immense strength. Zhongli is aware of this. Every individual harbors potential. In moments of crisis, some can unleash astonishing capabilities, such as an elderly woman lifting a heavy stone to save her grandchild. Yet, such bursts of potential often come at the cost of one's life force, as in Zhongli's case, where even the immense strength gained in the fetal breath stage can lead to cellular damage. The fact that advanced hypnotists can not only hypnotize others but also awaken their potential proves invaluable on the battlefield. Intermediate hypnotists can invade another's mind using brain waves, controlling their actions without gestures or spoken commands, while advanced hypnotists can directly induce hypnosis and awaken latent abilities. But what of super hypnotists? Zhongli inquired. Super hypnotists can hypnotize all sentient beings within several kilometers, even tens of kilometers, centered around themselves. They can unleash tremendous combat power in those they hypnotize. Wherever they go, everyone within their vicinity is affected, potentially transforming into mindless automatons with tremendous strength to attack foes. They are extraordinarily dangerous. Possessing terrifying destructive capabilities, Chu Shan Dao remarked that even the creatures beneath the ground, such as insects and rats, could be hypnotized and turned into weapons, achieving the pinnacle of mental control. How frightening, Zhongli pondered. If a super hypnotist were to enter Suhua City, it would be a horror beyond imagination. Everyone within a vast radius would be hypnotized, compelled to obey their commands, even to the point of sacrificing themselves. However, super hypnotists primarily exist within elite circles. Once one ascends to that level, they become a pivotal figure in humanity, lacking neither wealth nor resources. Chu Shan expressed his envy. And what of the masters of the mind? Zhongli asked. The masters of the mind, one might say, are akin to deities or immortals in ancient parlance. It is said that the myriad calamities render the spirit difficult to enter the sacred. Where the spirit refers to one's own mind, and entering the sacred signifies manifesting in the material realm. Even a super hypnotist would be powerless against a stone, but a master of the mind possesses the ability to make even a stubborn rock nod in agreement. Chu Shan marveled. The myriad calamities render the spirit difficult to enter the sacred, making a stubborn rock nod. Upon hearing these phrases, Zhongli felt a sense of unreality deep within. Only a master of the mind can truly influence the material world and compel an unyielding stone to acquiesce. Chu Shan, what should I do to enhance my hypnotic skills? How can I enter a state of deep meditation and achieve a breakthrough? Zhongli inquired. You should practice crystal meditation for now. It is the safest form of meditation, posing no risks. However, it lacks sufficient stimulation for the mind, so you must learn more complex meditation techniques. Chu Shan replied slowly. What kind of meditation is Chu Shan currently practicing? Zhongli asked with curiosity. There are myriad methods of meditation, and each adept possesses unique practices. I am cultivating the furnace, refining the monkey heart technique. Chu Shan did not hesitate to share, and with a gesture, several vivid illustrations appeared on the holographic display. Zhongli observed the images depicting a person housing a ferocious monkey within, constantly agitated, while the individual transformed into an alchemical furnace, refining the ferocious monkey until it became a golden elixir. The transformation of the person's body into a furnace, along with the monkey's brutality and restlessness, was vividly depicted. The furnace refining the monkey heart technique is an advanced meditation method, envisioning one's body as a furnace and the mind as a monkey, wild, fierce, and restless, beset by various disturbances. One then utilizes the true fire of the body to burn and refine, ultimately transforming the monkey heart into a golden elixir. Chu Shan explained. I perceive that you too are training in a formidable meditation technique. Exercise caution and avoid errors. Meditation is delicate. A slight disruption in rhythm can lead to mental chaos and madness. I shall be careful, Zhongli acknowledged, realizing that while the furnace refining the monkey heart technique was far from the profundity of the cosmic mind, it provided a more accessible progression. The cosmic mind meditation was too esoteric for him to grasp at this stage. In contrast, the furnace refining the monkey heart technique was easier to comprehend. Your grasp of hypnotic techniques is already commendable, yet there remain many shortcomings. For instance, when you produce sounds, the inability to master the nuances of various syllables hampers your ability to resonate with others' minds. But do not blame yourself. Language is an intricate art. Allow me to elucidate the mysteries of sacred words. Chushan activated the holographic display, revealing an array of distorted characters. These letters were Sanskrit, one of the most enigmatic scripts in human history. Many esteemed monks have used this script as a focus for contemplation, thereby acquiring extraordinary abilities. To master the pronunciation of sacred words, one must understand Sanskrit. In ancient times, high monks employed this very script for initiation. Its phonetics are far more potent than ordinary languages, possessing a profound influence. In contemporary society, numerous psychologists and linguists have delved deeper into this script, and I have garnered some insights. Zhongli observed attentively. This is the letter A in Sanskrit. In ancient times, monks practiced this letter as a focal point for contemplation. It resembles an ancient figure performing a yoga posture. This script, when used for visualization, fosters a sense of ethereality and sanctity. It essentially constitutes a form of self-hypnosis. Its pronunciation, released with a divine tone, carries immense resonance. Each character and sound sprang to life under Chushan's explanations. He dissected every letter from psychological, medical, physical, and physiological perspectives, instructing how to pronounce them and what expressions and gestures to adopt during pronunciation. For instance, certain letters require complete concentration, envisioning oneself as a Buddha engaged in sacred meditation. The deeper the meditation, the more impactful the sound becomes. Without the ability to self-hypnotize, one cannot hope to influence others. It is akin to a speech. One must fully immerse themselves, whether with fervor or hysteria, to captivate the audience. If you are not invested, the audience will remain untouched. Simultaneously, Chushan drew comparisons, showcasing the powerful oratory of historical leaders to Zhongli. He also explained the interplay between hand gestures and sound, which generates formidable mental capabilities. The myriad intricacies of hand gestures profoundly inspired Zhongli. This knowledge would greatly enhance his hypnotic skills. Listening to Chushan's lecture made him acutely aware of his own knowledge gaps and the vast expanse of learning that lay ahead. My mind emperor seal contains but one meditative pattern and lacks a phonetic component. If I am not mistaken, the mind emperor seal encompasses numerous styles of gestures, each of which should correspond with specific meditative patterns and sounds. Unfortunately, the Great Dream Sutra has yet to be unlocked. Zhongli pondered. In a wonder Chushan could become an intermediate hypnotist. Compared to him, my own knowledge pales in insignificance. Were it not for the influence of the cosmic mind meditation and the mind emperor seal, I would struggle to hypnotize with such ease. A whole day passed in this manner, and as darkness fell, Chushan finally ceased. It has been long since I have spoken so freely. Your comprehension is remarkable. I have conveyed all that I intended. It is now up to you to discern how much you can grasp. Today's teachings shall never be forgotten. Zhongli stood, bowing deeply in reverence. Go forth. Chushan waved his hand. The path is vast and obscure, the true meaning elusive, with a sword in hand, yet a heart untainted. Zhongli heard his long sigh, recognizing that such figures possess their own beliefs and principles, which he himself lacked. The quest for truth is exceedingly arduous. Chapter 57, Hypnosis 20. With Chushan's guidance, Zhongli felt a profound clarity. He diligently practiced, and his hypnotic skills and mental cultivation finally experienced a significant leap. Many of the clouds of confusion that once surrounded him dispersed, revealing the light of understanding. At home, Zhongli continued to teach his sister, Jiang Xian, while testing his hypnotic skills. Suddenly, he emitted a series of short and long sounds, piercingly sorrowful, resembling a ghostly wail. This was the result of his recent studies in sacred pronunciation. Indeed, Jiang Xian was taken aback, her face paling in fear as she recoiled. Sister, what did you feel? Zhongli immediately ceased his sounds and inquired. When I heard the sound, my mind went blank, and it felt as though I was gazing at a solitary grave. Where a fox was singing, it terrified me to the point where my heart was trembling. Jiang Xian recalled, placing a hand over her chest. Brother, please refrain from making such sudden, eerie sounds. It could give someone a heart attack. This is hypnosis. You must be cautious, Zhongli gravely advised. A skilled hypnotist can induce hallucinations in your mind through sound. You must remain alert when you hear such sounds, immediately entering a state of crystal meditation, akin to a heart as clear as crystal, to avoid being hypnotized. Understood. Jiang Xian suddenly brightened. Brother, have you become a hypnotist? Can you make money now? I heard one can earn several tens of thousands in a month. I haven't started working yet. I've been busy with my cultivation these past few days. digesting some knowledge. Now, I finally have some results and can begin my career. Zhongli advised her younger sister to rise and head to the safety group in the outskirts. Upon arriving in the grand office, she found that Chu Shan was no longer present. Instead, a familiar figure awaited her, Sister Dao. Congratulations, Zhongli. You have become a hypnotist for our safety group. She extended her hand for a brief handshake with Zhongli, at which moment she was no longer a teacher but rather Chu Cece, the vice president of the safety group stationed in Xinhua City. Am I able to start now? Zhongli inquired eagerly. The company still owes 500,000. I am in a hurry. Indeed, there is a high demand for hypnotists now, with numerous clients. As long as you possess the skill, you can earn a substantial income. Sister Dao replied with a smile. I heard from your father that you can hypnotize 10 individuals into deep sleep in a single day. I am curious to see your abilities. Follow me. All right. Zhongli respectfully followed Sister Dao outside to the back mountain, where rows of garden-style leisure villas, pavilions, and flowing streams with crystal glass rooms created a dreamlike yet classical ambience. This is a high-end leisure club, frequented by affluent individuals seeking relaxation, recreation, exercise, and recuperation. Our safety group primarily operates wellness resorts in Xinhua City. What do you think? Sister Dao inquired as she guided Zhongli through the premises. It is quite comfortable and elegant. Zhongli nodded. Many details are executed exceptionally well. I read online reviews stating that the massage therapists at the safety group have a precise understanding of each joint's fatigue, leaving clients feeling refreshed as if they were embraced by the spring breeze. The massage therapists are secondary. The primary focus is on the hypnotists, Sister Dao explained. In today's materialistic society, people are increasingly prioritizing spiritual wellness, leading to an influx of various wellness resorts. However, what truly attracts clients is the quality of the hypnotists. Zhongli understood that many individuals sought out deep sleep specifically in a vast wellness resort. The caliber of the hypnotists was fundamental to attracting clientele. As they conversed, Chu Cece led Zhongli into a large room perched on the edge of a cliff, where expansive glass windows offered breathtaking views of the distant scenery. Occasionally, clouds drifted by, instilling a sense of tranquility. Inside, an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman accompanied a mischievous boy around 13 or 14 years old, who was running about energetically. The middle-aged woman berated a staff member. What is going on? Where is the hypnotist? It always takes so long for them to arrive. It's such a waste of time. I apologize, the staff member quickly responded, continuously explaining, there are too many clients, all waiting for the hypnotist. Please be patient for a moment, I have already waited an hour. My son's training schedule requires an hour of deep sleep at noon, followed by physical training in the afternoon. Time is tight. The middle-aged woman exclaimed in frustration. If I have to wait any longer, I will take my business elsewhere. Within all of Xinhua City, the hypnotists at our safety group's wellness resort are of the highest quality, with the best hypnotic effects. If you go to another place, you may end up waiting a day without seeing a hypnotist, Chu Cece interjected. Cece, you finally arrived, the middle-aged woman, Animo, stood up to complain. I am not saying the safety group is inadequate, but it truly tests my patience with these delays. Now that I am here, Chu Cece observed the energetic boy, your son is far too restless. He never cooperates with the hypnotist, making it challenging to achieve results. The hypnotists find it quite troublesome, and they are reluctant to accept your case. Hypnosis requires cooperation. One must believe in the hypnotist and follow their suggestions for it to be effective. However, stubborn children often require several hours for successful hypnosis, leaving the hypnotist exhausted. She continued. Hypnotists are hesitant to take on such business as it significantly reduces their daily income. Aunt Mo's face flushed with embarrassment. It's normal for children to be energetic. I can't help it, I've been deeply concerned about him. Only you within the safety group can successfully guide him into deep sleep. No, I have invited a special guest today. Our safety group's chief hypnotist, who can certainly hypnotize your son. Chu Cece indicated Zhongli him. Animo looked at Zhongli, her expression filled with doubt. He is a hypnotist? The boy burst into laughter. Ha ha, he is barely older than me. I don't want him to hypnotize me. I don't believe him. Make him leave, see? Animo echoed her disbelief. Zhongli, the stage is yours, Chu Cece smiled. With a firm grip of his hands, Zhongli suddenly shouted loudly at the boy, startling him. The boy immediately froze, a look of daze washing over his face, seemingly frightened and his gaze unfocused. Come here. Zhongli's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, bright and captivating, as the boy walked over in a trance-like state. Zhongli gently stroked his head, softly and tenderly. Instantly, a serene expression appeared on the boy's face, embodying tranquility and peace. Zhongli formed a hand seal and softly chanted, "All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, a phantom, a bubble, a shadow." The boy echoed, "All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, a phantom, a bubble, a shadow." As he chanted, he settled down into a sitting position, entering deep sleep. Resembling a monk in meditation, Antimo quickly retrieved a sleep testing device. The sleep index read 120, indicating the optimal state of deep sleep. This device was advanced, capable of surpassing the typical 100-point scale. Such a high score? Antimo was left astonished, her mind reeling from Zhongli's extraordinary hypnotic techniques, which starkly contrasted with her previous experiences with novice hypnotists. While those initial practitioners required her son to cooperate using pendulums and various gestures, often exhausting themselves for a meager success, Zhongli's single shout rendered the child dazed like a puppet, and a gentle head pat led him into deep sleep. This deep sleep possessed a meditative quality, visibly beneficial even to those unfamiliar with spiritual practices. Remarkable. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The depths of the ocean cannot be measured by a mere cup. That moment, Antimo felt a surge of respect. Bowing in reverence, "Master, please forgive my earlier disrespect. There's no need for formalities." Zhongli quickly returned the gesture. "I have guided your son. It is a merit of mine, a matter of fate." Having lulled the young boy into a deep sleep, Zhongli felt a profound joy within, sharing his cultivation insights and soothing another's restless spirit, helping them escape the sea of suffering. Under Chu Shan's guidance, he had achieved a deeper level of spiritual tranquility, markedly different from his past practices. While hypnotizing the boy, he felt a sense of virtue. To transcend life and death, attain nirvana, and assist sentient beings is a true merit. Cultivating the mind can dismantle the cycle of life and death. Through spiritual hypnosis, one can calm the hearts of sentient beings. This stood in stark contrast to the mercenary hypnosis practiced in the black market. Comparing the two, Zhongli felt that using hypnosis to alleviate others' suffering and stabilize their spirits was far more conducive to his practice. "I shall attend to others. Please take care of the child." Zhongli nodded, and Antimo quickly bowed in gratitude. "Master, I will spread your name far and wide." As Zhongli and Chu Sisi exited the room, she marveled, "Indeed, your hypnotic skills have surpassed mine. However, you have yet to reach the intermediate hypnotist level. You still require vocal resonance to facilitate the process. How is your mental cultivation progressing? Have you discovered the state of meditative absorption?" Meditative absorption is categorized into 3 levels: minor, major, and constant. My father has only reached the minor level. "Achieving meditative absorption is exceedingly difficult," Zhongli replied, shaking his head. Even the venerable masters who have practiced Zazen for 20 years were unaware of what meditative absorption entailed until the 6th patriarch enlightened them. For individuals like us, it is merely a struggle. "Oh." Chu Sisi paused. "Zhongli, you have changed significantly, gradually developing a certain aura that is markedly improved from your previous demeanor." "What was my previous demeanor?" Zhongli inquired. "You lacked a certain poise and grace, resembling an inexperienced youth, still naive." Chu Sisi waved her hand. "Yet you have transformed remarkably over these past few days. I owe my gratitude to Director Chu for your guidance." Zhongli recognized that Chu Shan had opened a window to his soul, allowing him to glimpse a more vibrant world of cultivation. Although you cannot yet attain meditative absorption, you are far more formidable than the average novice hypnotist. "Today, I wish to see how many individuals you can hypnotize," Chu Sisi remarked, leading Zhongli into another villa. Inside, a middle-aged man, a government official, awaited the hypnotist. This man, with graying temples and early signs of aging, evidently bore the burdens of a demanding job, seeking relief from the pressures of his mind through hypnosis. Upon seeing Zhongli enter, he initially displayed skepticism. However, with a mere gesture and a few spoken words, Zhongli gently stroked the man's head, and within less than a minute, the official slipped into a deep, peaceful slumber. The official's companion stood in stunned silence, astonished by the readings on the sleep testing device.